In April 2025, the world will end. Everyone will fall into a coma with fever. Upon waking, some will gain superpowers while others will turn into zombies. A post titled "The End of the World" has recently been circulating on major websites, forums, and social media, but everyone treats it as a joke. Apocalypse and zombies. Is this a novel? A young girl with a ponytail muttered disdainfully. Zombie movies and TV shows are outdated now. Even apocalyptic novels are about AI betraying humans. Such a cliché plot. She closed the forum post and opened an app to watch a TV series, but gradually her eyelids grew heavy and her consciousness blurred. On the hospital bed, the girl's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her eyeballs moved under the lids, and she slowly regained consciousness. She opened her eyes to a world of white and gradually caught the scent of disinfectant. "Mom." Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, hoarse and dry as if her throat were on fire. A middle-aged woman was dozing in a chair nearby, not hearing the weak call. She tried to call out twice more, but still couldn't make a sound. Her throat only hurt more. She had to rely on herself. Moving, she realized her limbs were weak and her body exhausted. After struggling for a long time, she managed to turn sideways. Her hand reached for a cup, but trembled like a Parkinson's patient. Finally, her fingers touched the cup, but instead of grabbing it, she knocked it over. A loud crash woke the dozing middle-aged woman. She immediately looked up at the bed. Xiaojin, you're awake." Her voice was excited and choked with tears. Before Lin Jin could speak, Lin Shan saw the broken cup on the floor and asked eagerly, "Xiaojin, do you want—" Lin Jin nodded weakly, unaware of what illness had struck her. Her whole body ached unbearably. Lin Shan found another cup, poured water, fed her, and pressed the call bell. Soon a nurse came in and saw the patient awake. The patient had been admitted 3 days ago with a fever of 40°C. X-rays, blood tests, and all examinations failed to find the cause. Physical cooling medication. Everything was tried, but her temperature never dropped. The doctors were baffled. Strangely, aside from the abnormal temperature, all other indicators were normal. "They'll get the doctor." In no time, 3 doctors arrived, conducting various checks and inquiries with Lin. Lin Jin couldn't answer any questions about her condition. The doctors had to repeat all the tests, which showed no problems. Even minor abnormal indicators had normalized. She was perfectly healthy. After another day of observation and confirming that Lin Jin had no issues, she was discharged. The moment she left the hospital, she felt reborn, overjoyed, and completely relaxed. Lin Jin lay comfortably on the sofa and sighed, "Home is the best." "Of course it is, so stay healthy and don't scare me anymore," Lin Shan replied, still feeling the after-tremors. For days ago, Lin Shan had come home to find Lin Jin slumped over the computer, thinking she had fallen asleep watching TV, but couldn't wake her up. When she touched her, her body was burning. A thermometer read 39.8°C. "It's not like I wanted to be sick," Lin Jin muttered. But did the doctor really not say what was wrong? Throughout the journey back, Lin Jin had asked the same question several times. She really couldn't believe that being so ill meant nothing was wrong. Lin Shan explained patiently, "Really nothing. The doctors are even more curious than you about the cause." Lin Jin complained, "Hospitals just scam money, making you get every test done and then finding nothing, just waiting for your next visit." Lin Jin had always hated hospitals because they only brought her sorrow. Her uncle and grandmother had passed away in consecutive years. To her, her mother was her only family left. Lin Shan looked at Lin Jin helplessly and shook her head. "All right, go rest in your room. They'll clean up." "They'll help you," said Lin Jin, who rarely volunteered for housework, now offering to help. "No, you need to rest properly." She had really been frightened this time. Lin Jin pouted, her voice tinged with childish grievance. "I've slept too much, my bones feel soft." Faced with her daughter's coaxing, Lin Shan had no choice but to give in. "Fine, just wipe the table and sweep the floor." Lin Jin granted permission to act, beamed with joy and eyes curved like crescents. A scream startled Lin Shan, nearly making her drop the cloth. "What's wrong?" "Xiaojin, are you okay?" Lin Shan asked while rushing to the living room, only to see Lin Jin standing still with her hand extended. "What are you doing?" Lin Jin stared at her own hand and murmured, "Gone." "It's gone." Lin Shan looked puzzled. "What's—" Lin Jin kept staring at her hands without raising her eyes. "My phone is gone." "Phone?" Lin Shan was really speechless. She sighed in relief, but glared at Lin Jin. "You don't know where you put it yourself," she said with irritation, having been scared half to death. Lin Jin remained still, her expression blank. "It was right in my hand just now, and then it vanished." Lin Shan thought she was getting feverish and talking nonsense. "I don't understand." Lin Jin looked at her mother with grievance and helplessness. She didn't know how to explain. Seeing the cloth in Lin Shan's hand, she grabbed it and said, like this, "I just thought about putting it away and then it vanished." Lin Shan finished her sentence. Lin Shan completed Lin Jin's thought. Lin Jin's eyes were vacant, muttering, "Yes, it disappeared." The two of them looked together at her empty hand where the cloth had vanished before their eyes. They were silent for a long time, then looked at each other knowingly. "Is my brain fried?" Lin Jin began. "If one person sees an illusion, what about two?" After thinking for a long time, Lin Shan came to an absurd conclusion. Could it be? You know that human brains only use a small part. If you develop more, you get superpowers. Superpowers. No way. Lin Jin's expression twisted with bewilderment. Xiaojin, can you bring things back? Lin Shan's mind was a little big. She worried about Lin Jin making all the household items disappear. Bring it back? Let me try. Lin Jin took a deep breath, focused on her palm, cleared her mind, and only thought about the phone. Suddenly a weight landed in her hand. The phone reappeared. Using the same method, she also brought back the two cloths. The two fell into silence once more. Many have fantasized about having superpowers. How exciting, how thrilling, how delightful. But in reality, when you inexplicably gain a special ability, it feels eerily strange. Something flashed through Lin Jin's mind. She picked up her phone and navigated to a post, then handed it to Lin Shan. The screen displayed the post titled "The End of the World" that Lin Jin had seen before she fainted. Lin Shan took the phone and silently finished reading the content. Zombies. You mean the ones in those movies from a few years ago? That's nonsense, right? Obviously, Lin Shan would rather believe that Lin Jin's high fever triggered overdevelopment of the brain, giving her superpowers, than believe in the Doomsday Declaration. I had just read this before I passed out. I also thought the poster was joking. But, Mom, look at the date, April 2025. What if it's real, eh? Lin Jin's voice grew smaller, her heart growing more anxious. The current date was March 5th, 2025. How is that possible? Lin Shan instinctively denied it. But were the timing and the fever really just coincidences? She stumbled over her words. No. The post said the coma happens after doomsday. It's not time yet, and how could there be no signs? Lin Shan's words comforted Lin Jin a little. She felt she might be overthinking, but then again, where did this sudden superpower come from? Sudden coma. Some people develop abilities. Abilities. Spatial ability. Space system. Lin Jin went from muttering to a loud exclamation, her eyes widening in shock. 20-odd years ago, after the first zombie movie was released, it sparked a doomsday trend in TV dramas. Thinking of this possibility, Lin Jin closed her eyes and began to sense any changes within herself. At first she felt nothing. Her brow furrowed, and she grew irritated. Then suddenly she sensed a faint glimmer of light. In the pitch-black world of her mind, a white void appeared. Lin Jin opened her eyes, stared straight at Lin Shan, and uttered a shocking sentence. Mom, maybe the end of the world is really coming. Lin Shan's heart pounded wildly. What do you mean? Did you find something? Lin Jin's lips twitched, and her voice quivered. A space about the size of a bedroom. A space about the size of a bedroom. The end of the world. This was no joke. Novels were novels, but if it really happened. The rotting monsters on TV still wore human forms, yet they devoured people. Lin Shan couldn't stop trembling. Lin Jin sensed her mother's unease, turned back, and embraced her, soothing, Mom, don't be afraid. I will protect. She knew her mother wasn't really that strong. For over a decade, there had been no man in the house, just the two of them relying on each other, doing everything themselves. For them, aside from the one thing men could do that women couldn't, everything else was within their reach. Lin Shan, despite her outward careless personality, was actually quite delicate, afraid of the dark and ghosts even more so than Lin Jin. Lin Jin was bold. Horror movies, zombie flicks, blood and gore, her absolute favorites. Lin Shan nervously grabbed Lin Jin's arm. Xiaojin, what should we do? Tell the mayor, let everyone know. Lin Jin's mind raced, but finally she shook her head. It's useless. No one will believe it. The person who posted that thread, somehow they knew. They could only warn everyone this way, leaving belief or disbelief to each individual. You have space ability now, why wouldn't they believe you? If I tell others, who knows if they'll believe me? More likely they'll take me away for research. Lin Jin was a woman of strong ideas, delicate in her thoughts, always considering the best and worst outcomes. But she was very selfish. But compared to truly selfish people, she wasn't really that selfish. At least she didn't think the world revolved around her. Lin Jin just wanted her mother and herself to live well. Others, none of her business. Lin Shan was at a loss. Then what do we do? Wait, let me think. I need to think carefully. Lin Jin tugged at her hair, scratching her scalp, her mind racing. The apocalypse. Zombies. Lin Jin grabbed over a dozen zombie movies and TV shows for Lin Shan, pushed her onto the sofa, and forced her to watch. She herself multitasked, listening to the TV, browsing various materials on a tablet to make a supply list, and using her phone to order all sorts of things online. No matter what, since she knew the apocalypse was coming ahead of time, not preparing would be a huge disservice to herself. Soon the money on hand wasn't enough. Mom, how much money do we have? Not much available in the card, just a few tens of thousands. There's about 200,000 in a fund I can withdraw, and a 3-year fixed-term investment that hasn't matured yet. Lin Jin made a rough estimate of what she had already listed. Not enough. Lin Jin made a crazy decision. That fixed-term investment can be transferred, right? Mom asked the bank manager to transfer it immediately. And sell the house. Lin Shan asked in disbelief. Lin Jin, are you insane? Transferring the investment was okay, just losing some interest. Sell the house. Where will we live? And a house can't be sold just like that in a few days. In today's society, how many people struggle for a house, a car, and money? Young people grit their teeth to buy a house, pay the down payment, and spend the rest of their lives faithfully paying the mortgage. Money and a house are completely useless in the apocalypse. After the end of the world, can you still buy things with money? Can you still stay here and not leave? By that time, food is the most important thing. If others don't even have enough for themselves, do you think they'd share with you? Lin Shan was too innocent, didn't understand human nature, always thought too highly of others. Lin Jin's words struck like a hammer. After the apocalypse, money is just paper, no different from ordinary paper. But Lin Shan hesitated. It's still not certain, is it? Yes, the apocalypse may not happen, but if it does, no one knows how long it will last. Lin Jin convinced her mother while convincing herself. In TV shows and novels, some apocalypses are caused by viruses. Once an antidote is created, it could end. A year or 10 years. Lin Jin analyzed that post, didn't specify what caused people to faint. I think if that person knew the cause, they would have tried to stop it. And recently there haven't been any meteors or asteroids hitting Earth. My sudden space ability. Maybe this is a human evolution. After zombie themes became popular, some people proposed that zombies might be a product of failed human evolution or a new species. It's all survival of the fittest. Lin Shan didn't want to believe the apocalypse would happen, but she knew Lin Jin was right. She had a space ability now, so its occurrence was almost inevitable. Everyone is fleeing. No one is producing. Not only food, but everything is being consumed. Over time, resources dwindle, and they live off the land. Loans. Get loans against the house and insurance. Once approved, the money will come within a week, or even the next. For Lin Shan, nothing was more important than Lin Jin. Money gone, house gone, it didn't matter. As long as Lin Jin was fine, even in the apocalypse, she must not suffer. Hearing Lin Shan's words, Lin Jin's eyes felt prickly. Lin Shan was a traditional person, only wanting a peaceful life. A place to live, enough to eat, and clothes to wear. Mom, thank you. Lin Jin hugged Lin Shan tightly. If the apocalypse doesn't come, ill, work hard to earn money. We'll be fine. But if it does come, well, live well in the apocalypse. Better than anyone. Lin Shan gently patted Lin Jin. All right, go apply quickly. They'll go to the bank. April was very close. Whether it would happen, they would know soon enough. The steady stream of online deliveries finally caught the neighbors' attention. People would come asking. To avoid suspicion, Lin Jin rented a storefront nearby and changed the delivery address. She also called several close friends, telling them all to read the End of the World post. Even if many didn't believe, at least it was better to be safe than sorry. She also tried to contact the original poster, but they didn't accept private messages. She was completely powerless. Jin, do you believe this? Lin Jin was currently video chatting with her best friend Lu Peipei. Lin Jin didn't answer her question, instead asking, and you? Do you believe it? When we used to watch zombie movies, we discussed it. If it really happened, what would you do? Lu Peipei replied carelessly, what to do? Cold salad. Peipei. Lin Jin raised her voice. I mean, just in case. What if April really is the apocalypse with zombies? Serious. Lu Peipei and Lin Jin had been classmates through middle and high school. She knew Lin Jin never spoke without reason. Survive, kill zombies, get stronger. They'll bring my parents, you bring your aunt. We'll work together to live. Can you really kill a zombie? They had discussed what weapons worked best. Lu Peipei said bluntly, when it's life or death, what choice is there? He'll do whatever it takes. All right, you win. Lin Jin asked casually, are you still keeping up with your fitness? Of course I have to stay in shape for my job. Lu Peipei felt every question Lin Jin asked seemed to have a hidden meaning. Lin Jin whispered, that's good. Lu Peipei didn't hear clearly, as she thought the signal was bad. She only saw Lin Jin's lips move. What did you say? Nothing. Lin Jin changed the subject. You have work, not at home. On that topic, Lu Peipei got excited. Just landed a big job. Seeing how happy she was, Lin Jin couldn't bring herself to tell her to cancel the job. How long will it take? A week. That's still time. Come back early. And, since there's a possibility, ask uncle and auntie to stock up on food. I already did. Better safe than sorry, even if it doesn't happen, food is for eating anyway. Makes sense. Better safe than sorry. They'll tell them prices are about to skyrocket, so they should stock up. Lu Peipei's parents were frugal despite her good income. I think it's possible. Maybe they're just talking nonsense to trick us into hoarding food. Lin Jin joked. Why you thought of that? You're so clever. They chatted and laughed until they heard someone call Lu Peipei from off-screen. All right, go ahead. I have things to do too. Remember to come back early. I know, bye. Bye. After high school, both went to universities in different cities. They only met during winter and summer breaks, usually chatting or video calling, especially after working. Lu Peipei was busy and rarely in Jiang City. Lin Jin and Lin Shan both quit their jobs and scheduled their time clearly. Every day was online shopping, receiving packages, watching films, exercising, learning various survival skills, and occasionally sweeping supermarkets and farmers markets to check if anything was missing. A month, neither short nor long, passed in the blink of an eye. Medicine is all purchased. Seeds should arrive in a couple of days. Lin Jin let out a long sigh. End of March. The closer it got, the more afraid she became. Lin Shan feared turning into a zombie and what that would mean for Lin Jin. Xiao Jinify. Lin Jin cut her off. No ifs. Not only was Lin Shan scared, but Lin Jin was too. She wouldn't turn into a zombie, but her mother's fate was uncertain. I'm just saying if. And aren't you the one who always considers the best and worst outcomes? Lin Shan forced a smile, but couldn't hide her knitted brows. She didn't want any ifs, but. Lin Jin looked into Lin Shan's eyes and answered firmly, I will take care of you. The supplies we've hoarded will last us years. They'll keep taking care of you until I die or until you recover. Xiao Jin. Lin Shan hesitated, wanting to say more, but stopping. Lin Shan didn't want to be a burden to Lin Jin, nor did she want to become a monster that hurt people. She was more afraid of causing Lin Jin's death. In the movies, many were bitten by their own loved ones. The closer, the harder to strike. Suddenly, Lin Jin's expression shifted, a hint of mischief. Don't overthink it. I already bought chains. Lin Shan. Well, if you've already thought of that, I have nothing to worry about. Please God, keep her from turning into a zombie. Changing the subject, Lin Shan suddenly mentioned someone. Xiao Jin. Are you really not going to tell your father? Lin Jin paused for a few seconds while sorting things, her voice flat. What's there to say? He doesn't care about me at all. Why should I care about him? Lin Shan knew mentioning this would upset Lin Jin, but she didn't want her to regret it later. He hasn't been good to you in recent years, but he wasn't always like that. You can't only remember the bad and forget the good. Under normal circumstances, fine, but now letting him prepare a bit might help him survive the apocalypse, don't you think? When Lin Jin was 15, Lin Shan and Yu Fanghan divorced, and custody went to Lin Shan. 2 years ago, Yu Fanghan remarried. The woman brought a daughter 2 years younger than Lin Jin. They're a happy little family. To him, I'm just an outsider. Lin Jin had always harbored hatred. She hated her father. When they divorced, she chose Lin Shan without hesitation, even though living with Yu Fanghan would have been financially better. Later, she only occasionally visited Yu Fanghan's home, becoming the most familiar of strangers. 2 years ago, when Yu Fanghan remarried, he lied to her and tricked her into coming to his wedding. She wanted to flip the table right there, but swallowed her anger for his sake. Then the woman's daughter was so good at coaxing, sweet-talking, calling dad so sincerely that Lin Jin felt that wasn't her father anymore. She was the outsider. How foolish. That woman was more than 10 years younger than him. If he wasn't wealthy, did she really think she wanted him for who he was? A 20-something woman calling a man she just met 3 months ago dad, without a trace of awkwardness. Lin Jin studied psychology in college. She understood people's hearts, but she didn't want to say, because Yu Fanghan wouldn't listen, and he was already dazzled by those two. Lin Shan sensed Lin Jin's bad mood and gave up. Alright, I'll stop. It's late, let's rest. Not only did Lin Jin resent Yu Fanghan, even Lin Shan thought he had lost his mind treating his own daughter this way. Yet she would still occasionally advise Lin Jin to get along with her father. She and Yu Fanghan were now complete strangers, wouldn't even greet each other if they passed on the street. But Lin Jin's bond with Yu Fanghan couldn't be severed. Lin Shan didn't know if Yu Fanghan felt regret, but her daughter did care and was hurting. Lin Jin washed up and lay in bed, tossing and turning. She hated him. Back then she wished him dead. But as she grew older, she let it go, just wanting her mother and herself to live well. Now, she tossed and turned and finally sent Yu Fanghan a message: something might happen soon that will cause prices to skyrocket. Stock up on food and water. That was all. Whether he believed it or not was up to him. The next day, Yu Fanghan called to ask. She just replied with vague hums and haws. Just buy food and water. Why aren't you back yet? Lin Jin urged Lu Peipei over the phone again. Lu Peipei felt helpless. I can't help it. There's a problem with the manufacturer. The clothes are being altered. We can only wait. Almost done, almost done. Don't rush. Lin Jin's mood had been off lately, an inexplicable irritability. I'm not rushing. These past few days, she had been observing. Whether day or night, the world showed no signs of anomaly. There was no change in the space either. At most, the speed of retrieving and storing items had increased significantly, likely due to practice making perfect. Lu Peipei understood Lin Jin's thoughts. Alright, you're just worried. Rest assured, I've done everything you said. Well, no, soon enough. Lin Jin caught something in Lu Peipei's tone. Sis. Was she emboldened? Or, don't tell me you're actually looking forward to this. Lu Peipei feigned mockery. What? Scared? Weren't you the one who said you'd be amazing if the apocalypse really came? Lin Jin couldn't figure Lu Peipei out. Did she believe it or not? TV shows and movies were nothing like the real world. Lin Jin's expression turned serious. She stared into the camera. Peipei, I'm serious. You'd better come back immediately. Seeing Lin Jin like this, Lu Peipei felt a sudden, inexplicable panic. Have you confirmed something? Lu Peipei knew Lin Jin was good at analysis, but this matter seemed absurd. Though she listened and observed, she only half believed. So she did everything Lin Jin said, including asking her parents to stock up on food. It was already March 28th. Lin Jin had to get Lu Peipei back to Jiang City, back to her parents. Though she didn't know what would happen next, she said, "What I can tell you is, that post is real." Lin Jin had repeatedly instructed Lin Shan not to tell anyone about the space. She didn't even plan to tell her best friend. Call her selfish. In the stories she had been reading, many close relationships shattered over such things, leading to betrayal and exploitation. She didn't want that to happen between them. It was better to keep it secret from the start, for everyone's sake. Without power but possessing a vast amount of supplies, that was a sin. Lu Pei was silent on the other end for a long time. Her voice came out a bit hoarse. You're not lying to me, eh? No. Lu Pei didn't ask why. She knew Lin Jin well. If she didn't say it directly, it meant she didn't want to. She only knew Lin Jin wouldn't harm her. You idiot, couldn't you have said so sooner? I'm buying a ticket to come back right now. Hearing that Lu Pei was coming back immediately, Lin Jin relaxed and felt like joking. Well, didn't you say you were already prepared? Bullshit. What use is the stuff my parents hoarded? It's the apocalypse, damn it. Even express delivery won't make it in time. When I get back, I'm going to raid every supermarket. Lu Pei's mind was in turmoil. Lin Jin's voice was gentle, trying to soothe her. Raid them? And how do you plan to carry it all? Just get enough. Lu Pei was frantically booking a ticket, packing her bags, and talking on the phone all at once. That's a real... She calmed down. You knew so early. You must have prepared. Hand it over, and it'll spare your life. Lin Jin sent a pre-prepared list. Send it to you. Take a look. Lu Pei stopped what she was doing to look at the photos. Her flight was in 4 hours. There was still time. She admired it as she looked. All right, wait for me. Gotta go. As soon as Lu Pei returned to Jiang City, she was busy with shopping and dealing with relatives and friends. She didn't even have time to meet Lin Jin in person, only managing to squeeze in video calls every day. On March 30th, 2025, Lin Jin picked up her car from the repair shop, filled the tank, bought 2 extra cans of gasoline, and drove it back to the underground parking garage. At 2355 on March 31st, 2025, Lin Jin hadn't slept yet. The closer it got to April, the more insomnia plagued her. She spent every night browsing the world's end post. The comments below had built a towering structure, mostly disbelief, sarcasm, mockery, and jokes. A few said they had bought extra food and water, but probably no one else had prepared as thoroughly as she had, going all in. Indeed, without a spatial storage, there was nowhere to put it. In truth, the post had influenced quite a few people. Even though many claimed not to believe it, they subconsciously stocked up on a bit more food. This made their lives slightly easier at the very beginning of the apocalypse. At 00 on April 1st, 2025, a flurry of comments appeared under the post, April Fool's Day. It was April Fool's Day. To most, wasn't this post just an elaborate prank to fool others? April Fool's Day. April Fool's Day. Lin Jin and Lu Pei were on a video call. Do you think it will? Lu Pei was also reading the post, seeing some of the comments. I hope. It won't. What if one of us turns into a zombie? Lu Pei could probably guess that something had changed in Lin Jin, making her certain the apocalypse was coming. Lin Jin was silent for a few seconds before answering, send a message telling the other person not to come looking. They had agreed that once the situation was clear, Lin Jin would bring Lin Shan to Lu Pei's house. What if there's no signal? Lin Jin answered quickly, if I don't come find you within a week or 10 days, it means something happened to me. During this time, she had thought of every possible problem and made various contingency plans. What if there are too many zombies over there, or some other reason you can't get out right away? Or, what if something goes wrong here? Lu Pei was also feeling anxious these days. Lin Jin lowered her eyes. If I don't come find you, it means something is wrong on my end. If something happens over there, leave an umbrella by the door and a note telling me where you've gone. What if my parents and I all... Lu Pei choked up, unable to finish, but quickly forced a light-hearted self-answer. I'm being silly. Then no one would be there to open the door. It was a forced smile, feigned ease. Seeing Lu Pei's eyes redden, Lin Jin couldn't help but feel tears well up too. Nonsense. Are you cursing yourself? What if you auntie and uncle are all ability users? With that, Lu Pei's sadness vanished, replaced by excitement. That's possible. Let me think. What ability would be good? The two of them dove into a discussion on the topic. At 2:00 a.m. on Tuesday, April 1st, 2025, the apocalypse began without warning. Those already asleep fell into a coma silently. Those still awake also collapsed at that moment. A streak of light flashed across the night sky. Consciousness slowly returned. Lin Jin groggily opened her eyes. She thought she had fallen asleep while chatting with Lu Pei. Picking up her phone from beside the pillow, she found it dead. Thinking nothing of it, she plugged it into charge. As she waited for the phone to turn on, she felt something was off. When exactly had she fallen asleep? She had no recollection at all. Suddenly, Lin Jin noticed a ray of light filtering through the curtains, a soft, warm orange. Sharp as she was, she began to wonder, was it dawn or dusk? Just then the phone lit up, booting automatically. Lin Jin clearly saw the time on the screen, 1803, April 1st, 2025. Lin Jin sat up abruptly from the bed. Her heart raced much faster than normal. She began to take deep breaths, trying to calm herself down. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Once calm, Lin Jin began a self-check. With prior experience, she quickly discovered the presence of another ability. A tiny droplet of water formed at her fingertip. Lin Jean jumped off the bed in excitement. Mom, I awakened again. This time it's a water ability. Running to Lin Shan's bedroom, Lin Jean found her still unconscious, just like she had been, drenched in sweat and burning with fever. Lin Shan's bedroom had a balcony. Lin Jean looked down from it. As far as her eyes could see, there was not a single person. The setting sun cast an evening glow across the land. A beautiful scene, yet now it felt somewhat desolate. The usually bustling rush hour filled with voices and car horns was now utterly silent. It was like a ghost town, evoking a deep sense of fear. The apocalypse arriving on April Fool's Day. What a joke, a cosmic joke played on all of humanity. Lin Shan hadn't woken up, so Lin Jean didn't dare go out. She just sat on the balcony, alternating her gaze between Lin Shan and the road below. She knew she couldn't help Lin Shan, as she had to get through it on her own. Time passed slowly. People began to wake up one after another. The earlier one woke, the more likely they were to awaken an ability. Even without an ability, they would at least have an improved physique. In the early hours of April 3rd, a phone ring startled the lost in thought Lin Jean. Pepe. Jean, I'm scared. My parents haven't woken up yet. Lu Pepe's voice was very, very soft. My mom hasn't woken up either. Don't worry, I only woke up not long ago, Lin Jean comforted her. Did you awaken? I don't think I did. I don't feel anything different. Lin Jean nodded. Yeah, water. Water. That's good too. Lu Pepe suddenly tried to comfort Lin Jean. In novels, the water ability was often the most useless. Lin Jean saw a pitying expression on Lu Pepe's face and felt extremely exasperated. Are you looking down on me? At least we won't have to worry about drinking water. Lu Pepe forced a very fake smile. You misunderstood, dear. Chatting with Lin Jean dispelled some of Lu Pepe's fear. They talked until they got hungry, then went to the kitchen to cook some instant noodles, eating together over the video call. They stayed on for a few more hours before hanging up to rest. Afterward, Lin Jean never left Lin Shan's room except to use the bathroom or eat. Her worry grew. On April 1st, after waking, she sat on the balcony, watching the sun set and rise. At night, only the streetlights turned on as usual. The entire city was silent. For a day and a night, the streets were empty, like a city of the dead. In the early hours of April 2nd, someone left a comment on that post. It really seems like the end of the world. On the morning of April 3rd, people began to wake up in succession. Some families were all fine, thinking they had just slept through the night and getting ready for work. Others found family members burning with fever and rushed them to the hospital. Some discovered they had slept for 2 days and were astonished. The world was subtly changing, yet it seemed as if nothing had happened at all. Help, help, off. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from downstairs, mingled with the terrified screams of people. The world had descended into chaos. Among those who had long remained unconscious, some opened their eyes, yet they were no longer human. Only monsters driven by the primal urge to feed. They attacked every living thing in sight, pouncing on the living, tearing flesh, devouring human meat, and feasting on entrails. Hearing the noise, Lin Jean stepped onto the balcony and gazed downward. On the wide road, a cluster of panicked individuals huddled tightly in a circle, their anxious eyes peering intently into the center. At the heart of the circle, several robust men strained with all their might to restrain a person who writhed and resisted with violent, frenzied movements. Beneath their feet lay a woman, motionless, with a horrifying pool of blood spreading beneath her, a sight that cast grim doubts on her survival. Beyond her, several others clutched their necks or arms in agony, their bodies bearing varying degrees of wounds and abrasions. Zombies had appeared. The people below were oblivious, but Lin Jean knew. At that moment, her breath grew heavy. She pressed herself against the glass window, her eyes fixed on the scene below, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Before long, the woman on the ground twitched a few times, then opened her eyes and stiffly rose to her feet. No one noticed that her eyes now lacked pupils. Only whites remained. A kind-hearted person moved to help her, but the woman lunged forward, tackling him and sinking her teeth into his. Like a wild beast, she clamped onto her prey's throat, tearing away a chunk of flesh with savage force. Blood splattered across her face, yet she paid it no heed, swallowing the raw meat whole. Lin Jean watched with her own eyes as that woman bit through a man's carotid artery, blood gushing forth. The man was still alive at that moment, clutching his wound as he gasped for breath, wheezing heavily. After swallowing the flesh, the woman continued to maul him, utterly indifferent to the screams around her, her eyes fixed solely on the food before her. Pandemonium erupted around them. Some rushed forward to stop the woman, others fled in terror, while a few lingered, torn between fear and morbid curiosity. Many were dialing the police or calling for ambulances. Yet this was only the beginning. The man who had first been subdued also broke free. Even with his arms twisted into impossible angles, he still had the strength to tackle and bite the living. Then, cries for help echoed from elsewhere. The entire world fell into disarray. Pleas for rescue, sirens from police cars, fire trucks, and ambulances, a cacophony of noise. Scenes of chase and escape unfolded everywhere alongside car crashes and smoke. Lin Jin watched as the woman ripped open a living person's abdomen, tore out their organs, and devoured them in great savage bites, her face smeared with blood. And that person whose entrails were being eaten was still alive. His eyes widened in terror, his lips quivered, and he let out faint cries for help and agonized moans. His body convulsed and struggled incessantly, as if trying to escape this dreadful fate. Lin Jin collapsed onto the floor. She had always considered herself brave, but witnessing that scene below left her limbs weak, her breath ragged, and her body trembling uncontrollably. The entire world seemed trapped in a terrifying nightmare steeped in chaos. Everywhere there were desperate cries for help, heart-wrenching sobs, and hopeless screams. At every moment people were bitten or killed by zombies, blood splattering everywhere in a gruesome display. What was even more chilling was that some, after being bitten to death, did not die immediately, but underwent a transformation. Even with their organs hollowed out, they could still move, dripping disgusting bits of flesh as they walked. This sight sent shivers down one's spine, as if stepping into a living hell. As Lin Jin watched, she gradually grew numb. Every channel on television was broadcasting live news. An unknown cause had triggered certain individuals to become violently aggressive. Authorities urged the public not to go outside, promising to handle the situation as soon as possible. Lin Jin had switched her phone to silent mode. Calls and messages had come in, but she was too terrified to notice. Lin Shan had still not woken up. In fact, her skin had turned a pallid gray tinged with a bluish hue. Mom, you have to wake up. Don't leave me alone. Lin Jin held Lin Shan's already cold hand, calling out and pleading incessantly. Lin Jin knew that when Lin Shan awoke, she would no longer be the mother she knew. She knew she had to make a decision. A thick iron chain materialized in Lin Jin's hand. It was so heavy she could only lift one end. Mom, I'm sorry. Lin Jin understood Lin Shan. If Lin Shan turned into a zombie, she would rather die without harming. Lin Jin bound Lin Shan entirely with the iron chain, then took another chain to tie her securely to the bed. She put thick boxing gloves on Lin Shan's hands. Lin Shan's nails had begun to sharpen. Next, she placed a helmet on Lin Shan's head. This was a plan they had devised before the apocalypse. After doing all this, Lin Jin's tears streamed down uncontrollably. She dared not cry loudly, fearing it would attract zombies, so she covered her mouth and sobbed. Just as Lin Jin was overwhelmed with grief, her doorbell rang, startling her so much that she jumped, forgetting even to cry. Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin. A voice called from outside, accompanied by persistent knocking and the doorbell. Lin Jin recognized it as Yufenghan's voice. She was somewhat surprised that he would come looking for her at this moment. Xiao Jin, are you in there? It's your dad. Dad's here to save you. Lin Shan, are you two alright? Keep your voice down. What if you attract those monsters? Besides Yufenghan, there was another female voice, that of his current wife Yingying. Yufenghan ignored her words and continued calling out Lin Jin and Lin Shan's names. From the very beginning, Lin Jin had planned to travel with Lin Shan and Lu Peipei's family. She had never considered seeking out Yufenghan. If he was alive, that was fine, or if he turned into a zombie, what could she do even if she saw him? Kill him. With Lin Shan in this state, Lin Jin was even less inclined to go with Yufenghan. She simply listened to him calling outside, remaining utterly silent. Xiao Jin, Lin Shan. Yufenghan kept calling and knocking, refusing to give up. Stop calling. If there's been no answer for so long, either they've left or they've turned into monsters. But Yingying was clever enough not to say it outright. Look, there's no sound at all from inside. Either Xiao Jin and her mom haven't woken up, or they're gone. Yufenghan's anxious heart eased slightly. You're right. They must be fine. Yingying tugged at Yufenghan's arm and continued persuading him. Look, Xiao Jin seemed to know something in advance. How could anything happen to her? Let's go back. Xiao Jia is home alone, and am worried something might happen to her. Yingying couldn't fathom why Lin Jin had sent an early message telling her father to stock up on food. What did the fate of that mother and daughter have to do with her? Not seeing Lin Jin or Lin Shan, Yufenghan was still uneasy. But what? At worst, we can come again tomorrow or the day after. By then, they'll surely be awake. If they're still not here, it means they've left. Having heeded Lin Jin's advice, Yufenghan had bought extra food enough to last a while. In the end, Yingying dragged Yufenghan away. Lin Jin watched from the window as they left the neighborhood. At that time, there were only a few people and zombies on the road, scattered here and there. Yufenghan's home and Lin Jin's were separated by just one street, both in the same complex. One in the east district, the other in the west. Heaven truly has no mercy. Their family of 3 all woke up, but my mother. Lin Jin couldn't help wondering what she or Lin Shan had done wrong to deserve such treatment. Half a day later, Lin Shan had completely transformed. Her body was riddled with festering sores, her hair began to fall out in clumps along with patches of scalp, and livid spots emerged on her skin, while a nauseating stench emanated from her. Lin Jin could do nothing but weep as she witnessed this horrifying metamorphosis. Before long, Lin Shan awoke, accompanied by guttural roars and frantic thrashing. From within her sunken eye sockets, pallid eyeballs fixed upon Lin Jean as if she were a piece of meat. There was only a primal urge to tear apart, prey, and devour. As Lin Shan struggled, bits of flesh and foul blood spattered onto the bed. Lin Jean had watched every moment of this transformation, and fear gripped her heart. She dared not approach Lin Shan, uncertain if she could keep her by her side. This creature was no longer her mother. Lin Jean curled up in a corner of the balcony, biting her arm as she wept in silence. Glancing at the missed calls and messages on her phone, she replied to Lu Peipei, "Don't come find me. Something's wrong." Her phone kept buzzing afterward, so she simply turned it off. Lin Jean realized she wasn't as strong as she thought. She even entertained the thought of dying together with Lin Shan. Just then Yu Fanghan and He Yingying came looking for her again. This time they dared not call out loudly. "Xiaojin, are you there? It's Dad. Come out quickly. Dad's here to save you." "Lin Shan, are you two in there?" Yu Fanghan's voice stirred the zombie Lin Shan into a frenzy of violent thrashing and snarling. Terrified, Lin Jean immediately shut the bedroom door. "He mustn't hear, he mustn't." He Yingying complained. "See, I told you they'd left. You just wouldn't believe me." Yu Fanghan said with relief. "Good that they're gone, good that they're gone. Let's go. It's too dangerous out here." Yu Fanghan and He Yingying left and never returned. Not long after they departed, Lu Peipei came alone, pounding on Lin Jean's door with a thunderous racket. "Lin Jean, get out here." Lu Peipei's face was a mask of fury. After reading Lin Jean's message, she tried calling, but got no answer, and then the phone was switched off. Enraged, Lu Peipei ignored the dangers outside, and despite her parents' protests, drove straight over. She encountered some zombies on the way, but her car was fast enough to keep them at bay. Standing before the door, Lin Jean listened to Lu Peipei's voice and could only shed silent tears. Lu Peipei shouted, "Lin Jean, I know you're in there. Come out, do you hear me? Don't come find me. What kind of half-baked message is that? You won't answer my calls, and now you're rebelling." Lin Jean clenched her teeth, tears streaming down her face, but she remained silent. When there was still no response, Lu Peipei's anger deflated, and she pleaded, Jean, please open the door. Whatever has happened, well, face it together. Just open the door, okay?" Lin Jean could hear the tears in Lu Peipei's voice, but she still couldn't do anything. She couldn't abandon Lin Shan. Lu Peipei knew Lin Jean too well. She was genuinely afraid something terrible would happen, so she tried to provoke her. "Lin Jean, are you going to be a coward? Didn't you swear you'd make something of yourself and show that family how well you two could live?" The words struck Lin Jean like a thunderbolt, and for the first time a spark of desire to live flickered within her. Why should they live well while she and Lin Shan couldn't? "Lin Jean." The door suddenly swung open. Lu Peipei's vision blurred with tears, and she could only make out a vague silhouette. Jean. Lin Jean looked at the tall, strikingly beautiful short-haired woman before her and said hoarsely, "Peipei, go back. It's too dangerous out here." Lu Peipei tried to enter, but was blocked at the doorway. What happened? She could see Lin Jean's eyes were red and swollen from crying. Lin Jean tried to appear normal. "Nothing, it's just, I can't go with you anymore." Lu Peipei guessed immediately. "Is Auntie?" Lin Jean forced a smile more painful than tears and shook her head. "No, she's just still asleep." Lu Peipei didn't know how to comfort her. Jean, go back. Don't worry your parents." Lin Jean began to push Lu Peipei away. "Why don't you come with me?" Lin Jean hesitated for a moment. "No, I need to stay with my mother." "You?" Lu Peipei was deeply worried about Lin Jean's state. She had known her for a long time. The original Lin Jean was nothing like this. She was confident, proud, bright, and passionate. But after her parents divorced and she and her mother were left to fend for themselves, she gradually pulled in her thorns, becoming gentle and obedient. Lin Jean understood Lu Peipei's concern and promised, "Don't worry. I won't do anything stupid. I will survive." With her, she could do it. All those preparations weren't for nothing. Lu Peipei saw confidence in Lin Jean's eyes, but still she worried. Jean. Lin Jean locked eyes with her voice soft and soothing. "Go. We both have to live no matter where we are. Even if we're apart, we must survive. There will always be a day when we meet again." Lin Jean felt a pang of guilt as she used something akin to hypnosis on Lu Peipei, just to make her stop clinging, to go home safely and to live. Lu Peipei, who had never been guarded against Lin Jean, fell for it instantly. Her gaze slowly grew vacant and unfocused. She nodded slowly. Live well." Then she turned, pressed the elevator button, and when it arrived, she stepped inside and descended. Lin Jean watched from the stairwell window as Lu Peipei got into her car and drove away. It wasn't until she drove out of the neighborhood that Lu Peipei snapped back to full awareness and cursed under her breath. That damn woman had tricked her. But she knew Lin Jean's stubborn nature all too well. If she had resorted to such methods, there was no persuading her. The best thing was to do as she said, live well, and believe they would meet again one day. She trusted Lin Jean's words. Lin Jean had prepared in advance, so life wouldn't be too hard. Besides, Lin Jean was an ability user, while her own family of 3 were all ordinary people. It was hard to say who would burden whom, so perhaps it was best to leave things as they were. Watching Lu Pei drive away, Lin Jin went back inside, closed the door, and whispered to herself, I will live well with my mother. I will live well with my mother. Having not eaten for 2 days, Lin Jin prepared some food, took a shower, and slept soundly, planning to head out as soon as she woke. If she couldn't face the apocalypse from the very beginning, there was no way she could survive with a mother who had turned into a zombie. To live, she had to become stronger, protect herself, and protect her mother. After dawn, Lin Jin took out the items from her space and piled them on the balcony. Although she had plenty of supplies, she couldn't appear in crowded places with Lin Shan. If she did, she might lose all her supplies. She had to take the opportunity to go out now, both to train herself and to find more resources. Mom, just wait for me at home, Lin Jin said in a tone that pretended to be casual. The only response was Lin Shan's screams. Lin Jin closed Lin Shan's bedroom door and locked it with a key. Then she moved the sofa and coffee table from the living room in front of the bedroom door to block it. The items inside were too important to Lin Shan, could not be harmed, and the things on the balcony could not be lost. Lin Jin took out a baseball bat, slung a backpack over her shoulders, and wrapped her arms and legs tightly with tape. She stood in front of the main door, mentally preparing herself for a long time before carefully checking the situation outside through the peephole. After observing for half a minute, there was no sound outside. Lin Jin cautiously opened the door, confirmed it was safe outside, and quietly closed the door. Lin Jin thought to herself, encouraging herself, Mom, wait for me. I will definitely return safely, and you must stay safe too. Lin Jin lived in Building 1801 of the West District of Qingtian Community, while the East District consisted of buildings 122. The West District was much safer than the East District as there were fewer people. She chose not to take the elevator downstairs because the elevator was not displaying the first floor. Who had used the elevator before her, and what would happen when she opened the door was unknown. Standing in the stairwell, Lin Jin looked at the empty corridor and gazed down at the endless stairs. Her heart raced as if amplified by a loudspeaker. Her palms were sweaty from gripping the baseball bat, and each step was taken with extreme caution, trying to avoid making any noise that might attract zombies. Above the 10th floor, it was quiet and clean until the 8th floor, where blood stains began to appear. Lin Jin's grip tightened upon seeing the blood, and her breathing became involuntarily rapid and heavy. She reached the first floor without encountering anyone or any zombies. Lin Jin let out a sigh of relief, her clothes already soaked with sweat. She felt her hands and feet stiffening, and it took her a moment to return to normal. The entire community was eerily quiet, with no signs of zombies, even outside the fences. Lin Jin took a cautious step towards the front gate. A male zombie stumbled out from behind Building 24. Having seen Lin Shan before, Lin Jin found herself more adaptable to dealing with zombies than the average person. She initially wanted to leave quickly, but then thought that if she was afraid of this one zombie, she wouldn't dare to act, and outside there would only be more waiting for her. At that point, she would surely die. I can't die. Lin Jin tightened her grip on the baseball bat and approached the male zombie. The male zombie sprang to life upon seeing a living person and charged at Lin Jin with claws bared. At that moment, Lin Jin felt the urge to turn and run, but for herself and her mother, she had to face it. She swung the baseball bat, aiming directly at the zombie's head. With a powerful swing combined with the zombie's speed, the impact was substantial. The zombie was knocked to the ground, and Lin Jin nearly lost her grip on the bat, her arm aching from the force. Seize the moment, take its life. Ignoring the pain in her arm, Lin Jin continued swinging the baseball bat while the zombie was still trying to get up, striking again and again until its head was crushed and the male zombie stopped moving. Having just fought for her life, Lin Jin hadn't felt much at the time, but now watching the blood and brain matter splatter made her stomach churn, and she immediately vomited. Television is nothing like reality. In the past, she could watch disgusting scenes on the computer while eating without it affecting her appetite, but reality was unbearable and frightening after all. The one she had just killed was once a person. Just as Lin Jin was vomiting her guts out, another zombie appeared from the corner. The zombie noticed Lin Jin, but she was unaware of the danger rapidly approaching. By the time Lin Jin couldn't vomit anymore, the zombie was less than 2 meters away from her. Watch out behind you, girl. A sudden loud shout made Lin Jin realize she had been careless. Danger was right behind her. Forgetting the sourness in her mouth and the vomit on her hands, she immediately turned around, swinging the bat and hitting the zombie's head. She didn't knock it down with the first hit, so she struck again, and after knocking it down, she swung at the previous one, crushing its skull. In just 10 minutes, Lin Jin had taken 2 lives. After swinging the bat hundreds of times, her hands felt like they were going to fall off. If Lin Jin didn't know, she wasn't safe, yet she would have surely collapsed on the ground. After dealing with the zombies, Lin Jin finally had time to look for the person who had shouted to warn her. On the 3rd floor of Building 26, a 25-year-old boy was peering out of the window at her. Lin Jin noticed that he wasn't the only one watching her. Several others were hiding behind windows, but the one who had shouted was indeed that boy. The boy's voice was a bit excited. You're awesome, girl. Watching her fight the zombies made those creatures seem less. Lin Jin responded from a distance, thanks for that. Sudden changes occurred. Outside were monsters that devoured people, and it took great courage for people to step out of their homes. You're welcome, the boy waved his hand. Girl, why are you coming out when it's so dangerous outside? There's no food at home. Oh, I need to go out and find some. Under the gaze of many, Lin-Jean didn't want to expose her water ability, so she walked out without cleaning up. After a few steps, she thought of something and turned back to say, let's all come out before the zombies get worse. After saying that, she left the community without looking back. If they were too afraid to kill the current zombies, all that awaited them was a dead end. Some people listened to Lin-Jean and started to prepare to come out from their homes. But more chose to wait, firmly believing that the country would not abandon them and that someone would come to rescue them. On her way to the supermarket, Lin-Jean found a hidden and safe spot, poured some water, and cleaned herself up. Why didn't she use her water ability to kill the zombies? Her useless water ability couldn't even help her take a shower. It could only provide enough water to wash her face, lacking any real power. It was probably only sufficient to solve her personal drinking needs. The nearest supermarket to Qingtian community was 2 kilometers away. It wasn't far, but the problem was that although Lin-Jean didn't live in the city center, she was only 6 kilometers away from it, and the surrounding area was all residential. There were 2 small shops downstairs from Lin-Jean's building, but after so many days the items inside had basically been cleared out. There weren't many cars on the road, nor many zombies. Most zombies were still within the surrounding communities. Lin-Jean speculated that a large part of the population had been locked inside. After all, the current living environment was good, consisting of high-rise buildings with access control at the main gates. She just needed to pass through 2 old neighborhoods from her home to the supermarket. Lin-Jean acted like a thief, glancing around as she walked, avoiding any zombies she could on the way, preferring to take a longer route. It wasn't safe outside. Who knew how many zombies might charge out from anywhere? The streets were filled with all kinds of vehicles, some parked horizontally, some vertically, and some at angles, all scattered haphazardly. The ground was covered with splattered blood, sending chills down her spine. Even more terrifying were the scattered human bones that had been gnawed clean, as if telling the story of the horrific events that had occurred here. Lin-Jean walked along the street, passing by various restaurants. The doors of those businesses were wide open, but they had been mostly ransacked, leaving only broken dishes and heaps of trash. The shops with roller shutters couldn't be opened, but many scratch marks were visible on them. The entire street was filled with a dead and oppressive atmosphere, making one feel extremely suffocated and terrified. After evading for a while, Lin-Jean was eventually cornered by a large fat zombie in an alley. Of course, she could choose to retreat the way she came. However, Lin-Jean chose to fight, even though this fat zombie was twice her size. The fat zombie didn't give Lin-Jean any time to think and charged at her, making the ground tremble beneath her feet. She involuntarily took a half step back and swallowed hard. Lin-Jean gripped the baseball bat tightly, waiting for the fat zombie to charge within her attack range. When she swung, bang! The bat struck the fat zombie without causing it to budge, while Lin-Jean's hands went numb from the impact. Damn! Lin-Jean, who rarely cursed, couldn't help it. The enemy's combat power was too strong, and she immediately turned to run. Lin-Jean was in front, with the fat zombie roaring behind her, creating too much noise and attracting nearby zombies. Lin-Jean noticed the surrounding zombies converging from all directions. There was no time to consider where to run. She could only run toward areas without zombies continuously changing her route. The number of disturbed zombies kept increasing, and survivors hiding in nearby communities and searching for food witnessed the ensuing scene. Zombies came from all directions, seemingly chasing after one person. No one knew how that unfortunate person had offended the zombies, but there were at least 30 or 40 of them drawing away the scattered zombies in that area. As for Lin-Jean, this unfortunate soul, all she could do was run. There was no place to hide. There were zombies behind, on the left and right, and in front. They were truly intent on driving her to her death. While running, Lin-Jean suddenly saw a river ahead. Without thinking too much, she jumped into the river, unaware of the dangers within. All she knew was that if she kept running, she would certainly die. The river water in April was still icy cold. The moment she plunged in, Lin-Jean shivered violently. Without daring to look back, she swam with all her might, while behind her the sounds of bodies hitting the water continued without pause. Those hiding in nearby houses witnessed the zombies on the riverbank leaping into the water one after another, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Lin-Jean was fortunate. Despite being chased for nearly half an hour, she had never been cornered, and her legs didn't cramp when she jumped into the river. However, climbing ashore took some effort. She finally found a spot she could scale, scrambling up onto the bank using both hands and feet. Around her there were only a few scattered zombies, while behind her the river was filled with many still struggling. Lin-Jean could no longer move. She collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Her lungs burned fiercely, and her heart pounded as if it might burst out of her chest. During the escape, she had lost her baseball bat, and her backpack had been torn off by a zombie. Fortunately, the backpack was just a decoy containing nothing. The tape wrapped around it was crooked and had begun to peel off after being soaked in water. After resting for about 10 minutes, she finally caught her breath. Only then did Lin Jean realize that by a stroke of luck being chased by zombies had led her in circles and brought her surprisingly close to the supermarket. The river she had just swum across was precisely the one separating the supermarket from the residential area. This seemed to be an empty lot in the corner behind the supermarket. Usually aside from supermarket employees and delivery personnel, no one ever came here. Lin Jean waited for the distant zombie to wander away before getting up and heading to the back door of the supermarket. She pushed it, but it was locked. Just as she was about to circle around to the main entrance, she noticed a small door on the other side, seemingly left slightly ajar. Had a supermarket employee been here? Never mind that. She needed to get inside first. Lin Jean checked her surroundings again to make sure no one was around. Then using her body as a shield, she retrieved a cleaver from her spatial storage. As it turned out, a baseball bat wasn't very effective. After confirming there was no sound from behind the door, Lin Jean pushed it open. Beyond it lay a straight corridor dimly lit as sunlight couldn't reach inside. She couldn't see the full extent of it. She walked in slowly and casually closed the small door behind her. With that, all light was cut off, leaving everything shrouded in darkness. Lin Jean walked with barely a sound, her footsteps almost inaudible. Yet she could feel her own heartbeat unnervingly loud, as if the pounding could be heard for miles around. She crept along with bated breath, but encountered no trouble at all. Instead, she managed to find the storeroom. Wow, the shelves were stacked to the brim. Aside from some signs of disturbance near the entrance of the storeroom, the boxes inside were neatly piled one upon another. Lin Jean moved along, searching and keeping her guard up. She wasn't greedy. Casually, she collected 2 or 3 boxes of biscuits, jerky, instant noodles, and the like. But she took many vacuum-packed bags of rice and flour, items that required cooking before eating and were inconvenient for ordinary people to carry away. She encountered no zombies along the way. It seemed the storeroom was quite safe. If someone chose to hide here, it wouldn't be a bad choice. There was food and drink. As Lin Jean walked further, she even found the cold storage. Before she had left, natural gas and water were still running. Considering that Lin Shan had turned into a zombie and would likely only eat meat from now on, she needed to prepare plenty. Lin Jean struggled greatly to open the cold storage door. A wave of freezing air rushed out. Her clothes were still wet, making her feel even colder now, as if the chill had seeped into her bones. After confirming multiple times that no one was inside the storeroom, she took clean clothes from her spatial storage, changed out of her wet garments, and put on a down jacket. As for frozen food, Lin Jean took a lot. After all, except for someone else with spatial abilities like herself, no one else could easily carry it away. Eventually, these things would spoil, and it would be a waste to leave them. A large quantity of frozen meat disappeared. Lin Jean knew when to stop. Anymore, and her spatial storage wouldn't have room. Emerging from the cold storage, Lin Jean was no longer wearing the down jacket. She had a backpack slung over her shoulders and held a cleaver in her hand. On her way back, she opened some whole boxes of biscuits, instant noodles, sausages, and bread, stuffing her backpack haphazardly until it was full. The journey back was much easier than the trip out. The commotion Lin Jean had caused earlier had reduced the number of zombies. Occasionally she encountered one, but she managed to evade them. She truly had no strength left to fight. Lin Jean returned home safely, though not without some close calls. This trip had taken over 4 hours. Everything at home was just as she had left it. She stood outside Lin Shan's room. There was no sound from inside, which frightened her into thinking something had happened to Lin Shan. Just as she was about to move everything away, a faint rustling of chains came from within, and she breathed a sigh of relief. The moment she relaxed, the doorbell suddenly rang, startling Lin Jean so much that her hair seemed to stand on end. Her mind went blank, and she felt as if her soul had left her body. It took over 10 seconds for her to recover. Her wildly pounding heart gradually returned to its normal rhythm. Lin Jean ignored the doorbell, but it kept ringing, incessantly agitating Lin Shan in the bedroom. Left with no choice, Lin Jean peered through the peephole to see 2 people outside, a man and a woman. The people outside just kept ringing the bell without saying a word. Lin Jean had to speak first. "Auntie Wong, is something the matter?" Auntie Wong was a neighbor from downstairs who had a decent relationship with Lin Shan. With her was her son, who was holding a cleaver and looking around warily. Auntie Wong put on a kind face and asked with concern, "Xiao Jinom, are you and your mother doing okay?" "Oh, that's good." Auntie Wong nodded, repeatedly hesitating, as if she wanted to say something more. Only after her son nudged her did she continue, "I wanted to ask if we could borrow some food from you, is that okay?" Borrow? At a time like this, could they even repay it? Hearing no sound from inside, Auntie Wong grew anxious. "Xiao Jin, we'll pay you back, really. We've run out of food at home. We've been starving for a day now, and it's getting late. Tomorrow, just lend us some for now, and tomorrow we'll go out to find food and return it to you." Lin Jean could be ruthless toward Yu Fanghan, but she found it hard to be harsh with neighbors she interacted with daily. The apocalypse had come suddenly, and most people still couldn't accept it, waiting at home in agony. Auntie Wong and her son hadn't come earlier or later. They had come precisely now. They must have seen her leave and return with a backpack. They wouldn't leave without getting something. After much deliberation, Lin Jean took a pack of 5 instant noodle packets and a bag of sausages from her backpack. She didn't expect them to repay her, she just hoped they wouldn't bother her again. As it turned out, she was still too soft-hearted and naive. The moment she opened the door a crack and handed out the bag, Auntie Wang's son snatched it away. This is so little. When Auntie Wang heard her son say that, she glanced into the bag. Xiaoji, my son has a big appetite. This is not enough. Give us 2 more packs. Just 1 pack of instant noodles, and we'll pay you back tomorrow. Your son has a big appetite. What does that have to do with me? Lin Jean refused tactfully. Auntie Wang, I don't have much either. My mother and I need to eat too. Auntie Wang felt a bit embarrassed. She had seen how dangerous the outside world was these past few days. It wasn't easy for a young girl to go out. But Auntie Wang's son was shameless. It's not like we won't pay you back. Why are you so stingy? You went out and only brought back this much food. Who would believe that? Lin Jean's temper flared. She said bluntly, believe it or not. As she spoke, she tried to close the door, but Auntie Wang's son forcefully held it open, preventing her from shutting it. Lin Jean never expected Auntie Wang's son to be like this. He had always seemed like a decent person when they greeted each other before. Now, she wasn't even holding a grudge. She was giving them the food for free. What more did they want? What are you doing? The man said with righteous indignation, give us some more food. We need to eat our fill to have the strength to go out and find food. Auntie Wang looked anxious, a flush of shame on her face, but she didn't make any real effort to stop her son. Human nature. Auntie Wang's son had no idea how a cleaver suddenly appeared in Lin Jean's hand, its blade aimed at his hand holding the door. He asked nervously, what are you trying to do? Lin Jean's face was cold as frost. Let go or I'll chop it off. You wouldn't dare? He didn't believe she would actually cut him. She was such a gentle, soft-spoken girl. Without a word, Lin Jean brought the blade down. Though she didn't strike to kill, the man was too slow to react. The knife cut his skin. Wincing in pain, he immediately pulled his hand back and the door slammed shut with a loud bang. Lin Jean, have you lost your mind? You actually cut my son. What's wrong with you? Seeing her son injured, Auntie Wang dropped all pretense of kindness. Lin Shan, come out here. Your daughter hurt my son. I demand an explanation. Lin Jean looked at the red blood on the blade, listening to Auntie Wang's curses. She curled her lips. What right did she have to mock her mother for being soft-hearted and kind? Her own heart wasn't hard enough either. This world was far more rotten than she had ever imagined. Suddenly she felt it was almost a good thing that her mother had turned into a zombie. An explanation. Do you want to die? In that moment, Lin Jean knew she had changed. Auntie Wang raised her voice as if that would give her more courage. Are you trying to scare me? You wouldn't dare kill anyone. I've already dared to kill zombies. What makes you think I'd be afraid to kill a person? Hearing the icy coldness in Lin Jean's tone, Auntie Wang swallowed the rest of her words. They had seen her kill those 2 monsters earlier. Seeing her return unscathed, who knew how many she had killed? Maybe. The outside wasn't that dangerous. Lin Jean warned from behind the door, don't come again. This time it's a warning. Next time the knife that cuts your son won't be a clean one. Auntie Wang was confused. What do you mean? A zombie-killing knife. Though they still weren't sure if the monsters outside were what Lin Jean called zombies, they knew that anyone bitten by them would turn into the same kind of monster. A knife that had killed such creatures. Realizing this, Auntie Wang and her son dared not say another word. The 2 slunk away in disgrace. Only when she was sure they were gone did Lin Jean finally relax. The exhaustion of the entire day came crashing down on her. She couldn't hold on any longer. Without even checking on Lin Shan, she went straight to her room, locked the door, propped her desk against it, and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a dead sleep. Lin Jean slept for an entire day. Groggy from slumber, she sat up and stared blankly for 5 minutes before her mind began to function again. Then she cried out, Mom. Lin Jean entered Lin Shan's room and saw her mother securely tied to the bed, which calmed her nerves considerably. The zombie Lin Shan, upon seeing Lin Jean, became incredibly agitated, struggling violently, though its strength was much weaker than when it first mutated. 8 days had passed since Lin Shan first fell unconscious. 8 days without food or water indeed. I'm sorry, Mom. I was just so exhausted that day. She spoke in a tone that was half coaxing, half apologetic. Seeing Lin Shan so emaciated from hunger, Lin Jean felt deeply guilty. She took some meat from her spatial storage, but figuring out how to feed it to her mother posed another challenge. Use chopsticks. No, too short. Use a rope. What if it got swallowed along with the food? Rummaging through the house, Lin Jean found a pair of long chopsticks that Lin Shan used to use for picking up fried food. Using the long chopsticks, she clamped a piece of boiled meat and guided it past the helmet. The zombie Lin Shan, caring little for what touched its mouth, bit down and swallowed the meat in one gulp. Eat slowly, Mom. Lin Jean coaxed as if comforting a child. The meat pieces were the size of a palm, and Lin Jean stopped after feeding her 3. She dared not let Lin Shan eat her fill, fearing it might regain the strength to resist. After tending to Lin Shan, Lin Jean cooked something for herself, ate, and then took a thorough bath. In her heart, as long as she had food, water, shelter, and her mother by her side, she feared nothing no matter where she was. Mom, do you know? Yesterday I killed someone. Actually 2 people. Lin Jean sat by the bed confiding in Lin Shan. I chopped off their heads. Mom, I was so scared. My hands were trembling the whole time. Later I ran into a really fat zombie. I couldn't beat it, so I fled. It summoned a horde of zombies to chase me. I thought I was done for. I ran until I was utterly exhausted and the river water was so cold. As she spoke, Lin Jean began to cry again. After all, Lin Jean was just an ordinary girl who had recently graduated from university. Once her tears subsided, she started organizing her belongings. Her original plans had been thrown into chaos. Where could she go with a zombie in tow? Though she had ample supplies and could survive at home for a long time, both the living and the zombies were growing stronger. If she remained stagnant, she and Lin Shan would face danger from both humans and zombies in the future. Lin Jean unfolded a map of Huaxia and began planning anew. Her destination, W Province. Located in the far west of Huaxia, it was a high-altitude, sparsely populated region with scarce resources, so few people would head there. But the distance. Lin Jean was currently in Jiang City Z Province, a coastal city along the East Sea. From east to west, she would have to cross the entire Huaxia, a long and arduous journey. With a destination in mind, she needed to plan the route and timing. Though plans might change, it was still better than acting blindly without any direction. For now, Lin Jean couldn't leave with Lin Shan. Many people still remained in the city. If she blatantly took her zombie mother outside, it would attract attention, and someone might meddle or try to kill Lin Shan. Since she couldn't leave yet, she had to at least ensure her living environment was safe. Mom, I'm heading out, Lin Jean greeted cheerfully, as if going to work on a normal day. Lin Jean planned to clear the building she lived in first, using it as a base to expand outward. She must never again be surrounded by a horde of zombies like last time. She also needed to make another trip to the supermarket to stock up on frozen meat. The zombie Lin Shan, of course, gave no response, only looking as if it wanted to devour her. Before leaving, Lin Jean locked Lin Shan's door and barricaded it. For the next 2 months, she repeated this routine every time she went out. Shouldering her backpack and gripping her knife, Lin Jean observed her surroundings before opening the door. She lived on the 18th floor of a 22-story building, so she decided to start clearing from the top. Closing her own door, she first inspected the 18th floor. Sunny Estate had a layout of 4 units per floor, 2 units per elevator with a stairwell in the middle of the corridor. Fortunately, the elevators had stopped working, or she would have had no way to clear the building. Who knew if a zombie might play with the elevator and come up? As Lin Jean expected, the 18th floor was clear. Every door was tightly shut, whether the occupants had escaped alive or... For now, it seemed these zombies lacked cognition. Those trapped inside wouldn't open doors on their own. Next, Lin Jean opened the stairwell door, glancing down and then up. Steeling herself, she closed the door behind her and climbed step by step. The world was silent, as if she were the only one left. The 19th floor was also clear, with all doors closed. Lin Jean shut the stairwell door again and continued. On the 20th floor, 2 units had their doors open, 2001 and 2002. Lin Jean entered 2001 first, then closed the door. What if a zombie suddenly burst out of 2002 and bit her from behind? Anyone here? Lin Jean stood by the door, unmoving. Is anyone there? A loud bang came from what seemed to be the master bedroom. The doors to the secondary bedroom and study were open, so any zombies should have emerged at the sound. For safety, Lin Jean checked the secondary bedroom, study, kitchen, and bathroom, first confirming no other zombies before approaching the master bedroom door. Scratching sounds came from within. Gripping the watermelon knife in her right hand, Lin Jean placed her left hand on the doorknob. After a deep breath, she opened the door. She recognized the person inside, a housewife in her 30s with a 5 or 6-year-old daughter. The female zombie charged out, its face twisted in fury, lunging at Lin Jean. Whispering an apology, Lin Jean swung her knife at the zombie's neck. She wasn't foolish enough to aim for the head. How hard were skulls? With one slash, the zombie's neck was half severed. Having not fed, it stumbled back several steps. But zombies knew no concept of surrender or death. The female zombie neck askew staggered forward again. Lin Jean struck again, chopping at the same spot. The neck split further, but the zombie kept charging even as its head hung by a thread of skin. With another blow, the neck finally gave way. The body crashed to the floor, the head rolling to the side. Even separated, the head's mouth still clacked, trying to bite. I'm truly sorry. Finding a sharp knife in the kitchen, Lin Jean drove it into the center of the skull. Blood splattered, and the female zombie ceased moving. Lin Jean sat on the sofa for 10 minutes before getting up to scavenge. Since there was a child in the house, there were plenty of snacks, especially kid-friendly treats. The kitchen had some rice and flour, and the fridge held vegetables, fruit, and various frozen meats in the freezer, all of which she took. She packed some snacks into her backpack and stored the rest in her spatial space. Peering through the peephole of 2001 and seeing no danger, she opened the door and entered 2002. Using the same method of calling out, no zombie appeared. The house was in disarray, suggesting the occupants had left in a hurry. She found only some rice. It seemed they had taken most of the food. The fridge's contents, however, had been left behind, benefiting Lin Jean. She collected the items and left, leaving the door open in case future refugees needed shelter. On the 21st floor, there were bloodstains near the elevator of Unit 2101, but all doors were closed, suggesting someone had escaped via the elevator. On the 22nd floor, the stairwell door was shut, and the door to the rooftop was also closed. Lin Jean first tried the rooftop door. It was locked tight. Returning to the stairwell door, she pressed her ear against it. Hearing nothing, she cracked it open and saw a zombie wandering near Units 03 and 04. The door to Unit 01 was closed, so no issue there. She boldly opened the door. At the sound, the zombie reacted, instantly charging at her with a twisted face. In an unknown fight Lin Jean was now experienced. Within 3 minutes, she had dispatched it. The door to 2203 was open, suggesting the zombie had come from there. Inside, Lin Jean found some food. Returning to the 18th floor, she looked down at the quiet lower levels. She went back to the open units, grabbed some furniture, and blocked the stairwell between the 17th and 18th floors. Back home, Lin Jean prepared dinner for herself, ate, cleaned up, then visited Lin Shan. She recounted the day's events for an hour before returning to her own room, forcing herself to sleep. The next day, Lin Jean went to the supermarket again. She killed any lone zombies she encountered along the way and avoided groups, encountering no accidents. However, this time, there were noticeably more zombies near the supermarket, suggesting survivors had taken refuge. Carefully avoiding the zombies, Lin Jean circled to the back door. The small door was still open. Familiar with the route, she went straight to the freezer, clearing out all the frozen meat. She also raided the storeroom for beef jerky, pork jerky, and various dried meats. She could forego other items, but dried meat was essential for Lin Shan, and it would be harder to replenish later. Having done all this, Lin Jean left without encountering any of the survivors in the supermarket. At 2 a.m. on April 10th, the power went out. When Lin Jean got up to make breakfast, she discovered the refrigerator had lost power. Seizing the moment before water and gas were also cut off, she promptly processed all the food and stored it in her space. She knew that once the electricity failed, it wouldn't be long before water and gas followed suit. The streets, which should have been bustling with noise and crowds, were now eerily empty, devoid of a single soul. Bloodstains were everywhere, a horrifying sight splattered on the ground, on the walls, on the doors, and even the air was thick with the pungent metallic stench of blood. A car was bizarrely stranded in the middle of the road, its doors wide open. The driver's seat was drenched in blood, which trickled along the asphalt, stretching all the way to the corner where the street vanished from sight. Nearby, 2 other cars had collided violently. Their front ends were deeply crumpled, and parts of the wreckage were still blazing fiercely. Thick black smoke billowed upward, staining the surrounding sky an inky black. A gust of wind swept through, sending uncollected trash dancing and tumbling wildly through the air. The breeze carried not only the nauseating smell of blood, but also a putrid stench of decay that made one want to vomit. The world had never been this silent before, as if time itself had frozen. Now even the sound of her own heartbeat and breathing was exceptionally clear and loud, each thump and inhale echoing like thunder in her ears. Lin Jean crouched behind the rear of a car, motionless, her eyes fixed on a spot not far away. Their 3 walking corpses wandered aimlessly. Their exposed flesh was gnawed into pitted, bloody messes, and one of them was even shedding rotting meat as it moved. Beside her lay a headless corpse, equally gruesome. The head was 3 meters behind her to the right, its eyes wide open in a death stare, its skull pierced through. Lin Jean closed her eyes, giving her strained, unblinking gaze a moment of rest. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the small alley to her left. Lin Jean's eyes snapped open, and she saw the 3 initially slow-moving zombies suddenly quicken their pace, shuffling toward the alley. Damn, there are more ahead. Charge through. 3 zombies blocking the path were suddenly sent flying out of the alley, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet they felt no pain. Even with broken legs that couldn't support them, they still crawled toward the source of the noise. 3 men burst out of the alley. They paid no heed to the 3 zombies they had kicked away, because a dozen more were following close behind. Left, go left. Left was precisely the direction where Lin Jean was hiding. Watching the 3 men run toward her, she could only frown, hold her breath, and press herself deeper into the corner, trying to minimize her presence. The 3 men sprinted past. Lin Jean didn't move. The first zombie chased by. She still didn't move. It was only when the last zombie passed that she leaped up, her blade striking straight for its neck. This zombie became a crooked-necked one, turning to attack Lin Jean. She nimbly sidestepped, dodging its outstretched claws, then swiftly circled behind it and delivered a powerful kick to its back. A dull thud echoed as the zombie was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a car window. Lin Jean seized the opportunity to step forward. Her long blade flashed like lightning, striking precisely at the wound she had already inflicted. As the blade cut through, a jet of black fluid spurted out, splattering everywhere. The zombie's body instantly stiffened and toppled over rigidly, but its head, lying on the ground, still had its mouth open, snapping its jaws incessantly. Lin Jean showed no mercy. She raised her blade and thrust it straight down the tip, piercing the zombie's skull with precision. Only then did her taut nerves begin to relax slightly as she gazed at the lifeless corpse. The commotion from Lin Jin's zombie kill was considerable. Two slower zombies, attracted by the noise, abandoned their pursuit of the three men and turned toward her. At the same time, one of the three men looked back and spotted Lin Jin fighting the zombies. Lu and Shao Kai, look. Someone's helping us. The two men turned their heads while running and saw Lin Jin cleave the zombie's head off. Fight back. They had originally been heading to the supermarket for food and had killed a few zombies along the way. But encountering so many ahead, they couldn't fight through and had to flee, getting pushed further and further from the supermarket. Lin Jin had considered her reasons for helping them. These three men all carried weapons stained with dark red and black matter, proving they had killed zombies before. She figured they wouldn't betray her out of fear. Of course, she had also considered the possibility of being sold out. If she couldn't win, she could still run. For now, zombies were slower than normal people when running, so unless someone was physically unfit, they could generally escape. Seeing the three men counterattack, Lin Jin felt reassured and focused on dealing with the two zombies in front of her. There was indeed a significant difference in stamina and strength between men and women. Lin Jin kept running and fighting around the cars, barely managing to cripple one zombie's hands and wear down the other. Meanwhile, the three men had already taken down 6 zombies and finished off the one she had disabled. The man in the black sports jacket asked, "Are you okay?" Lin Jin took a couple of deep breaths to compose herself before answering calmly, "I'm fine. Just a bit tired." She needed more training, Lin Jin thought to herself. "Thanks for earlier." "You're welcome." Shao Kai could tell this girl wasn't very warm. Her pretty face was expressionless. Her clothes were quite clean, her limbs were wrapped with tape, and she held a cleaver covered in meat scraps. The backpack on her back was flat. "We're heading to the supermarket ahead. Want to come with us?" While they might invite anyone heading the same way, compared to a woman who would only cry and scream, a girl like this who could kill zombies was naturally preferable. These three were decently capable. All right. Du Luan and Zhou Mingjie welcomed Lin Jin's joining. After exchanging names, they continued on their way. Dodging and killing along the way, each of them had taken down about 6 or 7 zombies. They finally stopped 100 meters from the supermarket entrance. 37, 38, 39. Du Lun's eyes were fixed ahead as he whispered, 43. The supermarket door was closed with a pile of clutter stacked behind it. 43 zombies were gathered in front of the door. It seemed there were quite a few survivors hiding inside. There were 2 problems at hand. One was the zombies themselves. With so many surrounding the area, entering or exiting would be a threat. The other issue was that even if they could avoid the zombies and get close to the supermarket, if the people inside refused to open the door, they would have no way out. Zhou Mingjie looked at the scene with worry. "Maybe we should retreat." Lin Jin said nothing, but she too felt the urge to back off. She couldn't take risks, not because she was afraid, but because she couldn't afford to. Du Luan was reluctant. "We've come all this way. Just give up like this. Who would be willing?" In the apocalypse, strength and supplies were the foundation for survival. Yet strength and supplies could only be increased by oneself. "Lin Jin, do you still have energy?" Ailin and Ajia were friends Shao Kai had grown up with. He knew their level well. Did he have a plan? Shao Kai's expression was grim. "We 3 have no food left." That morning before setting out, they had eaten the last of their water and food, even though a little could have been stretched for a day. "We have no way back." After Shao Kai spoke, Du Luan and Zhou Mingjie's faces also showed sorrow. Lin Jin suddenly felt an urge to share some food from her space with them, but fortunately her reason returned in time. Sorrow. Despair. To lose hope at the very beginning of the apocalypse. Such people weren't worth pitying. There was still plenty of food and supplies to be found all over the world. Shao Kai's eyes were resolute. "We're going to the supermarket. We'll fight our way in. If you think it's too dangerous, you don't have to come." He had the air of a martyr. Fight their way in. For people. No, not counting her, just the 3 of them. Were they insane? Seeing that Lin Jin didn't respond, Shao Kai thought she was scared. He turned to Du Luan and Zhou Mingjie and said, "Ailin, you lure some zombies away from the left. AJ, you take the right. No need to engage directly. Just circle around and bring them back, leading them away. As for the middle part, he would handle it himself. That would leave fewer zombies." Lin Jin watched the backs of the 3 men and sighed. She was still too emotional. Have Du Luan and Zhou Mingjie lure the ones on the left together. 2 people can look out for each other. You and I will take the right. For the remaining zombies, well, see. If there are too many, well, lure them again. If there are few, well, just fight our way through. The 3 hadn't expected Lin Jin to be so bold, unafraid of facing so many zombies. If they knew she had once kept a zombie living and eating with it, they wouldn't think she was timid. Any problem? The 3 men stared at Lin Jin without speaking. Lin Jin thought there was an issue with her plan, but it wasn't much different from Shao Kai's. No, they were just momentarily moved. "Do you remember the river we passed on the way here?" They had killed every zombie they could on the way, leaving themselves an escape route. Yes. They lived nearby, so even if they hadn't paid attention, they knew where the river was. Lin Jin said flatly, find a way to get the zombies into the river. They'll be useless. Into the river? Zhou Mingjie asked doubtfully. How do you know they'll be useless once they fall in? Lin Jin remained silent. What could she say? That she had been chased by a horde of zombies and jumped into the river with the zombies following her. Anyway, that day after she climbed ashore and rested for a while, she didn't see a single zombie swim up. They just thrashed and disappeared. Without technique, people in water only sink faster. Xiao Kai glanced at Lin Jin and instructed, do as she says. Compared to the left path they had come from the right was more dangerous. They had no idea if they would encounter more zombies ahead while luring them. 1 or 2 would be fine, but a group. That would be a dead end. After thinking it over, Xiao Kai said to Lin Jin, switch with Agia. You two go left and Agia and I will take the right. Clearly, he had also considered the greater danger on the right. Let's go. Lin Jin crouched low and moved cautiously but swiftly to the right. Xiao Kai sighed helplessly. Stay safe. You two. Once the 4 were in position, Xiao Kai gestured to the 2 in the distance, and after Zhou Mingjie returned the signal, the operation commenced. Lin Jin, being a girl, was naturally more meticulous than the men, so she created noises to prevent the zombies from swarming in one direction. Thus, while approaching, she had picked up some stones. After confirming with the others, Lin Jin was the first to toss small stones into the zombie horde. The zombies stirred instantly, and then larger stones were hurled in different directions, agitating them further. They scattered following the sounds, while Du Luan and his team created even louder noises, drawing all the zombies' attention, seemingly heading left. Lin Jin and Xiao Kai simultaneously generated noise, firmly holding the attention of those on the right. The situation was promising. Aside from a dozen zombies stubbornly guarding the supermarket entrance, the rest were lured away, split fairly evenly. The commotion made by Lin Jin's group naturally caught the attention of those inside the supermarket. Someone peeked out from a second-floor restroom window, seeing the zombies being diverted, leaving only 4 people, likely also scavenging for food. What a pity. In the eyes of those inside, the 4 were doomed, yet not only did they survive, but they pulled off a major feat. Du Luan and Zhou Mingjie had smooth progress, managing to lure all the zombies they led into the river, watching them thrash and sink. Meanwhile, Lin Jin and Xiao Kai lured over a dozen zombies. They divided their efforts. Lin Jin slowly guided them, while Xiao Kai dashed ahead, clearing obstacles, occasionally killing a zombie in his path. Fearing the zombies might fall behind, Lin Jin kept a steady pace, tapping the ground with a watermelon knife to entice them. Lin Jin, over here. 2 headless corpses lay on the road, and Xiao Kai stood in the middle of the street. This was a 2-lane road with 1 lane on each side, separated by a welded iron fence. The entire stretch was over 200 meters long. If they moved quickly, they could shake off the zombies. Even if the zombies eventually followed them back to the supermarket, at most 7 or 8 would return. Lin Jin deliberately led the zombies across the road, jogging along the far right sidewalk. Halfway through, she abruptly stopped making noise and sprinted to the next intersection, turning left to meet Xiao Kai. Together, they ran back along the far left side, toward their original path. The zombies began to straggle, some faster, some slower. The quick ones nearly reached the next intersection, while the slow ones seemed dazed, and a few attempted to cut corners, only to be blocked by the fence. By the time they were about to turn right at the previous intersection, the nearest zombie was already 100 meters away. From then on, as long as they maintained their pace, the gap would only widen until the zombies lost their target and began wandering aimlessly. Luring the zombies took half an hour, but returning only took 15 minutes. The first 10 minutes were a frantic sprint. Afterward, Lin Jin couldn't run anymore, so they slowed to a walk, needing to conserve strength for the dozen zombies still at the supermarket entrance. When they returned, Du Luan and Zhou Mingjie were visibly impatient and were about to go look for them. Seeing their slightly disheveled hair, but no injuries, Du Luan relaxed and said with relief, "Thank goodness you're finally back. Any changes?" Zhou Mingjie crouched behind a car, peeking outside, and whispered, "No. We thought about luring them again, but we were afraid you'd worry if you came back and couldn't find us, so we stayed put." Lin Jin asked again, "What about the people inside?" "No one has come out. They had no idea what was happening inside. Luan and I will lure away the rest. You two rest." Lin Jin's method was incredibly effective. "All right, stay safe." Xiao Kai noticed Lin Jin's complexion, pale face with flushed cheeks and white lips, clearly exhausted from overexertion. The noise erupted again, drawing away the mindless zombies, once more catching the attention of those inside the supermarket. Someone exclaimed, "Those 4 are still alive." A man in his 30s looking out the window remarked, "They're quite skilled luring all the zombies away." If I were out there, I could do the same," a young man in his early 20s with dyed yellow hair said disdainfully. The 2 ignored the young man's comment. "Let's go talk to the others. They're definitely going to enter the supermarket. Now that the zombies outside are gone, those who want to leave can go." With experience from the first attempt, Du Luan and Zhou Mingjie returned in just 20 minutes. All done. Zhou Mingjie worried that their efforts might be in vain if they couldn't get into the supermarket for supplies. "The zombies are dealt with, but what if the people inside won't open the door for us?" During their rest, Lin Jin had observed that those inside showed no reaction at all. Xiao Kai said confidently. Xiao Kai noticed someone at the second-floor window. The people inside must have witnessed everything downstairs. Moreover, judging by the scene, it seemed the zombies had trapped them inside the supermarket. Why? Before Xiao Kai could explain, the people inside moved the barricade from behind the door. Come in. Lin Jin didn't press for answers and followed Xiao Kai inside. The man who spoke to them was in his 40s, slightly overweight, with a kind face. Once inside, they saw two more men behind the door, another in his 40s, stocky and strong, and a tall, thin boy around 20. As Lin Jin's group entered, the two quickly closed the glass door and piled the clutter back. The leading man was Zhou Chen, a former CEO of a medium-sized enterprise before the apocalypse. The stocky one was his bodyguard, and he didn't introduce the boy. This was a 3-story supermarket. The first floor housed brand name clothing, shoes, bags, and jewelry. The second floor was the actual supermarket entrance with the food section. The third floor mainly had daily necessities, home appliances, bedding, cosmetics, and skincare products. They followed him to the second floor. The passages between the first and second floors were blocked with guards stationed. On the second floor, besides Lin Jin's group, there were 50 to 60 people. Men, women, elderly, and children. So there were quite a few living people in the supermarket. No wonder so many zombies had gathered below. Lin Jin observed the diverse crowd. Most seemed in decent spirits, though a few looked worse for wear. From their positions, it appeared that the one called Zhou Chen was the leader among them. Just the 4 of them. They had heard from Old Yang that 4 people had lured the zombies away, but they hadn't expected them to be so young, including a young girl. These people whispered among themselves as they looked at Lin Jin and her group, revealing some information through their words. Quiet. As soon as Zhou Chen spoke, the noise instantly ceased. Lin Jin barely suppressed a curl of her lip. Zhou Chen wore a kindly smile and spoke in a gentle tone. You 4 must be here for food. That's a load of crap. Du Lun's words struck like a hornet's nest, and a dozen people behind Zhou Chen immediately fixed hostile gazes on him. Don't you have any manners? How dare you speak to Boss Zhou like that? A woman stepped forward to confront Du Lun. She was under 30, somewhat attractive, and even in the apocalypse, she still wore meticulously applied makeup. Boss Zhou, isn't that ridiculous? It's the end of the world. Who are you trying to impress with that title? Why don't you go tell the zombies to call you boss and see if they listen? Du Lun rolled his eyes so hard they nearly disappeared. You? The woman was about to retort when Zhou, our friend here is right. There's no boss Zhou, just Zhou Chen, the same as everyone else. All human. We should unite in friendship and help each other. Zhou Chen wore a composed smile, playing the peacemaker to soothe both sides. Du Lun had been ready for a good argument, but just as the fire was kindled, it fizzled out. Especially after Zhou Chen's speech, he couldn't find a rebuttal, yet he felt somehow wronged. What a masterful retreat to advance. With just a few words, he had painted them as the villains and himself. Lin Jin hadn't missed how the woman took cues from Zhou Chen's eyes. A hypocrite. Du Lun's petty tricks were no match for Zhou Chen's level. Xiao Kai wasn't foolish either. He clearly saw that Zhou Chen was the leader among them. If he wanted to play the good guy, that was his business. We're just here to grab some food and water from the supermarket, then we'll leave. You 4 don't plan to stay. There's food, water, and safety here. You could wait for rescue. These 4 had strength, and Zhou Chen wanted to recruit them. You can also bring your family and friends. His words made a few behind him frown, their expressions sour. No one knew when rescue would come, and more people meant faster depletion of food. Xiao Kai declined decisively. No need. We'll take what we need and leave. These people were far from benevolent. Looking around at the trash, food wrappers, and empty bottles strewn everywhere. Zhou Chen was just trying to find more people to protect him. Hearing they wanted to take things for free, the young woman naturally objected. Clearly, she had already claimed the supermarket's contents as her own. You come and go as you please, taking whatever you want. Since when does the world work that way? Du Lun focused his ire on the woman. Why are you butting in everywhere? Is the supermarket yours? You can take, so why can't we? The woman retorted with righteous indignation. Don't you know, first come, first served? This place is ours because we got here first. All of us need to eat and drink. Zhou Chen remained silent with a smile, letting the young woman speak. A whole supermarket's worth of food isn't enough for you. What an appetite. Du Lun didn't want to waste more words. They had expended a lot of energy and wanted to eat soon, so he simply tried to walk around the woman. The woman grabbed Du Lun's clothes to stop him. What do you think you're doing? Trying to rob us? Help. Someone's trying to steal our food. Everyone stop them. Lin Jin's head ached from the endless noise. Lin Shan was still at home, and she was. Without a word, Lin Jin raised her watermelon knife and swung it at the hand clutching Du Lun's clothes, slowly giving the woman time to react. Off. The woman shrieked, letting go instantly and falling to the ground. The move stunned everyone present into silence. Zhou Chen's gaze toward Lin Jin shifted. He had initially thought she would be a burden. 1. This place isn't yours. 2. We're not taking much food or water. 3. We have the skill to lure the zombies away, and we also have the skill to bring them back. 4 to 3 at least. Lin Jin spoke flatly, but the threat in her words was unmistakable. Are you A young man with dyed yellow hair sprang forward, one of the three from the restroom earlier. Lin Jin admitted openly, yes I am. Damn. You're quite the arrogant bitch, aren't you? He rolled up his sleeves as he spoke, ready to strike Lin Jin. Xiao Kai and the others immediately shielded her, tension rising. For against 50 or 60 people, a grim situation. Unlike the nervous trio, Lin Jin remained utterly calm. Looking at the crowd closing in, she asked in a steady voice, are you afraid of death? Are you afraid of becoming zombies? Humans were selfish creatures. The meat scraps on this blade are all from killing zombies. I've slain quite a few and the knife's gone dull. If someone gets scratched or bitten by a zombie, they turn into one. So if this zombie-blooded knife cuts a person, will they become a zombie too? Lin Jin spoke almost to herself, but one by one those advancing on them stepped back. They saw the traces on Lin Jin's watermelon knife and the same marks on the weapons of Xiao Kai and the others, proof that all four had killed many zombies. In a scuffle, if they got accidentally wounded, they might turn into zombies. No one wanted to take that risk. Du Luan looked at Lin Jin with newfound respect. He hadn't expected this girl to be so formidable. A few calm words had scared them off. Xiao Kai also regarded her differently. He had thought her merely brave. Zhou Qin's face fell. With a few light sentences, she had intimidated his people into inaction. Xiao Wei Xiao Liang, don't be reckless. Unable to afford conflict, he forced a smile back on. Sorry they've been spoiled at home. Take whatever you want, and if you need help, just say the word. Zhou Qin figured they only had one bag each and couldn't carry much. Everyone saw through his act, but they didn't want more trouble. Many shelves had been toppled, items crushed and scattered. The remaining shelves held mostly empty food packages or half-eaten leftovers, unappealing. Lin Jin spoke, take us to the warehouse. It was a statement, not a question. This group had been here long enough to know where the warehouse was. Zhou Qin's smile froze in place. He could have slapped himself. This girl took him literally. Didn't she know let me know if you need anything was just a polite phrase? Old Yang, standing among the crowd, watched Zhou Qin with a mocking glint. He'll take you. He was leaving anyway and didn't care about offending Zhou Qin. The group watched the five figures retreat with a mix of hostility, anger, envy, and contemplation. Old Yang led them to the warehouse, explaining his situation and inquiring about the outside world. The compressed biscuits are there, and the water is there. Bread and snacks were never filling, and biscuits were far less sustaining than compressed ones. Only those fools outside would seek out delicacies and fine dining. Judging by how familiar Old Yang was with the warehouse, he must have been planning to leave for a long time. Du Luan noticed Lin Jin walking in a different direction from the rest and called out, where are you going? I'm going to find something. Du Luan, ever warm-hearted, offered, after we grab the compressed biscuits, we'll help you look. Why couldn't this man read the room? Lin Jin replied with a deadpan expression, it's something women need every month. Do you want to help me find it? Du Luan was left speechless. The gentle, soft-spoken image was utterly shattered. Well, wait for you outside, Xiao Kai said, dragging Du Luan away. On her way to the freezer, Lin Jin casually stuffed her backpack full. Upon reaching the freezer, she didn't stand on ceremony. With effort, she pried open the door, and a blast of cold air rushed at her, making her shiver. Stepping into the freezer, Lin Jin didn't bother to pick and choose as she swept everything within reach into her spatial storage. In just 2 minutes, she had emptied the entire freezer. By now, she could store and retrieve items with impressive speed. But even that brief time left Lin Jin covered in frost, shivering from the cold. Afterwards, she indeed went to collect sanitary pads, tampons, and panty liners, then took half of the compressed biscuits. If their strength hadn't been sufficient today, they wouldn't have been able to take anything at all. Why leave it for those selfish people? When Lin Jin emerged, the four of them were already waiting for her at the warehouse entrance. Old Yang carried a backpack as well, and behind them a crowd had gathered in a circle. Old Yang, you traitor. The woman's voice was shrill and piercing. I never signed a contract with you. We were all strangers to begin with. Do I need your permission to stay or leave? Du Luan, thoroughly annoyed by this woman, chimed in exactly. You're taking a minor authority and acting like you. Old Yang's words resonated with many. They had come looking for food and had thought about leaving, but somehow they had been persuaded to stay. Then they were surrounded by zombies and couldn't escape. Now that the zombies were gone, some began to have their own ideas. Lin Jin swung the knife in her hand and stepped forward. Seeing her audacity, the encircling crowd could only part to let them pass. As Lin Jin walked past Zhou Qin, she didn't even spare him a glance. Then came Xiao Kai, Zhou Mingjie, and Old Yang. Du Luan, bringing up the rear, made a funny face, and before anyone could be infuriated, the entire group had evacuated the supermarket. Finally, at the intersection where they had first encountered Xiao Kai and his two companions, they parted ways. Are you really going alone? Lin Jin didn't explain why she had to leave, and they didn't ask. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. In truth, it might be better not to meet again, for who knew what form that reunion. By the time Lin Jin returned home, it was completely dark. She sat by Lin Shan's bedside, her head resting against the wall. Her usually bright eyes were now somewhat vacant. Mom, the human heart is truly filthy. Not to mention what she had experienced firsthand, she had also witnessed from above someone pushing their own companion toward the zombies just to save themselves. This was only the beginning of the apocalypse. What would come later? After talking with Lin Shan for a while longer, Lin Jean worked overtime processing meat products. After her parents' divorce, Lin Jean had developed psychological issues. She was aware of it and worked hard to adjust. Her choice to major in psychology in college was also related to this. Over the years, her psychological problems had largely healed. As long as certain people didn't provoke her, she was perfectly fine. But with the arrival of the apocalypse, humanity's ugliness was unleashed one by one. After this experience, Lin Jean's defenses had only strengthened. It was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. After finishing her work, Lin Jean gave herself a day off, spending it leisurely talking with Lin Shan and reading. She watched coldly as groups of people occasionally appeared on the streets, some lucky enough to return laden with goods, others unlucky and surrounded by zombies. She could now watch the bloody live broadcast and eat without flinching. Over the next 2 days, Lin Jean occasionally went out collecting various meat products and killing the more sluggish zombies. And now she found herself cornered by people, not zombies. Where did you hide the stuff? Hand it all over. It was the delivery guys. She had seen these three before. They had always delivered packages to her neighborhood. It seemed her frenzy of shopping before the apocalypse had drawn attention. The three delivery guys were friends. After the apocalypse, they stuck together. Initially, they hid at home, only venturing out when forced. They had never killed a zombie, only scavenged for leftovers. One of them suddenly remembered a place with supplies. Before the disaster, they had constantly delivered packages there, food and daily necessities. And the recipient was probably a woman. But when they reached the store, it was completely empty. Helpless, they could only continue scraping by. They didn't know where the owner lived, but unexpectedly they ran into her today. Lin Jean put on a heartbroken expression, her voice trembling. It's all gone. Someone stole everything. The delivery guy blurted out, "You're lying. I don't believe you." Instinctively, he refused to accept such an outcome. If I had supplies, why would I come out? The outside is so... Lin Jean disguised herself as an ordinary timid girl, though the knife in her hand seemed somewhat out of place. They considered her words and found them reasonable, but was that it? You're lying. Did you know something in advance? How could you have bought so much at just the right time? I was planning to open a shop. Her voice was soft and weak. The loss of the massive supplies was disheartening, but there was nothing to be done. Spotting the backpack on the girl, one of them said, "Then give us your bag." Lin Jean covered her bag with one hand and shook her head. "No, I can't. If I give it to you, we'll have no food." It wasn't that she couldn't, but in the apocalypse, who knew if they would become insatiably greedy? One of them suddenly took the initiative and said, "You can come with us. We'll share our food." He looked at the pitiful young woman before him and realized she was actually quite pretty. Are you crazy? The three of them could barely support themselves, and now he wanted to take on another. Look how pretty she is, the man whispered to his companion. Besides, how much can a woman eat? And if anything happens, we can sell her for food. A cost-free venture. That makes so much sense. Why didn't we They scrutinized the young woman before them. She was truly delicate and lovely. In the old days, a girl like this would never have looked twice at them. Their previously ferocious expressions now carried a lecherous gaze that made her sick. Although Lin Jean couldn't hear what they were saying, she could guess their intentions with her eyes closed. "Little sister, come with us. The three of US brothers will protect you." They all grinned lecherously. It was an eyesore. That smug, disgusting smile made her want to hit them. But 3 against 1. She had only killed zombies and wasn't sure she could take on 3 grown men. Discretion was the better part of valor. Time to run. Lin Jean turned and bolted without hesitation. Her stamina had improved greatly during this time, especially in the art of escape. Damn, she's running. What are you standing there for? Chase her. The 3 hadn't expected Lin Jean, who looked so pitiful, to be so decisive and fast. Stop right there. Lin Jean always found that line hilarious. It was such a cliché from TV dramas. Did they think she was a fool to stop just because they yelled? She led them on a wild chase, finally shaking them off before taking a different route home. After that, Lin Jean stayed cooped up inside, refusing to go out. A cacophony of noise erupted as several drones appeared in the sky, each carrying loudspeakers that broadcast messages about the base on a loop. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are the rescue team from Haisher Base. Regrettably, due to a shortage of personnel, we are unable to conduct timely rescues or visit every household. Fellow compatriots who hear this broadcast, please make your way to Jiangxing Museum. We will remain there for 3 days. There is no need to rush, bring your supplies, and ensure your own safety. If you cannot arrive in time, Haisher Base is located on Wuyan Avenue in Haiqing. You may travel there on your..." As the buzzing drones circled overhead, the zombies, unusually sensitive to sound, foolishly chased after them. In the blink of an eye, the once empty streets were packed with these sluggish, grotesque monsters. Yet this chaotic scene did not last long. Soon the drones' commotion redirected their movements, and the horde of zombies like headless flies was lured away from the area. For the survivors hiding indoors, this was undoubtedly a golden opportunity. They nervously observed the outside, seizing the moment when the zombies were drawn away to quietly begin their actions. After some time, a large number of vehicles appeared on the streets. Lin Jin, who had been watching the outside since hearing the broadcast, spotted military green vehicles in the distance and speculated the military. Haisher had established a base, but the military lacked the manpower to conduct rescues. These circumstances indicated that the zombie crisis could not be resolved and Jiangsheng had been abandoned. With the military's arrival, Lin Jin became even more reluctant to step outside. Ding dong, ding dong. Through the peephole, she saw that the person at the door was Lu Peipei. Lin Jin did not open the door and asked with a frown, "Peipei, why are you here again?" Lu Peipei had come several times before never managing to meet her. Finally, hearing Lin Jin's voice today, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Jin, are you okay?" "I'm great. I've killed a lot of zombies and even raided a supermarket warehouse." "Impressive, right?" Lin Jin pretended to boast cheerfully through the door. Lu Peipei stared at the sturdy door, listening to Lin Jin's feigned cheerfulness. She blinked rapidly to hold back her tears. "Not bad. I'm no slouch either, you know. I can take down one with a single slash." "You're full of it. You're flying so high. Don't believe me. Come out and spar. Let's see who's stronger now." She just wanted to see how Lin Jin was doing. Lin Jin knew exactly what Lu Peipei intended. Pretending to be disdainful, she said, "I'm not going to compete with you. You're definitely not as strong as me. How do you know without trying?" Lin Jin paused for a few seconds, then changed the subject. "Peipei, go back. Don't come again." These days Lin Jin had grown accustomed to living alone, and she planned to continue this way. Lu Peipei lowered her head, blinking rapidly, and whispered, "Lin Jin, the military is here." Lin Jin replied softly, "I know. My parents and I have decided to follow the military to Haisher base." Lin Jin pursed her lips, furrowed her brow, then relaxed it. "That's great. You'll be safe." "Yeah, that's what we thought." After saying this, both fell silent. After a long wait, Lu Peipei asked, "Are you sure you won't come with me?" Lin Jin clenched her jaw, holding back her tears. "No. I'm fine as I am. Perfectly fine." She emphasized the last 3 words as if trying to convince herself. Lu Peipei lowered her head, wiped away her tears with her hand, then looked up with a smile. "All right then. You have to stay well. I'll always be at Haisher base. You can find me whenever you want." "Okay, if I get the chance I'll come visit you," Lin Jin replied with a smile. "It's a deal. It's a deal." The two made this pact through the door. For 3 whole days Lin Jin stayed hidden at home, not stepping out, until she saw the convoy leave. Besides the military vehicles, many civilian cars followed behind. Jiangsheng had truly been abandoned. Peipei had left with them. Well, that was good. In reality, after April 1st, over 80 of people had awakened, and less than 10 had actually turned into zombies. But the apocalypse came too suddenly. Too many were caught off guard, bitten or scratched, and rapidly infected, swelling the zombie ranks. The infection spread too fast. The global population shrank drastically while zombies multiplied. Even the military couldn't contain it. The emergence of psychics caught everyone's attention, and people began consciously recruiting them to travel together. As the zombie crisis went global, survivors could only keep migrating. Lin Jin didn't know how dangerous the world situation was, but her own situation was perilous enough. In a building in the eastern district of Qingtian residential area, she was surrounded by 6 zombies, with one already lying dead on the ground. Although Lin Jin could retreat downstairs, there were even more zombies outside. It was better to face these 6 here. She gripped a watermelon knife tightly in her right hand, while her left hand continuously gathered crystal-clear water droplets. She swung the knife with agility, precisely cutting down a zombie that lunged at her. At the same time, the water droplet in her left hand finally condensed, successfully shooting out like a gleaming bullet and striking another zombie squarely in the center of its forehead. With a dull thud, that zombie also collapsed to the ground lifeless. Without hesitation, Lin Jin continued to condense more water droplets while swinging the watermelon knife with astonishing speed. Even if she couldn't kill the zombies outright, she could at least effectively prevent them from getting close. The zombies she struck splattered disgusting bits of flesh and black fluid. After more than 10 minutes of intense battle, all 6 zombies were finally eradicated. Though Lin Jin wasn't injured, she was covered in nauseating bits of flesh, as if she had just emerged from a bloody massacre. Dealing with so many at once left Lin Jin gasping for breath. The watermelon knife in her hand was already blunted. She threw it away. This was the 3rd and last one, and it was useless now. Her water-based psychic power was also nearly depleted. She needed to rest for a while. After the military left, Lin Jin stayed home for 2 more days before heading out to clear the western district. It took several days to clean it all out, greatly improving her physique and strength and honing her zombie-killing skills. At the same time, her water-based psychic power had improved. Lin Jin had developed an offensive technique, continuously condensing and compressing water droplets before launching them. The effect was quite good. However, the condensation and compression took a long time, the aim was off, and the range was short. Through constant practice, Lin Jin went from not being able to condense at all to forming 1 droplet per minute, and now 1 every 5 or 6 seconds. Though she still couldn't unleash it instantly, it provided an extra layer of safety. Moreover, where she could only solve her personal drinking water needs before, she could now even take a shower. With the water cut off, Lin Jean relied on her psychic power for drinking and washing, though the water was a bit cold. Lin Jean had been cornered because all the residents on this floor were dead. The doors of all 4 apartments were wide open. Outside and inside the doorway of Unit 04 lay 2 corpses, their faces gnawed beyond recognition, their brains and internal organs hollowed out. Lin Jean had grown somewhat numb. It had been nearly a month since the apocalypse began, and she was used to it. She had seen plenty of scenes where zombies feasted, tearing a person apart alive. Lin Jean started searching from Unit 04, then moved to 03. In truth, the food she had scavenged over these days was scarce. Ordinary households didn't stockpile large amounts of food, and even if they did, it would be in the fridge, but fridge food was now the least edible. As she walked from Unit 03 to 02, passing the zombie corpses, Lin Jean caught a glimpse of something in the shattered head of a larger zombie. She crouched beside the broken head, staring for a long time without seeing clearly. Amidst the red and white mess, could it be a shard of glass? After much hesitation, Lin Jean finally pulled out a few tissues from her backpack and picked the object out of. She had killed many zombies, but this was her first time doing this. It was truly disgusting, soft and squishy. Using her psychic power to summon a bit of water to wash off the filth, she revealed a crystal clear object the size of a grain of rice, quite beautiful. A crystal core. Some novels had such a concept. As for the glass shard, there was no broken glass, a glass shard growing inside a brain. She had never seen anything like it. Lin Jean wasn't sure if this thing was akin to a crystal core. Of the zombies she had killed before, 90% had their heads split open, but none had such an object inside. She turned her gaze to the heads of the other zombies. After hesitating for just a few seconds, she ran into someone's home, grabbed a kitchen knife, and unceremoniously began chopping heads and digging out brains. The scene was utterly gruesome, a mess of flesh, scraps, blood, and red and white matter. After digging through 6, she found another one slightly smaller than the first. It seemed not every zombie had one, but it reminded Lin Jean that she would now have an extra task digging into zombie brains. Lin Jean didn't know what these beads were, but she decided to call them crystal cores. She found another bag to store them, then pretended to put it in her shirt pocket, but actually placed it into her space. After searching Units 01 and 02 for food, she chose Unit 02, closed the door, and slept on the sofa there for 2 hours. The fastest way to recover her psychic power was through sleep. Though clearing the Western District had taken Lin Jean a week, she planned to spend at most half a month clearing the Eastern District. After all, she had already killed dozens of zombies in the West, honing her skills with swift strikes. Now with her psychic attacks, her speed would greatly increase. Through her observations, Lin Jean noticed that not a single animal could be seen. While cities didn't have many animals, residential areas usually had cats and dogs, and there were some strays outside, not to mention rats, cockroaches, and mosquitoes, but none of them were around. This was very unusual. Moreover, Jiangxing was a coastal city teeming with marine life. It would be why, with her watermelon knife gone, Lin Jean pulled out a crowbar, which was less comfortable to use. Though suitable for killing zombies, it was too heavy, and she wasn't skilled with it. So she relied primarily on her psychic attacks, which became smoother with use. She killed zombies faster, and the scenes were much cleaner, except for the post-kill brain digging. Don't worry about me. Leave me here. I can hold them off for a while. You go on. Nonsense. Stay down and don't move. The boy hoisted the person on his back higher and pressed on. The girl supporting him also spoke. Ningyu, we're not abandoning you. Don't say that anymore. We should find somewhere to hide first. Ningyu was injured. The scent of blood stirred the nearby zombies, drawing them to encircle the group. This group of 4 men, 2 women, and a child advanced cautiously through the pitch-black night. Unfortunately, their luck was poor. Instead of finding a safe haven, they stumbled into a zombie nest and were forced to flee in haste. Because of this, they dared not enter unfamiliar places, recklessly fearing it would only worsen their plight. The men took turns carrying the injured Ningyu on their backs. The 2 women volunteered to lead the way while the child was led along, striving hard to keep pace. The night stretched endlessly. If they couldn't find shelter, danger was inevitable. Just as exhaustion overcame them, a voice suddenly rang out, "Over here." The night was so dark that even hearing the voice, they couldn't see anyone. Just as they thought it was an auditory hallucination, a tiny light flickered in the darkness, blinking on and off. Zombies were still chasing them. With no time to overthink, they followed the light. Upon arrival, they found it was a residential area. The one calling them was a girl seemingly about their age. This person was none other than Lin Jean. Unable to sleep late at night, she had been sitting on the balcony daydreaming when she spotted several dark shadows moving on the street. Though indistinct, her frequent late-night observations of the scenery told her these were humans. No one moved at night unless necessary. She initially wanted to ignore them, but using a night vision telescope, she saw they were a group of young people, one carrying an injured person and another leading a child. Not far behind them, a dozen or so zombies shuffled along. Compared to the early days, the zombies were now faster, sensitive to sound, and had developed eyesight, though nearsighted, and an even keener sense of smell, capable of detecting blood from 2 kilometers away. Lin led them to a house on the 5th floor of Building 25. She watched as a few zombies staggered into the complex, but losing their target lingered and wandered around the area. "Thank you, miss," one of the girls spoke first. Lin merely responded with a grunt, saying nothing more, maintaining an air of aloofness. The atmosphere grew awkward. Lin stood by the window while the others stood stiffly in the living room, as if being punished. Finally, Lin broke the silence. "This isn't my home. Feel free to find a place to rest." This group looked like college students inexperienced in the ways of the world. Lin could see through their thoughts. Despite her words, they remained somewhat restrained. They only let the injured Ningyu lie on the sofa, while the others sat on the floor leaning against it. Lin cast an intrigued glance at them. After all the struggle, the gauze wrapped around Ningyu's arm was soaked through with blood. Gauze, iodine, and cotton. The tallest boy suddenly spoke. Gauze, iodine, and cotton. Apart from the sticks they carried, these people didn't even have a backpack. The little boy glanced at Lin then at the long-haired girl among them, as if seeking confirmation. The long-haired girl also looked at Lin and nodded. "Take out some water and food too." The little boy named Mo right in front of Lin conjured a large pile of items out of thin air. The boy took the medical supplies to change Ningyu's bandages, while the long-haired girl distributed the food to her companions and even brought a portion to Lin "Miss, have something to eat too." A bottle of mineral water and a pack of soda crackers. Lin didn't refuse and accepted the offering, also glimpsing the injured person's wound. It was a bite mark. A chunk of flesh was missing, blood dripping profusely. Exhausted from the night's ordeal, they ate a little and then leaned back to rest, with only the little boy asleep by the sofa. Lin watched this group with a tangled mind. During this time, she had encountered far too many evils, human greed and desire, which only deepened her disgust for a world she already understood too well. Their mutual support and solidarity were the reasons she chose to help them. If her mother hadn't turned into a zombie, she and Pei's family might have been like this too. Lin had been to this house before and knew there were clean blankets inside. She quietly fetched one and gently covered the child. The long-haired girl smiled at Lin and whispered a thank you. Soon the sky began to lighten slightly. Ningyu, asleep on the sofa, suddenly convulsed, his face deathly pale and forehead beaded with sweat. "Oh no, Ningyu has a fever." This woke everyone except the sleeping child. "A fever? What should we do? It seems we don't have any fever medicine." The water was cut off and there was no alcohol, not even the means for a physical cooldown. "Mineral water. Someone go see if there are towels, tissues, or even wet wipes." Lin only watched their flurry of activity, coldly saying nothing. They found towels in the bathroom. One was placed on Ningyu's forehead, while another was dampened to continuously wipe his neck and hands, but his temperature never dropped. The atmosphere was oppressive. Lin didn't want to stay here any longer. She couldn't bear to watch another living person slowly turn into a zombie. The process was too agonizing. In a foul mood, she wanted to go downstairs and vent by killing some zombies. Before leaving, she couldn't help but offer a few words of advice. "It's best to move your friend to the bedroom. Don't watch him alone, and at least 2 people should stay together. If anything goes wrong, whether to kill or keep him, she had no right to decide." She herself was a cautionary tale. From now on, everyone should carry a backpack with some random items. A spatial ability. Don't reveal it unless necessary. These days there are more bad people than good. The long-haired girl was observant. Earlier, when Mo produced items out of thin air, she noticed this young lady wasn't surprised at all. Now, accurately naming Mo's ability, she guessed that this girl either had a spatial ability herself or had met someone who did. "Miss, are you leaving?" Thinking Lin was about to leave, everyone grew tense. They were just ordinary people. Mo, though an ability user, had no combat skills. Now with Ningyu bitten and at risk of turning into a zombie at any moment. Though they knew no one was obligated to keep helping them, their unfamiliarity with the place stirred anxiety. Lin read their emotions. "I'm not leaving. Just going downstairs for some air. This neighborhood is safe for now. You can enter any open doors and search. There might be things you can use." Hearing this, they realized she must have cleared the area and felt much more at ease. But going downstairs for some air, what was that about? Though there were fewer people now, the air hadn't freshened. Instead, it was filled with the stench of decaying corpses, and terrifying zombies still appeared from time to time. Still, since she had said as much, they couldn't stop her from leaving. Lin, carrying a baseball bat, reached the 1st floor. Earlier, she had seen 4 zombies follow them into the compound, but she wasn't sure if more had entered since. At any rate, she planned to sweep through the entire compound. For now, it seemed they still couldn't climb stairs. "Mungming, come quick, that young lady is killing zombies," another short-haired girl shouted from upstairs, having witnessed Lin's zombie-slaying scene. Lin showed no fear in facing the zombies. She simply swung her baseball bat. Precise strikes, knocking them down, crushing their heads. Her moves were swift, accurate, and ruthless. almost as if she were venting her anger. Indeed, those who dared to go solo were all masters. Little did Lin Jean know that someone regarded her as such. If she did, she would scoff at the idea. She was no master, it was merely that she had killed enough zombies to become skilled. Unwilling to reveal her abilities in front of strangers, she used the baseball bat purely to relieve stress. Having finished off the few zombies in the compound, without feeling satisfied, she also slaughtered those wandering nearby. It was several hours later when she returned to Building 25. She hesitated, wondering whether to go upstairs. The group who had been watching her noticed her return immediately. Seeing her lingering downstairs for so long, they sent 2 boys down to check on her. Lin Jean was still in the midst of her internal struggle when she heard footsteps from the stairwell. Within seconds, the 2 boys appeared. "What's wrong? Are you looking for something?" No. We just saw you hadn't come back for a while and wondered if you needed help." Lin Jean could tell from their expressions that they had seen her return and were puzzled as to why she was still standing. She didn't call them out on it and simply went along with their words. "No need for help. Go back and rest. Once you've rested, leave as soon as possible. The city isn't safe." The boys asked in surprise, "Aren't you coming up?" "No." Were they being rejected by the master? As Lin Jean turned to leave, one of them quickly asked, "Could you tell us where you live? In case we need to find you." "Find her? What for?" "To help them kill the one who had turned into a zombie. Building 26. Just call out from downstairs, and he'll hear you." It had to be said the young lad's caution was truly strong. Lin Jean left, and the 2 could only report the facts to the others. No one had any complaints. They all felt Lin Jean had been more than kind, helping them without expecting anything in return, and even warning them to be wary of bad people. Because of this group, Lin Jean dared not return to her own home and simply found a random room in Building 26 to rest. Yet just a few hours later, she heard someone downstairs calling out for the young lady. This time the tall boy and the long-haired girl came. "What's wrong? We brought you some food." Although Lin Jean had accepted the food they offered earlier, she hadn't taken it with her when she left in the morning. They knew that with Lin Jean's skills, she couldn't possibly lack food, but they still wanted to express their gratitude. They had even come specifically to bring her food. Lin Jean was somewhat surprised. Were they in such good spirits? She carefully observed their expressions, smooth brows, slightly upturned lips. Logically, nearly 10 hours had passed since she met them. The one who was bitten should have turned by now. Unless... Did your companion wake up? The 2 were incredulous yet delighted. The young lady was amazing if she even knew that. He woke up, the fever's gone, and he awakened a fire-type ability. How fortunate, how wonderful. Good, I'm glad he's okay. Lin Jean accepted the food from the girl and reminded them again, leave as soon as you can. It's not safe here. They knew all too well that Jiangxing was unsafe now. Having missed the rescue army, while picking up Momo, they now had to leave on foot. Young lady, why don't you come with us? After saying this, as if remembering something, she quickly added, we'll try not to. It was remarkable that they could still remain optimistic and cheerful. Lin Jean rather liked this small group, but unfortunately, she couldn't help them any further. I won't be leaving just yet. I have things to do. The sooner you leave, the safer. There are many cars in the underground garage. You can look for one that works. After giving these instructions, Lin Jean was about to go back upstairs when she suddenly remembered her own car was also in the garage. She turned back and called out to them, Jiangxi 9237 is my car. Watching Lin Jean walk away after saying that, Lu Ming couldn't help but find it amusing. At first she thought the young lady was cold and aloof, then she discovered she was tough on the outside but warm-hearted. Now it seemed the young lady was a bit adorable. Young lady, my name is Lu Ming. What's yours? Does it matter? Lin Jean had no desire for excessive contact with others. Lu Ming didn't give up and continued then. If we meet again, would you tell me your name? Next time. Lu Ming added, in the future somewhere else. All right. Lu Ming looked forward to meeting again, but Lin Jean knew it was unlikely. After they left, Lin Jean spent 10 days clearing out the eastern district. She gathered plenty of supplies, 10 crystals, and managed to get an off-road vehicle. The western district, aside from Lin Jean, was completely empty, just as when she left. No survivors had come, and the nearby zombies had all been cleared by her, making it relatively safe. Opening the door to her home, the items at the entrance of Lin Shan's bedroom hadn't been moved at all. She removed the furniture and listened carefully. There was the occasional clink of chains. Huff. Letting out a sigh of relief, Lin Jean had been worried that Lin Shan might have broken the chains. She entered the bedroom and cheerfully greeted her, Mom, I'm back. Zombie Lin Shan, haha. Mom must be hungry. Let's eat first. After feeding her, Lin Jean began chatting with Lin Shan again. Mom, I've gotten stronger. See, even as a water type, I can kill zombies. Lin Jean instantly condensed water droplets to demonstrate. And I discovered that some zombies have crystals in their heads like tiny diamonds. So beautiful. She showed the bag of crystals to Lin Shan. Mom, pretty right. Is this what they call crystals in novels? I wonder how to use them. Lin Jean wasn't foolish enough to use them recklessly. Oh, Mom, I found an off-road vehicle. I plan to leave tomorrow to get out of Jiangxing. We'll go to W province. We'll find a place to settle down once we get there. Mom, we're going on a road trip. Are you happy? Excited. Lin Jin's words were completely lost on zombie Lin Shan, who simply stared at her with what could only be described as excitement. Lin Jin knew that Lin Shan couldn't understand a thing, but what else could she do but talk to herself? On the day of their departure, she gave Lin Shan a bath, a process that was both agonizing and perilous. The moment Lin Jin untied the chains securing Lin Shan to the bed, the zombie leaped up in excitement. If she hadn't been wrapped up like a silkworm, Lin Jin might have ended up getting hurt. After much difficulty, Lin Jin managed to get Lin Shan into the bathroom. She closed the glass door and poured water in from the gap at the top, giving her a makeshift shower. Unable to change her clothes, she just rinsed them along with her body. After washing, she had to figure out how to dry her. Since she couldn't towel her off, she used a solar generator which was fully charged to power a heater and dried Lin Shan's clothes before setting off. Going downstairs was quick as Lin Shan's legs weren't bound. Lin Jin walked briskly ahead and Lin Shan followed, eagerly, never falling behind. Lin Jin opened the rear door and climbed in herself. Lin Shan followed, but being a zombie, she tumbled stiffly onto the footwell of the back seat. Lin Jin crawled out the other side and carefully dragged Lin Shan into the car. She had laid 2 layers of quilts in the footwell. That was where she planned for Lin Shan to lie. The back seat was piled with bags and luggage, so no one would see the zombie lying there. If only I could put Mom in the space, Lin Jin had fantasized and even tried, but the truth was, it didn't work. So zombies were not inanimate objects. Lin Jin planned to take the provincial expressway traveling directly from Jiangxing to Shuanxing in L province to gather supplies before continuing her journey. The route she took out of the city happened to be the same one the military had used. Although a month had passed, the path had been cleared of obstacles with only a few scattered zombies remaining. Lin Jin drove for an hour before reaching the provincial expressway without encountering any issues. Unlike usual, when a trip of less than 500 kilometers would take just over 5 hours, this time, she drove for more than 8 hours. By the time she exited the expressway, the sky had already turned dusky yellow. Not long after leaving the expressway, she spotted a small inn. With nightfall approaching and the dangers it brought, Lin Jin parked her car at the inn's entrance. The inn was situated very close to the expressway exit with no residential areas nearby. Lin Jin wondered what the owner had been thinking placing the inn in such a remote location, but it worked to her advantage. After parking, Lin Jin grabbed her bag and axe locked the car and stepped out. 2 other vehicles were parked outside the small inn. She scanned the vicinity thoroughly, but found no zombies. The inn's door was closed, but not locked. Pushing open the glass door, Lin Jin immediately spotted the registration counter on the left. Behind it, cigarettes, instant noodles, biscuits, drinks, and alcohol were neatly arranged, untouched by anyone. About 10 meters behind the entrance was a staircase leading both up and down. From the outside, the inn appeared to have only 2 floors. To the left of the counter was a room, and to the right of the staircase a corridor stretched out. After surveying the layout, Lin Jin began clapping her hands slowly. The sound was soft, but in the profound silence, even ordinary claps seemed unusually loud. Sounds came from both upstairs and the right corridor. A zombie darted out from the corridor, its body emaciated, clearly starved for a long time. As it charged, Lin Jin swung her axe and cleaved its head off. At the same time, a zombie from upstairs rushed down. This one had obviously fed recently, with dried blood caked on its hands and mouth. Droplets of water condensed and shot out, missing their mark, but bursting the zombie's eye. Lin Jin. She attacked again with water droplets, hitting the target on the second attempt. The zombie stumbled forward a couple of steps due to momentum before collapsing. She clapped again, but no further sounds stirred. Lin Jin split open the heads of both zombies, finding she collected everything from the shelves behind the counter into her spatial storage and retrieved the inn's room keys from the counter. She checked the first floor rooms. All were empty except for one with its door ajar. Next, Lin Jin went to the second floor. Near the staircase lay a corpse. Stepping around it, she used the keys to open each room one by one, finding them all unoccupied. Only the last room at the end of the hallway had its door open with dried bloodstains inside. Likely the zombie and its devoured companion had shared that room. The room beside the counter was probably the cashier's, but it was empty. Lin Jin headed to the basement where a door at the end blocked her path. She tried the keys one by one until the door opened, releasing a musty smell. It was a storage room that had likely been sealed for over a month, coated in dust. It mostly contained daily necessities and disposable items with little food, a testament to the inn's poor business. After gathering everything, she left the inn and returned to her car. Lin Jin had never planned to stay at the inn. Aside from her supplies, the main reason was Lin Shan, whom she wanted to keep hidden as much as possible. Lin Jin first fed Lin Shan, then gagged her with a clean cloth. She ate some bread herself, left a crack in the window, grabbed a thick woolen blanket, reclined the seat, and settled in to sleep as best she could. One had to admire Lin Jin's audacity, sleeping in such a confined space with a zombie. If Lin Shan ever broke free, Lin Jin would meet a gruesome end. Lin Jin awoke at dawn, her entire body aching. Yawning, she got out of the car, stretched her arms and legs, twisted her neck and waist, then took out a cup, toothbrush, and towel from her backpack to wash up. After freshening up, she returned to the car and ate some bread, a sausage, and a carton of milk. Today she needed to find a gas station. There was still some space in her storage, and she hoped to stock up on more fuel for emergencies. Lin-Jean said to Lin-Shan, "Mommy's sorry to put you through this for now. Once we leave the city, it'll take the cloth out of your mouth." Since yesterday, Lin-Jean had barely spoken to Lin-Shan. Outside, with so little cover, she had to keep her hidden. In the city, there might still be survivors, and Lin-Jean feared Lin-Shan's growls would give them away, so she didn't dare remove the gag. Lin-Jean had never been to Xuanqing and didn't know where the gas stations were. She took out her tablet and opened the map, but the positioning system was down. It took her a while to locate herself and then find a gas station. It wasn't far, and she reached the gas station quickly. Though it had been looted, there was still plenty of fuel left. The food and water had all been taken by survivors. Lin-Jean filled her car with gas, found some fuel containers, and filled several more. Then she drove back on the road. Lin-Jean removed the cloth from Lin-Shan's mouth and said with some smugness, "Mom, I feel like I'm incredibly lucky, just like the protagonist in a novel." Before the apocalypse, she had awakened her abilities, allowing her to prepare in advance. The first time she went out chased by so many zombies, she hadn't even gotten a scratch. She had smoothly reached the supermarket stockpile, and the door was even open. The expressway trip was trouble-free, and in an unfamiliar city, she found a gas station right away. Ha, protagonist, my ass. With so much good fortune, Lin-Jean was almost deluded. But when she thought about it, which protagonist had a life like hers? The only person she cared about in this world had become a zombie. As for her spatial ability, yes, it awakened early, but that was all. Which protagonist had such a tiny space? Her water ability. If she hadn't figured out an attack technique herself, she'd just be a human reservoir. Where was the protagonist's massive golden finger? Where was the portable space? The spiritual spring, raising chickens and ducks, planting trees and flowers. The ability to store living beings or time dilation. No, she was just a pitiful nobody. Lin-Jean planned to drive her off-road vehicle straight to Province W, but she was still too young and naive. After driving for more than 2 hours on the highway, a tragic event occurred, a chain collision. On April 1st, people fell into a deep sleep, too suddenly many, even while driving on the highway. This unforeseen change directly triggered a series of chain accidents. Multiple cars collided with one another, and the occupants perished on the spot. Ultimately, the vehicles exploded, leaving the entire stretch of road engulfed in darkness, with various car parts scattered everywhere. Similar accidents were not limited to this, as they frequently occurred on highways around the globe. In Hua country, due to it being the early hours, the losses were relatively minor. However, countries that were in broad daylight at the time suffered far more devastating losses. Highways collapsed, bridges were blown apart. Such scenes were all too common. I was indeed overthinking it, Lin-Jean mocked herself. Lin-Jean could only return the way she came. The nearest exit was Tongxiang, and it seemed luck had merely favored her previously, as she understood that such incidents were bound to occur on the highway. As she drove off the highway, Lin-Jean found that the road conditions were fairly good, with only a few zombies wandering by the roadside, indicating that others had also exited the highway not long ago. Lin-Jean initially did not plan to linger in Tongxiang, preparing to head west to find a highway entrance, but reality proved to be far from ideal. She got lost. The road seemed increasingly unlike one leading to the highway, and after wandering around, she ended up near a village. How if we can't get out soon, we'll run out of supplies. Originally there were over 10 of them, but gradually fewer remained. Now only 8 were left. They had arrived in Tongxiang 5 days ago, intending to gather supplies, but unexpectedly found themselves trapped here. Since 2 days ago, everyone had reduced food intake. Liang Hao asked Qingying, "How much food do we have left?" Perhaps their large number attracted more zombies, initially few, but they soon began to gather in increasing numbers. The house they were in was still located near the village entrance, 3 stories high with a yard. Outside the yard, 2 or 3 circles of zombies surrounded them, trapping them inside. Qingying furrowed her brows, glancing at the 2 children sitting in the corner. "Even if we save, we won't make it to tomorrow." Every day Meng Meng keeps saying she's hungry. In fact, the 2 children had already been quite patient, aware that things were different now. However, in recent days, the elderly women and children had received the least food, as fighting zombies required physical strength, and most food had been preserved for the 3 men. Liang Hao stood by the window on the 3rd floor, looking down through the transparent glass. The horde of zombies surrounded the outer walls of the yard, packed tightly with no gaps. If there were more, they might even push the walls down. How could they break out against so many zombies? "A car!" Qin suddenly exclaimed. Everyone's gaze turned towards a black off-road vehicle approaching from the distance. "Help! Help!" Although shouting loudly might attract more zombies, their current situation was dire enough to... Lin-Jean from a distance noticed the house surrounded by zombies. There were definitely survivors inside. But so what? What did it have to do with her? Lin-Jean was about to accelerate past when she heard the cries for help from within the house. "Are they idiots?" shouting like that will attract all the nearby zombies. Lin Jean initially did not want to pay attention, but among those cries, she unexpectedly heard the voice of a child. The car drove away. It's over, we're done for, a woman began to cry. With her crying, the two children followed. Shut up. The man who was crying became irritable. Even if they were going to die, was it not allowed to cry? No one heard the man amidst the cries. Inside the third-floor room, chaos reigned, but at that moment Liang Hao saw that car returning, and a person emerged from the driver's seat. Liang Hao frowned. It was a young girl. Lin Jean, unable to overcome her mental barrier, had no choice but to back the car up, wrap it with tape, grab an axe, and lock the door after getting out. It's just a few dozen of them. It'll be fine, Lin Jean secretly encouraged herself. She twisted her neck, moved her shoulder joints, and warmed up. As Lin Jean approached, quickly she gathered droplets of water in her hands, shooting them like bullets at the zombies. What was more honorable? Taking advantage of their unawareness to ambush them was the way to go. She would kill as many as she could. Zombies continued to fall, and the others finally noticed someone behind them. The scent of living flesh prompted the zombies surrounding Lin Jean to move toward her. Lin Jean's initial attack shocked the people in the house. Water-based abilities can be used like this. Throughout their journey, they had encountered other ability users. Fire users could launch fireballs to burn zombies, while earth users could only create spikes and couldn't even sustain a defensive earthen wall. The water user they had seen before could only provide water for the team drop by drop. As for other abilities they had yet to encounter, Liang Hao immediately made a decision. Xiaoming Wang Su, let's go down to help. It wouldn't be fair to let a young girl fight against so many zombies, especially since she was doing it to save them. Cheng-Ying, take good care of them. Liang Hao and the three took their weapons and rushed downstairs. Lu Tianqi gazed at Lin Jean, who was fighting zombies with wide, clear eyes filled with admiration. Sister Ingzi, that sister is so awesome. Lu Tianqi was a 7-year-old boy, and he was in awe of how Lin Jean wielded an axe in one hand while using her water abilities to kill zombies, managing to avoid harm despite being surrounded by so many. Cheng-Ying also stared at Lin Jean's figure without blinking, exclaiming, yes, she's amazing. After the zombies took over, there were few women willing to fight them. While it appeared that Lin Jean was effortlessly slaughtering zombies, only she knew how perilous the situation. Zombies surged like a tide, clawing and snapping at her with their gaping maws. A moment's negligence could result in being scratched or bitten by these grotesque creatures, leading to unimaginable consequences. Moreover, prolonged combat rapidly drained her stamina, while her mind needed to remain highly focused. Before long, she felt utterly exhausted, as if her body and soul were being drained. However, she knew she could not afford to let her guard down, otherwise she would face an abyss from which there was no return. Fortunately, 3 men came out to help, drawing away some of the zombies and significantly easing Lin Jean's burden. The 3 men were not as powerful as Lin Jean. They fought while retreating, trying to scatter the zombies surrounding. Lin Jean couldn't accurately strike the zombies' heads and resorted to hacking their arms and legs, smashing knees. In short, she aimed to incapacitate some of the zombies to prevent them from closing in. After dispersing a portion of the zombies, the 3 quickly formed a triangular defense with their backs to each other. They used steel pipes to smash, watermelon knives to slash, and when necessary kicked, effectively toppling zombies and even taking a few down with them. After over 40 minutes, they finally killed all the zombies. Lin Jean noticed that with such commotion, no other zombies appeared, indicating that the surrounding ones were all here. She didn't know what misfortune had befallen them. Cheng Hao looked a bit disheveled. After catching his breath, he said to Lin Jean, thank you for saving us. Previously, they had avoided zombies whenever possible. They only fought back when they had no choice, but that was only a few. This was the first time they felt so passionately about fighting zombies, even if the 3 of them combined only faced a dozen. Seeing them safe and sound, the others in the house also came out. A little girl blinked her beautiful eyes, her pink cheeks adorned with a sweet smile, as she spoke sincerely, Big sister, you're so amazing. Big sister, thank you. The little boy was also delicately featured, though his face was a bit dirty and he looked thin. It was not hard to tell he was originally a handsome child. Lin Jean's mouth twitched. It was because of these 2 children that she had softened her heart, but now her hands were weary from killing. You'd better leave quickly. I don't think it's safe here. If it were safe, these people wouldn't have been foolishly trapped. Who knew if another wave of zombies would suddenly appear? Liang Hao and the others exchanged glances, realizing that this girl didn't seem keen on interacting with them. However, there were always those who failed to grasp the situation. A girl with long wavy black hair stepped out from the crowd and demanded, do you have any food? Give us some. We've been starving for 3 days. Qin. Wang Su particularly disliked Qin. She was always causing trouble and acting like a princess, as if things were still the same and she could just open her mouth to get what she wanted. Originally, Lin Jean did have plenty of food and she wouldn't have minded sharing, but after she had just risked her life to save them, for this person to make such a demand so arrogantly was too much. No. How could you not have any? You must have some in your car. Qin felt this girl was utterly immoral, clearly having food but refusing to share, letting them starve. Was this a case of princess syndrome? Even in the apocalypse, she still had it truly a severe case. Lin Jin's face turned cold and her tone became distant. I said no, and that means no. I don't believe you. With that, Qin Qin walked toward the off-road vehicle. Qin Qin. Cheng Ying grabbed Qin Qin's arm to stop her and shook her head. In truth, Cheng Ying didn't like Qin Qin either, but since they were all former friends now fleeing together, she didn't want things to get too ugly. Wang Su, however, was eager to watch the drama unfold. That girl who killed zombies so fiercely was no pushover. Hopefully she'd teach Qin Qin a lesson. Qin Qin's delicate face was creased with a frown, her expression impatient. Why are you pulling me? Don't tell me you believe her. She's so strong, how could she not have found food? What's the big deal about giving us some? Liang Hao signaled Xiao Ming and Wang Su to restrain Qin Qin. Wang Su shrugged, refusing to get involved. Only Xiao Ming and Cheng Ying managed to hold Qin Qin back, with Xiao Ming covering her mouth. We're really sorry. She's been spoiled by her family. Lin Jin had always detested people like this, and now in the apocalypse, she was the same. Did she think she was the sun, and everyone had to revolve around her? Even zombies knew to go after flesh themselves. Lin Jin said coldly, take her away immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. Liang Hao instructed Xiao Ming and the others to drag Qin Qin away first, while he and Wang Su ran back into the house to grab their belongings. The elderly man held onto the two children. The little boy broke free from the old man's hand, ran up to Lin Jin, and mustered the courage to say, Big sister, don't be mad. That woman is crazy. Seeing the little boy talking to the pretty sister, the little girl also wriggled free from her grandfather's hand and timidly approached Lin Jin. Big sister, I'm sorry. Please don't be angry, okay? The old man wanted to stop them, but seeing that Lin Jin wasn't frowning at the children and even crouched down to talk to them, he held back. Lin Jin's expression softened as she faced the two little ones, her tone becoming much gentler. It's not your fault. Why apologize? The little girl seemed younger than the boy. At this age, children should be happily attending kindergarten and playing. But Big Sister saved us and she made you angry. She's with us. Ming Ming. Ming Ming. We'll help Big Sister hit her, okay? The little girl looked confused, a bit aggrieved, and somewhat ashamed. Ming Ming was truly adorable, like a Barbie doll, a very pretty little girl. Lin Jin had a weakness for good looks and was completely defenseless against such beautiful children. Hold out your hands. Ming Ming didn't know what the pretty sister wanted to do. Was she going to slap her palms? Even though she was a bit scared, she still stretched out her hands. Both hands. Ming Ming timidly extended the other one as well. Lin Jin reached into her coat pocket, pulled out a handful of chocolates, and placed them into Ming Ming's hands. Ming Ming had thought she was going to be punished, but instead the pretty sister gave her candy. The little boy watched Ming Ming receive the sweets with envy, but he didn't ask for any. Lin Jin, of course, noticed the boy's gaze and the way he swallowed. It seemed their group had indeed been starving. Lin Jin reached into her pocket again and, using her space, took out more chocolates. She handed the candy to the little boy and instructed, eat them secretly. Don't give any to that Qin Qin. Lin Jin despised that person. Anyone could have her food, but not Qin Qin. Mom. The two children nodded eagerly like pecking chicks. Lu Tianqi was thrilled to receive the chocolate, and upon hearing Lin Jin's words, he felt that this big sister was truly a kind person. Liang Hao and Wang Su came out with their belongings, thanked Lin Jin again, and then led the elderly man and the children to catch up with the other three ahead. After they had all left, Lin Jin pulled out a sharp knife and began to dig into the brains. It wasn't that she wanted to hide the fact that there was something inside the zombies' heads, but right after the killing, someone had started trouble and there were children present. Such a bloody and violent scene shouldn't be shown to kids. As for the zombies they had killed, so what? She had only gotten involved because she was saving them. Moreover, judging by their expressions, they seemed unaware that the zombies had crystals in their brains. Lu Tianqi was led by his grandfather, with one hand walking and turning back repeatedly to catch another glimpse of that big sister. When he grew up, he would become very strong and repay her. Then he witnessed a sight he would never forget. He saw Lin Jin cleave open a zombie's head with her knife, thrust the blade inside and stir, and then do something utterly astonishing. She reached her hand into the shattered skull and pulled something out. Lu Tianqi's face turned deathly pale. This big sister was two. With his limited vocabulary, he couldn't accurately express the shock in his heart. By the time Lin Jin finished dissecting the zombies, her waist felt almost unable to straighten. Fortunately, her efforts yielded results with a total of 8 transparent crystal cores of various sizes. After cleaning up, Lin Jin returned to the car, sitting in the seat lost in thought. After a long time, she softly spoke. Mom, I thought that after seeing you like this, besides Pepe, there would be nothing else I cared about in this world, and I wouldn't feel soft-hearted anymore. After the apocalypse, she had lived alone for a month, killing so many zombies that Lin Jin felt she had become hard. When zombie Lin Shan was alone in the car, it was quite peaceful. But as soon as Lin Jin got in, zombie Lin Shan became agitated again. Lin Jin knew that Lin Shan wouldn't respond. She was merely talking to herself. Taking out a bottle of yogurt and some jerky Lin Shan had prepared earlier, she began to eat slowly. The familiar taste brought tears to Lin Jean's eyes. Mom, when will you get better? After eating well, drinking well, and resting for a bit, they would continue on the road. Yet as the car drove on, Lin Jean felt something was off in her body, as if there was a energy. But just a moment ago her abilities had been nearly depleted, so it seemed unlikely that she had recovered much inside. Lin Jean found a place resembling a small villa with only 5 similar houses nearby situated in a remote area. She didn't see any zombies around, so she chose a house with its door wide open and a garage. She parked the car in the garage, went out to close the iron gate, and swept through the 2-story villa with her axe. There were no zombies and no food. It seemed someone had already been there. The strange feeling in her body became more pronounced. Lin Jean didn't know what was wrong with her, but she vaguely felt that she needed a quiet and safe environment. Lin Jean returned to the car, locked the doors, left a crack in the window, and tore a piece of cloth to gag Lin Shan. Then she closed her eyes, carefully sensing the energy within her body, attempting to guide it. Around 2 a.m., 3 men were hiding in a villa. One was bald, burly, with tattoos covering his exposed arms. Another had yellow hair and was small and thin. The last had a tall, skinny frame with a unique hairstyle. Brother, hi, should we go in? The 3 of them had searched all the villas and initially planned to rest one more night before leaving. However, they spotted an off-road vehicle with only one woman inside. Wasn't this a stroke of luck? A woman, a car. Who knew if there were supplies inside? Let's wait a bit longer. Brother Hai had a past in the underworld, and the other 2 were his lackeys. The yellow-haired one grew impatient. Brother Hai, we've been waiting since this afternoon until midnight. That woman looks quite pretty. If Brother Hai gets to eat meat, we can have a bit of minced meat too. We've been so impatient waiting for this moment. They had indeed waited too long. If they finished early, they could enjoy themselves before resting. All right, let's go check the car and see what's inside. In the apocalypse, there would always be women, but supplies were the most important. They had cleared out the nearby zombies, so it was temporarily safe. The 3 of them crept towards the villa where Lin Jean was staying under the moonlight. The 2 lackeys had often engaged in petty theft, so climbing over a wall was a piece of cake. As for Brother Hai, he could manage it with some effort. They had been to this villa before and knew where the garage was. Sneaking into the garage, they saw a black off-road vehicle parked perfectly. The 3 of them coordinated silently. The skinny one kept watch while the yellow-haired one began to pry open the door, and Brother Hai waited for the door to open. In the dead of night, even though the yellow-haired one was being quiet while prying the car lock, Lin Shan, as a zombie, still heard it. With her mouth gagged, she silently screamed, the chains on her body clinking. The sound of the chains scraping caught Lin Jin's attention as she was in a half-asleep state, and her brows furrowed slightly. The yellow-haired one suddenly stopped his activity, listening carefully. The yellow-haired one whispered to Brother Hai. Brother Hai, I feel like there's a sound coming from inside the car. What sound? Brother Hai perked up his ears, listening closely, but heard nothing. The lookout, unconcerned, said, what does it matter? It's just a woman. With Brother Hai around, what is there to fear? They had encountered other abilities users before, and aside from some minor fire and water abilities, they were all weaklings. Brother Hai was much stronger, capable of exploding a zombie's head with a single punch. There was a sound outside. Lin Jean opened her eyes, seeing a faint flashlight beam outside the car coupled with subtle noises. Was someone trying to pick the lock? People coming at this hour to steal were probably not good people, nor were they formidable. Lin Jean grabbed the axe from the passenger seat, took the flashlight, and pushed open the car door. The yellow-haired one was knocked to the ground by the car door. As Lin Jean got out of the car, she locked the door, put the car keys in her pocket, and saw the yellow-haired one holding his face as he got up, retreating next to the bald man, while another man also ran to the bald man's side. During the day, they hadn't seen the woman clearly from afar, only knowing her figure was decent, and she should be quite young. Now seeing her up close, it was a jackpot. The yellow-haired one whistled and said lewdly, Brother Hai, she's a beauty. Brother Hai was also sizing up the woman before him, dressed in a snug black tracksuit, showing off her curves. With an oval face, delicate red lips, a straight nose, and beautiful eyes, she had her hair tied in a ponytail, looking around 20 years old, radiating youthful vitality. As Lin Jean stepped out of the car and saw the 3 big men, her heart skipped a beat. However, her face showed no sign of fear, and she remained calm. Why are you 3 out stealing cars at this late hour? A woman who wasn't afraid of 3 men at night and was walking alone in the apocalypse didn't seem like an easy target. However, Brother Hai was confident in his strength. The skinny one said boldly and arrogantly, what's stealing? We just came to take what belongs to our Brother Hai. The yellow-haired one added with a lewd grin. Yeah, beauty, it's so dangerous outside. You might as well come with. Lin Jean replied with a hint of sarcasm. Do you have the capability for that? Lin Jean could afford to be soft-hearted towards children, but with these rogues, there was no way. The yellow-haired one, still eager for revenge for being hit by the car door, charged at Lin Jean, thinking the axe in her hand was just for show. Whether she had ever killed a zombie was still uncertain. The yellow-haired one rushed at her, and Lin Jean instinctively dodged, not wanting to engage with him. She had never fought before, only had experience with zombies. She lacked technique, but was agile from her encounters with the undead. As she dodged left and right, she couldn't land a hit on the yellow-haired one, and he couldn't gain the upper hand either. After so long without managing to subdue a woman, the yellow-haired one grew anxious and fought even more chaotically, ultimately tripping over himself. His face turned bright red in embarrassment. Lin Jin seized the opportunity, stepping on the yellow-haired one's back with one foot and placing the axe against his neck. Seeing him still trying to struggle, she warned, "I advise you not to move. The axe is covered in zombie blood and flesh. If it scratches you, turning into a zombie will not be my concern." The yellow-haired one didn't believe this woman would dare to kill a zombie, but when he turned his head and saw the blackened, coagulated blood and flesh on the axe, he instantly lost the will to move. Normally Lin Jin would clean the axe, but today her body felt strange, and she hadn't had time to do so. The yellow-haired one was scared. He didn't want to become a zombie, and cried out, Brother Hai, save me." Brother Hai, ignoring the yellow-haired one still in Lin Jin's grasp, charged forward. Lin Jin had no choice but to let go of the yellow-haired one and sidestep to avoid Brother Hai's punch. Was there wind? A punch went. Lin Jin didn't dare to take it heed and was pushed into a corner by Brother Hai. As a punch came, she dodged and caught a glimpse of a fist print on the wall. Was he an abilities user? Lin Jin decided to stop hiding her skills, quickly creating distance between them, condensing water droplets in both hands and shooting them out. Brother Hai initially thought he had misjudged. This girl seemed to have no abilities. Now seeing her, he realized she was a water abilities user. Although water abilities had no offensive power, he didn't want to get wet and cold, so he tried his best to avoid the flying water droplets. However, this avoidance turned into a never-ending cycle. Brother Hai didn't want to waste any more time. Not avoiding anymore, he directly attacked. The water droplets hit Brother Hai without dispersing, but instead penetrated through his body, taking some of his blood with them. Lin Jin didn't want to take lives, so the compressed water droplets were aimed at Brother Hai's limbs. This time she hit 3 in total, both legs and his left arm. Lin Jin assessed that he only had enhanced strength, but no enhanced physique. It was too dark for Brother Hai's 2 lackeys to see clearly. They only noticed Brother Hai stumbling for no apparent reason. Could it be that he tripped over himself like the yellow-haired one? Feeling relentless, Lin Jin became a bit irritated. Seeing that her water droplets had attacked effectively, she condensed 2 more, threatening, "Get lost now, or next time it will be your head." Brother Hai knew this woman was trying to intimidate him, but the fact that she could use her water abilities like this meant he couldn't take advantage of her. He was already injured, and continuing the fight would not benefit him. Fine. Brother Hai limped away with his injured legs towards his lackeys. Brother Hai. They were incredulous seeing him injured. Brother Hai's face darkened. Let's go. They had encountered someone tough. Their attempt at theft had backfired. The 3 of them had sneaked in, but left in a sorry state. Watching them leave the villa, Lin Jin sighed in relief, almost collapsing to the ground. Fighting with people was far more exhausting than dealing with zombies. It took both effort and energy. She should have consumed a lot of abilities just now. Why did it feel like she still had some energy left? Lin Jin extended her right hand, condensing a water droplet, and tried to condense another. 2 compressed water droplets of similar size quietly floated in her hand. Trying for a third succeeded, but by the 4th, she felt her limit. As she relaxed her hand, the compressed water droplets dispersed. She activated her abilities again, condensing 3 water droplets simultaneously. It took about 3 seconds, experimenting with her right hand, then her left, then both hands, and compressing the time, repeating it over and over. By the time Lin Jin finished experimenting, there was already a puddle on the ground. Had her water abilities improved, Lin Jin returned to the car, feeding Lin Shan some meat, while sharing the good news about her enhanced abilities. After taking care of Lin Shan, Lin Jin ate a bit herself, locked the car, and continued to sleep. Upon waking again, Lin Jin set off by car. This time she finally found the right path, no longer winding through narrow alleys. After driving for over 2 hours, she entered the boundaries of Lingzhou City. Lingzhou was far larger than Tongxiang. Having learned her lesson, Lin Jin carefully studied the map before driving, stopping periodically to check it again. Her previous blind confidence had led her astray. This time she easily located the gas station. However, the gas station was infested with zombies, over 20 of them surrounding a vehicle. Yet no sound came from inside the car. The sound of Lin Jin's car drew a few of them over, but most remained clustered around the other vehicle. As she stepped out with her weapon, the fastest zombie was already upon her. Lin Jin dealt with zombies with brutal simplicity. Swinging her axe with fierce vigor, the commotion of the fight attracted the remaining undead, leaving only 2 or 3 still clinging to the car. Seeing the zombies chase after her, the person in the car floored the accelerator and sped away. Lin Jin watched the vehicle vanish without resentment. It was the apocalypse after all. Just over 20 zombies. A piece of cake. But this time there was a tough one. After she dispatched the rest, she found herself locked in a standoff with the last zombie. This zombie was exceptionally fast. Her supernatural ability couldn't land a hit. Now it crouched on her car roof, feline and poised. It was the posture of an animal about to strike. Lin Jin gripped her axe tightly. Her aim with her ability was too poor. The zombie lunged, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Seizing the moment, Lin Jin swung her axe. She missed. The zombie darted aside with uncanny speed. Every time she thought she had it, it shifted, toying with her. As the zombie pounced again, her axe suddenly transformed into a baseball bat. She swung it down, smashing the creature into the ground. It seemed bewildered. How had it been hit? At that distance, it shouldn't have been possible, if it could think. Strike while the iron is hot. She wouldn't give the speed-type zombie another chance to toy with her. The bat rose and fell rapidly, returning to her initial brutal method of killing zombies, only now with greater frequency. Midway, sensing the zombie had almost no fight left, she swapped the bat for a crowbar. Soon the zombie's head was crushed, revealing a crystal core. It was transparent, but larger than any she had found before. Lin Jin rinsed it clean with water and assessed its size. This zombie was stronger than ordinary ones because it had evolved. She split open the heads of the other zombies, finding 2 cores as small as mung beans. Only then did she check. There was fuel, but no food. After filling her tank, she continued on her way. Passing a bookstore, Lin Jin stopped to look at the map. Glancing out the window, she felt compelled to go inside. Living alone from now on, she should bring more books and learn more. The bookstore was vast. No zombies in sight, though many corners were hidden. With plenty of time, she decided to explore every floor. There were only 4. Starting from the left, she browsed slowly. Yet she noticed a gap where many books were missing and ashes on the floor. Someone had burned books. Was that necessary? Lin Jin didn't dwell on it and continued wandering. Suddenly, she stopped, heart pounding. A foreboding sense gripped her, though nothing seemed dangerous on this floor. Could something be wrong with her mother? She rushed out, just as a stream of flames shot toward her. Reacting swiftly, Lin Jin dodged, but her back shoulder caught fire, a searing, stinging heat. She used her ability to summon water and extinguish it, then looked for the source of the attack. A zombie, one with fire-based abilities. Lin Jin condensed 3 water droplets in each hand and shot them at its head. The fire zombie spewed a jet of flame. The water droplets evaporated before they could get close, splashing to the ground. Was she countered? If her ability couldn't kill this fire-using zombie, physical attacks would be even less effective. What could? The fire zombie not only neutralized her attack, but intensified its flames, sending them hurtling toward her. Thinking fast, Lin Jin released a surge of water, forming a curtain. The flames struck it, turning to steam as they vanished while the fire gradually died out. Fire could overcome water, but water could also overcome fire. It all depended on which was stronger. The zombie, ignorant of such principles, simply kept blasting fire at her. Mixed with her water, the entire first floor became a disaster zone. Smoke and steam filled the air, making the floor hazy, stuffy, and humid. Squinting, Lin Jin covered her mouth with one hand while intensifying her ability with the other, step by step approaching the fire zombie. The fire zombie, intent on devouring her, stood its ground and increased its flames. When only a meter separated them, Lin Jin uncovered her mouth and abruptly unleashed a torrent of water, drenching the zombie. That was the maximum water output she could muster. If this strike failed, the consequences would be dire. The deluge extinguished the zombie's flames and soaked it thoroughly. The moment the fire died, Lin Jin charged with her crowbar. She feared the zombie would shift in the thick mist, making it easy to ambush her. Luckily, the zombie lacked cunning. As she rushed, it rushed too. She knocked it to the ground, barely able to see its outline, and battered what she thought was its head. Blow after blow until the zombie lay still. Lin Jin nearly collapsed from exhaustion, coughing violently. She had pushed through on sheer will, and now fatigue, choking air, and stinging eyes overwhelmed her. Covering her mouth and nose, Lin Jin fanned the air and stepped out of the smoke. She found a corner between 2 walls, sat down, and ate some dried meat and water. She needed rest and replenishment. So tired she longed to sleep, but the environment wouldn't allow it. Fortunately, no other zombies or survivors appeared. Lin Jin sat for over 2 hours, feeling her strength and ability gradually return. She could defend herself now, and the mist on the first floor had dissipated. Once recovered, her first task was to extract the core. Red. From the fire zombie's brain, she dug out a red crystal core the same size as the speed type one. Cores differed not only in size, but also in type. Encountering 2 mutated zombies in a single day. Was this fortune or misfortune? Or were all zombies beginning to evolve and grow stronger? Worried about Lin Jin went out to drain the car's fuel, stored everything into her space, then led Lin Shan out and brought her into the bookstore. Thus ensued the following scene. Lin Jin stood before a bookshelf, one hand holding a book as she flipped through its pages while the other hand held a chain. At the other end of the chain, the zombie Lin Shan kept lunging at her, practically throwing her entire body weight onto Lin Jin, smacking her lips against the glass of the helmet. That night, they spent the night in the bookstore. Checking the map, Lin Jin realized that getting onto the highway from her current location was troublesome, as every route inevitably passed through densely populated areas. It was precisely because she had been avoiding population centers as well as large supermarkets and shopping malls where supplies could be found that she had managed to drive this far. They'll just have to take it one step at a time. If worst came to worst, she would fight her way through carving a path. She selected a route on the map that she believed had fewer obstacles and set off. Along the way, she ignored sparse zombies, and when encountering those blocking her path, she killed them, dug out their cores, moved the bodies aside, and continued. Before dark, she found a budget hotel. The room was a standard twin with 2 single beds and a spacious layout. Taking the room card, she went to fetch Lin Shan. Lin Jean stored the car's contents into her space and carefully helped Lin Shan out of the vehicle. The moment Lin Shan's feet touched the ground, she charged eagerly at Lin Jean, ignoring that she was bound. Her claws covered her head encased, and her mouth gagged. Tragedy struck. Perhaps she had been lying down for too long, for her feet tangled, and she fell flat on her face. Lin Jean gasped, her mouth agape, before she could only call out helplessly, "Mom." Was it really necessary? Aside from the very beginning, she hadn't starved her. Were zombies truly insatiable? Even while lying prostrate, the zombie Lin Shan craned her neck, trying to bite Lin Jean. Lin Jean helped her up, led her into the hotel, opened the door, placed Lin Shan on the bed, and tied her up. No matter how Lin Shan treated her, Lin Jean would always take care of her. If she wanted meat, so be it. Lin Jean first fed Lin Shan some meat, then retrieved a generator power strip, induction cooker bowls, chopsticks, and a pack of instant noodles from her space. She had been on edge recently, and though her abilities had improved over the past few days, the environment hadn't allowed her to enjoy a hot meal in a long time. A bowl of seafood instant noodles. The first sip of broth felt like a delicacy to her, piping hot and savory, and the noodles were wonderfully satisfying to chew. She wolfed down the entire bowl in no time, yet still felt a bit hungry. Her appetite used to be small, and a single bowl of noodles would have been enough to fill her. After some thought, Lin Jean used her ability to fill a basin with water, dropped in 2 eggs, one to eat later, one for breakfast tomorrow, and boiled the water for a bath. Though she could only wash with a towel dipped in hot water, being able to eat warm food and take a hot bath at a time like this was a luxury. After her bath, Lin Jean washed her dirty clothes and hung them in the bathroom. As she lay down on the bed, she couldn't help but sigh. Sleeping on a bed is truly comfortable. Having spent the past 2 days in the car, her whole body ached. For the sake of sleeping on a bed, Lin Jean decided to stay an extra day. Tomorrow she would first clear the hotel, then clear the path ahead, so that the day after tomorrow she could travel unimpeded. Even if it was only a short stretch, it didn't matter. She could keep repeating this cycle. Since she had already left the coastal city, arriving slowly in W province would be fine. If supplies ran low, she could scavenge along the way. Having made peace with this, Lin Jean stopped fixating on rushing. She didn't know what the highway ahead would be like. If she got on and found it blocked, she'd have to turn back anyway. It was better to just go through the city, travel by day, kill zombies, and find a safe place to sleep at night. That way she could earn cores and rest well. Speaking of cores, Lin Jean took out the 2 she had collected today. They were the same size, but different colors, one transparent, one red. Red is fire element. Would the corresponding water element be blue? Lin Jean only cared about water element cores, and what abilities others had was none of her concern. As Lin Jean studied the cores, she didn't notice the zombie Lin Shan's gaze fixed on the red core, filled with desire. Exhausted from the day, Lin Jean fell asleep shortly after lying down. She slept dreamlessly. After breakfast, she began her sweep, killing any zombie she encountered and taking any food she found. It wasn't that she was malicious. If she didn't take it and no one else came, the food would just spoil and go to waste. Much of the food she found had already expired. She took whatever was past its date, but still intact, as time in her space flowed differently, extending the shelf life. The budget hotel had 5 floors, and Lin Jean cleared it in just over an hour. There were still zombies locked inside rooms, but since she wasn't staying long, she didn't bother finding room keys to open them. Deeming the first floor unsafe, Lin Jean moved Lin Shan to a standard room on the 5th floor. After settling her, Lin Jean grabbed a backpack with a pack of cookies, a bottle of water, and some tissues, picked up her axe, and headed out. She found a drivable car on the roadside. She wasn't foolish enough to clear a path on foot. When Lin Jean returned, it was completely dark. That day she had cleared a long stretch of road, a distance that would normally take only 2 or 3 hours by car. Not only had she removed the zombies and obstacles along the way, but she had also found and cleaned out her next shelter. That evening she again cooked some hot food, boiled water for a sponge bath, fed Lin Shan, chatted with her for a while, and then went to sleep. The next day after breakfast, Lin Jean loaded her belongings into the car, brought Lin Shan down, and drove to the next shelter. Along the way, more zombies appeared, but they didn't block the road, probably wanderers from elsewhere. 2.5 hours later they arrived. Lin Jean swept the hotel herself first, ensuring it was safe, then settled in as before. Afterwards, she went out to sweep the streets again. This time she encountered a water element zombie. As her car passed, it suddenly shot a stream of water, startling her. She thought the glass would shatter. In the end, it was like raindrops hitting the car, a light drizzle with no attack power at all. So as the novels always said, water element abilities were useless. Not only were the ability users weak, but even the zombies were worthless, inferior to ordinary ones that at least bit and clawed. It seemed that mutant zombies always had cores in their heads. Even this pathetic water element zombie had a blue core the size of a grain of rice. Clearly the size of a core was directly linked to the zombie's power. Again she returned to the shelter after dark, fed, ate, washed, and slept. This routine continued for 5 days, during which Lin Jean didn't encounter a single living person. Over these days Lin Jean had harvested dozens of cores, red, blue, and one earthy yellow. Her water element ability grew increasingly proficient, and she even invented a new trick: water chains. They were especially handy for binding restless zombies before decapitating them. These skills were things she had learned from the novels and anime she had read and watched before. Abilities were never inherently strong or weak. It all depended on how the user wielded them. One novel even claimed that water was the most powerful element, since the human body is 70% water and the air is filled with water molecules. In theory, water could be controlled anywhere. Moreover, Lin Jean sensed that her water ability had grown stronger, not just through practice, but in actual power. It seemed that leveling up an ability was inseparable from combat. With this realization, Lin Jean embarked on a full-fledged slaughter. Afterwards, she often spent 2 or 3 days in the same place, killing all nearby zombies before moving on. In Lingzhou City alone, she stayed for half a month, encountering survivors twice. Once it was a small team of about a dozen people working in sync. Lin Jean spotted them from a distance and avoided. Another time it was 2 people, a brother and sister, who had risked going out for food and got trapped in a shop. Lin Jean rescued them and left them some food. During this period, Lin Jean also noticed changes in Lin Shan. The rotting flesh on her body had diminished significantly, and her struggles had lessened. On the second day after arriving in Xingqing, Lin Jean did not leave the house. Her abilities had evolved again, with 2 streams of energy clashing within her body, causing her to sweat profusely as if she had been pulled from the water, a condition that persisted for an entire day and night. Upon waking, Lin Jean discovered that both of her abilities had advanced. She was already well-versed in her water ability, but she had no idea how to upgrade her spatial ability. This sudden advancement felt utterly inexplicable. The space had nearly doubled in size, half of it piled with goods, while the other half stood empty. "Mom, I've gotten stronger again," Lin Jean boasted. Strangely, the zombie Lin Shan did not voice its opinion. It simply lay still with eyes wide open, its gaze fixed on Lin Jean. Lately, her mother had become far more rational. Was she recovering? "Mom." Lin Jean leaned closer to Lin Shan, trying to gauge her reaction. Drawn by the scent of living human flesh, the zombie Lin Shan bounced stiffly on the bed, opening its mouth wide and letting out guttural sounds. Sigh. Lin Jean let out a long sigh. She had been overthinking it. Perhaps it was simply because her mother had been with her all along and had never gone hungry that she grudgingly accepted traveling with a human. In truth, the zombie Lin Shan had indeed developed a faint hint of its own will. Though it was still an ordinary zombie, it had never tasted raw flesh or blood, and Lin Jean's daily conversations with it had fostered a sense of being cared for. It had witnessed Lin Jean killing other zombies and felt content with its own situation. This human would not harm it, and would even feed it meat. There was no need to risk its life like the others outside just for a bite to eat. There was just one condition: this human must not get too close. She exuded an irresistible aroma, making her seem delicious. It was already remarkable that it could restrain itself from sinking its teeth into her. Lin Jean felt that Lin Shan's current state was far better than before, a heartening sign. "Mom, I'm going out to kill zombies. You rest here alone. They'll be back when you wake up." Did zombies even sleep? Lin Jean went downstairs to the parking lot and attempted to store the car. At first it felt somewhat strenuous, but with a slight focus of her mind, the car vanished from its spot. This makes things so much easier. Lin Jean found another car and began her journey for the day. The vehicle she had stored in her space was a contingency plan reserved for emergencies. Xingqing was larger than Lingzhou, so naturally it had more supplies, though many stores had already been looted. Lin Jean was not picky. She sifted through the limited resources, selecting what she could. Her life had become monotonous, killing zombies, scavenging supplies, and traveling. After all, in this world, wasn't everyone doing the same? The only difference was that she was alone, while others huddled together for warmth. 10 days passed in a cycle of killing zombies, traveling, and scavenging, during which she found numerous items and dug up over 100 crystals. She now had over 300 crystals in her possession, mostly transparent, with only a few colored ones. She also discovered that crystals of the same type and size varied in color intensity. For instance, a fire crystal the size of a mung bean could range from light red to deep red. Lin Shan had grown more obedient, no longer causing a fuss when with Lin Jean. When told to walk, it would follow her quietly instead of lunging at her. However, Lin Jean did not let her guard down. She still kept Lin Shan tied and muzzled. One day, while driving to the next destination, they encountered a major problem on the road. Usually only a few stray zombies would appear overnight, but this time the once empty surroundings gradually filled with zombies from all directions, and not just 1 or 2. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Jean as she felt they had walked into an ambush. Mom, we need to get out. With so many zombies, the vehicle was useless and risked being surrounded. It was better to find a building before they closed in rather than staying exposed in the middle of the open road. Lin Jean led Lin Shan out. At this moment, she couldn't worry about exposing her spatial ability. She stored the car, and her bag grabbed an axe in her right hand and held Lin Shan's chain with her left, sprinting toward a shop on the left side of the road. As she ran, Lin Jean observed the zombies' tattered clothes, hideous faces, vacant eyes, ordinary zombies. Yet their movement trajectory was unmistakably aimed at her. No matter where she went, the zombies followed relentlessly. With a water chain in her left hand and an axe in her right, she hacked and flung aside the zombies, blocking her path, charging into a shop, and slamming the door shut. Though the glass door was flimsy, it would at least buy her some time. Even while fleeing, Lin Jean made deliberate choices. This was a fried chicken shop, small in size, with clutter reducing the available space even further. Though it had no escape route, at least she wouldn't be attacked from both sides. Fearing that Lin Shan might be caught in the crossfire, Lin Jean pushed her into the kitchen and closed the door. Strangely, the zombies did not pursue her inside. They simply gathered outside, layer upon layer, densely packed. Lin Jean wished they would charge in immediately. Zombies were not terrifying, but intelligent ones that could set ambushes were. What were they waiting for? 5 minutes passed, and the zombies stood at the door, neither advancing nor retreating. After 10 minutes, it was the same. Lin Jean tried approaching the glass door, and as if stepping on a trigger, the zombies outside became agitated. Lin Jean quietly stepped back, and the zombies calmed down. She tested this several times with the same result. What did this mean? After feeding Lin Shan some meat, Lin Jean locked her back in the kitchen and mechanically stuffed biscuits into her mouth, while staring blankly at the zombies outside, her eyes glazed over and on the verge of sleep. Every so often she had to shake her head and move around to stay awake. The zombies had trapped her here for 2 days and 2 nights, leaving her unable to sleep or even use the bathroom. They were clearly trying to wear her down. Lin Jean knew that the ones blocking the entrance were ordinary zombies, but among them there must be a special zombie with some intelligence that could control the horde. Fortunately, Lin Shan seemed unaffected. Lin Jean's guess was correct. These hundreds of zombies had been summoned by a second-level low-grade psychic zombie, which had gathered every zombie in the vicinity. Survivors who noticed this situation had fled far away in fear. This psychic zombie lacked much intelligence, believing that starving the human inside would be an easy victory without losing any of its minions. It sensed that this human was a prime meal, devouring her brain would surely make it stronger and allow it to control more of its kind. But after so long, the human inside was still eating and drinking, causing the zombie to grow restless. Suddenly, it noticed that the human had a fellow zombie by her side. Strangely, it could not exert its influence over that one, even though it was clearly weaker. It intensified its psychic command toward that zombie. Just as Lin Jean's consciousness began to blur, she heard Lin Shan in the kitchen let out a loud roar and slam violently against the door. Lin Jean snapped awake and immediately opened the kitchen door. She saw Lin Shan crashing around like a headless fly, its helmet knocked off, howling in apparent agony. Mom, what's wrong? Lin Jean was deeply worried. The zombie Lin Shan felt something invading its mind, trying to control it and force it to harm its caretaker. As if it would listen to that thing. That entity was trying to destroy its consciousness, and Lin Shan was resisting it. But then its caretaker rushed in, and it had to fight not only the intrusion in its mind, but also the alluring scent of the human. Didn't she realize how tempting she smelled? Hadn't she noticed all those zombies outside craving her flesh? As Lin Jean approached, Lin Shan bared its teeth, snarling with bloodshot eyes. Lin Jean stumbled back in fright, praying that Lin Shan wouldn't succumb to the influence, for she couldn't bear to harm her. Damn that thing. The zombie Lin Shan was enraged. Just because it had been kept by a human and never fought, did they think it was useless? It shoved Lin Jean aside, crashed through the glass door, and pushed its way through the zombie horde outside. Mom. Lin Jean had no time to grab the chain, watching helplessly as Lin Shan squeezed into the horde of zombies. Lin Jean, disregarding everything else, unleashed her abilities with both hands simultaneously. She knew Lin Shan would not die, yet she feared she might never find her again. Compressing water droplets over and over, Lin Jean could no longer afford precision, relying on this brute force method. She blasted wherever she aimed, forcibly carving out a safe circle. The fallen zombies formed a ring around her, which, while hindering the advance of others and granting her a moment to catch her breath, also obstructed her own forward progress. When her abilities could no longer sustain her, she switched to an axe and a crowbar, hacking and smashing without any technique, her sole purpose being to fell the zombies that stood in her way. Chopping heads, necks, arms. When she felt her power had recovered somewhat, she put away her weapons and resumed using her abilities, literally blasting a path forward, repeating the cycle over and over. While Lin Jean struggled, the zombie Lin Shan also strove, pushing against its own kind in the opposite direction, searching among the horde for the one that sought to control it. The closer it drew to that entity, the more its mind was affected. Its pupils dilated, its eyes reddened, as if about to bleed, yet it did not give up. Perhaps due to Lin Shan's personality, when she was human, the zombie Lin Shan was rather unambitious. It felt content with a keeper who fed it daily, provided meat without labor, and even clothed it. Though bathing was unpleasant and lying around all day was uncomfortable, it was still better than its kin risking their lives for sporadic meals. Thus it had no desire to change its current state. This conviction sustained the zombie Lin Shan, enabling it to resist the psychic zombie's mental assault, even as it felt its own mind might explode. As the zombie Lin Shan drew nearer, the psychic zombie grew tense. It could not comprehend why that feeble kin remained beyond its control, even sending back a murderous intent. Sensing its precarious situation, it ceased commanding other zombies, focusing entirely on tightly controlling those around it to shield itself. A psychic zombie was formidable only in mental attacks. Once that failed, it became a fragile low-tier weakling, no different from the weakest zombies. A one-strike kill. The moment the psychic zombie relinquished its control over hundreds of zombies, they all froze for several seconds, as if needing a reboot, including the zombie Lin Shan. Yet it was stronger, recovering in an instant. Though that entity had ceased its assault, the zombie Lin Shan had already locked onto its aura. Meanwhile, Lin Shan seized the zombie's immobility to slaughter relentlessly. She was utterly bloodlust, her body taut, face, pale eyes bloodshot. Abilities. Weapons. Abilities. Weapons. She harbored only one thought: kill all zombies and find Lin Shan. Without the psychic zombies' control, the peripheral zombies began to wander off. Those in the inner circle reverted to their primal instincts, charging forward foolishly, making Lin Jin's slaughter easier. The zombie Lin Shan located a group of its kind, among which a smaller one was encircled by the others. It was certain this was the entity that had tried to control it. Seeing the zombie Lin Shan had found it, the psychic zombie feigned ignorance, moving slowly outward like the others, only to realize the zombie Lin Shan had it completely locked. At its command, 3 of its protectors broke off to confront the zombie Lin Shan. The zombie Lin Shan had utterly forgotten that it too was a weakling, and a bound one at that. The zombie Lin Shan attempted to claw at them, only to find itself immobile, bound. A flicker of panic in its eye, the 3 zombies clawed at it and bit off its flesh, eliciting roars from the zombie Lin Shan. It felt no pain, but having observed humans howl under such attacks, it mimicked the behavior. Yet this was detrimental. If they targeted its brain, it would meet its end. Roar. A long howl stunned the psychic zombie into a momentary blank, naturally losing control over its kin. The 3 sent to attack the zombie Lin Shan ceased their assault. After that roar, veins bulged on the zombie Lin Shan's head, hands, and feet. The binding chain grew taut, reddened, and the clothes beneath it ignited along with the gloves, burning to ashes. The zombie Lin Shan was originally a fire-type zombie, but an unknown cause had prolonged its mutation, resulting in failed ability awakening. Now, under life-threatening stimulation, its latent fire ability erupted. With a flex of its arm, the red-hot chain snapped and fell away. At that moment, the psychic zombie regained its senses, immediately controlling over a dozen zombies. Half to confront the zombie Lin Shan, half to shield its escape. The zombie Lin Shan was not as foolish as its kin, wasting effort on useless wounds. Its sharp, piercing claws went straight for the heads, effortlessly. Plunging claws into a brain and stirring could take down one. Truly like mother, like daughter, clean and efficient, just like Lin Jin. Seeing the zombie Lin Shan easily dispatch its minions, the psychic zombie controlled even more to obstruct. As the zombie Lin Shan fought, the pressure on Lin Jin lessened. She killed until a layer of zombie corpses piled around her. She was not faring well either. Though unbitten scratches covered her body, her eyes were glazed and both arms trembled violently. Only when the zombies surrounding her were all slain did Lin Jin go limp, collapsing onto the heap of corpses. In the distance, more zombies approached, but she could go no further. She had given her all. A zombie neared her, and Lin Jin could only lie there awaiting a painful death. Her abilities were utterly drained, her arms heavy as lead, not even a finger could she move. Yet that zombie halted a meter away, not advancing another step. By then, Lin Jin had exhausted not only her abilities and physical strength, but her vision had blurred. Compounded by the darkness, she strained to squint and make out the zombie before her. Its pants were relatively intact, but its upper garments were tattered, revealing a scarred and wounded skin. Clearly a battle-hardened zombie. When Lin Jin finally discerned its face, her heavy eyes widened in shock. Mother! The zombie Lin Shan saw its keeper's lips move, but no sound emerged. Lying there motionless. Could she be dying? Mother! Mother! Though Lin Jin was overjoyed to see Lin Shan before her death, she did not wish to die by her mother's hand. What if Lin Shan regained her sanity one day and remembered this scene? How agonizing would that be? Perhaps the heavens heard Lin Jin's prayer. Another zombie appeared, spotted her on the ground, and lunged eagerly. Lin Jin's lips curled upward, her eyes fixed on her mother. This was fine. The next scene stunned Lin Jin. Lin Shan raised her right hand, conjuring a marble-sized fireball that directly blew up the zombie's head. Lin Jin was all too familiar with this technique. It was the same principle as her water droplets. Since the zombie had been very close to Lin Jin, the blast scattered debris all over her face and body. Overwhelmed by this shock, Lin Jin could no longer hold on and fainted. The zombie Lin Shan killed the zombie that had lunged at Lin Jin, only to find Lin Jin's eyes closed. Had it hurt her with its fireball, even though the other hadn't touched her? Was she dead? The zombie Lin Shan approached, sniffed, alive. So, sleeping. But no meat before sleep. Zombie Lin Shan felt a touch of melancholy and hunger. Previously, she would be given meat before sleeping at nightfall, but today, after working, her keeper went to sleep without offering any meat. Forgive her for still being unable to distinguish between sleeping and fainting. Having passed out, Lin Jin had no idea what happened afterward. She had overexerted herself and was scratched, so her body needed hibernation for self-repair. A day passed. Zombie Lin Shan silently guarded Lin Jin, killing any zombies that approached to devour her. She even searched Lin Jin's body, but found no meat. Another day passed, and Lin Jin still hadn't woken up. Zombie Lin Shan felt Lin Jin might truly be dying and decided that if she died, she would eat her. On the third day, Lin Jin didn't die. Zombie Lin Shan was hungry but could still endure. She would wait until Lin Jin died to eat her. On the fourth day, Lin Jin still hadn't died. Not only was she alive, but her breathing grew stronger. Zombie Lin Shan felt Lin Jin wouldn't die, when she woke, there would be meat to eat. On the fifth day, Lin Jin hadn't awakened. Zombie Lin Shan hesitated about whether to take a bite of meat from Lin Jin's body. She decided to wait a little longer. If Lin Jin still didn't wake, she would eat her. On the sixth day, Lin Jin's wounds hadn't become infected. They had healed and scabbed over, but she still hadn't woken up. Zombie Lin Shan was so hungry, she wanted to go mad. She dared not crouch beside Lin Jin anymore, fearing she might lose control and devour her. Lin Jin's coma lasted 6 days. During that time, her body gradually improved. Not only did her ability fully recover, but it also advanced by a small rank. As Lin Jin's consciousness just returned, before even opening her eyes, she caught a strong stench of rotting corpses. She immediately opened her eyes and found herself lying amidst a pile of zombie corpses, their foul odor nauseating. Lin Jin's mind was somewhat fragmented. For a moment, she couldn't recall what she had done to end up in such a state. Just as she was still trying to remember, a zombie ran toward her. Lin Jin activated her ability, but before releasing it, she realized the zombie was Lin Shan and quickly dispersed the energy. Mom. She remembered now. Before fainting, the last thing she saw was her mother using fire ability to kill the zombie that was about to harm her. Zombie Lin Shan rushed to Lin Jin as soon as she noticed she had awakened. Meat. Lin Shan suddenly charged at Lin Jin, baring her fangs. Worried, Lin Jin bound Lin Shan with water chains, just in case. Zombie Lin Shan was puzzled. What did her keeper mean? She had guarded her for so long, and now, without giving meat, she was tying her up. Ha 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 ha. Meat, 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 meat. Hungry, 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 hungry. Lin Jin didn't know what had come over Lin Shan, making her so agitated. After making a fuss, Zombie Lin Shan realized her keeper didn't understand her craving for meat. Heartbroken, as she just wanted to eat meat. Seeing Lin Shan calm down, Lin Jin finally had a chance to survey her surroundings, a dense carpet of corpses. Even Lin Jin, who was directly involved, broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. She couldn't believe she had done this. I must have been insane back then. If she had to do it again, she might not have the courage. She remembered being scratched earlier, but hadn't had time to tend to it, resigned to death. Now, not only had she not turned into a zombie, but the wound had healed and scabbed over. Is it that ability users cannot be infected, or is the infection rate relatively low? Seeing the scabbed wound on her arm, Lin Jin realized she might have been unconscious for quite a while. During that time, Lin Shan not only hadn't harmed her, but had likely protected her. Lin Jin looked at Lin Shan excitedly and asked hopefully, Mom, have you remembered something? Zombie Lin Shan was very unhappy without meat and completely ignored Lin Jin. When Lin Jin spoke to her, she didn't even cast a glance. Even though Lin Shan showed no reaction, Lin Jin strangely sensed that Lin Shan seemed angry. But judging by her demeanor, she hadn't recalled anything, and Lin Jin felt a pang of disappointment. Still, things were moving in a positive direction, she consoled herself. Relaxing a bit, Lin Jin felt hungry and suddenly thought of Lin Shan's earlier behavior. Could it be? Oh, I'm so hungry, Lin Jin said dramatically. At the word hungry, zombie Lin Shan involuntarily straightened up, then remained still, but her eyes kept stealing glances at Lin Jin. Lin Jin had been observing Lin Shan and naturally noticed her subtle movements. She felt an urge to laugh. Mom, I'm hungry. Let's eat. Lin Jin brought Lin Shan back to the fried chicken shop, washed her hands and face, and changed into clean clothes. Lin Jin saw Lin Shan's eyes light up at the sight of meat. So that was it. Lin Shan had been clamoring for meat earlier. She had never thought a zombie could be so adorable. Zombie Lin Shan thoroughly enjoyed being fed by Lin Jin. As long as she kept her full, Lin Shan would overlook the earlier displeasure. As for the pile of zombie corpses outside, no one dared to covet them. The earlier commotion had scared away all survivors. Even after so many days, no one dared to come check, fearing they might end up as prey instead of scavenging. Lin-Jean also ate a lot to feel full. After resting a while, she began working. She wore 3 layers of masks and started the tedious task of digging out brains. So many zombies. Though she was happy to find crystals, she still felt like crying. Not only did she have to dig, but she also had to organize them, dragging the dug ones here, leaving the undug ones there. Lin-Jean toiled miserably, while zombie Lin-Shan lounged leisurely. After confirming that Lin-Shan wouldn't harm her, Lin-Jean released her. Lin-Shan stayed nearby, strolling leisurely. As the sun set, Lin-Jean held a full bag of crystals in her hand, feeling like her hand would break. Around her were several piles of zombie corpses. "Mom, come here," Lin-Jean called, waving at Lin-Shan. Throughout the afternoon, Lin-Jean observed Lin-Shan from time to time and noticed that Lin-Shan had indeed gained some intelligence. She wouldn't harm Lin-Jean, wouldn't wander far, and could even understand some of what Lin-Jean said. Zombie Lin-Shan didn't know what "mom" meant, but ever since she became conscious, her keeper had been calling her that. Probably Mom was her name. Now she was calling her again. Mom set a fire and burned them all. Zombie Lin-Shan blinked, showing no reaction. Could she not understand? Lin-Jean took out a lighter. Mom, look, fire. Zombie Lin-Shan was puzzled. Since when did her keeper have fire ability? She didn't have it before. Lin-Jean repeatedly flicked the lighter, emphasizing the word fire, until Lin-Shan somewhat understood. A small flame appeared on her finger. Lin-Jean was a bit frustrated seeing the tiny flame the size of a fingernail. But then she thought, given Lin-Shan's current state, this was quite good. Lin-Jean used her ability to form a water droplet, slowly compressing it until it became marble-sized. She guided Lin-Shan. "Mom, make a fireball like mine." Lin-Jean had never even been in a relationship, let alone taught a child. She repeated the process over and over, but Lin-Shan remained unmoved, making her feel frustrated. Just as she was about to give up and get some gasoline from her space, Lin-Shan suddenly compressed the fireball. Lin-Jean stared at the fireball, speechless. Wasn't this what her keeper wanted? What if she couldn't understand? Would her keeper think she was stupid and stop giving her meat? Zombie Lin-Shan's inner drama was rich, but her face remained utterly expressionless, a perfect lifeless deadpan. "Throw the fireball onto that pile of corpses," Lin-Jean said, tossing a small, uncompressed water droplet as a demonstration. Attack her own kind. Weren't they already dead? Why attack? But seeing her keeper throw them repeatedly, it must be the intent. Oh well, since she was an obedient one, she would just throw it. Lin-Jean thought she would have to teach many more times, but instead she saw Lin-Shan hurl a dozen fireballs, setting all the surrounding zombie corpse piles ablaze, flames leaping high. Had she suddenly become enlightened? Lin-Jean never expected that Lin-Shan as a zombie would be such a brat. They were still in the middle of it all, and now everything was burning. Was she trying to burn them to death? Lin-Jean carried Lin-Shan out of the sea of flames, retrieved a vehicle, and headed for the prearranged lodging. The zombies in this area had been nearly all eradicated, not a single one was encountered along the way. Upon arriving at the hotel, Lin-Jean pushed Lin-Shan into the bathroom for a bath. She no longer feared Lin-Shan. The zombie Lin-Shan was not only bathed, but also had her hair washed. Though she was attended to, she still disliked it, especially the loud device that blew out wind. While bathing Lin-Shan, Lin-Jean discovered that she was becoming increasingly human-like. The rotting flesh on her skin had vanished and her face had normalized, though her skin retained a distinct grayish-blue hue. If she could fully cover her exposed skin, no one would suspect she was a zombie. Only after finishing Lin-Shan's bath did Lin-Jean attend to herself. Her own state was far more revolting than Lin-Shan's, covered in bits of flesh and sticky substances. Lin-Jean used her water ability to wash herself over and over, finally cleansing the caked blood and slimy residue from her body. Emerging from the bathroom, she saw Lin-Shan lying obediently on the bed, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. At the sight of Lin-Jean, she glanced over briefly before returning her gaze to the ceiling. Lin-Jean would inevitably head toward the city center to gather more supplies. The deeper she ventured, the more impossible it became to drive. Her initial plan was to find a high-rise residence to settle Lin-Shan, but now it seemed she could bring her along. "Mom, tomorrow will take you to search for supplies, okay?" The zombie Lin-Shan, hearing its feeder call, didn't understand her words. It responded casually, indicating it was listening. Lin-Jean couldn't help but chuckle. Was that her answer? In childhood, her mother had raised her. Now she was raising her mother. It was fitting. When her mother eventually recovered, these would all be her embarrassing memories. The next morning, Lin-Jean stored everything into her space, leaving her hands empty. The axe had broken the other day, and the crowbar had been lost somewhere. This time she not only needed to find supplies, but also hoped to secure better weapons. Lin-Jean led Lin-Shan out of the hotel slowly, making their way toward the city center. The journey was relatively smooth. They encountered no hordes of zombies. The scattered few were no match for Lin-Jean. Lin-Shan followed quietly the entire way, never intervening. Several shops they searched had already been looted. It seemed no supplies were to be found in these peripheral areas. They needed to go deeper. Though confident in her abilities, Lin Jin dared not be reckless. A city held how many people? She had nearly lost her life last time, as she couldn't handle more. Beyond supermarkets, there were still places to find supplies, residential areas. Though the supplies were scarcer and zombies more numerous, it at least spared her from penetrating the city center. Lin Jin began sweeping through nearby residential zones with Lin Shan. They advanced, gathering supplies and slaying zombies. The finds were meager, but enough for consumption. While numbers brought advantages, they also meant greater consumption. For someone like Lin Jin, with sufficient individual capability, surviving alone in the apocalypse was entirely feasible. The crystal cores harvested were plentiful, and though minor dangers occasionally arose, she always managed to overcome them. Lin Jin noticed that Lin Shan never actively killed zombies. Perhaps she regarded zombies as her own kind. Only when Lin Jin's life was in danger did Lin Shan strike, killing the offending zombie with unexpected swiftness. From a mere dozen crystal cores at the start to nearly 1,000 now, it had taken just over 2 months. This spoke volumes about how many zombies Lin Jin had slain and how rapidly she had grown. In the hotel's bathtub lay a clothed figure, whether alive or dead unknown. Except for the head, the entire body was submerged in water, the skin blanched. Outside on the floor lay a zombie, eyes fixed on the ceiling, limbs splayed in a star shape. Suddenly the zombie leaped up, rushed into the bathroom, and lunged at the figure in the tub. Heh, heh, so hot. The figure in the tub said lazily. Heh, heh, get up and work, then eat some meat. The zombie Lin Shan communicated intensely with Lin Jin in the tub, nearly dragging her out by force. Helplessly, Lin Jin climbed out, changed out of her wet clothes, resignedly shouldered her backpack, grabbed her dual blades, and set out to work. The zombie Lin Shan followed her out, empty-handed. It was 5 in the afternoon, the sun still blazing fiercely, the heat unbearable as it shone on their bodies. Lin Jin looked up at the sun, feeling it was no longer the one she once knew. Summers in the past had been hot, requiring air conditioning at their peak, but nothing like this. The heat was unbearable even for humans. Even the zombies showed signs of dehydration, looking shriveled, though perhaps it was hunger. The high temperatures indeed affected the zombies, most notably slowing their movements and reactions. During the hottest part of the day, not a single zombie could be seen on the streets. Was this a calamity of heaven and man? The apocalypse had already brought immense suffering to humanity, and now even the weather had turned harsh. Before July, the heat grew worse daily. It already felt like over 30 degrees. What about winter? How cold would it become? Unimaginable. Lin Jin, who usually didn't mind heat, felt she would be parched by such a summer. As someone who feared the cold, she would surely freeze into an icicle in winter. She needed to prepare early. The half of her space that had expanded after her upgrade remained unfilled, and now it came in handy. She took freely from large shopping malls, down jackets, duvets, mink coats, whatever was thickest. Heaters and hand warmers were stockpiled in abundance. For nearly 10 days, Lin Jin made little progress, active only a few hours each day from dawn at 5 a.m. to 8 a.m., then finding shelter to escape the heat, and from 5 p.m. until nightfall. She had tried moving at night, but it was too inconvenient. Her vision was severely impaired, and the zombies seemed more active after dark, their movements swifter than by day. The car could run air conditioning, but it consumed fuel. In the apocalypse, gasoline was precious. She had to. In truth, if humans could endure the harsh weather, scavenging supplies would become much easier, though there was the risk that zombies had taken refuge indoors, potentially leading to a nest of them. Oh, and she had heard that various bases had been established. Besides smaller ones, the 5 largest bases, east, south, west, north, and central, had formed by the second month of the apocalypse. The eastern base was in High City of S Province, the Haisher base less than 200 kilometers from Jiangcheng. Built along the coast, Lin Jin felt that the Haisher base would inevitably face problems in the future. In the 3 months since the apocalypse, not a single animal had been seen. Though animals have an innate instinct to sense danger, they couldn't have vanished without a trace. Something must have happened to the vanished animals. When they reappeared, it was uncertain whether it would be for good or ill. The southern base was in Guangmao City of Ji Province, the western base in Zhongqing of W Province, the northern base in Jingsheng of A Province, and the central base in Qingzhou City of D Province. Lin Jin's ultimate destination was the western base. For now, however, she needed to head to the central base as it was the closest. There she hoped to learn the uses of crystal cores and gather any new information about the apocalypse. Lin Jin journeyed towards the highway entrance, only stopping for the night after reaching its vicinity. At 4:30 for the next morning, she set off by car. When obstacles blocked the road, she would stow the vehicle away and traverse the area on foot or by climbing. Once past the difficult section, she would retrieve the car again. If zombies barred her path, she would slay them, collect their cores, and move on. Thus, with frequent stops and starts, it took her an entire day and night to reach Yuanqing in D Province. Beyond Yuanqing lay Qingzhou City, where finding a base would surely be easier. What Lin Jin needed to do now was to settle Lin Shan. She could not bring Lin Shan to the base. Although Lin Shan could restrain herself from harming Lin Jin, she was not friendly towards all humans. Once they had encountered a group of survivors. Had Lin Jin not intervened, Lin Shan would have rushed over to devour them. Even now, whenever Lin Shan spotted humans from a distance, she would grow restless. The outskirts of Yuansheng had few zombies and consequently fewer supplies, likely due to regular cleanup operations by the base. Lin Jin found a decent business hotel on the periphery and selected a suite. This place was both dangerous and safe. Dangerous because humans often appeared here, and if they saw Lin Shan they would surely show no mercy. Safe because it had already been cleared. As long as Lin Shan did not cause trouble, no one passing by would pay much attention. Lin Jin took out a large quantity of dried meat from her spatial storage, dividing it into 7 portions according to Lin Shan's current appetite. Lin Jin planned to make a trip to the base, taking at least 3 days, at most 7. The zombie Lin Shan's eyes lit up at the sight of the caretaker producing so much dried meat. Was it all for her? Mother, I need to go to the base. You have to stay alone in the room. No response. Her mind was entirely on. Lin Jin had already accepted her mother's current state. In her spare time, she taught her to recognize characters. Lin Shan now had the intelligence of a 3 or 4-year-old and could write some simple words. Lin Jin placed the portion dried meat into a backpack. She then took out another portion, roughly the same amount, and set it before Lin Shan, instructing carefully, "This is your meat for 1 day. There are 7 more portions in the bag. 1 portion per day? If you eat it all at once, it'll be gone. Understand? Meat. 7. The zombie Lin Shan pondered for a moment, then replied, truly understand. 1 portion. 1 portion like this." She shook the dried meat in her hand as she spoke. Good. They'll be back within 7 days. Mother, you must stay obediently in the room and not go anywhere. Lin Jin initially considered tying Lin Shan up again, but then dismissed the idea. It was useless. Lin Shan was now a fire-type zombie. Nothing could bind her. If you hear any sounds or knocks, you must not make a single noise, understand? Lin Jin instructed sternly, wanting Lin Shan to grasp the seriousness of this. The caretaker was suddenly so fierce. It wasn't as if she hadn't left before. She often went out and Lin Shan had never caused any trouble. Did you hear me? Fierce again. She just wouldn't go out. Don't go near the window. Even if you see people downstairs, don't run out and hurt anyone. With that, Lin Jin locked all the windows in the room and drew the curtains. So much talk. After repeated warnings, Lin Jin finally left, taking the room card with her. Lin Jin set off alone towards the base. Unable to find a car on the road, she had to rely on her own 2 feet. Recalling that there might be a bicycle in her spatial storage, she found a secluded spot and retrieved it. She cycled until dusk, feeling parched and exhausted. Eager to return as soon as possible, she pressed on relentlessly under the scorching sun without a moment's pause. Not long after entering Qingzhou City, she spotted a sign clearly indicating the route to the base. Stopping the bicycle, she took a bottle of water from her bag and drained it in one go. She wondered what the rules for entering the base were. Would she need to pay some kind of tribute? Lin Jin carried only a large travel backpack containing a few bottles of water, a small amount of food, 2 changes of clothes, a flashlight, a lighter, some tissues, and about 100 spirit cores on her person. By the time Lin Jin found the base, it was completely dark. The base had a rule: after 9 p.m., no one was allowed to enter. Anyone arriving late would have to wait until daybreak. Lin Jin was fortunate to arrive at 8:40 p.m. However, appearing alone so late nearly startled the 2 guards at the registration office into aiming their rifles. Had she not been riding a bicycle, they might have mistaken her for a high-level zombie. Even from a distance, Lin Jin could see the city wall, quite tall, perhaps over 10 meters. Guards were stationed at intervals along the wall, making it appear quite secure. Many vehicles were parked on both sides of the road, seemingly still in use. As Lin Jin approached, the 2 guards realized the cyclist was a young woman in her 20s. A large sign beside the city gate read registration office. Lin Jin went to the office and asked politely, "Excuse me, can I still enter now?" When she stopped the bicycle and walked up to them, the guards noticed that this young woman was not only beautiful, but also, she carried twin swords at her waist, radiated vitality and spirit, looking nothing like someone struggling to survive in the apocalypse. Traveling alone at night required considerable skill. The guard's tone involuntarily became more respectful. "Please show your pass." "A pass? I don't have one." "A pass from another base will also do." Had communication been restored within the base? Could they contact other bases? "I really don't have one." The guard was astonished and asked incredulously, "You've never been to any base before?" In an instant, Lin Jin replied calmly, "I came from Jiangcheng. I didn't know there was a base in Haishur until I was already very close to this one." This girl was definitely not ordinary. Could she be a strength-type awakener? She certainly wasn't an ordinary person without any abilities. They welcomed awakened individuals warmly and stopped asking questions. "Fill out this form, then go inside for a checkup. That's all." The base offered preferential treatment to first-time arrivals, not requiring them to pay food or cores, but only for the first time. Name Lin Jean, age 24, awakened. Yes. Ability. Water. Ability level. What if I don't know my ability level? Lin Jean had filled in everything she could. The guard glanced at the form. It was mostly complete. That's fine. When you get inside, someone will test you. So she was indeed an awakener. Looking more closely, he was stunned. Water. The way the guard looked at her made Lin Jean's skin crawl, and a sense of unease stirred within her. This young woman was actually a water awakener, the ability notoriously deemed useless and incapable of enhancing combat power. Could she be hiding her true strength? Whether she was hiding her strength or not, the fact that a water awakener could survive so well in the apocalypse indicated she possessed some unique trait. She should not be underestimated. The guard realized he had overreacted. Composing his expression, he became serious. Follow me. Lin Jean followed him through the city gate. Another guard also entered and closed the gate. Why is the gate closing? Lin Jean maintained a calm exterior, but her heart was pounding with anxiety. Base regulations, gates close at 9 p.m. You arrived just in time. Any later, and you'd have to spend the night outside. Hearing this explanation, Lin Jean breathed a silent sigh of relief. The guard led her to a room about 100 meters to the right inside the gate. He handed her over to the staff inside, saying, "Take this young lady for an ability test, and check if she's injured." They were also about to finish their shift for the day, and were quite free. "Young lady, come with me," said a woman who appeared to be in her 40s, taking the form from the guard. Lin Jean followed the staff member into an inner room. Seeing the instruments there, her heart, which had just relaxed, grew uneasy again. She wondered what the test would involve and whether it would expose her spatial ability. The staff led Lin Jean to a device, a transparent cylindrical chamber with its door open. "Stand on it and release your ability." Feigning composure, Lin Jean asked, "Can this device detect any ability? Is it safe?" The staff had heard such questions countless times. Many ability users voiced the same concerns, as the device resembled something used for confinement and research. The staff replied mechanically, "It only detects the 5 elemental abilities. Basic abilities are tested through other methods. Some special abilities cannot be tested for now." So abilities were categorized. At least her spatial ability would remain hidden. "Take the test first. Someone will escort you to the mission hall afterward. All your questions will be answered there." The staff urged her on. Lin Jean stepped onto the device and released her water ability. As she did, the surface turned blue and empty energy bars filled up, stopping at the second row, second slot. The staff glanced at it and recorded the data on a form. "You can step down now." The device not only tested abilities, but also checked for injuries. It was generally safe, as ability users had a very low chance of being infected into zombies. Lin Jean saw her fill in level 2 mid-tier. Then the staff led her back to the outer room and pointed to a counter. "Wait here. Once your form is entered, you'll receive your pass." "Okay, thank you." 3 minutes later, the counter staff handed her a silver card that looked like a bank card. "This is your pass. Keep it safe. It's valid at other bases too." The counter staff briefly explained. "Xiao Wu, take this young lady to the mission hall." The man called Xiao Wu immediately approached Lin Jean with deference. "Please follow me." These staff members were all ordinary people, naturally holding a sense of awe toward ability users. Besides, once people gained enough power, they changed. They had seen all sorts, especially ability users who were often ill-tempered. Clutching her belongings, Lin Jean followed Xiao Wu out of the registration hall. She was utterly confused and knew nothing, but she could pretend. She feigned calmness with ease. No sooner had Lin Jean left than another person entered the hall, a woman in her 20s, decent looking. "Sister Min, you're still here. Just about to leave?" Another ability user came in for registration. Li Min was tidying up. And alone. "Who's that impressive?" The young woman was envious. A pretty young girl. In truth, ability users often underwent physical changes, mostly for the better. Features improved, skin glowed, especially for water-type users who became dewy and fresh. Overall, they looked younger and more attractive. "Really? A pretty girl coming to the base alone at night?" The young woman was skeptical. The world was chaotic now. Not only zombies were terrifying, but humans as well. Li Min's computer was still on. She pulled up the girl's file. "Were you raised by liars? Don't believe me." Lin Jean. It was her. She was still alive. He just stared at the photo on the screen, stunned. Sensing her unease, Li Min asked, "What, you know her?" Startled by Li Min's voice, he realized she had lost her composure. She quickly smiled and said, "Yes, she's my sister. We got separated at the start of the apocalypse. Dad came all the way from Haishur base to Qingzhou base for her. So she's your sister." Yet Li Min felt something was off. "Sister Min, I'll be going now." He waved goodbye with a smile, but as she turned, her smile faded. Since Lin Jean had arrived at the base, Yufanhan would find out sooner or later. It was better she told him herself. Once he was far enough, Li Min realized why was the sister surnamed Lin while she was he. Her mother was surnamed He, but her father didn't seem to be Lin, right? He rushed home and bumped into He Yingying at the door. "Mom, I need to tell you something." He pulled He Yingying into a corner. Frowning at her rash daughter, He Yingying asked, "What's wrong?" With a grave expression, He Jie said Lin Jin is here. Lin Jin. She didn't die. He Ying had thought her disappearance meant she was long dead. When did this happen? Just now. I went to the restroom before my shift ended, and when I came back Sister Min said an ability user had arrived. She didn't want to admit Lin Jin was getting prettier. He Ying had long suspected Lin Jin feeling, she seemed to know the apocalypse was coming. Now that she heard she was an ability user, she wasn't surprised at all. So late. Who came with her? Frowning He Jie said just her alone. Just her alone. Looks like her mother either turned into a zombie or died. Perhaps Lin Jin had even killed her herself. At that thought, He Ying's lips curled involuntarily. I wouldn't know. He Jie had never suffered much. Protected all the way by her parents. Both ability users Yu Fanghan and He Ying. She naturally couldn't fathom what Lin Jin had been through. I plan to tell Dad later. He Ying snapped. What? Are you out of your mind? Your father left the comfortable Haishur base to search for her all the way to Qingzhou base. He only just gave up. Now that Lin Jin is alone, won't he bring her back? He Ying had thought Yu Fanghan didn't care much about his biological daughter, but it seemed true affection was revealed in times of crisis. Lin Jin herself was foolish, never close to her father. But if they lived together from now on, how could her daughter compare to his flesh and blood? I know what you're thinking, but since Lin Jin is in Qingzhou base, he'll find out eventually. It's better I tell him myself. As the registrar, she was the first to know. If she stayed silent, and they met later, Yu Fanghan would surely hold. He Ying thought it over and decided her daughter was right. You're right. Telling him shows you're considerate and care about your sister Lin Jin. He Ying felt her daughter was growing cleverer, though it was a pity she had no ability. Mom'll go in first. Come in later and act like you know nothing. I understand. Go ahead. On the other side, Xiao Wu led Lin Jin to the mission hall. Although the hall didn't close until 10 p.m., it was already nearly deserted. This is where you pick up missions. Tasks are posted on the screen from time to time. Some from the base, others from individuals. You can take on anything you think is within your capabilities. Just call me Lin Jin, she said. All the respectful address throughout the journey made her feel as if she were losing years off her life. Xiao Wu paused, startled. It seemed this psychic was good-natured and well-mannered. Usually those with powers and beauty like hers were mostly spoiled and willful. All right. Xiao Wu led Lin Jin to another bulletin board. Here are some common-sense tips for the apocalypse. You can take a look, and if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask the staff. But it's almost closing time, so there might not be many people around. Under normal circumstances, the mission hall opens at 7 a.m. and closes at 10 p.m. Now that Xiao Wu knew Lin Jin wasn't ill-tempered, his tone became a bit more casual. Next door you can rent a place. The minimum is 1 week with no maximum limit. If you don't have any crystal cores, you'll have to stay in the outermost area where there are cheap lodgings. Otherwise, you can set up a tent. About a kilometer to the right out the door, there's a trading zone. It's not official, but you can check it out if you need something. If you're unsure about prices, you can still trade at the mission hall. They offer fair rates. This trading zone had grown from a few street vendors at the start to its current size. The base had even designated that area collecting stall fees, turning it into a large marketplace, where just about anything could be bought. Xiao Wu could only give a brief introduction for now. It all depended on Lin Jin's needs. After all, staying in the base long enough would make everything clear. It's already late, and you won't be able to rent a place tonight. The base has a temporary hostel where you can stay for the night. Of course, the conditions are pretty basic. If it weren't for Lin Jin's good temper, he would never have mentioned the hostel. It was truly just a temporary solution meant for psychics like her who arrived at night and couldn't find accommodation immediately. Besides a bed, there was nothing, and the toilets were outside and shared. Lin Jin accepted willingly. That's fine. Lead the way and thank you. Just as Xiao Wu was about to escort her out of the mission hall, 3 people rushed in, hurriedly heading straight for them. Xiao Jin. Yu Fanghan, upon hearing from He Jie that Lin Jin had arrived at Qingzhou base, came running without a second thought. It had been so long, he had truly believed Lin Jin was gone, even dreading the day he might see her as a zombie. Xiao Wu was shoved aside. He recognized all 3 He Jie from the registration office, and the other 2 were. Seeing Yu Fanghan standing before Lin Jin with tearful eyes, He Jie directly took Lin Jin's left hand and said with heartfelt emotion, "Sister, it's such a relief you're safe. We were so worried about you. Yes, Xiao Jin, your father has been searching for you for so long. Finally, he found you." He Ying also wore a look of deep relief. To outsiders, it seemed like a family reunion after being separated. But to Xiao Wu, the scene felt off. The 2 sisters had different surnames. One could take the father's, the other the mother's. But Lin Jin hadn't asked about anyone since arriving at the base, and her expression now was expressionless. There was no joy at seeing family. He even sensed a hint of annoyance. Yu Fanghan gave Lin Jin a quick once-over. She had all her limbs and her spirits seemed good. "Xiao Jin, it's good that you're okay." Yu Fanghan had always been a bit talkative. Before the divorce, when Lin Jin was still called Eugene, father and daughter got along well. But after the divorce, Lin Jin changed her name and gradually grew distant. She became quiet and reserved, and a rift had formed between them. Lin Jin subtly pulled her hand away, her tone indifferent as she addressed them Dad Annie. She hadn't expected to see them again, let alone that Yu Fanghan had been searching for her all this time. In her mind, Yu Fanghan and his family would have followed the military to the nearest Haisher base. He Jie called Lin Jin's sister, and Lin Jin called He Jie's mother Annie. Xiao Wu felt he understood now. He Jie's mother was her father's second wife, and Lin Jin and He Jie seemed about the same age. That was. He Jie naturally caught Xiao Wu's look of dawning realization, and a flash of anger surged within her, but she masked it quickly. He Jie said softly, "Sister, come home with us." In the base, though she was an ordinary person, both her parents were psychics, so she was treated well. Everyone thought she was fortunate. But what now? An extra sister, and one with powers. What would others think of her? A waste. The only ordinary person in the whole family. Come home with you. Yes, that's their home. Lin Jin declined decisively. No need, I have a place to stay. Xiao Wu's expression of "I knew it" made He Yingying sense something was wrong. He Yingying shifted slightly, blocking Xiao Wu's probing gaze. Silly child, now that we've found you, how could we let you stay outside alone? We've always kept your room ready at home. Yu Fanghan, seeing that Lin Shan wasn't with her, assumed she was gone, and said with a pained look, "Xiao Jin, come home." Xiao Wu wasn't foolish. He knew an outsider was out of place in such a scene, and self-preservation was key. Since Miss Lin has a place to stay, you'll be going now. Without waiting for Lin Jin's reply, he strode away. Seeing Xiao Wu leave, Lin Jin had no choice. She couldn't stand there all night, and the three in front of her wouldn't allow it anyway. Let's go. Sleep at their place then. Along the way, she had slept in countless others' homes. He Yingying and He Jie were both clever. Once home, He Yingying said she would prepare daily necessities for Lin Jin, taking He Jie with her to give Yu Fanghan and Lin Jin some time alone. Lin Jin didn't speak. In her heart, her father had long ceased to exist. The outbreak of the apocalypse had only severed that bond completely. Yu Fanghan, on the other hand, had many questions but didn't know where to start, afraid to touch on her painful memories. He hadn't seen Lin Jin in over 6 months. Taking this chance, he looked at her closely, thinner, fairer, and more beautiful than before. Their last meeting was during the New Year, when she came for a meal and left. They had barely exchanged a few words at the table. When had it come to this between father and daughter? Even in the same room, they could barely speak. Finally, Yu Fanghan broke the silence. "Xiao Jie said you're a psychic too." Lin Jin truly hated hearing about those two women from Yu Fanghan's mouth. They were his wife and daughter, nothing. That was why she had grown increasingly reluctant to visit his home. Because it was his home, a happy family of 3. Water element. Lin Jin's reply was perfunctory. Oh, water element. No wonder her skin was getting better and better, making her look fresh and radiant. But it was somewhat useless. Most water element psychics in the base were women who never left the base, making a living by selling water. Of course, some with good skin and looks relied on attaching themselves to stronger individuals for survival. That's good. Your aunt and I are both psychics. I'm a high-level second-stage earth element, and she's a mid-level second-stage fire element. From now on, you won't have to work so hard. Dad will earn the crystal cores for your water element. Although Lin Jin had known they were both psychics, she hadn't expected He Yingying to be a fire element. No need, I can earn them myself. Yu Fanghan knew his daughter was strong-willed and assumed she was still unaware of the base's realities. What worried him now was that his daughter was too beautiful. Though it brought him pride, he feared someone might set their sights on her. He and He Yingying were decently strong in the base, but nowhere near the powerful psychics of the major teams. Why must a girl be so stubborn? Just sell some water at the mission hall every day and earn a little. Dad will handle the rest. Her personality was like his, but that wasn't necessarily a good thing. He had always wished Lin Jin would be more gentle and dependent. Lin Jin remained silent, and Yu Fanghan didn't know what else to say. He felt it wasn't the right time to ask about. Just then, He Yingying announced the room was ready. "Xiao Jin, you must be tired. Go rest. Tomorrow Dad will take you out for a look around." Yu Fanghan noticed Lin Jin was clean, but only had a bag and a weapon, likely with few crystal cores. "We have a mission tomorrow," He Yingying interjected as a reminder. The mission had been accepted earlier, set to depart tomorrow for 2 days. Yu Fanghan was so thrilled to see Lin Jin that he had forgotten about it. "Then I won't go." He Yingying's smile turned strained. "That won't do. It's a team mission. If you suddenly back out, it'll be hard to explain to the vice captain." In truth, with their abilities, they could have joined a first-tier team. The base had 2 first-tier teams, each with third-stage captains and vice captains, over 30 psychics, and some capable ordinary people. In the second-level team, their group was quite decent. Apart from her and Yu Fanghan, both the team leader and the deputy team leader were level 2 ability users, along with more than 20 level 1 members. Though they couldn't compare to the larger teams, they benefited from safer missions. Although the larger teams offered better benefits, the missions they undertook were dangerous, lengthy, and had high attrition rates. Yu Fanghan was still contemplating when he heard Lin Jin say, "You guys go ahead, don't worry about me. They'll just stroll around tomorrow on my own." Xiao Wu had introduced the team and the ability users, so it seemed that their team with the 2 of them should be quite capable. He Yingying encouraged, "Yes, Xiao Jin is already grown up, what is there to worry about? If it's really necessary, let Xiao Jia take a day off to accompany her tomorrow. The team mission this time was not difficult, and there were benefits every time they returned from a mission. With an extra person at home, they needed to earn more. It would be ideal to exchange for more water-type crystal nuclei in the next few days, as water and wood types were the cheapest in terms of exchange rates. Thinking this through, Yu Fanghan agreed. Then let Xiao Jia accompany her. Really, it's not necessary. I can take care of myself, Lin Jin said, frowning slightly, feeling a bit annoyed. This stubbornness. All right, then just be careful. If anything happens, go to the registration office to find Xiao Jia. The registration office. He Jia works there. Why hadn't she seen it before? Yu Fanghan and He Yingying took Lin Jin to the room prepared for her. It's not as good as before. Many things are gone, so we can only make do with what we have. He Yingying said a bit apologetically, as if she felt she had wronged Lin Jin. It's quite good. Although Lin Jin had stayed in decent places most of the way, she was not picky. She had even lain among piles of zombie corpses. He Yingying smiled gently and said, then Xiao Jin, you should rest. Your dad and I need to sleep too. We have to get up early tomorrow. Lin Jin did not want to call anyone. She didn't want to call Yu Fanghan dad or He Yingying aunt. If possible, she wished not to see them again. After they left, Lin Jin lay on the bed thinking that she probably wouldn't be able to leave tomorrow. She also wondered how. The next morning, Yu Fanghan and He Yingying got up, made breakfast, and knocked on Lin Jin's door, but there was no response inside. She might be tired. Let her sleep. We should hurry and eat. It's almost time to gather, He Yingying urged. After Yu Fanghan and He Yingying left, He Jia got up. Not long after, she also left, and Lin Jin finally came out of her room. She had already woken up, as she just didn't want to face them. Lin Jin went to the mission hall and headed straight for the bulletin board. It was too late yesterday to read the announcements carefully, and now she had time to look at them properly. Ability classification: basic 5 elements abilities: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Physical enhancement: constitution, strength, speed, hearing, vision, etc. Rare abilities: lightning, space, healing, wind, ice, mental, etc. Ability user levels are divided into 3 stages: beginner, intermediate, and advanced for each ability level. E.g. Fire ability level 1 beginner, with exceptions for space and healing abilities, where specific levels must be tested with instruments and classified according to strength. Crystal nucleus classification: as of now, 6 types of crystal nuclei have been discovered: gold, green, blue, red, yellow, brown, transparent, corresponding to the basic 5 elements abilities. Transparent crystal nuclei can be used to enhance all non-basic 5 elements abilities. Research indicates that ability users need to absorb corresponding crystal nuclei. Haphazard absorption can lead to unpredictable consequences. Zombie conversion rate: when an ordinary person is bitten, there is a 99% chance of contracting the zombie virus and becoming a new zombie, with only a 1% chance of mutating into an ability user. If an ability user is bitten and their ability level is lower than that of the zombie, there is a 70% chance of turning into a zombie. If at the same level, 50%. If the ability level is higher than that of the zombie, the infection rate sharply declines. The base implements a points system. Completing missions or submitting supplies needed by the base can earn points, which can be exchanged for various supplies and crystal nuclei. Point system. Interesting. Lin Jin carefully read through the contents of the bulletin board before heading to the exchange window. The staff merely glanced at Lin Jin and asked expressionlessly, "What do you need to exchange?" Selling water. The weather was hot, and the Qingzhou base had posted recruitment notices for water users and water collection half a month ago. What level of water ability? Level 2, intermediate. The staff naturally took out a white plastic water bucket from under the counter. Half a bucket is 10 points, a full bucket is 20 points. Upon hearing this, Lin Jin furrowed her brows. Seeing this, the staff misunderstood and took out a red plastic water bucket. Half a bucket is 5 points, a full bucket is 10 points. I don't want points. Can I exchange directly for crystal nuclei? Points were of no use to Lin Jin. The staff then carefully examined Lin Jin and mechanically replied, "Yes." "Do you have a larger bucket?" "This one is too small." The staff silently took out another white bucket. Lin Jin realized that the white water bucket was probably the largest available. "Let's get another one then." The expressionless staff finally showed a look of surprise on their face, as if they wanted to say something, but swallowed their words. They handed over another white plastic water bucket. The staff watched Lin Jin use her abilities, their eyes widening slightly, as they observed her quickly fill one bucket with water. As the second and third buckets were also filled, their pupils widened in shock. While filling the second bucket, Lin Jin noticed that the staff's gaze at her was off. She subtly slowed down her ability usage, and when it came to the third bucket, she pretended to struggle, barely managing to fill it. 60 level 1 crystal nuclei, please take care of them. The staff's tone unintentionally carried a hint of respect. Lin Jin noticed it, but didn't care much. After all, she wouldn't be staying in the base for long. She accepted the crystal nuclei and left the mission hall. Lin Jin aimlessly began to wander around the base. The entire base was divided into 3 rings. The outermost ring was mainly where ordinary people lived. It was a bit dirty and chaotic. Tents were everywhere with about 10 people living in each tent, some of whom looked like they were skin and bones. There were middle-aged women begging with children along the streets, some people fought over food, and some women of decent appearance stood at the tent entrances looking wan yet instantly smiling when they saw men passing by. To survive, everyone had it hard. Lin-Jean felt uncomfortable watching. She was just an ordinary person, not a savior. Helping one person did not mean she could help everyone. Just as Lin-Jean was about to leave, she was stopped by someone. "Little girl, you're new here, aren't you?" There were 5 people, clearly thugs, the kind that bullied others. Lin-Jean ignored them and tried to walk past, but they clung to her saying, "Little girl, why are you so rude? We're talking to you." While speaking, they tried to grab Lin-Jean. Without a word, Lin-Jean swiftly drew the dual daggers from her waist and swung them. She hadn't intended to hurt anyone, and naturally the person merely recoiled in fear without being injured. Get lost. If Lin-Jean were still the Lin-Jean from before the apocalypse, she might have felt at a loss, might have panicked, cried, and been bullied. But now her hands were stained with blood. If necessary, she wouldn't mind staining them with the blood of living people. The weakest among the 5, with a mouthful of yellow teeth, said arrogantly, "Do you know who my boss is? Do you dare to be so arrogant? Do you still want to mix here?" Lin-Jean retorted with a hint of mockery in her tone, "Is the base your boss?" Just as the little thug was about to say something boastful, another one held him back, saying, "Little girl, you misunderstood. My brother just doesn't know how to speak." Lin-Jean glanced at the man who spoke. His face was gloomy, and he looked like no good. "Can I leave now?" The man smiled and said, "Of course you can." At the same time, he gestured for the others to make way for Lin-Jean. Lin-Jean sheathed her daggers and left under their watchful eyes. "We go, are you just going to let this little girl go?" After Lin-Jean left, Hui Guest's face darkened. "Go check her identity. She doesn't look like an ordinary person. If she has a background, fine. If not, humph." Lin-Jean paid no heed to this minor incident and continued exploring the base. After all, they were merely a few petty thugs throwing their weight around the outer ring bullies who preyed on the weak. The second ring was inhabited by psychics and capable ordinary people, featuring apartment buildings, townhouses, and small villas. The public order and environment were far superior to those of the outer ring. At any time and any place, humanity could never achieve true equality. As for the innermost area, it was said to be reserved for the base's leaders and those high-ranking officials. After a day of exploration, Lin-Jean had essentially mapped out the entire base. She felt it was time to leave, but she decided to wait one more day to bid him farewell. When Jie returned home from work, she knocked on Lin-Jean's door, but received no response. She stood there for over 10 seconds before retreating to her own room. Lin-Jean was inside her room. When Jie knocked, she simply chose not to acknowledge her. Only after the commotion outside subsided did she resume absorbing the transparent crystal core in her hand. As she absorbed it, the core gradually shrank until it vanished entirely. Lin-Jean had only slept a few hours when she heard another knock. She initially intended to ignore it, but ultimately decided to open the door. "Good morning, sister." Jie stood at the door, her face adorned with a graceful smile. Lin-Jean responded with a blank expression. "Morning. When I came home from work yesterday, I knocked on your door, but there was no sound from inside. Were you asleep?" Jie asked with a grin. "I was asleep. Did you explore the base yesterday? Any gains?" Jie inquired with a feigned look of innocence and curiosity. "I did." Jie found conversing with Lin-Jean exhausting and difficult. The smile on her face began to crack. "Sister, please have breakfast. I've already prepared it." "Thank you." The two sat at the dining table, each lost in their own thoughts. Suddenly, Lin-Jean broke the silence. "Will they be back today?" Jie's heart skipped a beat at the question. Had she taken a liking to something and wanted him to buy it? Reluctantly, she answered, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should be back today." "I'm leaving today. If they return too late, I won't wait." Jie frowned. "Where are you going?" "Playing hard to get." Jie's thoughts were an open book to Lin-Jean, who had no desire to engage in further hypocrisy. "I know what you're worried about. Put your mind at ease. I only came into the base to have a look around. I never planned to stay." Regardless, the fact that the mother and daughter had stayed by his side until now was commendable. Jie's cheeks flushed crimson, embarrassed at having her thoughts exposed. "What are you saying, sister?" Worried about you. It's too dangerous outside the base." Not everyone was as fortunate as she was to be cherished and loved, shielded from the brutal and terrifying reality of the world. Jie felt a shiver under Lin-Jean's piercing gaze and involuntarily swallowed. "Sister, you should be heading to work. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait any longer, so I'm telling you in advance. If they come back and I'm already gone, just tell them I've left the base." Without waiting for Jie's reply, she returned to her room. The sound of the door closing snapped Jie back to reality, and a surge of anger welled up within her. Was she that proud? So stubbornly independent? She was like that before, and she was still the same now. Didn't she know that women should learn to be delicate and coquettish to be cherished? Around 2 in the afternoon, the voices of Yu Fenghan and He Yingying drifted in from the living room. Lin-Jean opened her eyes, put away the unfinished crystal core, grabbed her belongings, and left the room. Yu Fanghan's face lit up when he saw Lin Jin. Xiao Jin, you're home. Why didn't you go out for a stroll? Lin Jin gave them a cursory once-over. I explored the base yesterday. Neither of them seemed injured, though they looked somewhat fatigued. Are you going out? Yu Fanghan noticed that Lin Jin was carrying her bag just as she had when she first arrived. Was there something important inside that she had to keep with her? Lin Jin paused for a moment before speaking. I'm leaving. Leaving? Is something wrong with the living arrangements here? Yu Fanghan assumed she had a disagreement with Hejia. I'm leaving the base. Yu Fanghan was taken aback. Frowning, he asked, why? Did you take on a mission? I was just passing through and wanted to take a look. Now that I've seen it, it's time to go. Lin Jin felt that she was still too soft-hearted. She could have just left without all these explanations. What do you mean passing through? Are you really going alone? Where will you go? Isn't it good to live with your father? I'm your only family left in this world. Where else can you go? Yu Fanghan had always known that his daughter was distant from him, but he never imagined it had come to this. Who said you're my only family in this world? In this world, she only had Lin Shan as her family. I came here looking for my mother. We got separated. Since she's not here, of course I have to leave. Lin Jin, who had been indifferent to the three of them all along, suddenly changed her tone. Your mother, she's not. Yu Fanghan hesitated. She's alive. Alive and well. Catching his implication, Lin Jin grew angry. Why did they get to live happily as a family of three while assuming her mother was dead? Hejia tried to mediate. Xiao Jin, don't get upset. Your father didn't mean anything by it. He just thinks your mother might not be with us anymore. Even if she hadn't died before, how long could an ordinary person survive in the apocalypse? He Ying appeared to be explaining on Yu Fanghan's behalf, but she was actually sowing discord. The corners of Lin Jin's eyes reddened as she glared at He Ying. Shut your mouth. My mother is a fire-type psychic. There's no might about it. Her mother had turned into a zombie at the very beginning, but so what? She was taking good care of her now. She didn't need anyone's sympathy or help. She could survive in this apocalypse with her mother on her own. Xiao Jin, watch your tone. Yu Fanghan's brow furrowed, his voice carrying an accusatory edge. He was glad Lin Shan was alive, as it meant Lin Jin wouldn't be heartbroken, but speaking to He Ying like that was unacceptable. Watch my tone. Your wife was cursing my mother to die? How exactly should I speak? What Lin Jin hated most was Yu Fanghan always taking He Ying's side. Then what was she? Your aunt didn't mean it that way. Yu Fanghan grew irritated. Why couldn't they just have a civil conversation? Over the years, Lin Jin had learned to temper her temper, but she often lost control around Yu Fanghan because he was the one she resented the most. Lin Jin realized she was getting too worked up. She took a deep breath to calm herself. Fine, let's stop here. Yu Fanghan was genuinely worried about his daughter. Traveling alone in the apocalypse. Did she think she was invincible? And she was just a useless water type. Lin Jin frowned. My surname is Lin, not Yu. Every time she faced them, she felt immense pain. She tried to endure it, but she always ended up losing control. He Ying watched the father-daughter argument unfold and knew better than to interfere. She didn't want to be blamed if Lin Jin strode quickly toward the base exit, ignoring Yu Fanghan, who was following her. Unable to reason with her, Yu Fanghan decided to physically stop her, grabbing her arm. Xiao Jin, stop this nonsense. Lin Jin tried to shake him off without success, then used more force to push his hand away. In the end, you just think I'm too weak and you're afraid he'll die out there. I just want you to live a safe and stable life. Yu Fanghan's brow furrowed slightly. I'm not as weak as you think. For the past few months, my mother and I have been living well. We eat well and sleep well. I can kill zombies. I don't need to rely on anyone. When Lin Jin pushed his hand away, Yu Fanghan noticed her grip was surprisingly strong. What's wrong with relying on your father? What about my mother? After the divorce, Lin Shan had been like a fool, listless and lost. Lin Jin could see her pain, but she always pretended everything was fine in front of her. Dad, you have a new family now. I've grown up. You don't need to take responsibility for me anymore. He hadn't taken responsibility when she needed him most, as she certainly didn't need it now. Lin Jin's words gave Yu Fanghan pause. He was living well with He Ying and Hejia now. Xiao Jin. She still had Lin Shan. Yu Fanghan relented. Xiao Jin. Take care of yourself out there. Your father's door will always be open for you. If things get too tough out there, remember, you can always come back. Hearing that he was letting her go, Lin Jin felt an even deeper sorrow. Whenever his wife was mentioned, she looked up at the sky, forcing back her tears. Take care of yourself. Wait. Yu Fanghan pulled a small pouch of blue water-type crystal cores from his pocket. This is all I have for now. Take it. These were cores he had secretly saved and traded for. Lin Jin wanted to refuse, but then she thought, why shouldn't she take them? What reason did she have to refuse? Thank you. Just a few dozen water-type crystal cores. Yu Fanghan watched Lin Jin leave the base, even riding a bicycle. He could only hope she would truly be safe out there. After leaving the base, Lin Jin mounted her bicycle and pondered many things along the way, sometimes even thinking of nothing at all, her mind a blank slate, until she noticed the darkening sky and realized how dangerous her actions had been. Lin Jin now only wanted to see Lin Shan as soon as possible. She found a secluded spot, retrieved the off-road vehicle from her space, and sped back. By the time she returned to the hotel where Lin Shan was staying, it was already 10 p.m. Lin Jin sat in the car for a while, calming her emotions before getting out. She put away the vehicle and went upstairs. As Lin Jin opened the door, she saw Lin Shan lying on the bed staring at the ceiling. Upon seeing her return, Lin Shan leaped off the bed and rushed toward her. When Lin Jin saw Lin Shan rushing toward her, her eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Her heart ached terribly. She stepped forward and embraced Lin Shan, silently weeping. Why is my keeper so affectionate today? But why does she seem unhappy? In the past few days, zombie Lin Shan had lived a life of eating, sleeping again, and then eating once more, thoroughly enjoying herself. The embrace lasted a full half hour. Lin Jin wiped away her tears with her hand before letting go of Lin Shan, forcing a smile, and asked, "Mom, did you miss me?" Zombie Lin Shan nodded. Yes, she did miss her. The keeper returned just in time. The meat was all gone. Lin Jin saw Lin Shan nod and was amused. Do you miss me? Or do you miss the meat? She knew Lin Shan had little human emotion now. Only meat could truly attract her. Heh. Both. With you there's meat, right? Lin Jin opened the bag she had left for Lin Shan. The jerky inside was indeed all gone. Lin Jin put on a stern face, pretending to be angry, and said seriously, no food today. I left you a week's worth of meat, and you finished it in just 3 days. Hep. No meat, I'm ignoring you. Zombie Lin Shan crawled back to bed and resumed her sleeping. Alright, now your focus should be on taking good care of yourself and your mother, and stop overthinking. Lin Jin said this to herself in her heart. She washed up and went asleep. After waking up, Lin Jin began absorbing crystal cores. She ate when hungry and slept when tired, not stepping out of the room for several days. After absorbing some of the transparent crystal cores, she moved on to the water-attributed ones. The blue water-attributed cores seemed to contain more energy than the transparent ones. Absorbing thousands of crystal cores made Lin Jin feel as if she were turning into a statue, but the results were astonishing. After absorbing a portion of the transparent cores, her spatial ability leveled up again, with the space expanding to about twice its previous size. It was incredibly difficult to upgrade, requiring over 800 transparent cores. Lin Jin's water element also advanced by 1 rank. The remaining cores should be enough for her to smoothly break through to level 3. While Lin Jin was absorbing cores with her eyes closed, someone tapped her shoulder. It was zombie Lin Shan, poking her with a finger, deliberately avoiding her sharp claws. What's wrong? Lin Jin asked, puzzled. It wasn't mealtime yet. Ha. Lin Jin was completely bewildered. She truly couldn't understand zombie language. This expression didn't seem to be about wanting meat. I don't understand. So frustrating. How to communicate? Oh, got it. Ha. Zombie Lin Shan held her head, pretending to be in great pain. Could this be a psychic zombie? That time when the psychic zombie appeared, Lin Shan had reacted exactly like this. Zombie Lin Shan nodded vigorously. Her keeper was quite clever after all. Lin Jin immediately got out of bed, walked to the window, pulled back the curtain, and looked outside. There wasn't a single zombie in sight. Is the psychic zombie coming for us? Hey. Zombie Lin Shan tilted her head slightly. Lin Jin didn't need to guess if she could hear the question in that sound. After thinking for a few seconds, she rephrased it in a way Lin Shan could understand. I mean, is the psychic zombie coming to kill me? Zombie Lin Shan shook her head. If it's not coming for us, then forget it. Lin Jin let the curtain fall, deciding not to worry about it. She wondered if that unlucky target would be as fortunate as she was. Earlier, zombie Lin Shan had sensed a call from a fellow zombie and secretly peeked through the curtains. She saw 5 humans passing by, and even through the window they smelled delicious. Lin Jin returned to the bed, picked up a water-attributed core, and absorbed it while her mind still churned over the matter. Doing nothing now felt wrong. Having a psychic zombie nearby made her feel extremely unsafe. She could stay hidden and avoid detection, but what about Lin Shan? She feared Lin Shan might fall under the psychic zombie's control. The one she had killed earlier was likely a level 2 psychic zombie. It could influence Lin Shan, but not control her. Judging by Lin Shan's current abilities, she was only a level 1 fire-attributed zombie. It seemed she needed to be strengthened. Lin Jin took out the remaining crystal cores and picked out the red fire-attributed ones, putting them into another bag. There weren't many, just over 100. Even with over 200 water-attributed cores, she could only break through to level 3. Even if she gave all these to Lin Shan, she wouldn't become stronger than Lin Jin, who could still control her. What Lin Jin didn't know was that zombies could absorb any type of crystal core, though absorbing cores of the same attribute would speed up their advancement. Humans absorbed cores by holding them in their palms. What about zombies? Did they eat them directly? Mom, do you want this? Lin Jin took out a level 1 fire-attributed core and asked Lin Shan. Zombie Lin Shan nodded eagerly. Yes. She had a feeling that eating this would make her stronger than eating meat. Lin Jin fed her 1 core. It crunched crisply. What excellent teeth she had. Lin Shan chewed, and swallowed one, then opened her mouth for more. Lin Jin fed her another. She chewed again and continued asking, Lin Jin, you'd better eat them yourself. Lin Jin stuffed the bag into Lin Shan's hands. Afterwards, Lin Jin continued absorbing her water-attributed cores while Lin Shan munched away like she was eating fried beans, crunching loudly until the sound stopped. Lin Jin secretly observed that Lin Shan was absorbing the energy from the cores. After a while, she would eat a few more, then pause to absorb again. Another day passed, and Lin Jin's water element had broken through to the early stage of level 3. She also experimented with a new technique, a water shield, an enlarged version of compressed water droplets. It was a shield about the size of a frying pan, and she had Lin Shan test it. Her claws couldn't pierce through. After her experiments, she continued absorbing the remaining few dozen cores when suddenly she heard a roar right by her ear. It was Lin Shan. Lin Jin opened her eyes and saw Lin Shan's agonized expression, just like when the psychic zombie had tried to control her before. Mom, is the psychic zombie trying to control you? Lin Jin pulled back the curtain. Outside it was daylight, but there wasn't a single zombie in sight. She was certain Lin Shan had also leveled up. For it to affect a level 2 Lin Shan, this psychic zombie must be at least level 3 or even level 4. Her fangs were bared, even though that fellow zombie's command wasn't directed at her. It seemed the person the psychic zombie was currently dealing with was very powerful, forcing it to strengthen its control over all zombies, which in turn affected Lin Shan. Seeing Lin Shan in such pain, Mom, let's go and kill it. If a psychic zombie were allowed to grow, humanity would truly be doomed. Kill it. Kill it. It gave her a headache, so she would make it die. Lin Jin and Lin Shan marched valiantly and spiritedly toward the psychic zombie's location. The path was clear, but the closer they got, the more ferocious Lin Shan's expression became, her eyes bloodshot and bulging as if her eye sockets might split. Mom, can you hold on? If you really can't, well, leave and get far away from here. Lin Jin looked at Lin Shan with concern. Lately, Lin Shan rarely showed such a fierce expression, but now with her green face and exposed fangs, her features twisted, she looked quite terrifying. No leaving. I can do it. Kill. Zombie Lin Shan felt she could manage. She was afraid that fellow zombie might harm her keeper, and she didn't want to see her keeper suffer like last time. Alright, if you really can't handle it, remember to run as far as you can. I will find you. Lin Jin hid in a room on the 7th floor, peering through the window to see the scene below with perfect clarity. Not far from the building stood an elementary school, its grounds teeming with people, especially around the playground. Through her binoculars, Lin Jin spotted 5 men in the experimental building before the playground, unleashing a dazzling array of powers. Zombies fell one after another, yet more surged toward them endlessly as if there were no end in sight. Lowering the binoculars, she gazed down with her naked eyes and couldn't help but swallow hard. It was no longer a mere sea of darkness. It was a veritable ocean of humanity, akin to the bustling crowds at West Lake during National Day. Do I really have to go? Her limbs felt weak. The zombie Lin Shan felt she could wait no longer, as if she was on the verge of losing control. Lin Jin couldn't bear to let Lin Shan suffer any longer. With the spirit crystals all used up, it was time to descend and earn some more. As I said before, if you can't handle it, run. If not, she would have to run too. The zombie Lin Shan moved faster than Lin Jin, darting out of the room and charging. Lin Jin crept quietly toward the side of the school near the experimental building. The iron railings outside had long been destroyed by the horde. Buddha, protect me. Lin Jin wasn't much of a believer, but at this moment she desperately wanted to trust. She hoped Buddha would shield her as she went to court death. Knows when no die. Lin Jin hesitated no more. Only by creating chaos early could she give Lin Shan a safer chance to approach the psychic zombie. She gathered her hands, condensing water droplets into a sphere the size of a glass bead, a crystal ball, a basketball, until it was a water orb about 1 meter in diameter. Feeling the strain, she hurled it into the zombie horde. Its power was akin to a bomb, weakened 100-fold. Where it struck, zombies collapsed in a heap of severed limbs and remains, though few were truly dead. Quickly, she formed 2 more similar orbs and tossed them into the horde, causing a certain impact and reducing some of the enemy's combat strength. The zombies blasted, but not retaliating, pressed forward relentlessly. Lin Jin seized this perfect opportunity for a sneak attack, not really drew her blade, and began a frenzied slaughter. Such commotion naturally caught the attention of the 5 men battling on the 3rd floor corridor, as well as the psychic zombie. Boss, there's someone down there killing zombies, Zhou Jichen said, releasing a spike of earth while glancing down. Maybe another unlucky soul like us targeted by the zombies. Tang Shua unleashed fireballs to finish off the zombies knocked down by the earth spikes one by one. Gu Mingting didn't join the fight. He and Ma Kai rested in the middle. On the left, Zhou Jichen and Tang Shua cooperated to slay zombies, while on the right, Su Lun's metal ability shot like bullets into zombie brains, swift and precise. Zhou Jichen's glance didn't reveal much, only that it was a water ability user. He never imagined water abilities could be so formidable. Gu Mingting, however, saw clearly it was a single person, a young girl wielding her water ability with extraordinary skill. The five of them took turns resting one at a time. They had been fighting the zombies for a day and a night, having been pursued for 2 days prior. Though they were human and could endure without food, drink, or sleep, their abilities couldn't hold out. Often when their powers waned, they had to rely on military knives to kill enemies, only resting when they could no longer sustain the fight. Water abilities can be used like this. It was an eye-opener. First, a massive water orb blasted a wave, then what was that? A water rope or chain. It separated the encroaching zombies, preventing them from getting close, and she easily stabbed them in the head with her blade. To those above, Lin Jin seemed relaxed, but in reality she was not. Once the psychic zombie noticed her, it diverted a large wave of zombies her way. So far, though she had killed dozens, she hadn't advanced a single step, instead, she had been forced back several meters by the encirclement. Her abilities were draining fast, and her stamina even faster. The thought of retreat crossed her mind, and she acted on it. Leading the massive horde, she fought, while retreating, swinging water abilities with her right hand, while clutching a blue spirit crystal in her left. One hand released power, the other absorbed it. She was pushing herself to the limit for survival. Though the zombie group below the experimental building had thinned slightly, the pressure on the 5 men didn't ease. With this many zombies would need a platoon of ability users to handle it. Ma Kai felt that though they could hold on for now, what about 2 or 3 days later? With such a horde, they would be worn down. Ouch! Tang Shua's fireball was extinguished by a water orb, finally making a move. If all these zombies were ordinary, they'd be mere cannon fodder. Even double the number could be dealt with given enough time. Suddenly, water, fire, and metal abilities emerged from the zombie ranks. They were cunning, launching long-range sneak attacks from behind the ordinary zombies. Lin Jin's appearance spurred the psychic zombie to accelerate its assault. Zhou Jichen switched from earth spikes to earth walls, defending against the fire and metal ability zombies. The pressure intensified, forcing the 2 resting members to rejoin the battle. Lin Jin led the 100+ zombies, following her in a loop, wearing them down like a kite-flying tactic. Once they were all dead, she wasted no time resting, but immediately began digging out spirit crystals, drinking milk as she worked to replenish her energy. She stored crystals of other colors, keeping only water-type ones. After a brief rest, she charged back in from a different direction, using the same method to create chaos. Meanwhile, those above found their combat circle shrinking. Head to the 2nd floor. Though the 2nd floor corridor also had zombies, it wasn't as crowded as the 3rd. Gu Mingting and Zhou Jichen held the rear, while the other 3 grabbed the edge of the corridor wall, flipped down, and killed the zombies on the 2nd floor with their abilities. Landing steadily on the corridor, they began their slaughter. 2 seconds later, Gu Mingting and Zhou Jichen followed suit, bringing the 3rd floor zombies with them, mimicking the move and creating a scene of zombies raining from the sky. Lin Jin didn't witness the 5's agility, but the sight of zombies falling from above caught her attention. She stole a glance amidst the chaos. How did they get to the 2nd floor? Jump down. Impressive. Even the zombies followed suit. Holy crap, lightning ability. A moment of distraction nearly cost her as a zombie clawed at her face, but a water shield blocked it just in time. A grating crackle sound filled the air. Unable to hold on, Lin Jin fell back on her old trick. Since zombies were brainless anyway, she led them on another kite-flying run. When Gu Mingting descended from the 3rd floor, he spotted the young girl who had run away, only to return, repeating her tactic to lure another wave of zombies away. This young girl showed great promise, possessing both courage and cunning. Lin Jin did not hurry back this time, as exhaustion had left her hands trembling. From afternoon until nightfall, she fought on, hot, weary, and famished. Even with the replenishment from spirit crystals, it was merely a drop in the bucket. More importantly, she was worried about Lin Shan, wondering how she was faring. Had she still not found that psychic zombie after all this time? She longed to call her mother and flee. She had already gathered over 200 spirit crystals. Who were those 5 individuals? How could they have made the psychic zombie summon so many minions to besiege them? Lightning-type ability. Combined with her water-type ability, they would be invincible. Even if she did not compress the water orb, she could unleash a vast area of effect enough to electrocute or incapacitate her enemies. Unbeknownst to Lin Jin, she had drawn the significant attention of the psychic zombie. In such a short time, she had slain so many zombies, and all by herself. The psychic zombie dispatched 5 second-tier zombies, over 20 first-tier mutated zombies, and several hundred ordinary zombies to deal with her. Facing such a massive horde, Lin Jin was no fool and naturally evaded them, realizing she had attracted high-level attention. She needed to stay low-key. Lin Jin began a guerrilla war, hurling a water orb and fleeing before it could explode, then changing positions to continue. She gradually wore down the peripheral zombies, though she narrowly escaped being cornered several times. Lin Jin shouted at the top of her lungs, "Up there, drop your lightning ability down here. They'll coordinate with you." Having fought together for so long, the 5 men had all noticed Lin Jin. They never imagined a water-type user, a young girl, could be so fierce, matching their combat prowess. Lightning and water. Gu Mingting immediately grasped Lin Jin's intent. He released his ability with both hands, his right hand targeting the second floor, while his left hand randomly hurled attacks into the zombie horde. The night was pitch black, but the lightning ability was particularly conspicuous. Bright blue-violet bolts descended from above. As Lin Jin dodged, she cast her water ability, 1 orb 2 3, soaking a large area. Then the lightning net fell crackling like an electric mosquito swatter, making Lin Jin shudder involuntarily. Their coordination was seamless, but Lin Jin found herself hunted even more relentlessly. I can't take it anymore. I'm pulling out. Good heavens, so many mutated zombies. She had pushed things too far. Lin Jin fled again with the zombies in tow. After her several disruptions, the zombie numbers had dwindled. Though most of the fallen were ordinary zombies, she had diverted part of the psychic zombies' attention, easing the pressure on Gu Mingting and his team. Just as Lin Jin escaped, a commotion erupted in a corner of the playground bleachers. The sudden appearance of a fire ability left the 5 men dumbfounded. What kind of extraordinary person could fight their way directly into the zombie horde? That location was surrounded by zombies on all sides, yet the explosion had erupted from the very center. If Lin Jin had seen it, she would have surely understood that Lin Shan had found the psychic zombie. Unfortunately, she was now overwhelmed, having shaken off the ordinary zombies only to be cornered by 7 mutated ones. Thanks to Lin Shan's distraction of the psychic zombie, the 7 mutated zombies operated independently, without coordination. Still, they gave Lin Jin a hard time. Red, blue, and yellow abilities intertwined. Unable to dodge, Lin Jin could only form a water shield to block fatal blows, enduring those she could not avoid. Lin Jin was suffering, but the zombie Lin Shan was no better off. Enduring pain, it pretended to be an ordinary zombie, searching bit by bit. Sometimes fellow zombies pushed it forward. To avoid drawing attention, it had to go along, only moving to the side when certain no threat lay ahead. Several times when it saw its feeder in danger, it barely restrained itself from intervening. As its feeder repeatedly caused a ruckus, it sensed the presence of its kind. Inching toward the source, it eventually pinpointed the range, but could not determine which among the many zombies was the leader. So it waited. Just as Lin Jin was successfully besieged, and the psychic zombie issued commands to the mutated zombies encircling her, the zombie Lin Shan identified its target. A compressed fireball hurtled straight toward it. In that instant, all controlled zombies faltered briefly, though only for a moment. The psychic zombie regained control of its minions, ordering them to deal with the humans without further direction. 10 mutated zombies surrounded it. Though the previous attack had come suddenly, its protectors had neutralized it. Surrounded by its kind, it could not determine what had ambushed it. After its single strike missed, the zombie Lin Shan ceased its attack. At this point, it genuinely contemplated. Every protector around that kind was stronger than it. Its feeder had said to run if outmatched, but now it dared not move, mimicking the behavior of nearby zombies. If discovered, it would surely meet its end. Lin Jin struggled, desperately forced back by the barrage of abilities. Wounds covered her hands and legs, and a large burn marred her right arm, sending stabs of pain through her nerves. Her clothes were disheveled, her hair loose, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, from biting the inside of her cheek too hard in her exertion. Among them, only one was a second-tier mutated zombie. She was waiting for an opportunity to strike for a gap when their abilities were spent. Unlike the zombies, she could not trade blows with them. Sweat poured like rain, her breath held, her teeth clenched. There it was. Under the relentless bombardment, a gap finally appeared. For a moment, none of the zombies released their abilities. Her water shield transformed into a water whip, flinging 4 zombies away. The whip coiled back to bind 2 more. As she hurled 2 compressed water orbs, she raised her shield again, just in time to block a flame that erupted into white smoke. The water orbs struck the heads of 2 mutated zombies, sending them crashing to the ground as the water whip, denying them a chance to regroup. The first-tier mutated zombies were no match for Lin Jin. The 4 scattered zombies were soon dispatched, leaving only a second-tier fire-type mutated zombie. Advancing with her water shield, Lin Jin launched sneak attacks with water orbs and whips. Gu Mingting and his team noticed the zombies had become easier to handle and accelerated their assault. Though not a wholesale slaughter, the zombies' advance could not keep up with their fall, creating a wall of corpses that bought them a moment to catch their breath. The psychic zombie naturally sensed the reversal on both fronts, yet it still could not identify who had ambushed it. It was certain that something remained nearby, unwilling to leave. Who could it be? No human could approach it through so many of its kind. Only another of its own could manage that. But it glanced at a tall, thin zombie beside it. Even a third-tier fire type was under its control. Could the other be like itself? It realized the situation was turning increasingly unfavorable. Since the enemy had already discovered it, there was no point in hiding any longer. Roar! A piercing shriek rang out, freezing all zombies in place. The 6 humans and the zombie Lin Shan felt a sharp pain stab through their minds. Lin Jin crouched, clutching her head with one hand, while still managing to hurl a water orb to finish off the second-tier, mutated zombie. Gu Mingting and his team, being closer to the psychic zombie, experienced varying degrees of pain, except for Gu Mingting, who merely frowned. None reacted as severely as Lin Jin, at most misdirecting their abilities as they continued their assault. The zombie Lin Shan was the most affected. The shriek nearly shattered its sanity. For a moment its mind went blank, followed by explosive pain. Roar! The zombie Lin Shan felt itself deteriorating, its fire ability leaking uncontrollably, as if it were about to explode. The second zombie roar differed from the first. Lin Jin gritted her teeth and rose, her head still throbbing with needle-like pain and dizziness. That second roar belonged to Lin Shan. Do not ask how she knew. She simply sensed Lin Shan was in danger. Stumbling, she ran toward the source of the sound. Is someone else coming to help us? The one who unleashed fire abilities amidst the zombie horde. Maybe it's a zombie internal conflict. Tang Shuo watched as a riot of colorful abilities erupted in the zombie cluster nearby, throwing it into chaos. Breakthrough. Gu Mingting gave the order. After its roar, the zombie Lin Shan hurled over a dozen fireballs, then turned and squeezed through its kin to flee. Abilities exploded behind it, but it dodged nimbly, while its less fortunate neighbors were caught in the crossfire, injured or killed. Now battles raged on both sides. To the right, the conspicuous blue-violet lightning ability marked the five-man team. To the left, a spectrum of abilities converged on a single direction, clearly hunting Lin Shan. After absorbing the last two water-type spirit crystals in her hand, Lin Jin charged toward the left. As long as no mutated zombies blocked her path, ordinary zombies fell within 2 moves under her twin blades. She carved her way through one by one. Against ordinary zombies, Gu Mingting and his team also abandoned their abilities, switching to cold weapons. Like Lin Jin, they swung their blades with greater force and precision, mowing down zombies like reapers harvesting crops. The zombie Lin Shan dodged left and right, sustaining some injuries, but managing to escape. To it, as long as its brain remained intact, these wounds were nothing. Gu Mingting and his team were nearly out of the encirclement when they noticed Lin Jin fighting her way closer to the psychic zombie. Wasn't this young girl supposed to be clever? With few zombies remaining, Gu Mingting knew his teammates' capabilities well. Counterattack. If they left now, they might never find this psychic zombie again once they recovered. The 5 shifted their attack direction, rapidly closing in on Lin Jin. As she slaughtered, Lin Jin's eyes reddened once more, just like before, swinging her dual blades mechanically, completely unaware that the 5 had already reached her side. Take a rest. Gu Mingting grabbed Lin Jin just as she was about to charge forward again. They hadn't noticed the issue from a distance earlier, but now that they were all at the edge, this young girl was still killing zombies like a machine. She had clearly lost her senses. Lin Jin didn't know what had grabbed her. She turned and swung her dual blades down. Gu Mingting immediately withdrew his hands, then struck her elbow in reverse. Her arm went numb and her blades were disarmed. He locked her hands, and she struggled in vain, glaring at him with bloodshot eyes. The person you care about is fine. He's already escaped. That was the only explanation for why the young girl had suddenly gone berserk. Lin Jin kept staring at him. Upon hearing his words, she couldn't react, at first panting heavily, before gradually calming down. Gu Mingting held her while observing her. She was disheveled, yet it wasn't hard to discern the delicate features beneath the grime. There was blood at the corner of her mouth, though it was unclear if her internal organs were injured. Her arm was a mess of blood and dirt, with several scratch marks and a deep gash that exposed the bone. The flesh turned outward. There were also burns, black, tinged with red, with blood beads seeping out. Her body and legs bore other wounds as well. From his observation, this young girl was definitely not professionally trained. With injuries this severe, once her mind cleared, he wondered if she might even cry. Lin Jin's eyes gradually focused, and she realized there was a person before her, a tall man. Let me go. Seeing she had come to her senses, Gu Mingting released her hands. Ow. As Gu Mingting had anticipated, the now normal Lin Jin moved and aggravated her wounds. The pain was excruciating and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Gu Mingting's team members had already charged ahead, engaging the mutated zombies. Seeing Lin Jin was fine, he joined the battle. Lin Jin had heeded that man's words after all. Knowing Lin Shan was safe put her at ease, but now she was in so much pain it made her want to cry. She wished she could just faint like last time, but the burning sensation on her arm was like needles stabbing her into sharp clarity. Clenching her teeth, Lin Jin forced herself to distract her mind, watching the 5 fight the remaining zombies with earth-shattering force. Various abilities exploded in the air, dazzlingly bright. She looked around. A slaughterhouse. Human limits were truly being pushed higher. It felt like the dense sea of zombies here could have raised an entire town. Who exactly were these 5 people? Their moves were swift and coordinated with a certain, particularly cool vibe. Lin Jin just didn't want to fall in love. It wasn't that she had no interest in men. She still liked looking at handsome guys, especially one skilled in martial arts. Gu Mingting and his team were well coordinated, but the mutated zombies were no slouches either. The remaining 20-plus mutated zombies were mostly first-tier, a few second-tier, and one third-tier fire-type zombie controlled by a psychic zombie, working in seamless coordination. These zombies had only acted when chasing the zombie Lin Shan, so their abilities were still full. Gu Mingting's 5, however, had been fighting for 2 days and their abilities and stamina were flagging. Gu Mingting knew that if this continued they might fall into trouble again. He released all his remaining ability at once. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and threads of thunder fell like rain. The lightning threads paralyzed the mutated zombies, but they also prevented anyone from getting close. Fist-sized water orbs smashed in from behind, merging with the lightning threads. The orbs exploded, carrying the power of thunder, directly blasting first-tier, mutated zombies to pieces. Second-tier ones lost mobility, leaving only the third-tier fire zombie and another electrocuted, but still moving. The psychic zombie had thought that even with many minions lost it would still claim victory in the end. By devouring the brains of these people it could break through again. But it hadn't expected things to turn out this way. With its soul remaining underling it turned and fled. Gu Mingting and his team wouldn't let it have its way. The 5 quickly surrounded the 2 zombies. 5 against 2. Now it was their turn to counter and circle. In truth it was more like 5 against 1. The psychic zombie was a pushover in close combat. Within 2 minutes the battle ended. Tang Shua lay on the ground, without dignity, feeling completely drained. Ma Kai Su Luan and Zhou Jichen also sat down. It was finally over. Only Gu Mingting and Lin Jin remained standing. Without those water orbs the outcome might have been uncertain, or at least not so quick. Gu Mingting looked at Lin Jin. She was swaying, her face utterly pale, even her lips white on the verge of... Lin Jin did feel like she was about to faint, and she wished she could. Her mind was hazy, and the person before her was blurry. Just when everyone thought it was safe, a figure rushed in from afar. As it got closer they realized it wasn't human. There's another zombie. They all looked at it. Just one, a straggler. Lin Jin squinted at it, her vision blurry. When she made out the zombie, a golden arrow shot toward it. Ignoring the pain in her arm, she hurled a water orb deflecting the arrow. At the same time the zombie unleashed a fireball, melting the arrow. Another second-tier, mutated zombie. Except for Gu Mingting, the other 4 stood up ready to deal with it, but Lin Jin positioned herself against them. Stop. Watch out. Gu Mingting rushed over intending to save Lin Jin, but instead she unleashed her ability at him. Are you crazy? Tang Shua saw Lin Jin attack their leader and thought the girl had a screw loose. Didn't she see the zombie behind her? Before they could intervene, the zombie had already pounced behind Lin Jin, its ability gathered in its hand. Yet to their astonishment, the zombie obediently stood behind the young girl, staring fixedly at them. Lin Jin's body ached, and her head throbbed. She had been discovered. You? Keep it. Yes. They outnumbered her. If they attacked, she had no chance. Gu Mingting frowned upon hearing she kept a zombie. Zombies are wild and hard to tame. You're playing with fire. Throughout their journey, they had seen people keeping their turned relatives as zombies, but in the end they all died at the hands of the zombies they kept. My business is none of your concern. Lin Jin took Lin Shan's hand and walked away. She didn't want the crystals here, she just wanted Lin Shan safe. Tang Shua and the others found it surreal. This zombie not only didn't bite her, but could be led by the hand. Young girl, we mean well. Aside from this matter, Zhou Jichen admired Lin Jin. He didn't want to see her die by this zombie's hand. If she couldn't do it, he would be the villain. Zhou Jichen moved, and Su Luan followed, encircling Lin Jin and Lin Shan. I shouldn't have come in the first place. Let them die. Let the psychic zombie control its army to attack human bases. Lin Jin's gaze turned cold. Anyone who wanted to harm Lin Shan was her enemy. Mom, run. She lashed out with water whips from both hands, knocking the 2 aside, and told Lin Shan to flee. The zombie Lin Shan knew these humans wanted to kill it, and though it didn't understand why, it obediently ran. In truth, Lin Jin was at her limit. Wielding those 2 whips, the pain in her arm nearly dispersed her ability. Young girl, don't be stubborn. You're only harming yourself and others. They had heard that the zombie was her mother. She was a filial daughter, but this was blind filial piety. Harming myself and others. I have the ability to keep her, and she hasn't harmed a single person. What right do you have to kill her? Agitated, she felt even more dizzy. Thankfully, she saw Lin Shan had run far away. Unable to hold on any longer, she fainted. Zhou Jichen and Su Luan exchanged glances. Their abilities were running low, and chasing the zombie might be impossible. Besides what the girl said. But they hadn't expected the zombie to return on its own. Truly, zombie nature was hard to change. The zombie Lin Shan had run off, but it looked back and saw its keeper had fallen. Those humans had hurt her. It was furious. The keeper was its. It charged back, hurling large fireballs that avoided Lin Jin. The 2 quickly retreated to dodge. Gu Mingting and the others came to help, but the zombie went still again, just standing by the girl. Whenever they approached, it attacked. Is it protecting her? Tang Shua's eyes widened, his jaw nearly dropping. Strange things happened every year, but this year took the cake. Boss, what now? He suddenly felt that maybe this zombie could be saved. Gu Mingting looked at the pair, frowning deeply. After a moment of thought, he said, "Rest for half an hour. Tang Shua, stay and watch them. The rest of you dig out the crystals quickly. Mutual protection." They weren't too worried about the girl turning you from her ability display. She was quite skilled. Her injuries weren't especially severe. Fainting was 90% due to exhaustion. The zombie Lin Shan was anxious. It felt like its keeper was going to sleep for a long time again. Sniffing. This time was better than before. At least she didn't seem on the verge of death. Ma Kai and Su Lun left together for a while and returned with 2 bulging backpacks slung over their shoulders. They helped each other tend to their wounds. "Boss, that girl's injuries. Give me the things." Those wounds would have been severe for an ordinary person, but after the apocalypse the bodies of ability users had improved to some extent. Zhou Jichen handed the disinfectant ointment and bandages to Gu Mingting before returning to eat and rest with his teammates. He figured that if that zombie truly had intelligence, it would hate him the most. What's the boss going to do? Though they found the zombie fascinating, they never let down their guard against it. Zhou Jichen explained, "That girl's wounds need treatment. That zombie's guarding her. Can he handle it?" Tang Shua was actually quite curious about the girl and the human-like zombie, craning his neck to peer over. As Gu Mingting approached with the items, the zombie Lin Shan snarled at him. "Huh, don't come near. She's injured and needs bandaging." He showed the items to it, trying to convey goodwill. Injured? Wasn't the caretaker sleeping? Sniff. The caretaker did have a foul smell, especially where the blood was. Gu Mingting saw the zombie glance at the girl and then at her wounds. It truly understood. It had also seen them use those things earlier. "Huh. Come here." Gu Mingting found it incredible. He seemed to understand zombie language. "You want me to come over?" "Huh, yes." The zombie Lin Shan nodded. Gu Mingting slowly approached with the items, taking a close look at the zombie. Aside from its facial features and sharp claws, it already resembled a human. Closely from a distance, no one would mistake it for a zombie. The boss actually did it. If only the zombie wouldn't glare at the boss like he was a thief. Don't ask why he thought that, he just knew. Not just Tang Shua, but the other 3 also sensed the zombie's thoughts. The world was becoming more and more surreal. As the disinfectant poured down, even the unconscious girl twitched involuntarily. Such injuries were indeed severe for a young woman. Gu Mingting could only make his movements gentler and more careful, softly cleaning her wounds, tenderly applying the ointment, and meticulously bandaging them. With limited resources, this was the best he could do. Look, the boss is so gentle. A handsome man and a beautiful girl. If only the scene weren't so eerie. Why is he so rough when bandaging us? Tang Shua began muttering. The other 3 ignored Tang Shua. He was the youngest and talked the most. After drinking some water, they took out their knives and started working. Tang Shua saw they weren't paying him any attention, but that was fine. He could entertain himself. As Gu Mingting approached, he winked at him. "Boss, is the girl pretty? She must be a beauty, or else the boss wouldn't be so gentle. Once you're done resting, go watch over them." Gu Mingting grabbed a couple of bites to eat, drank some water, and went to dig for crystal cores. Tang Shua took the order and scurried over, only to be growled back. "Huh. Stop. Don't come near. I mean no harm. I'm here to take care of you." What a rare zombie. Care. Like the caretaker. "Huh. Meat. Huh." This tone was different from before, not a warning. What did it mean? Huh. Meat. Tang Shua's mouth twitched. What did that mean? The zombie Lin Shan, seeing the human didn't understand, refused to talk further and crouched beside Lin Jin, guarding her. Though Tang Shua didn't understand what the zombie said, he clearly felt its disdain. What a world. The 4 worked hard digging out crystal cores while Tang Shua tried to amuse the zombie Lin Shan, periodically relieving Gu Mingting and burning the zombie corpses. The men worked for hours to finish digging the cores and burning the bodies. Exhausted, they longed for a place to sleep. The site was cleared. Boss, what about them? Gu Mingting knew everyone was tired and needed rest, but what should they do with the girl? After all, she had saved their lives. Gu Mingting told the 4 to rest on the spot while he communicated with the zombie Lin Shan. "We need to take her away from here. Come with us." The zombie Lin Shan reacted after a few seconds. Huh. It shook its head. "Not going with you. You don't want to come. You want to stay here." Huh. It nodded. "But it's not safe here." Huh. The zombie Lin Shan patted its chest, indicating it could protect her. "I believe you. But her wounds still need care. She needs someone to look after her." The zombie Lin Shan found the human's words reasonable. Huh. Fine. Gu Mingting didn't know why he could communicate with the zombie without any barriers. He carefully lifted Lin Jin into his arms and had the zombie Lin Shan follow them away. Lin Jin remained unconscious for 3 days before waking up to find herself in a strange environment. "Mom." "Huh, I'm here." The zombie Lin Shan sat cautiously by Lin Jin's bedside. That human said to be careful not to touch the caretaker's wounds, or something bad would happen. "Mom." "Great but where was she now?" Lin Jin moved and felt pain in her left arm. She saw bandages wrapped around it. What was this? Lin Jin recalled the events before she passed out. It seemed those people had brought her here and treated her wounds. She felt much better as she had thought her arm would be ruined that day. Ha ha ha. Meat want meat. Lin Jean smiled wryly. Lin Shan was hungry. She got up, locked the door, then took out dried meat from her space for Lin Shan, eating some herself. The caretaker was so much better. These past few days it had eaten, but the food was awful. It had even written to them saying it wanted meat, but those people only gave it a small piece of dried meat each day and made it eat nasty stuff. The zombie Lin Shan had no idea that even they barely had any meat to eat, mostly subsisting on compressed biscuits. At first they wondered if the zombie needed to eat until its gaze grew increasingly hungry and they realized it was starving. They broke off a piece of compressed biscuit for it, and it actually opened its mouth wide waiting to be fed. It nearly stunned them to death. Tang Shua bravely fed the biscuit to it. It swallowed it in one bite, but made a disgusted face, grunting endlessly without any clear meaning. Finally, it somehow found paper and a pen, ran to Gu Mingting and wrote the character for meat on the paper. Damn, this zombie wanted meat. They barely had any meat themselves, but they had no choice. It refused everything else, so they gave it some dried meat. It complained it was too little, and Tang Shua nearly got into a fight with it. Knock knock knock. Gu Mingting couldn't open the door and realized the person inside was awake, but didn't know why. The sudden knocking startled Lin Jean, causing her to choke on the dried meat. Cough cough cough. She coughed while hurriedly stashing the rest into her space. The zombie Lin Shan also knew the meat had to be hidden. It quickly finished the dried meat in its hand and made sure to clean its mouth. Once Lin Shan was ready, Lin Jean went to open the door and saw the lightning ability user standing there. She stepped aside to let him into the room. She noticed that Lin Shan showed no hostility toward this man. I'm here to change your bandages. When their group arrived, they each found a room to sleep in, crashing for a whole day and night. Afterward, they all felt their abilities were about to level up, so they stayed in their own rooms and rarely came out. Only Gu Mingting and Tang Shua made time to visit each day. Gu Mingting took care of Lin Jean, while Tang Shua looked after the zombie Lin Shan. Oh, now that this man was cleaned up, he actually had a certain charm. He wasn't the kind of stunningly handsome man you noticed at first glance, but rather the type that grew on you. The more you looked, the better he appeared. Even with a buzz cut, he looked exceptionally handsome. 3 days had passed, and the small wounds had scabbed over except for the deep gash on her left arm and the burn. Bear with it. The wound had only just begun to knit together. When the disinfectant touched it, Lin Jean flinched, her whole body going rigid. She gritted her teeth and held her breath until the treatment was done, then let out a sigh of relief. The burn area was mostly numb, but it left an ugly scar. He re-wrapped the bandages. All done. The girl could endure pain well. My name is Gu Mingting. Thank you for saving us. I'm Lin Jean, and this is my mom, Lin Shan. You don't need to thank me. I didn't go out of my way to save you. That psychic zombie was a threat to my mom, so I had to take— Gu Mingting saw it differently. He thought Lin Jean was being modest. Maybe at first it was for the reason she gave, but after seeing the massive scale of the battle, she could have simply taken her mother and fled to avoid the consequences. Regardless, your intervention got us out of danger. Gu Mingting stepped closer to Lin Jean and pulled open the bedside drawer. Here are your spoils along with some food and water. Gu Mingting's sudden approach made Lin Jean lean back slightly. She looked into the drawer at his words. Compressed biscuits, water, and a bag of crystal cores. Such a large bag. It was far more than what she had accumulated over 3 months, and her eyes widened involuntarily. In truth, it wasn't just her. Even the others were astonished after gathering their share. They hadn't expected that 5 days' worth could rival 2 months' harvest. Snapping back to reality, Lin Jean didn't stand on ceremony. These were indeed rightfully hers. Thank you. What are your plans next? I'm heading to W Province. Fewer zombies there, fewer people too. It's suitable for me and my mother to live. Since they could accept Lin Shan, a zombie staying by her side, she had no fear in revealing her destination. Besides, W Province was vast, finding them wouldn't be easy. Oh, he suddenly felt this girl had a tough path ahead. Accompanied by a zombie, she would surely avoid humans. Was she destined to live in solitude forever? The conversation lapsed. They were merely passing acquaintances. Tang Shua burst in at that moment. Boss. Hey, the girl's awake. Lin Jean responded, Oh, I came to take Annie for a meal. He was quite intrigued by this zombie. Huh. Zombie Lin Shan shook her head, refusing. Not eating. Trying every day to coax a zombie into eating. This was an experience few could claim. Now that her caretaker was awake, she no longer had to eat unappetizing food. Such deep mother-daughter bond. Even as a zombie, she protected her daughter. Seeing her daughter awake, she even skipped meals. How enviable. All right. Then miss, will you eat? No need, I'm not hungry yet. Neither of them hungry. Miss, how did you manage that? Since she wasn't hungry, he shifted topics. Was Auntie different from other zombies from the start? This man's attitude toward her mother. It seemed that during her coma, he had been caring for her. No. My mother turned into a zombie at the very beginning of the apocalypse, no different from any other. And then, I don't know why she became like this. Over the past 6 months, I've kept her with me. Gradually, I noticed she gained some intelligence, no longer restless or noisy. Later, she even protected me when I was in danger. Apart from psychic zombies, she had never seen other intelligent ones. Gu Mingting listened in silence. He too wanted answers, but wouldn't pry like Tang Shua. Was it due to companionship? All right. Did you teach Andy to write? 2 days ago, she found paper and a pen and wrote the character for meat. She actually asked us for meat. Tang Shua's voice rose with excitement. Lin Jin replied matter-of-factly, but she eats meat anyway. Was it strange for a zombie to eat meat? Tang Shua felt a pang in his chest, a zombie living better than him. How to cope? You've been feeding her meat all along. Nothing else. Yes. A critical hit to his heart. Tang Shu needed a moment to breathe to find some peace. Gu Mingting was also astonished. Given Lin Shan's appetite over the past few days, how did Lin Jin manage to provide meat for every meal? Tang Shua had the same question. Wait, where did you get the meat? The quantity was substantial. It's not. Human flesh, is it? In the apocalypse, cannibalism wasn't impossible. Of course not. She felt dizzy. My mother eats animal meat. Pork, beef, mutton. All cooked. Human flesh. What an imagination. Damn. Such good meals for a zombie. Tang Shua, utterly deflated, didn't want to talk to Lin Jin anymore. He pouted, clutched his chest, and walked away looking deeply wounded. It seemed she had struck a nerve. Eating meat was indeed a luxury, but the words were already out. Get some rest. He'll leave too. This girl was more capable than he had imagined. Gu Mingting paused at the door about to close it when a thought struck him. We're heading to Qingzhou base. Do you want to? Perhaps she would never have another chance to enter a human base. If you're worried about Annie, Tang Shua can stay and look after her. Lin Jin's mood dimmed slightly. I've already been there. You have? Yes, to learn a few things to see this. Gu Mingting pointed to the bag of crystals in the drawer. Do you know how to use these? Haven't you ever been to a... They hadn't encountered any major bases, but even smaller ones should have known about the uses of crystals. He couldn't believe someone else like her had never entered a human base. We came from Yun City heading to the capital. We've been traveling nonstop. At first there were small settlements, but people didn't know the value of crystals back then. Later there were no bases along the way. Only a few teams of humans searching for refuge. Throughout their journey, they had witnessed the dark side of human nature magnified, so they dared not ask others recklessly, though they weren't afraid of being targeted for their wealth. These are called spirit crystals. Place one in your palm, focus on absorbing it, and you'll feel its energy release. But absorption has conditions. An esper's ability must match the crystal's color. The 5 elemental abilities, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, correspond to golden, green, blue, red, and yellow crystals respectively. Transparent crystals are suitable for other types of espers like your lightning element. Crystals also had grades, but they would learn about that when they reached the central base. Also, spirit crystals are the current currency. Could I trade with you? Exchange crystals of other colors for blue ones. She wasn't sure about their specific abilities, but she knew none of them were water type. There was a fire type, so red crystals were out of the question. Sure. Listening to her, he realized they would need to exchange useless crystals for useful ones at the base. Wait here, I'll get them. All right. Once Gu Mingting left, Lin Jin closed the door and took out the crystals from the drawer. There were many water-type ones. Perhaps they had given her all the water crystals from this harvest. She picked out the other colored crystals and was about to add the remaining ones from her space when she suddenly realized something was wrong. She had nothing on her except her twin blades. How could the crystals appear out of thin air? Gu Mingting briefed his teammates and returned with a bag of blue crystals. I've brought them. How do you want to trade? Lin Jin felt a bit awkward. I don't have any crystals on me right now. My belongings are elsewhere. I need to go get them. Gu Mingting paused then nodded. Is it far? Not far. Wait for me 4 hours. Considering she was injured, 3 hours round trip might be tight. He'll go with you. No need, I can go alone. Actually, she didn't have to go back at all. She could just find a spot to wait a few hours and return. He'll accompany you so you don't have to run back and forth. Lin Jin had her insistence, but Gu Mingting had his reasons too. As a man, it was only right to take care of a woman. Further refusal seemed unreasonable. All right. Returning to the hotel would be more comfortable and safer, and she needed to properly recover from her injuries. Then wait a moment. He'll make arrangements to go with you. As Gu Mingting turned to leave, Lin Jin suddenly remembered they were heading to the base. Wait, you can all come along. Qingzhou base is in this direction. Gu Mingting thought it over and decided to bring everyone. The place was safe for now, but that might not last. All right, I'll inform them. Gu Mingting's group were people of action. They had little to pack. From his notification to assembly took only 3 minutes. We can go. Lin Jin was stunned by their speed. Could you keep this for now? She pointed to the items on the nightstand. Sure. Gu Mingting stowed the food, water, and crystals in his bag, and even took Lin Jin's twin blades, letting her travel light. As long as they didn't encounter another psychic zombie, the 5 of them could handle things without her help. Lin Jin followed Gu Mingting out of the room and saw the other 4 in the living room. Lin Shan showed obvious hostility toward Zhou Jichen, who looked resigned. He let Tang Shuo and Ma Kai take the lead while he and Su Luan brought up the rear, out of sight out of mind. Walking a few steps inside the room was manageable, but once on the move Lin Jin's hand still ached. Yet she knew they had slowed their pace for her, so she gritted her teeth and pressed on. Throughout the journey Lin Jin observed these people. Swift, disciplined. Even Tang Shuo the chatterbox who loved teasing Lin Shan remained silent throughout. They were definitely trained. Were they soldiers? After an hour and a half of walking the group arrived at the budget hotel where Lin Jin had previously stayed. Along the way aside from asking for directions no one spoke, and they encountered not a single zombie. It seemed the psychic zombie from before had summoned all the nearby zombies only for them to be slaughtered by the group. I'm in room 412. Give me an hour, I need to clean up, Lin Jin said to Gu Mingting recognizing him as the leader. Once Lin Jin went upstairs Tang Shuo began to voice his opinion. That girl sure knows how to enjoy life. Ma Kai who didn't care where they stayed having often slept rough before replied. What's the difference? Isn't it just finding a bed to sleep in? You don't get it, it's about style alright. Boss, what should we do? Tang Shuo was talkative and Ma Kai and Su Luan still enjoyed chatting with him. Find rooms and settle in. First absorb the crystal cores to enhance our strength. In the end they found 3 rooms on the 3rd floor. Tang Shuo and Zhou Jichen shared one, Ma Kai and Su Luan another, and Gu Mingting took a single room. As soon as Lin Jin returned to her room and locked the door, she immediately took 2 large backpacks from her spatial storage along with plenty of jerky. She filled one backpack, then packed the other with compressed biscuits, a water bottle, a flashlight, a knife, rope, a map, medical supplies, bandages, a lighter, and 2 sets of spare clothes. After stuffing both backpacks full, she placed them in the corner. Then she took Lin Shan into the bathroom, gave her a quick rinse, dressed her in clean clothes, and told her to wait on the bed. Gu Mingting had only wiped Lin Jin's face and hands clean, leaving her body untouched. Bathing herself was a grueling ordeal for Lin Jin. She had to raise her hand to conjure water with her ability, while being careful not to let the wound on her arm get wet. By the time she finished washing and put on clothes, she was drenched in sweat again. Phew. She took out a bag of crystal cores from her spatial storage and waited for Gu Mingting to come to her. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Jin opened the door to find Gu Mingting alone. Come in. The young woman had just finished bathing. Her hair was still damp, carrying a faint scent of body wash and shampoo. Her room was better than theirs, a suite. There was a living room outside and a bedroom inside. Her mother was nowhere in sight, likely in the bedroom. How should we exchange? Since crystal cores served as currency, there naturally had to be an exchange rate. Lin Jin was utterly speechless when she saw the bag he brought out. Were these people even human? The previous bag had contained so many water-type crystal cores, and now there was another huge bag. I don't have that many crystal cores. Lin Jin had thought herself quite skilled at killing zombies, but compared to them, she was nothing. Exchange as many as you have. Gu Mingting didn't know how many she had. After sorting the crystal cores by color, he brought only the blue ones. The others were probably already absorbing theirs. I have metal-type, earth-type, and wood-type cores. According to the base's exchange rate, metal and fire types exchange for water-type at 1-3, while earth, wood, and clear ones exchange at 1-2. Everyone considered water-type useless. He'll exchange them all at 1-2 now. She roughly counted the bag Gu Mingting's group had given her and was utterly shocked. There were so many second-grade cores, and they'd even included a third-grade mid-level fire-type core, something she couldn't possibly obtain with her current abilities. Her own second-grade cores were pitifully few. They were still getting a good deal, but this exchange rate was only for them. No one else would trade this way. If she took them to the base, she could get more water-type cores. Of course, if you don't trust me, you can exchange them at the base. Gu Mingting could roughly guess why she was willing to take a loss with this exchange. Exchange for metal and earth-type cores. There are 511 metal and earth-type cores in total, 440 first-grade, and 71 second-grade. Among them, 97 are first-grade low-level, 183 first-grade mid-level, 160 first-grade high-level, 44 second-grade low-level, 17 second-grade mid-level, and 10 second-grade high-level. Lin Jin carefully counted each pile. Take what you need. Since he trusted her so much, Lin Jin naturally wouldn't play any tricks. She took out an equivalent number of cores and handed him her metal and earth types along with his water-type cores. From here to the base, given your pace, ITLL, take about 8 hours. I suggest you rest a night before heading out. The base has a curfew, gates open at 7 a.m. and close at 9 p.m. If they left now, they'd have to spend the night outside. Of course, if they drove, it wouldn't be an issue, but there were no usable cars nearby, and any available ones had no fuel. We plan to absorb the crystal cores first before going to the base. Oh, their schedule was none of her business. I need to absorb cores too. Thank you for your help these past days, and please thank Tang Shuo for me. Was she drawing a line between them? You're welcome. After Gu Mingting left, Lin Jin began absorbing the crystal cores. She knew all too well how important strength was. She couldn't take Lin Shan to the base, so she would have to remain constantly in danger. Gu Mingting delivered the exchanged cores to Zhou Jichen and Su Luan. Boss, I can't possibly absorb that many cores by myself. Earlier, while sorting, they had set aside 1/3 as currency planning to let Ma Kai absorb the remaining 2/3 to boost his strength first. Now what Gu Mingting handed over was about half of that. It seemed everyone would need time to absorb the cores, but they couldn't afford to linger too long. Do your best. The others could manage. They could still absorb cores on the road when they had time. But Ma Kai's ability had to be upgraded. Yes, he knew how crucial his ability was to the team. From then on, aside from eating, sleeping, and using the bathroom, he spent 19 hours a day absorbing crystal cores. For a time, the 6 people and 1 zombie staying at the hotel were like a collective seclusion, rarely leaving their rooms unless necessary. Lin Jean, however, wasn't as diligent. She slept a full 8 hours every day and didn't neglect eating, feeding her mother, chatting, or bathing. The backpack she had prepared earlier remained untouched, as she kept them for later so she could grab them easily from her spatial storage if needed. Zhou Jichen, Su Luan, and Tang Shuo finished absorbing their cores one after another, each advancing by. After discussing with Gu Mingting, the 3 of them shouldered their backpacks, armed themselves, and set off on foot. While Ma Kai and Gu Mingting still needed time to absorb cores, they went ahead to scavenge for supplies. Gu Mingting gave them a 3-day deadline. Lin Jean pulled open the curtains in the room, letting sunlight flood in, and she stretched languidly as she bathed in the golden rays. Finally, the absorption was complete. Now only a little over 100 wood-type crystal cores and over 500 first-tier transparent crystal cores remained in her possession. Neither of her abilities had advanced this time. It seemed that the 3rd tier of abilities was a watershed moment, requiring an immense number of crystal cores for further upgrades. The wounds on Lin Jean's body, except for the one on her left hand, had all healed completely, leaving no trace of her previous injuries. Even the hideous gash that had once exposed the bone had scabbed over and fallen off, revealing a patch of tender pink new flesh that stood in stark contrast to her original fair and delicate skin. On this newly regenerated skin, a small area of slightly different coloring was still visible, clearly a remnant of an earlier burn mark that had also scabbed and shed. Tisk, this healing ability. In the past, a mere bruise would take 10 days to half a month to fade. Now, even a severe wound like this under poor medical conditions would heal in about 10 days. If stitched up, it might recover in just a week. Moreover, Lin Jean discovered that not only had her self-healing ability strengthened, but her tolerance to external temperatures had also improved. The weather grew hotter day by day, with the thermometer nearly maxing out, yet she didn't find it particularly unbearable. In fact, she felt more comfortable than before, no longer needing to soak in water constantly. Standing by the window, Lin Jean saw 3 members of Gu Mingting's team return with backpacks from outside. So they haven't left yet. She was ready to go, having absorbed all the crystal cores. She could continue her journey with Lin Shan. She had lingered here too long. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked at the door. Gu Mingting planned to set off for the base today, but Tang Shuo informed him that Lin Jean hadn't left yet. Gu Mingting instructed the others to pack up while he and Tang Shuo went upstairs. The note left on the door 2 days ago was still there, confirming she hadn't left or even stepped out. Lin Jean opened the door to find Gu Mingting and Tang Shuo standing there. Something the matter? Tang Shuo and the others found some food and wanted to share some with you. Also, we're heading to the base and came to say goodbye, Gu Mingting said with an impassive expression. The mention of food made Lin Jean realize the trouble. She had assumed they were long gone, never knowing she hadn't left her room for so long. An ordinary person couldn't possibly have that much food, let alone be keeping a carnivorous zombie. Lin Jean's expression stiffened slightly, but quickly recovered, matching his impassive tone. No need. I'm planning to leave too. I can find food along the way. Tang Shuo peered inside, disappointed not to see the zombie Lin Shan. Sis, just take it. He thrust a backpack-sized parcel at Lin Jean. I really don't need it. Lin Jean pushed the bag back to Tang Shuo. Oh, what a stubborn temper. Supporting herself and a meat-eating zombie. Why suffer for pride? If you feel awkward taking it for free, trade it for crystal cores. I'm sure the base accepts them for food, right? Smart me. 30 crystal cores. Gu Mingting initially thought Tang Shuo's idea was bad, but at 30 cores it was practically a giveaway. Yet not entirely free, giving both sides an easy way out. A backpack of food for just 30 cores. Anyone else would be overjoyed, but Lin Jean simply didn't want their. They'll trade at the base. She wouldn't know if they actually did. Huh. The girl must have a screw loose. Base food was certainly more expensive. Is it too pricey or too cheap? Too expensive. Lin Jean lied through her teeth. They'll go with you to Qingzhou base, trade for food, and swap my wood-type cores for water-type ones. Fine. Gu Mingting agreed before Tang Shuo could ramble further. Tang Shuo worried, what about your mom? My mom can stay alone in the hotel. Is that safe? Though Tang Shuo had only known the zombie Lin Shan for less than a week, he was genuinely intrigued by the idea of keeping such a zombie, provided she was like Lin Shan, not the wild ones outside. It's fine. All along this journey, whenever I went out to kill zombies or scavenge supplies, I found a safe spot for her to wait. Especially now that Lin Shan seemed less ravenous around other humans. How about this Tang Shua keep my mom company in the living room for a bit while I pack up inside? In truth, she was already content that someone didn't mind Lin Shan being a zombie. Tang Shua obviously liked her. Not romantically, but like two kindred childish spirits who could play together. Lin Jin figured they'd never meet again, so she might as well grant him one last wish. Sure. Lin Jin brought Lin Shan out of the bedroom and packed 2 backpacks, one for Lin Shan with 7 days worth of food and one for herself containing a pack of biscuits, a water cup, a flashlight, and a lighter. She stored her previous 2 backpacks in her space and brought out another filled with clothes. She realized she'd need to prepare more bags with different contents for various situations. Mom, I'm going to the base. Hey, race your meat just like last time. 1 day's portion, okay? Lin Jin pulled out the jerky right in front of them. She could go hungry, but not her mother. Tang Shua's eyes nearly popped out. So she wasn't short on food after all. Look at that jerky, the quantity. Had she cleaned out a jerky factory? Living the good life. So envious. What to do? Yes, she eats well. I don't. Lin Jin started playing the victim. She still has some jerky left, but all I've got is a pack of biscuits. She gave an awkward smile. But what if the jerky runs out and you can't find meat? Meat was dwindling. Animals had vanished. Hasn't happened yet, has it? Well, cross that bridge when we come to it. Didn't you feed her something else before? Oh, your mom tattled on me, huh? Impressive. Lin Jin smiled without a word. If you're done packing, let's go, Gu Mingting said. Lin Jin led Lin Shan back into the bedroom. Mom, I'm going out again. Be good. They'll be back in a day or two and bring you some meat. Boss, I want meat too. Tang Shua shamelessly acted cute. Buy it yourself. Gu Mingting rejected him. Lin Shan was like a toddler now, and Tang Shua was just an overgrown child. So childish. Then Lin Jin set off with them. Sigh. She had made her own bed, and now she had to lie in it. Last time she went by bike and returned by car, now she had to walk alongside these robots. Damn, if they weren't soldiers, she'd starve herself for 3 days to lose weight. Under the scorching sun, despite her improved heat tolerance, she still felt hot. More importantly, she would get tanned. By around 2 in the afternoon, they arrived at the gates of Qingzhou base. Lin Jin was drenched in sweat, no different from the men. Soaked through. Sweating buckets. Her fairy image was completely ruined. Lin Jin followed behind the men, removing her hat and sunglasses, washing her face with her water-based ability before tidying herself up a bit. They're first-timers. They need to fill out forms, the man said with a stoic expression. Earlier on the road, she had already explained the base entry procedures and some things she knew about the base to them. The registration personnel were still the same too from that day. It was that girl again. He wondered when she had left. He hadn't seen her since, but her first impression had been Still, her flushed cheeks didn't quite match her cool, aloof expression. In truth, she was overthinking it. With the current heat, no one wanted to go out during the day, and those who did all looked the same. No one had the right to mock anyone else. Oh, all right. She handed them 5 forms. Once you've filled them out, someone will take you inside. They'll head in first. If you need me, come to the trading area. Lin Jin swiped her pass, paid 3 first-grade transparent spirit crystals, and walked over to the machine beside it. A green light flashed with a beep, signaling approval. Registered ability users generally faced looser inspections as infections among them were extremely rare. Though Lin Jin had injuries on her arm, they had clearly healed. The machine, though not overly effective, could at least detect wounds on the body. Tang Shua said with a hint of grievance, that girl has no conscience. Just left like that without even guiding us. He felt that their leader had been especially attentive to her. The 5 quickly filled out the forms. When the guard saw them, he was stunned. 5 ability users, including a rare lightning type. It seemed they knew that girl, proving that formidable people indeed had formidable friends. Please follow me, all 5 of you. The guard led them to the registration hall where a few others were already registering. After a short wait, it was their turn. So cool. They all felt it, but only Tang Shua voiced it aloud. The registration hall had electric fans installed, whirring loudly. Though the entire base's power had been restored, only a few places had air conditioning running. He Jian noticed them the moment they entered, especially when they were taken to Brother Wu, who handled male ability user reception. All 5 were ability users, all young, especially the tallest one. He had broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. His short-sleeved t-shirt couldn't conceal the powerful muscles rippling beneath. His chiseled face, slightly dark complexion, and an almost palpable masculinity made him seem like an unbreachable fortress, exuding an overwhelming sense of security. He seemed to be the leader of this group. Despite a flicker of attraction, He Jia was acutely aware of the gap between them. Even if Yu Fenghan and He Yingying were both ability users and ranked within the base, she remained an ordinary person. Wu Hao's hands trembled as he held the 5 forms. The first test was a strength-type ability user, not bad, intermediate 2nd grade. The second was a fire-type, early 3rd grade. Their base had only a few 3rd-grade ability users. The third was an earth-type, intermediate 3rd grade. The fourth a metal-type, also intermediate 3rd grade. Wu Hao's legs went weak as if he might kneel and sing, thus I am conquered. The most terrifying was the last, a lightning type. Lightning type, a rare ability. Please wait a moment, I need to recalibrate the machine. Although lightning was a special ability, it was still elemental at its core. The machine could test it as the principles were the same. When Gu Mingting finished testing, the result showed late 3rd grade. Sweat dripped from Wu Hao's already drenched face. Whether from excitement or fear, he didn't know. As he led them out, he barely dared to breathe. 5 of you please wait here. They'll take the forms over. He had to inform the base's high command that 5 extraordinary individuals had arrived. Li Min had also noticed the 5 strikingly handsome men, each with a unique style. They seemed even more charismatic than the former celebrities in the base. Though none surpassed that one man in handsomeness, they exuded a powerful manly aura. When she took the forms from Wu Hao, Li Min was so startled, she nearly dropped them. What are you gaping for? Hurry up, Wu Hao whispered, sharply, afraid to keep them waiting. Li Min snapped back to focus, typing furiously as the keyboard clattered. Her reaction piqued He Jia's curiosity, who leaned over to glance at the forms on the desk. Her eyes widened. These five. Their arrival caused an uproar among the base's leaders. If Lin Jin had re-registered her ability level, she would have probably shocked Wu Hao into a faint. Another 3rd grade, even if only water type, but it was still rare. As far as they knew, no water type ability user in any major base had surpassed 3rd grade. The few intermediate 2nd graders were all nurtured by bases or major families. Lin Jin first went to the mission hall. As she entered, her pupils slightly dilated, then she narrowed her eyes. So comfortable. The mission hall had air conditioning, so it was packed with people. Those not out on missions had all come here to enjoy the cool air. It took Lin Jin quite a while to exchange 100 1st-grade wood-type spirit crystals for 200 water-type ones. Her exchange had already drawn the staff's attention. Wood-type spirit crystals were the rarest among the 5 elements, and producing so many at once. Still, it might be a team's haul. Converting all of them to water-type seemed wasteful, but after her repeated confirmation, they complied. Lin Jin spent the entire afternoon soaking in the mission hall's air conditioning before leaving. From there, she headed to the trading area, just browsing casually, planning to leave before the city gates closed at night. Oh, she didn't know that due to the scorching heat, the gate closing time had been abolished. Most people only ventured out after sunset anyway. Someone was selling designer bags at 10 spirit crystals each. Did anyone still want those? Retail therapy didn't work anymore. Selling water. 1,000 milliliters of water for 1 spirit crystal. The base bought water at 2,000 milliliters for 1 crystal, so you could sell for double, but only if there was demand. But demand wasn't an issue at all. Lin Jin saw that within 10 minutes of setting up, the stall had a long line of people with various water containers. She had completely forgotten the exchange rates. The base bought water at 2,000 milliliters for 1 crystal, but sold it at 500 milliliters for 1 crystal. A 3-crystal markup. Water and food were necessities and consumables, especially water, with high consumption. Buying it all from the base was a significant expense. The stall had 2 water-type ability users, but their powers ran dry in less than half an hour. Lin Jin thought she could make a profit too. The road back was generally safe. A 2-hour drive without stopping posed little danger. So she went to the rental office and rented a stall. 5 spirit crystals per day for a remote spot, with better locations costing 10 to 20 crystals. Lin Jin rummaged through her space and found cigarettes and alcohol forgotten when she had stored them. She could sell these too, though unsure of demand. Since she had already rented the stall, she might as well try. She would sell the cigarettes first. The alcohol could be kept as liquid fuel. Thus, in a corner of the trading area, a young girl set up a stall. It only had cigarettes arranged in 3 rows of 10 packs, each priced from low to high. In truth, Lin Jin had more cigarettes in her space, but she only recognized these ones. Since she retrieved them from her space using her backpack as a cover, she couldn't bring out too many. After setting down the smoke, Lin Jin took out paper and a pen marking the prices: the first row of cigarettes at 1 crystal core each, the second row at 2 crystal cores each, and the third row at 3 crystal cores each. She was unscrupulous, as she was just selling them on a whim anyway. On another piece of paper, she wrote that she was selling water, 1,000 milliliters of water for 1 crystal core, and buyers must bring their own containers. Because her stall was in a remote location, not many people passed by. Those who did see it thought this woman was crazy for money. Water was at a normal price, but the water sellers were usually regulars, and she was a stranger, so who knew if she even had any? Lin Jin was somewhat frustrated. Half an hour had passed, and the passers-by only glanced at her stall without even asking a question. Was she about to waste the crystal cores she had spent on renting the stall? And then there were the 3 crystal cores for entering the city. A pointless trip that wasted both time and crystals. Sigh. A young girl of about 10 carrying a small bucket timidly asked, "Excuse me, are you really a water-type ability user?" She had seen Lin Jin earlier, but didn't have a container, so she had gone back to get one. "Yes, I am." Was this going to be her first sale? Then, could I have 2,000 milliliters of water? Usually, whenever those regular water sellers started selling, their water was snapped up quickly. She could never get any, and even when she did manage to catch them, she couldn't get in line in time. Of course. Lin Jin took the girl's bucket and in a flurry filled it with 2,000 milliliters. Her ability to release water was much faster and more abundant than those who solely relied on selling water. The onlookers seeing this realized she was indeed a water-type ability user with a large output, probably a newcomer. Those in need of water wasted no time. They went home to fetch containers and notified their friends and family to come buy water. Thank you, big sister. The girl handed Lin Jin 2 crystal cores and asked with hopeful anticipation, will you come back to sell tomorrow? No, I won't. Oh, the girl disappointedly carried her bucket away. After that, a steady stream of people came with containers to buy water, forming a long line. Some who arrived late, seeing the length of the queue, assumed they wouldn't get any and left. Yet half an hour later, Lin Jin's water output remained steady, showing no signs of depleting her ability. Are these cigarettes really for sale? Those buying water were orderly, forming a single line. Those who were disorderly were driven away by Lin Jin. Around her stall, aside from the line for water, the area was clear. Yes, they are. Lin Jin was simultaneously releasing water with both hands and turned to look at the man who asked about the cigarettes. He appeared to be in his 30s, somewhat gaunt. Well, at a time like this, only a man would still have a craving for cigarettes. The man picked at them, asking, they haven't expired, have they, eh? He didn't really not want to buy, he wanted to very much. In the apocalypse, when he couldn't find cigarettes, he had no choice. Now that he saw them, he simply couldn't resist. He asked only in hopes of getting a discount. Take it or leave it. The man hesitated for a moment, then pointed to the first row of Hongmei cigarettes. Give me a pack of these. Lin Jin, with her free right hand, handed him the cigarettes and pocketed the crystal cores. Once the cigarettes started selling, people came one after another to buy them. 1 stick, 2 sticks, mid-range, high-end. Throughout this time, Lin Jin never stopped selling water. Those who had left earlier were filled with regret and had to obediently get back in line. Brother Hui, that woman is setting up a stall in the trading zone. They had already investigated Lin Jin, a level 2 water-type ability user alone with no background. After the investigation, they wanted to teach her a lesson, but she had disappeared, left the base, and never returned. They thought she had died outside, but in the afternoon someone saw that woman appear in the mission hall in exchange for item. Let's go pay her a visit. A pretty water-type ability user would be a perfect gift for the boss. Zhu Hui led 5 thugs straight to Lin Jin's stall. Business is good, huh? Lin Jin looked up at the speaker, didn't recognize him, and went back to selling water. If you want cigarettes, give me the crystal cores and take them yourself. If you want water, get in line. Lin Jin didn't know them, but those in line did. They all picked up their buckets and moved away. Looking for trouble. Tisk, getting in the way of her business. How annoying. No more selling. I'm closing up shop. She simply gathered the 4 corners of the cloth, bundled it up, and stuffed it into her backpack. Don't stop now. What other good stuff do you have? Let's see. One of the thugs was about to grab a pack of cigarettes when they were gone. It made his craving even worse. Lin Jin couldn't be bothered. She slung her backpack on and left, lamenting the wasted rent for the day. Bitch, don't be ungrateful. The thug yelled, his craving for a smoke intensifying. This person. Ah, it's you. On closer look, well, an old acquaintance. The same 5 thugs from before. Her utterly indifferent tone made him feel insulted, and he stepped forward to slap her. Lin Jin's gaze darkened. She raised her hand and grabbed his wrist, stopping him from advancing even an inch. His expression gradually twisted in pain. Ow, ow, ow. It felt like his wrist was being crushed. Brother Hui, save me. This woman was indeed not easy to deal with. Seeing his subordinate in trouble, Zhu Hui swung a fist at Lin Jin. As the punch came, Lin Jin exerted force with her hand and threw the man she was holding directly at Zhu Hui. That punch landed squarely on the man. The man flew through the air, spitting blood. Such strength. Was she a strength type? Zhu Hui frowned. Not only had he failed to take her down, but he had also lost one of his men. She was a thorny rose. Lin Jin furrowed her brow slightly. The base had rules against using abilities to cause trouble. Now unarmed, and without using her ability, she couldn't win. You keep picking fights with me. Aren't you afraid of violating base regulations and getting expelled? Lin Jin bluffed. If it came down to it, she would break the rules and leave. She didn't care much for the base anyway. Zhu Hui replied with a smile. How am I violating the rules? I'm just looking for a sparring match. A sparring match. You're quite something, being able to dress up bullying so elegantly. Lin Jin mocked him without restraint. This man had definitely bullied others more than once. The fact that he hadn't been dealt with meant he had someone backing him, and that someone held a high position in the base. Thanks for the compliment. Let's continue. Zhu Hui's goal was to provoke Lin Jin into breaking the rules, so she would be expelled, making it easier for them to get to her. Shameless. Lin Jin dodged several attacks and was forced into a corner. She began to gather her ability in her palm. Just as she was about to unleash it, a figure jumped in from the side and met Zhu Hui's fist with his own. Zhu Hui was knocked back 2 steps, while the newcomer also stumbled back 1 step. Tang Shuo. Hey there, little sister. Fancy meeting you again. Tang Shuo waved his left hand at Lin Jin, while his right hand was flexing behind his back. Lin Jin saw that not only Tang Shuo, but also Gu Mingting and the others had arrived. Zhu Hui noticed them too. These people had an extraordinary aura and seemed to know the woman. It wouldn't be wise to continue fighting. Little girl will catch up another time. He had his men pick up the fallen thug and left directly. They sure run fast. The most despicable thing was trash like this who bullied girls. Little sister, are you hurt? From the force of that punch, the man was a level 2 strength type. Since abilities couldn't be used in the base, the little sister must have been at a disadvantage. No, I'm fine. Thank you. The people around seeing Zhu Hui leave crowded back. Miss, are you still selling water? Have you no shame? Hiding when there's trouble than popping out when it's safe. Tang Xuan knew these were ordinary people, but there were so many of them, yet they all hid, leaving a young girl to be bullied. They knew they were shameless, but they had no choice. They were just the lowest rung of the base. That Zhu Hui has connections. Someone once stepped in to help a victim, but ended up being beaten to a cripple by him. Even when reported, nothing happened. Over time, everyone became indifferent. Tang Shua was about to speak again, but Lin Jin stopped him and shook her head. In the apocalypse, it was only natural that the world had become like this. Everyone minded their own business. There was no need to morally judge others. Seeing that she wasn't selling water anymore, the crowd dispersed. Aren't you angry? What's there to be angry about? In this world, women were inherently the weaker side. She had seen plenty of crude language and unwanted advances. If she got angry at everything, she'd be dead from rage. All right, enough of that. Want to smoke? Tang Shua looked utterly bewildered. How did the conversation jump to Lin Jin? Figured most men smoked, and with the apocalypse upon them, everyone was feeling stifled. Judging by today's business, even the poorest would buy a cigarette to ease their craving. I've got a few packs left in my bag. If you smoke, they're yours. And no need. None of us smoke. Tang Shua waved his hands repeatedly. Lin Jin nodded. Not smoking was good. It saved expenses. Where are you staying tonight? Gu Mingting suddenly interjected. I'm not staying. I plan to leave. If not for fear of arousing suspicion, she might have turned back at the base entrance. She had no desire to come to Qingzhou base afraid of running into people she wanted to avoid. Tang Shua was astonished. It's almost dusk. You're going to travel at night. There's no real danger along the way. But by the time you get there, it'll be dawn. More or less. Stay for a night. Traveling back and forth in a day. You're a girl, you won't be able to handle. When they came, they hadn't slowed their pace much. She had followed all the way, likely exhausted. The return trip would take 10 hours, draining her energy and strength. If something happened, it would be dangerous. Zhou Jichen glanced at Gu Mingting, then studied Lin Jin closely. Young, beautiful, capable, filial, and independent. With everyone saying, so what could she do? All right. She remembered there was a temporary hostel. She could stay there for the night and set up a stall again tomorrow morning. After today's incident, that Zhu Hui wouldn't be coming back for a while, and she could earn another sum. Tang Shua saw Lin Jin heading toward the outer city and asked, puzzled, little sister, where are you going? Finding a place to stay, and hoping she wouldn't run into those three. Well, the boss hadn't said she could stay with them. He didn't dare to offer. As soon as they registered, someone came to take them to meet the base's higher-ups. The boss also needed to see them. In the end, the base leaders approved a small 2-story villa for them with 6 rooms. Stay at our place tonight. Gu Mingting's words made Zhou Jichen glance at him in slight surprise, then thoughtfully, they had even rented a place. Staying one night. That works. Then thank you. Lin Jin assumed it was a short-term rental that they'd leave the base in a few days. But when she entered the inner city and saw the house they were staying in, she was stunned into silence, only blinking her eyes. Were they really soldiers? Living so luxuriously. The small villa was fully furnished, seemingly untouched by the apocalypse's destruction. Most crucially, the air conditioning was running. The innermost room at the top of the stairs is empty. The 5 of them each had a room. With conditions available, they didn't stint themselves. Ma Kai Su Luan and Tang Shua lived downstairs. Zhou Jichen and Gu Mingting lived upstairs. Zhou Jichen in the first room, Gu Mingting in the second. The third room was vacant, now given to Lin Jin. Take a look upstairs, then come down for dinner. The base had delivered food, rice, vegetables, and meat. Lin Jin felt like Gu Mingting was talking to one of his soldiers. If he wasn't in the military, she'd go on a 7-day hunger strike. The room was spacious with a bed, sofa, wardrobe, and even a dressing table. This room must have been for a woman originally. There was a small balcony too. Nothing special, just a place to stay for one night. A bed and a roof were enough. Lin Jin set down her large backpack, feeling much lighter. She had anticipated they'd look for her, so she'd packed plenty of food. Living in the inner city means they have status. Good looks, a great figure and power. Could he be some young master from the capital or a scion of a red family? Lin Jin lingered in her room for a while, then came downstairs to see several dishes on the table. Real dishes. Stir-fried greens, shredded potatoes stir-fry, and cucumber salad. Something was still cooking in the kitchen. It seemed Ma Kai was preparing the meal. Lin Jin felt that staying was worth it. Though she had never gone hungry, she had never cooked alone. It had been ages since she'd tasted a proper home-cooked meal. All dishes were ready, and everyone sat down. For 6 people, there were 5 dishes, and a soup, stir-fried greens, spicy shredded potatoes, cucumber salad, braised potatoes, braised pork, and greens mushroom soup. The variety was modest and the portions were small, but for them, it was a feast fit for emperors. Meat could still be obtained, but fresh vegetables were a rare find. Each served themselves rice, as much as they wanted. Lin Jin had taken more than before a full bowl, but the other 5 each had a massive bowl one that could hold 3 of hers. When all 6 were seated, no one touched their bowls or chopsticks. Lin Jin felt too awkward to start just staring at the food and swallowing her saliva. Only when Gu Mingting said to begin did they all pick up their chopsticks. The moment Lin Jin lifted her bowl, she saw chopsticks flying before her eyes. The 5 ate quickly and quietly, but only Gu Mingting had decent table manners despite his speed. Gu Mingting noticed Lin Jin frozen with her chopsticks in hand and realized his oversight. He had forgotten that once those starving wolves started eating, they forgot everything else. Lin Jin probably couldn't get much food. Gu Mingting went to the kitchen, grabbed an empty bowl and chopsticks, quickly scooped some of each dish, and set it before Lin Jin before rejoining the feeding frenzy. Among the group focused solely on eating, only Zhou Jichen saw Gu Mingting's action, but he paused for just a second before continuing to grab food. Lin Jin only realized the bowl was for her when Gu Mingting placed it beside her. She was a bit surprised and felt something she couldn't describe, but she didn't dwell on it and buried herself in her meal. Ma Kai's cooking wasn't as good as Lin Shan's, or even Lin Jin's own, but the taste now was heavenly. It was pure bliss. If only she didn't have to eat with them. She had barely finished a third when they all were done, even the plates were clean. She felt so awkward. Take your time eating, Gu Mingting said, sensing her embarrassment. You all go ahead. I'll wash the dishes. Let her eat in peace. They hadn't considered the girl's presence while eating. Only after finishing did they realize it. Honestly, they didn't feel much. This was how it always was. They were just a bit more eager today. A bit wilder. Zhou Jichen led the way out, and the other 3 returned to their rooms. Gu Mingting said, eat slowly, and left too. Only then could Lin Jin savor the food properly. She wondered how they could taste anything with that way of eating. So Zhou Jichen waited for Gu Mingting at the top of the stairs on the 2nd floor. When he came, they entered Gu Mingting's room together. Did you get through? Yes. I've also reported the mission. That afternoon, when the base higher-ups came to see them, Gu Mingting had approached the base leader, revealed his identity, and used their communication system to contact the capital. What did the chief say? The situation in the capital is unclear. It's at a stalemate. The chief wants us to take our time returning. He feared that if the 5 of them returned to the capital, it would disrupt the current peace. They all served under Chief Su Jifeng. Second Chief Wei Hong had always wanted to rise to power. This mission was related to him too. But after the apocalypse, things had become even more chaotic, with many cards reshuffled. In the end, it would come down to who had greater strength. Since the chief says so, the capital side should be fine for now. Based on Qingzhou base's situation, the 5 of them were at the top in terms of abilities. Their return to the capital would indeed stir things up. In truth, Gu Mingting wasn't what Lin Jin imagined, someone with status. He was an orphan. After joining the military, he caught Su Jifeng's eye and was gradually promoted. There was no pretense. He had truly earned his rank of major through military merit, and the 4 who followed him were brothers who had faced life and death together. On our way back, we need to not only strengthen our abilities, but also gather more supplies. When the chief had people and resources who would dare rebel, Gu Mingting was still somewhat worried. The capital had a 4th-level beginner fire elemental, Shun Xian, a man under Wei Hong. He needed to find a way to get more crystal cores and enhance his own ability. What do you think of Lin Jin? In private, Zhou Jichen didn't call Gu Mingting boss. Zhou Jichen was steady, and Gu Mingting often discussed things with him. Lin Jin. Why did Chen suddenly ask about her? Smart, resilient, capable. She had the makings of a good soldier. High praise. Though Gu Mingting's evaluation was based on his standards for recruits still. Have you thought about taking her to the capital? Why do you say that? Based on today's test, I estimate Lin Jin's water elemental ability is at least 3rd-level beginner, maybe even intermediate. This was based on their own level. You saw it too. None of the water elementals we've encountered along the way are like her. If we could invite her to join, it would be a great help for us and the chief. Character and strength were both essential. They could recruit more such talents along the way. Gu Mingting said with certainty, she won't come with us. You mean because of her mother? Gu Mingting nodded. Zhou Jichen disagreed. Actually, I think for her mother's sake, she's more likely to come with us. How so? Gu Mingting leaned forward slightly. Her mother's condition is definitely unique. She might even regain her memory. Which major base could compare to the capital's resources? As long as you could guarantee that her mother would receive treatment in the capital without being harmed. If they could find a way to make zombies recover from Lin Shan, even better. Her mother is very special. She understands Lin Jin's words can go where we can't, and she's a fire elemental. Recruiting Lin Jin meant gaining 2 assets, a water elemental and a fire elemental. Gu Mingting crossed his index fingers, pondering Zhou Jichen's words. But I can't guarantee that. It was hard to prevent others from studying Lin Shan with ulterior motives. What if we're all strong enough? Gu Mingting looked at Zhou Jichen, confirming he wasn't speaking casually. Including Lin Shan, that would be 7 people. If by the time they returned to the capital all 7 could overpower, or at least match, Shun Xian's strength, no one would dare touch Lin Shan. Lin Jin continued absorbing the crystal cores upon waking until Gu Mingting knocked on the door to call her for breakfast. Breakfast consisted of steamed buns with pickled vegetables. The buns were plump, soft, and delightfully fluffy. After breakfast, Gu Mingting and Zhou Jichen left for business, leaving the other 4 to retreat to their respective. At 7 in the morning, Lin Jin departed without a word to anyone, heading to the trading zone to rent the same stall as yesterday. She resumed selling water and cigarettes. Owing to her newfound reputation, people called their friends over, and soon her business was bustling once again. Selling water, collecting crystals. Selling cigarettes, collecting crystals. Do you still have Zhonghua and Huanggalu? A young man in his early 20s suddenly asked. Lin Jin was slightly surprised. There were 7 packs left on the table. Yes, how many do you need? Do you have 2 cartons of each? The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. They could barely afford necessities, yet this man casually asked for 4 cartons of cigarettes worth 240 crystal cores. Lin Jin was taken aback too, but quickly realized he must be from a wealthy family utterly unbothered by crystal cores. I might not have that many. In truth, she did have stock, but she hesitated to reveal too much at once. He'll take whatever you have. Lin Jin asked the water buyers to wait, then pulled cigarette packs one by one from her backpack, piecing together 3 cartons. The man handed over 180 crystal cores and left without a second word. Lin Jin restocked the front rows of cigarettes and continued selling water. In the meeting room, Gu Mingting and his team sat with Zhao Baogang. Before them lay a map of the original city. How many people can you spare? Gu Mingting had previously used the base's communication system to inform the chief about Lin Jin and Lin Shan, ultimately gaining approval. Later, base leader Zhao Baogang approached Gu Mingting to discuss a matter. 2 days ago, they had received a distress signal from someone claiming to be Xian Huashao. Xian Huashao, male 35, was a world-renowned genius scientist. He claimed to have been living in an underground laboratory since the apocalypse began. His assistants had either left or died, leaving him alone. Now, with food running out and the area swarming with zombies, he was trapped and begged the base to rescue him. The signal source was not far from the city hospital, both situated in the city center. They had previously planned to acquire medical equipment, but given the base's current state, the task seemed impossible. However, the arrival of Gu Mingting's group reignited hope. With medical equipment, they could better treat humanity. The base currently has 234 ability users available for missions. Excluding first level and water type users, only 49 remain. 2 other teams were out on separate missions. Their individual strengths were no match for Gu Mingting's squad. Give me the list. If it were merely a rescue, the 5 of them could handle it alone. After reviewing the list, Gu Mingting crossed out those at the 2nd level initial stage, eliminating over a dozen more. Body enhancement types were useless, removed. Wood types were also useless, discarded. In the end, only 13 remained. 1 3rd-level intermediate fire type, 2 3rd-level initial earth types, 1 3rd-level initial metal type, 2 2nd-level advanced metal types, 1 2nd-level advanced earth type, 1 2nd-level advanced speed type, 2 2nd-level intermediate strength types, 1 2nd-level intermediate space type, and 2 2nd-level intermediate fire types. Zhao Baogang looked at the remaining 13 and said, so few. How about adding some soldiers? Though their levels were low. Most high-level ability users in the military had been dispatched, leaving mostly first-level users and ordinary unawakened individuals. Gu Mingting stared at Zhao Baogang in silence. Zhao Baogang grew uneasy under his gaze, and just as he feared his ulterior motives were exposed, Gu Mingting looked away. No low-level or ordinary people. Bringing them would be worse than taking 2nd-level initial users. At least the latter had a lower chance of mutating if injured. This mission would plunge them into a city teeming with zombies. Gu Mingting didn't know Zhao Baogang's true intentions, but he understood that a base leader wouldn't reveal his hand to complete strangers. Zhao Baogang breathed an imperceptible sigh of relief. Then let's bring 2 water-type users. 1 2nd-level intermediate, 1 2nd-level initial. 20 people with 2 water types to ensure daily drinking water. Water types. No need. I have a friend who is a water-type ability user. Hadn't he just arrived at the base? There was no water type among those who came with him. Is she at the base now? Yes, she's been here before. She's the one who led us here. What's her name? Lin Jin. Zhao Baogang had her file pulled up. A young girl, only 2nd-level intermediate. Replace the 2nd-level initial water type with her. 2 2nd-level intermediates. It was a small favor to grant Gu Mingting. 2nd-level intermediate. Gu Mingting glanced at Lin Jin's file. Oh, she was 24, a year older than Tang Shua. Had thought she was around 20. Gu Mingting set aside other thoughts and said seriously, she probably hasn't updated her information. As far as I know, she's at least 3rd-level initial. What? To his knowledge, no base, yet had a 3rd-level water type ability user. A 3rd-level water type was indeed sufficient, and since water types were generally a burden, bringing fewer was fine. So we'll only bring her. Gu Mingting caught Zhao Baogang's intent and said coolly, I think you may have. She's not the ordinary water type, merely capable of releasing water. She's a combat water type. Unique. What in the world was a combat water type? Among all ability users, water types were considered the most useless, nothing more than human reservoirs. Wood types, though currently impractical, were at least tied to plants and farming, possibly proving valuable in the future. Forgive his ignorance, had never heard of such a thing. Did you witness it yourself? Yes. One of her water orbs can kill several enemies. Though those orbs required compression and were the size of a person. Zhao Baogang's eyes widened. Such an effect had only been seen in Qin Feng, the base's former strongest, a third-level intermediate fire type. Gu Mingting claimed she was at least third-level initial, had harbored doubts, but now he was convinced. Lin Jin's strength likely exceeded initial stage, possibly intermediate or like Gu Mingting advanced. Truly birds of a feather flock together. Major Gu, you are truly a blessing to this base. An additional third-level combat ability, users significantly boosted their mission safety. Gu Mingting promptly dampened Zhao Baogang's enthusiasm. Base leader Zhao, don't celebrate too soon. Your 13 people may not all join the mission, and Lin Jin may not participate either. He'll handle the base personnel. As for Lin Jin, Major Gu, please do your utmost to secure her involvement. Gu Mingting and Zhou Jichen returned to the residence only to find that Lin Jin was not in her room. When they asked the other three, none of them had any idea when she had left. She's gone. Gu Mingting felt a hollow emptiness in his chest. Zhou Jichen analyzed rationally. Let's check the trade zone first. If we can't find her there, we'll drive to one hotel. We might run into her on the way. Gu Mingting and Zhou Jichen rushed to the trade zone and happened to see Lin Jin packing up to leave. Lin Jin. Hearing her name called, Lin Jin startled and turned around. Seeing it was Gu Mingting, she breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong? Their expressions suggested they had come specifically for her. Gu Mingting asked, You're leaving? Lin Jin replied, Yes. Gu Mingting said, I have something to discuss. Lin Jin said, Go ahead then. Gu Mingting insisted, It's not convenient here. Let's talk back at our place. Lin Jin questioned, What can't be said here? I'm in a hurry to get back. Why was Gu Mingting acting so strangely? Zhou Jichen remained silent, knowing Gu Mingting was poor with words, so he spoke up for him. The base has a mission with a generous reward. Given the mission's difficulty, the reward was sure to be substantial. Hearing the words generous reward, Lin Jin's eyes lit up, and she felt a flicker of temptation. If even they considered the reward generous, it must be a lot. But the mission is dangerous and I need your help. Gu Mingting formally extended his invitation. Gu Mingting's sincere invitation made it hard for Lin Jin to refuse. She hesitated. A generous reward surely meant a perilous mission. And if Gu Mingting himself deemed it dangerous, the risk factor was even higher. I have my mother to take care of. Gu Mingting blurted out, You can bring Auntie along. Aiken was right. Lin Shan could go where they couldn't. In the original city center, she might be safer and more at ease than them, like a fish in water. For her, as long as she had Lin Shan with her, it didn't matter where she went. The mission was dangerous, but with Gu Mingting and the others as protection, the chances of success were considerable. The most crucial factor was the money. After witnessing Gu Mingting and his team's capabilities, she was even more certain that she needed greater strength to protect her mother. Fortune favors the bold. There was no harm in first hearing what the mission entailed. Let's go back and talk. Gu Mingting turned around the corners of his mouth, lifting slightly. The three returned to the villa. Zhou Jichen called Ma Kai and the other two out, and all six sat together. Gu Mingting shared the mission details with everyone and began formulating a battle plan. He planned for 19 people, confident that Zhao Baogang could handle the others. With just this few people, isn't it too risky? Before the apocalypse, the original city was a first-tier metropolis with a population of 20 million. How many zombies would there be after the apocalypse? The base has no one left. Gu Mingting showed Lin Jin Zhao Baogang's list of ability users. Taking the list, Lin Jin casually crossed out names until only a handful remained. Yu Fenghan, He Yingying. These two would surely be among the 19. She really didn't want to see them. Could a base truly have so few ability users? Both Xinhua Xiao and medical equipment are indispensable to humanity. Lin Jin had heard of Xinhua Xiao before. Medical equipment. She rubbed her forehead, a headache coming on. She was not a savior, nor could she be one. Her rationality told her to refuse. Lin Jin, you are a selfish person. You only need to take care of yourself and your mother. What happens to others has nothing to do with you. Yet she couldn't bring herself to say no. She needed to take a risk, but it could benefit so many people. Lin Jin. Gu Mingting saw her furrowed brows and obvious hesitation. The mission is indeed challenging, but as long as we work together, we can definitely accomplish it. Zhou Jichen wanted to add a few words of persuasion, but Gu Mingting shook his head at him. They were soldiers duty-bound to step forward in times of crisis to protect ordinary citizens. But Lin Jin wasn't. Just because she was powerful didn't mean she had to sacrifice for strangers. If her mother hadn't turned into a zombie, and if she had this strength, she would have agreed, wouldn't she? Lin Jin stared at the map before her and slowly spoke, the city center. How do we get there? Hearing her question, Gu Mingting's heart leaped with joy. We'll have to advance bit by bit. There was no shortcut. After all, they had to come back, and the vehicle would carry precious cargo and important people. They had considered a helicopter, but it would make too much noise and attract all the zombies. The city was teeming with mutated zombies. If the helicopter was attacked midair, they wouldn't even be able to save themselves. Tang Shuatian said naively. If only Auntie had a spatial ability, she could transport things out without a trace. A zombie with spatial abilities. Store what? People. Emergency rations, pulling one out to eat when hungry. Lin Jin had spatial abilities, but she couldn't infiltrate the city center undetected. In fact, she wasn't the only one with such thoughts. When do we leave? Xinhua Xiao had been alone in the city center for 3 months. His distress signal now meant the situation was dire. Wait until tomorrow. A day should be enough for Zhao Baogang to secure everyone. Once it's confirmed, we'll prepare for a day and then set out. She would help this once. At noon the next day, Zhao Baogang sent word to Gu Mingting that all 13 people had agreed. Gu Mingting and his 5 companions arrived at the meeting room first. He discussed the necessary supplies and vehicles with Zhao Baogang as the other 13 arrived one by one. He Yingying and Yu Fanghan came together. The group was nearly complete. Yesterday, Xiao Jia had told her that the base had received 5 third-level ability users, one of whom was exceptionally handsome and charismatic. He Yingying knew her daughter had taken a liking to him. Unfortunately, Xiao Jia was just an ordinary person. If only she were an ability user, having a lightning-type son-in-law would be such a prestige. He Yingying immediately noticed the man talking to the base leader. He was very tall, probably around 1.9 meters, with a straight posture, sharp features, and a crew cut, a true rugged image. Yu Fanghan took his seat and noticed Lin Jin sitting in the front. Xiao Jin. A young-looking man was talking. Xiao Jin. Lin Jin. He Yingying followed Yu Fanghan's gaze. Seated at the front were either base leaders or the third-level ability users. What was Lin Jin doing there? And who was that chatting with her? One of Gu Mingting's 5. Yu Fanghan was about to get up and approach Lin Jin when the meeting began. He had to wait until it was over to find her. The reason I've invited everyone to this meeting is that the base has a mission requiring our collective cooperation. The meeting was opened by base leader Zhao Baogang, explained by Gu Mingting, and concluded by Zhao Baogang. In summary, it emphasized the danger of the mission, urging everyone to work together and ensure their own safety while completing it. The mission details and rewards were announced. There were 4 tasks. First, rescue people. Second, retrieve medical equipment from the hospital. Third, gather supplies from the city center. Fourth, if survivors are encountered, bring them back if conditions permit. Mission rewards 1. Completing the rescue mission grants each person 100 first grade transparent spirit cores plus 32nd grade initial level spirit cores of corresponding attributes. 2. Completing the hospital equipment task yields 100 to 100 first grade transparent spirit cores per medical device. 3. Collected supplies are rewarded with spirit cores based on type and quantity. 4. All spirit cores obtained during the mission belong to the supernaturals. Benefits 1. All participating supernaturals can receive 100 first-grade initial-level transparent spirit cores and a Tinjin bag of rice from the confirmation date. 2. Food and water during the mission are provided by the base. The benefits were mediocre, but the rewards were astonishingly generous. The mission was estimated to take 1,015 days. The number of spirit cores one could obtain upon successful completion was incalculable, making the base seem to have gone all out at great expense. Yet without such high compensation, who would risk a near-certain death? Lin Jin felt the reward text transform into countless spirit cores, an abundance of them. Many in the audience grew dry-mouthed and their hearts raced, completely forgetting the mission's peril. Please think carefully, everyone. The danger of this mission is akin to courting death. If you wish to withdraw, now is the time. Gu Mingting's words were a test, clarifying the danger to avoid future blame and to weed out the coward. A bucket of cold water doused their excitement, cooling their heated minds, but no one chose to withdraw. Great fortune lies in great risk. Surviving this mission would greatly enhance their supernatural levels, allowing them to live better. Since there are no questions, go prepare. Departure at 4 a.m. tomorrow. Gu Mingting had discussed with Zhao Baogang to prepare everything, even if it meant working through the night. Some rose, others remained seated. Yu Fanghan stood to approach Lin Jin, but noticed the front half hadn't moved. Only those who arrived around the same time as him seated in the back had left. Yu Fanghan knew they had more to discuss, so he left with He Yingying to wait outside. Unlike Yu Fanghan's confusion, He Yingying felt more resentment. As a fire type and he an earth type, they were inferior to Lin Jin, a water type, who was among the core members of the mission. Yet He Yingying masked it while showing no outward sign of her inner turmoil. The 11 who remained except for Ma Kai were all third-level supernaturals. With their abilities, they didn't need to risk their lives. Earning spirit cores was merely a matter of time. Zhao Baogang naturally had to promise them additional benefits. But with greater ability comes greater responsibility. They'd receive more perks, but must exert more effort during the mission. Miss Lin, are you satisfied with such extra compensation? Among them, Zhao Baogang was most curious about Lin Jin. Had observed her since she entered, but couldn't discern anything special about the young woman. She was to handle the team's water needs, and the base would pay her an extra 200 first-grade high-level transparent spirit cores per day. Agreed. The 4 who didn't know her were intrigued. Was she royalty? A seemingly useless water type receiving extra pay, and so much at that with effort and reward completely disproportionate. Yet no one was foolish enough to object, since it wasn't their spirit cores. Any other questions? If not, dismissed. Everyone claimed none. Even if there were they to dress, they filed out, and Lin Jin followed behind Gu Mingting, and the others immediately spotting the 2 people, craning their necks in their direction. Gu Mingting's tall frame shielded Lin Jin, well so Yu Fanghan and He Yingying didn't see her at first. Lin Jin pulled Tang Shua aside, and whispered, Tang Shua, do me a favor. It was rare for the girl to ask for help. What is it? Distract that man and woman ahead. Got a grudge. Was it a case of enemies meeting? Why so many questions? Do you want me to pick up my mother or not? The time was set. She needed to fetch Lin Shan first, then rendezvous with them. The mission's destination required departing from another base gate. Mission accomplished. Tang Shua strode over and spoke to the pair. Their faces showed difficulty as they glanced toward Lin Jin. Tang Shua added something, and they reluctantly followed him. What's that kid Tang Shua up to? Su Lun noticed his serious demeanor as he spoke to them. Clearly he had. Did you send him to? Lin Jin had whispered something to Tang Shua earlier, too soft for him to catch. Yes, this man's perception was sharp. I'm off. He'll meet you at the agreed spot. Lin Jin clearly didn't want to elaborate, and Gu Mingting didn't press. Take the car. It's in the parking lot outside. He gave her the license plate number and asked, can you drive? Lin Jin paused. Yes. If she couldn't, Lin Jin did not return to her residence to grab her bag. Instead, she instructed Gu Mingting to take her bag when he set off. She trusted Gu Mingting's character and believed he would not rummage through her backpack. However, even if he did, it wouldn't matter. Everything that needed to be inside was already there. When Yu Fanghan and the others finished the tasks assigned by Tang Shua and returned to find Lin Jin, she was nowhere to be found. In the end, it was He Yingying who mentioned that Lin Jin was also on the task list and would set off with them the next day, which eased Yu Fanghan's worries. Lin Jin took 2 hours to drive back. Upon opening the door, as expected, the jerky was all gone. Mom, at this rate, I really can't afford to keep feeding you. Was the owner complaining that it ate too much? It didn't understand why the meat just disappeared. Seeing Lin Shan's innocent expression, well, she shouldn't have taken Lin Shan too seriously. I accepted a base mission, and we will be leaving here tomorrow. There will be many people joining us, so you should stay in the car and not come out. Gu Mingting had already made arrangements. 6 vehicles would depart with 3 people in each vehicle. She would take Lin Shan on Gu Mingting's vehicle. Regardless, wherever the owner when it would follow. It had had enough of being cooped up in the room every day. Mom is so obedient. Lin Jin played with Lin Shan for a while before taking her to shower. They wouldn't be able to bathe for at least half a month, and considering the current weather, bathing would be futile. That night, Lin Jin went to bed early. The next morning, she took the disguised Lin Shan and got into the vehicle heading to the agreed location. Meanwhile, Yu Fanghan arrived early at the gathering point. He waited for everyone to arrive, but did not see Lin Jin. The team leader was about to leave after taking attendance. Captain Gu, we are still missing one person. Lin Jin hadn't arrived, and Yu Fanghan was worried something had happened to her. This person was the one Lin Jin had sent Tang Shua away. Only Lin Jin was absent from the attendance list. She set off first, and is waiting for us up ahead. Since Gu Mingting had said, so Yu Fanghan could only believe it. After all, among these people, Lin Jin was the only water-type ability user, and they only had a limited supply of drinking water. It was impossible to overlook such an important water source. The 4 level 3 ability users in the base found it strange, but did not make much of it. Yu Fanghan suspected Lin Jin was avoiding him. He Yingying, however, confirmed that Lin Jin knew Gu Mingting. 6 vehicles set off, 4 large-capacity off-road vehicles, and 2 medium-sized trucks. 2 off-road vehicles led the way with trucks in the middle and 2 off-road vehicles bringing up the rear. Zhao Baogang initially sought a large container truck, but Gu Mingting vetoed the idea. There were just a few of them, and a long convoy was impractical. Including Lin Jin, there were 9 level 3 ability users dispersed to ensure at least one in each vehicle. Ma Kai's vehicle led the way with Tang Shua and Zhou Jichen on board. Gu Mingting's vehicle was second with Su Lun riding along, and Lin Jin and Lin Shan would join them later with 1 level 3 ability user in each remaining vehicle. The road just outside the city was peaceful and smooth. After over an hour of driving the front vehicle, suddenly 2 individuals wearing hats and masks boarded the second vehicle. The entire process took less than a minute and the convoy resumed its journey. 5 hours later, the convoy came to a halt for a break. Ma Kai-tang Shua and Su Luan distributed today's food and water among the vehicles. The food consisted of monotonous compressed biscuits and the water was stored in military water bottles. Everyone huddled in their vehicles, eating and resting while enjoying the air conditioning. Outside, the air was so hot that it shimmered. Stepping out felt like stepping on a furnace with heat rising and the trees already dead. Upon seeing the water bottles, Yu Fanghan guessed that Lin Jin had returned to the team, but did not know which vehicle she was in, most likely one of the front two. However, those two were the least safe, and Yu Fanghan wanted to call her back. Is there something you need? Gu Mingting and the others did not exit their vehicles, and only Su Luan, who had finished distributing supplies, stood outside and directly blocked Yu Fanghan's approach. Although Lin Shan was disguised wearing a hat and mask, she still tried to avoid being seen. I want to ask if Lin Jin is on this vehicle. Yu Fanghan was quite brave, starting his inquiries from the first vehicle. After several attempts to find Lin Jin, it was clear she was deliberately avoiding him. During the mission, everyone needs to work together. All conflicts can be discussed later. No. Yu Fanghan's words were interrupted. Su Luan, have everyone check their vehicles and belongings to avoid problems on the road. Gu Mingting noticed that Lin Jin did not want to see this person. They all heard the conversation outside, but Lin Jin focused on absorbing the crystal cores without any reaction. Understood. Ahead lay an area that hadn't been cleared. You heard that I don't wander around anymore. Su Luan walked back to inform the others of Gu Mingting's instructions. He knew Gu Mingting said this to deter Yu Fanghan. Each vehicle was equipped with a walkie-talkie, so there was no need for him to relay messages manually. The windows were tinted so Yu Fanghan could not discern who was inside the vehicle. Gu Mingting was the commander of this mission, and everyone had to follow his orders. Yu Fanghan thought that as long as Lin Jin was in the team, he would eventually see her, so he returned. However, he did not expect Lin Jin to remain in the vehicle for several days. When she finally got out, the situation on site did not allow him to speak to her properly. The convoy avoided traveling during the hottest part of the day and set off again at 5 p.m. Along the way, sporadic zombies began to appear. As long as they did not obstruct the convoy's progress, nobody paid them any mind. After all, they could be cleared out, and when they returned in 10 days or half a month, there would still be wandering zombies. As they proceeded, the speed of the convoy began to slow down, encountering a moderate number of zombies. Gu Mingting issued combat strategies via the walkie-talkie, instructing each vehicle to send one person to clear the zombies, rotating as needed. Those who got out to clear the zombies acted swiftly, killing and collecting the crystal cores. When they got tired, they would swap with someone from the same vehicle. One would rest in the vehicle while the other went to fight. The first day went relatively smoothly, but they were still quite far from their destination. Once night fell completely, Gu Mingting ordered the convoy to stop and rest in place. Aside from the two women, the remaining 17 men took turns keeping watch in 4 groups. After a day, everyone was a bit tired. Aside from the 4 who initially kept watch, the others tidied up and returned to their vehicles to rest. Lin Jin waited until most people were asleep before stepping out of the vehicle to take care of personal matters. Yu Fanghan was assigned to the last watch after driving all day. Tomorrow someone else would take over, so he had no idea Lin Jin had gotten out of the vehicle. At dawn the next day after breakfast, everyone set off again. Throughout the day, everyone except Lin Jin got out to kill zombies and search for supplies. Those who did not know Lin Jin didn't find it odd that she didn't exit the vehicle to fight for a human-shaped reservoir. As long as she provided them with water, she wouldn't hold them back. If it weren't for the water bottles being filled twice a day and providing 3 large barrels of water for daily use, Yu Fanghan would have doubted if Lin Jin had rejoined the team. It wasn't until the 3rd day that the number of zombies on the road increased. Sometimes everyone had to get out to fight, and they finally saw that mysterious water-type ability user. Although Lin Jin got out of the vehicle, she did not use her abilities, she simply fought with dual blades. Not just her, but Gu Mingting and the other 5 also refrained from using their abilities. They had all experienced a tide of zombies controlled by psychic-type zombies and understood the importance of keeping their abilities for when they were truly needed. The same strategy was employed by a level 3 intermediate fire ability user named Qin Feng, while the others used their abilities to kill zombies. Though they were using cold weapons, their speed in killing zombies was not slower than those using abilities. It was evident they had slain countless zombies before. Lin Jin's performance impressed everyone. They had thought she was merely a human-shaped reservoir, but it seemed those sent on this mission were not weak. Yu Fanghan and He Yingying also spotted Lin Jin, but they had no way to approach her. Those using cold weapons were much more ferocious than they were directly charging into the horde of zombies. These ability users attacked from a distance. The 2 strength and agility type ability users also used cold weapons, but they were not as ferocious as the few individuals. The battle lasted for half an hour. After Lin Jin killed the last zombie nearby, she used her abilities to clean herself up, then asked Chen Yin, who had spatial abilities for 3 large barrels, found a clear area to set them down, filled them with water, and returned to the vehicle. While they were clearing zombies, they consciously divided the area among their small group of 3 in the vehicle. The zombies she killed would be handled by Gu Mingting and the others. Once the zombies were cleared, everyone began extracting crystal cores, dragging the bodies to the roadside for incineration. While working, Yu Fenghan searched for Lin Jin, but found she was gone again. Yu Fenghan then confirmed that Lin Jin was deliberately avoiding him. What could he do? Matters within the family could be argued behind closed doors, but with so many people around, it was better to let it go. After everyone extracted the crystal cores and dealt with the bodies, they washed up a bit, and the convoy set off again. They traveled this way, stopping and going, and in just one day each person had collected nearly 100 crystal cores. So far they had not encountered any danger, and everyone felt that this mission was turning out to be quite profitable. On the 4th day, waves of zombies kept coming. They often had to stay in one place for a long time. Killing zombies took time, cleaning up took time, and resting also took time. If they didn't rest, they'd barely be on the road for half an hour before they had to fight again. Because the commotion from using abilities to kill zombies attracted more of them, everyone was exhausted. Even the abundance of crystal cores couldn't lift their hands to fight anymore. They were completely drained. Rest here for 3 hours. When the order to rest came, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, returned to the vehicles, leaned against the seats, and fell asleep immediately. The signal source from Xi and Huaxiao was very close now, only about 20 kilometers away. They had expected to reach it today, but after a whole morning, they had only covered about 5 kilometers. Gu Mingting and his group had constitutions that others simply couldn't compare to. They felt fine and could still stand around discussing problems while everyone else was on the verge of collapsing. Lin Jin sat in the car rubbing her arms. She had been holding back, using only her dual blades to fight. But after these few days, the blades were chipped and nearly useless. Seeing this, Gu Mingting gave her a military knife instead, though she found it awkward to handle. You okay? In the entire team, only Lin Jin and He Yingying were women. He Yingying naturally had her husband to look after her, so Gu Mingting only needed to take care of Lin Jin. Tired. It was the truth. She could fight for a whole day and night, but that was only when she had no choice and had to push herself to the limit. And every time she did that, she would end up unconscious for 3 to 5 days. In this situation, if she dared to pass out, the zombies would devour her without a trace. Lin Shan couldn't hold off so many zombies either. One bite each and she'd be gone. Gu Mingting noticed the faint dark circles under Lin Jin's eyes and felt a pang of sympathy. After days of such intense combat, even Gu Mingting and his group were feeling fatigued, let alone the others. Lin Jin's skills seemed to have been honed only after the apocalypse, and most young women nowadays weren't used to such physical labor. Get some sleep. He'll wake you when we set off. With that, Gu Mingting got out of the car. Only the 5 of them still had the energy to stand guard, so they sat outside keeping watch. Lin Jin gave all the newly acquired fire-type crystal cores to Lin Shan, then leaned against the back seat and fell asleep. While most were asleep, a few more zombies appeared and were killed by Gu Mingting and the others. After 3 hours, everyone was woken up to continue the journey. Su Luan had been driving earlier, but now Gu Mingting took over. Want me to drive? You should rest. These past few days, Gu Mingting and Su Luan had been taking turns at the wheel. It's fine. Rest a bit more while we haven't run into zombies yet. The closer they got to the city center, the more zombies there were. Gu Mingting's confidence waned, and he even regretted dragging Lin Jin into this. Having known each other for a while, Lin Jin understood Gu Mingting's personality. She didn't insist further, choosing to rest and absorb energy properly, so she could share the burden when fighting zombies. About 20 minutes into the journey, they encountered zombies again. First a small wave, then a massive one. This continued until nightfall, when they were still 10 kilometers from the first mission destination. Several times mutated zombies nearly destroyed their vehicles. That night, Lin Jin volunteered for the first watch, telling Gu Mingting and Su Luan to rest. In recent days, Yu Fenghan and his group had stopped deliberately approaching her. Her attitude had made its point. Sis, got any jerky to snack on? Keeping watch with Lin Jin were Tang Shua, a speed-type ability user, a strength type, and Chen Yin, a space type. Are you really going to steal my mom's rations? Once when Tang Shua came to discuss something with Gu Mingting, he saw Lin Jin feeding Lin Shan some jerky. The aroma was irresistible, and after days of eating nothing but compressed biscuits, he couldn't hold back. Tang Shua pleaded, just one piece, okay? Everyone had brought some supplies before setting out, including food. For convenience, the base provided easy takery and easy toyed items. But all their stuff was with Ma Kai, and Tang Shua felt too embarrassed to ask him for it. Besides compressed biscuits, Lin Jin sometimes ate other things, chocolate candy, or even a pack of pickled vegetables. Since she could discreetly take items from her space through her backpack, as long as it wasn't too conspicuous, it was fine. After all, she had brought all her belongings onto the vehicle. Lin Jin shook her head and told Tang Shua the truth. It's no use asking me. The jerky is all in my mom. Indeed, that backpack had been clutched in Lin Shan's arms since they got on the vehicle, and only Lin Jin could touch it. Lin Shan hadn't moved an inch from her seat since boarding. Every mealtime Lin Jin would take a bag of jerky from the backpack and feed her. She just had to open her mouth, and Tang Shua had witnessed that once, and his intense stare at the jerky must have been too much because zombie Lin Shan even bared her teeth at him. After that, whenever he came to Gu Mingting's vehicle, she held the backpack, tightly guarding it from him. Sigh. Tang Shua lamented. He was worse off than a zombie. No jerky, but want some candy. Lin Jin had accidentally learned that Tang Shua was a year younger than her. Tang Shua saw a plum candy resting on Lin Jin's pale, delicate hand. Something was better than nothing. He took it, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. The sweet and sour taste was a welcome break from the monotony of compressed biscuits. It wasn't that Lin Jin was stingy. It was Lin Shan who refused to share. If Lin Jin wanted some herself, she had to eat it right in front of her. Lin Shan was clever, now afraid Lin Jin would give her food to others. Moreover, Lin Jin couldn't replenish the jerky supply for now. Once it was gone unless she could feed Lin Shan secretly. Otherwise, she'd have to let her go hungry or eat something else. 3 hours was the shift duration. During this time, a few scattered zombies appeared. Lin Jin didn't bother with big movements. She casually launched a few water bullets that pierced through their heads like bullets, and the struck zombies fell one after another. This was the first time she used her ability to attack in front of others during the mission. Tang Shua was unfazed, knowing she had even more powerful moves, but the other three stared wide-eyed, as if they'd seen a ghost, seriously doubting their own eyesight. The water bullets seemed even more effective than fireballs. After the watch ended, Lin Jin quietly opened the car door and climbed and closed the door, shut her eyes. Gu Mingting and Su Lun naturally sensed someone getting in, but since Lin Shan made no sound, it had to be Lin Jin. They were awake for just a moment before drifting back to sleep. When Lin Jin woke up the next day, it was barely dawn. Su Lun and Gu Mingting were gone. Through the window, she saw several water bottles placed outside. Many people were already awake. Lin Jin opened the door and got out, stretching her neck, back, arms, and legs. She deeply felt she shouldn't have come to endure this suffering. Well, the rewards were generous. Sai people die for wealth. Lin Jin filled the water bottles and buckets on the ground, then stood there in a daze. After sitting in the car for so long, she really didn't want to sit anymore. Even though the temperature outside was a bit high, standing still made her sweat easily. People gradually woke up and came to refill their water bottles. The way they looked at Lin Jin had changed, but she was too lost in thought to notice. Some said water-type abilities weren't useless. They could kill zombies too. Others claimed water-type users were even more lethal than fire types. Who would believe that? But the words came from the Night Watch, and the person in question was their team's water-type user. Unbelievable. If she was really that powerful, why hadn't she used her ability before? Gu Mingting had heard such rumors too, but he showed no reaction. It wasn't idle gossip, it was the truth. Lin Jin's water-type ability was indeed formidable, at least more impressive than Tang Shua's fire-type. Day broke, and after inspecting their vehicles and supplies, each crew set out once more. Gu Mingting declared they must reach the first mission's destination today. 6 days had passed. If someone had been without food and water, they would be nearing their limit. Lin Jin no longer hoarded her abilities. Water orbs flew from both hands, slaying ordinary zombies with little energy expenditure. She only used her water whip against mutated zombies, and for now the water shield was unnecessary, as none could approach her. As Lin Jin slaughtered relentlessly, many who watched lost their focus, and cries of pain erupted instantly. Several were bitten or scratched by the zombies. Lin Jin frowned. Everything had gone smoothly before, and though the group was exhausted, no one had been injured. What was happening today? Lin Jin was unaware that her display had caused the others to lose focus and get hurt. Even if she knew, she would insist it wasn't her fault. The lapse in attention was but a fleeting moment. Seeing their comrades injured, those nearby rushed to help. However, this immediately increased the pressure on everyone else. "Hold the line, I'm going to assist," one called out. Gu Mingting understood Lin Jin's strength. She had no trouble with these zombies. The real danger lay with those at the rear. He wanted everyone to return alive. Lin Jin unleashed water chains to partition the horde, her water orbs flying faster and more urgently. Even after taking on the zombies Gu Mingting had been handling, none could get close to her. Though the situation was dire, many still witnessed Lin Jin's prowess and cursed under their breath. Damn it. If a water type could be this fierce, why not just ascend to the heavens? The 4 third-level ability users in the base finally understood why Director Zhao had offered her extra compensation. She was as capable as they were worthy of the reward, for in times of danger, she could stand in for two. With Gu Mingting's lightning ability aiding the rear, the pressure eased instantly. Indeed, the lightning type was devastating, felling a swath with a single strike, leaving them either dead or crippled. After half an hour, the battle ended. Some dug out crystal cores, others rested, and the wounded bandaged their injuries. Many stole glances at Lin Jin while working. Fair-skinned, beautiful, and powerful, she was the epitome of a life winner. Yu Fanghan and He Yingying also watched Lin Jin, neither having expected her to be so formidable. Yu Fanghan recalled her telling him that she wasn't as weak as he thought. Yes, she was now strong, stronger than him. But his heart ached. In the apocalypse, no powerhouse emerged by chance. Such strength was forged through countless crises. Xiaojia had been sheltered by him and her mother the entire journey, never having killed a single zombie. But his own biological daughter. He was beginning to understand why Lin Jin didn't want to see him. He Ying was consumed by jealousy. Why did Lin Jin have abilities while her daughter was merely an ordinary person? Lin Jin had always overshadowed Xiaojia, with everyone saying she was prettier. Could beauty be eaten? As long as Yu Fanghan's heart belonged to her, love would extend to her own. Besides, Xiaojia was clever while Lin Jin, his biological daughter, amounted to nothing. Even after learning Lin Jin had abilities, she hadn't cared much. It was just a water type. But now, why did Lin Jin have to surpass Xiaojia in every way? Even Gu Mingting, whom Xiaojia had her eye on, was clearly attentive to Lin Jin. With a water-type powerhouse and a lightning-type powerhouse, wouldn't Yu Fanghan's heart naturally lean toward Lin Jin? He Ying turned and saw Yu Fanghan gazing at Lin Jin, his face etched with unmistakable tenderness. Rage burned within her, but her expression twisted only for an instant before returning to normal, though her hands moved with greater force. 3 people were injured, but fortunately all were minor. 2 had scratches on their hands and bodies, and 1 had a chunk of flesh bitten from an arm. Such wounds were unlikely to cause infection, but Gu Mingting privately instructed their vehicle mates to keep a close watch. We can't hold on, Captain Gu. Let's retreat. They were surrounded with zombies closing in from all directions, their stamina and abilities rapidly depleting. The sounds of battle drew endless waves of zombies from afar. Gu Mingting observed the weary resistance. The onslaught of numerous mutated zombies had wounded many. If not for Lin Jin and a few Earth-type ability users erecting defensive walls, there might have been casualties. The destination was near, yet at this very moment, they could make no headway. Gu Mingting ultimately decided to prioritize everyone's safety. Everyone retreat along the path we came. The path they had taken held only a few zombies, making it suitable for breaking through. Everyone had long been at their limit, but none had fled on their own. They understood well that being deep in the city center, no one could survive the journey back to the base alone. Hearing Gu Mingting's command, everyone acted swiftly with clear division of labor. Some drove, some defended, and some attacked. It took half an hour to fully escape the zombie encirclement, and they drove another half hour before stopping to rest. Gu Mingting stared at the map of Yuanqing City spread on the hood of the lead vehicle, deeply troubled. Being so close yet unable to draw nearer was truly frustrating. Slowly advancing was possible, but they feared Xi and Huaxiao couldn't wait that long. Yet he couldn't sacrifice everyone else's lives just for Xi and Huaxiao pushing forward at the cost of their safety. Have something to eat, get some rest. Lin Jin held a pack of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water. Ma Kai had previously offered food and drink to Gu Mingting, but he had refused. I'm not hungry yet. He simply had no appetite. If you can't figure something out, take a step back. Eat, drink, relax. Maybe the answer will come to you, Lin Jin said. Lin Jin naturally understood Gu Mingting's mood, but she had no solution either. They were caught between a rock and a hard place. Of course, she wasn't particularly anxious. Whether others lived or died had little to do with her. A diversion. Someone had appeared behind them, without warning, his face expressionless, yet his eyes were fixed on the map of Yuanqing City. Mo. Fan. You have a plan. Gu Mingting knew every member of the team and recognized Mo Fan as a third-tier early-stage metal-type ability user. Of course, even if he were only a second-tier ability user, a good plan was worth trying. Send people to create chaos in these 2 directions. Mo Fan leaned over the map and tapped 2 points. No one present was foolish, or a slight hint was enough for them to understand the strategy. We have so few people. Splitting up would be far too dangerous. Creating chaos wasn't simply about going over yelling at the zombies and retreating. It required making a huge commotion to lure away the zombies on both sides, reducing the number the main team would encounter. Furthermore, when the main team engaged the zombies, the diversion teams on both sides had to firmly pin down the hordes, preventing them from converging on the main force. We could clear the sides first. Bah. Lin Jin rejected her own idea. What they lacked most was time. Find 2 people to drive over, make a lap, and lure the zombies away. If things go wrong, abandon the vehicle, Mo Fan said with a deadpan expression. Gu Mingting hesitated. Lin Jin envisioned all possible scenarios. What if they failed to lure them? What if the vehicle broke down midway? What if it was destroyed by the zombie siege? What if both vehicle and people were blown up? I think it's feasible, Lin Jin said. This was the best option available. In the worst case, they would sacrifice 2 vehicles and 2 people. Of course, the plan could still be refined, and she hoped no one would have to be sacrificed. Gu Mingting eventually relented. Let's get everyone's opinion. Gu Mingting gathered everyone and explained the plan. Some agreed, others disagreed. The method was good, but who would carry it out? The most suitable candidate was Lu Dajiang, an agility type. He was fast and could abandon the vehicle and flee in a crisis, though generally no zombie could catch him. But he didn't dare. It was a matter of life and death. His face was filled with worry. Another option was Lin Jean, a water type with both offense and defense. But Lin Jean was only here to earn money. She had a mother to care for, so she remained silent. There were also the earth types, Zhou Jichen and Yu Fanghan. Yu Fanghan and He Yingying stood at the edge whispering to each other. He Yingying occasionally slapped Yu Fanghan, but kept a tight grip on him, preventing him from moving. Zhou Jichen offered no opinion and showed no unusual expression. All of them would follow Gu Mingting's orders without question. Of course, Gu Mingting himself could also go using overwhelming force to blast through. But as the overall commander of this mission, he had to remain with the main group to coordinate everything. The remaining people either had attack power but no defense, or had neither. The situation was deadlocked. Count me in. Mo Fan broke the deadlock first. Gu Mingting exchanged a glance with Mo Fan, confirming his sincerity. Then Mo Fan and Zhou Jichen, you two will carry it out. Before they could respond, someone raised an objection. Captain Gu, our combat strength is already lacking. Losing 2 third-level ability users would increase the risk for both them and us. It wasn't just Qin Feng who thought so. Many shared the same concern, though they dared not voice it directly. Gu Mingting cast him a faint glance and asked, "Then who do you think should go?" "Those with agility and strength abilities. It won't affect our overall power." There was one thing Qin Feng left unsaid. Even if they died, the loss to the team would be minimal. The 3 agility and strength ability users who were singled out looked speechless. It's easy for him to talk. He's not the one being sent to die. What your life is precious, but ours aren't. I'm just proposing the optimal solution. To hell with your optimal. Just as the two were about to come to blows, they were suddenly drenched with water from head to toe. The 2 soaked individuals turned in unison toward the culprit. "Don't be so hot-headed. Calm down." Lin Jean didn't see anything wrong with her actions. "I've thought of a plan. Care to hear it?" "Go ahead." Qin Feng wiped the water from his face without anger. Everyone's reluctant simply because they feared danger. "Let's have 4 people in one car. Try the route first to find a safe escape path." Before Qin Feng could raise another objection, Lin Jean continued. "Just as Mo Fan said, it's only about luring, not killing. We just need to lead them on." Creating chaos and luring zombies was something most present had experienced. It wasn't hard to execute. The difficulty lay in the fact that zombie hordes could emerge from all directions. If there were a safe escape route, they wouldn't be so resistant. After a murmur of discussion, Lu Dajiang gritted his teeth and agreed first, followed by another strength ability user named Fei. The other 6 people in the accompanying vehicles were all 3rd-level ability users aiming for a quick and efficient resolution. "He'll go with you." Tang Shua immediately chose Lin Jean. "No thanks." Lin Jean picked Mo Fan and Su Luin to join her. Seeing Tang Shua's look of existential crisis, she explained, "Water and fire are incompatible." Tang Shua pouted slightly before uttering a single word, "Oh." Lin Jean and her team boarded Lu Dajiang's car, while the other group, Zhou Jichen, Tang Shua, and Qin Feng, got into a phase vehicle. Gu Mingting gave them only 1 hour to return. The rest were to rest on the spot, adjust their condition as a tough battle lay ahead. Privately, Gu Mingting handed Lu Dajiang and Fei 3 grenades each, one to create louder noise and another for breaking through in case of emergencies. That hour was a thrilling game of nerves with everyone going all out. Lure the zombies eastward, set off a massive explosion, then speed away in the vehicles. By the time the zombie horde was drawn by the noise, nothing remained but scattered corpses and not a single living. They could only wander aimlessly in place until the next sound drew them in like hyenas, only to find no reward once again. At first, Lu Dajiang's hands and feet trembled from fear. Later, they trembled from sheer excitement. He never realized how formidable a 3rd-level ability user at full power could be. Lin Jean attacked while simultaneously casting a water shield over him and the car, protecting them impeccably. Truly astounding. On the other side, the dual fire-type users were equally efficient. Zhou Jichen directed the route, protected a Fei and the vehicle, and dug traps along the way, practically carving out a racetrack for a Fei. In less than an hour, both vehicles returned one after another, trailed by a number of zombies that were quickly dispatched. Gu Mingting scrutinized Lin Jean and asked, "Are you all right?" With a Chun on the other side, he wasn't worried. "Fine." Lin Jean was a bit upset. So many spirit crystals left uncollected, it pained her. "And you too." Gu Mingting looked at Lu Dajiang and a Fei, noting their decent spirits. "You'll be operating alone afterward. Can you manage?" "Yes." A Fei answered quickly. His escape route was secure, and Zhou Jichen had even planned where to throw the grenades. Lu Dajiang carefully reviewed the terrain in his mind, ensuring he hadn't forgotten anything before replying, "I can too." Su Luin had also advised him on the timing for throwing grenades. Then it's settled. Rest for a while, we set off in half an hour. He and Ma Kai personally went to double-check Lu Dajiang's and a Fei's vehicles, ensuring everything was foolproof. Faint explosions echoed in the distance as the main force set out. Gu Mingting had Yu Fanghan and He Yingying stay behind with a truck to depart half an hour later, drive slowly, and rendezvous with Lu Dajiang and a Fei after their rounds. This time things went much smoother. There were fewer zombies on the path ahead, but Gu Mingting didn't rush them. They advanced steadily and cautiously. After an unknown period, sounds emerged from behind as 3 vehicles quickly converged. Only then did Gu Mingting order everyone to go all out. By 4 p.m., they reached their destination, a commercial building. They swept through the entire structure, but found no one, let alone any underground research lab. Could it be the wrong building? Impossible. After receiving the signal source, the base had determined the coordinates. This was the place. Let's search again. Gu Mingting wouldn't make a mistake, unless the base had given wrong info. But they wouldn't risk so many ability users' lives. Achin, stay here. It'll take a few people to search. Gu Mingting and his team had already cleared the entire building, including the underground garage. Have them dispose of the corpses, push the abandoned vehicles to block the garage entrance, and then rest. Everyone was exhausted from the journey. Gu Mingting took only Lin Jin, Mo Fan, and Su Luan. 4 of them headed to B2. If there was a passage to the underground lab, the garage was the most likely spot. They conducted a thorough search, and it was Mo Fan who finally noticed something unusual about a wall. After examination, they confirmed it was a hidden door. They then searched for a mechanism, but found nothing. Ultimately, they decided to force it open, hoping the people inside would hear the noise and open the door. The violent breach using abilities made a tremendous racket. There was no response from inside, but it blew out the people resting on B1. Tang Shua, Qin Feng, and Zhang Qi rushed down in a panic, letting out a sigh of relief only after seeing everyone was safe. They had been resting peacefully upstairs when they suddenly felt the ground tremble and heard an explosion from below. It's nothing. We found a place but couldn't open the door, so we blasted it. You scared me, boss. Tang Shua patted his chest. You all go back. Don't let everyone worry. Boss, let me go down with you. Tang Shua peered inside. It was pitch black and felt quite dangerous. Gu Mingting had considered this as well. He kept Tang Shua and Qin Feng with him and sent Zhang Qi back to inform the others. Behind the door was a staircase leading downward. Gu Mingting led the way inside with the others following. The stairs were numerous, descending a vertical distance of about a dozen meters. At this rate, we've completely left the office building above. Even with a flashlight, they couldn't see far, but their senses wouldn't lie. Gu Mingting was well aware of this, but for now they could only keep descending. They would have to see the actual situation to know what was going on. At the last step, a straight corridor stretched ahead. Gu Mingting strode forward without encountering any issue. Passing through one corridor led to another with a glass door on each side, not far away. Su Luan take Qin Feng and Mo Fan to the right. Gu Mingting led Lin Jin and Tang Shua to the left. The glass doors were tempered and a device beside each one was now useless due to the power outage. Gu Mingting compressed a thunderball, a technique had learned from Lin Jin, to the size of a fist and hurled it at the tempered glass door. The impact was minimal, but the glass shattered into fragments. A similar sound came from Su Lun's side, indicating he had also broken through. Both groups of 6 stood still in place, waiting for 5 minutes. When nothing happened, they each stepped through the doors. The flashlight's beam revealed only a limited area. What met their eyes were tables cluttered with various instruments and test tubes. Then a whistle sounded. They found him. The 3 returned to the corridor. The other group emerged as well, with Su Luan carrying a man on his back. Fortunately, his vital signs are relatively normal. He probably passed out from hunger. Let's go. The return trip was much faster. By the time they reached the B1 parking garage, it was brightly lit. Everyone was sitting on the floor, some even lying down without regard for appearances. While speaking of the dirty floor, they weren't exactly clean themselves. Seeing Su Luan carrying someone, everyone knew their mission was complete. Only in the light did Lin Jin get a clear look at this legendary figure. He was very pale and thin. In truth, few people had gained weight since the apocalypse began. With scarce food and constant fear, weight loss was inevitable. Ma Kai retrieved a blanket from the vehicle and spread it on the floor. Su Luan laid Xi and Huashao on it, then fed him some water. Thanks to Xi and Huashao, they retrieved a large pot and rice from the truck and used their fire ability to cook porridge. Everyone finally had a break from the awful compressed biscuits. After a week, they finally had a chance to rest properly. Leaving a few on watch, the others found places to sleep. Lin Jin, worried about leaving Lin Shan alone in the car, returned to sleep in the vehicle. The next day, since Xi and Huashao hadn't woken up, Gu Mingting decided to stay an extra day for Xi and Huashao's health and to let everyone rest well. With time on his hands, Yu Fenghan felt the urge to talk to Lin Jin again. But Lin Jin only came out once to refill the water buckets before immediately retreating to the car. What was in that vehicle that kept her there day and night? Didn't she find it uncomfortable? Knock knock. Gu Mingting tapped on the window. Come down and eat. For safety, they always locked the doors when leaving the vehicle, and Lin Jin did the same when she was alone inside. Breakfast was still plain porridge. After eating, Lin Jin went to check on Xi and Huashao. How is he? He'll be fine. He's been in a state of prolonged malnutrition. It'll take some time to fully recover. Gu Mingting and his team had seen this condition before during previous missions. Lin Jin nodded. And if he's still not awake by tomorrow. Whether he's awake or not, we're heading to Yuan City Hospital tomorrow. The sooner they left, the sooner they could conserve resources for the base and reduce their own danger. Lin Jin also wanted to leave early and complete the mission to return. She didn't share Gu Mingting's sense of greater duty. She simply wasn't used to being around so many people. It was too inconvenient. After finishing her conversation with Gu Mingting, Lin Jin was about to return to the car when someone stopped her. Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin. So Yu Fanghan knew Lin Jin, and their relationship seemed intimate. Everyone present pricked up their ears. There was no helping it. Lin Jin was too mysterious, and people couldn't help but be curious about her. Gu Mingting guessed they might know each other, but he didn't know the exact relationship. He only knew Lin Jin had been avoiding him. He had never observed Yu Fanghan closely before, but now that they stood together, he noticed a certain resemblance between Lin Jin and Yu Fanghan around the brows and eyes. Lin Jin furrowed her brow slightly and didn't respond. Can we talk alone? Yu Fanghan felt he understood Lin Jin less and less. Her personality had changed, her eating habits had changed. The bond between father and daughter was no longer as open as it once was. Lin Jin knew this conversation was unavoidable. Let's go. She led the way, and Yu Fanghan followed. Seeing them walk away, the gossip vanished, leaving everyone's curiosity piqued like a cat's claw. More gazes turned to He Yingying. She was Yu Fanghan's wife, oh surely she knew something. For now though, no one took the first step to pry into Lin Jin's background. They weren't women after all. They couldn't be that nosy. He Yingying naturally noticed the looks directed at her. But she just lowered her head, staring at the spirit stones in her hand, concealing all emotion in her eyes. Lin Jin led Yu Fanghan to an office on the 5th floor. There was no one else, just the two of them. Their voices echoed in the empty space. You? Now that they were alone, Yu Fanghan suddenly didn't know what to say. Since Yu Fanghan said nothing, Lin Jin had nothing to say to him either. Ever since she left Qingzhou base last time, she had decided to forget them all, love and hate alike. Since you're back, don't leave again. Yu Fanghan thought that Lin Jin had left the base a month ago, but hadn't gone far. She was just throwing a tantrum. The world was so chaotic now, with so many zombies. How far could she go alone, even if his daughter was formidable? Don't misunderstand. I joined this mission not because of you and not because of the base. Yu Fanghan's habit of being presumptuous and talking to himself hadn't changed. Not because of him. He understood that. He didn't have the confidence to think Lin Jin joined the mission for his sake. But if not for the base, could it be for a man? One of those 5 men. Was it Gu Mingting or Tang Shua? Only those two seemed to have a closer relationship with Lin Jin. Gu Mingting was decent, but seemed a bit older. Tang Shua, on the other hand, was a better match for Xiao Jin. Similar age, laughing and joking with Lin Jin, and strong in his own right. Yu Fanghan used to worry that Lin Jin was too beautiful and not strong enough. But now he felt his daughter deserved the best. He was already looking at Gu Mingting and Tang Shua through the eyes of a father assessing potential sons-in-law. So what if they were powerful? His daughter was his. Even if his son-in-law were a dragon, he'd have to bow before him. I'm not misunderstanding anything. I just think that since you're back at the base, you should come home. I'm not returning to the base. I'm here on someone's behalf. Once the mission is over and I get my reward, I'll leave. Lin Jin didn't even look at Yu Fanghan as she spoke. Yu Fanghan frowned. To find your mother. I've already found her. Lin Jin knew that if she didn't make things clear and cut off his hopes completely, he would keep clinging to her. Lin Shan was really alive. Is she doing well? As her husband, Yu Fanghan still hoped she was fine. Pretty well. She's a high-level second-stage fire type. This was Lin Jin's estimate after asking Tang Shua. Yu Fanghan's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Lin Shan to be so powerful. Lin Jin had said before that Lin Shan was a fire-type ability user, but Yu Fanghan had never quite believed it. He always thought ability attributes were tied to personality. Lin Shan being a water type seemed more likely. And she? He wanted to ask why she hadn't come, but felt he shouldn't. Mother and I can't stay at Qingzhou base. But we need strength to go further and live better. Lin Shan was with Lin Jin. They truly couldn't stay at Qingzhou base because of him. You're so powerful now. You can indeed go further and live better. Father is glad his daughter is so formidable. Yu Fanghan knew this time he truly couldn't keep Lin Jin. Yu Fanghan took a pouch of spirit stones from his bag, all water type. From the very first day of the journey, he had deliberately set aside water type spirit stones, accumulating quite a number over time. This mission was so dangerous that he and He Yingying kept their supplies and spirit stones separately just in case. As for the fire type spirit stones Lin Shan needed, he really didn't have any. He Yingying had taken them all. Take these and absorb them for now. When the mission is over, father will exchange more for you. There was truly little he could do for Lin Jin. Lin Jin really found Yu Fanghan infuriating. He clearly didn't care about her, yet he always tried to assert his presence, acting as if she mattered. But she wouldn't argue with spirit stones. Could pride be eaten or drunk? Lin Jin returned with a bag of blue crystals, and everyone saw it. Was it exchanged, or did Yu Fanghan give it to her? No one knew. He Yingying clenched her fists upon seeing that bag of crystals. Now that she knew Lin Jin was so formidable, she had given all the water-type crystals to her. With so many crystals, if converted into something they could absorb, they could advance an entire rank. If exchanged for supplies, it would be enough for 3 people to live in the base for months. He Yingying felt deeply resentful. Over the years, she and her family had taken care of Yu Fanghan, sparing no effort. But what about Lin Jin? She hadn't even offered a word of concern or care, let alone shown any filial piety toward Yu Fanghan. He Yingying completely forgot that ever since Yu Fanghan married her, Lin Jin had received nothing but a yearly New Year's allowance, while nearly all of Yu Fanghan's money was deposited into He Yingying's account. Lin Jin returned to the car and stuffed the crystals into her backpack. Her mood was heavy, even though she told herself she had let everything go. Every time she saw Yu Fanghan and spoke with him, her spirits soured. Tang Shuo wanted to go gossip with Lin Jin, but Gu Mingting stopped him. Although Lin Jin appeared fine when she came back, he sensed she was in a low mood. At noon, Xian Huaxiao woke up, awakened by the heat. Someone had laid a blanket under him, leaving him drenched in sweat. He felt like a drowned dog, all his fur matted and sticky. So hot. Having been underground all this time, the coolness had been a relief, even as the outside temperature rose. When he was unconscious, he didn't feel much, but once his awareness returned, the heat became unbearable. Awake, huh? Tang Shuo leaned in as soon as he saw the man stir. Who are you? Where is this? Why is it so hot? Didn't you send a distress signal, eh? We came to rescue you. This is right above your underground lab. As for the heat, Tang Shuo ignored it. The weather had been hot for days, and it was clearly getting worse. Indeed, the daytime high had reached 48°C. Many ordinary people had died from the heat. Even those in the base fared better, but many still perished, mostly the elderly and the weak. Lin Jin couldn't stand watching a bunch of rough men fumble around. Let him get in the car. It's too hot outside, he'll get heat stroke. If they kept this up, the man they just saved would be lost again. Xian Huaxiao's face had turned pale, even his lips. When they first pulled him out, his lips were chapped, but had normal color. That was from thirst. Now his lips were white. Having lived underground, he likely had never experienced such surface heat. All right. Tang Shuo immediately scooped him up in a princess carry and took him to their car. The off-road vehicle had the air conditioning on. Lin Jin prepared some salt water for Xian Huaxiao. After a dozen minutes, he finally recovered, then drank some kanji. Captain Gu, you have to help me get the equipment from the underground lab out. Without his instruments, even a genius like him would be a clever cook without rice. All right, but you'll need to go down and direct. The base had considered this. It depended on how much equipment there was. If it was too much, Ma Kai could make a separate trip later. The instruments Xian Huaxiao couldn't bear to leave behind were certainly not ordinary, and bringing them back to the capital would be worthwhile. The mere thought of the outside heat made Xian Huaxiao's scalp tingle, but he couldn't abandon his instruments. He tried to move his legs slowly. Gu Mingting couldn't stand his dawdling. He called Lu Dajiang over to carry the man on his back. Using their abilities, it took only a dozen seconds from getting out of the car to reaching the B2 lab entrance. Xian Huaxiao felt a bit of heat. Then it was gone. His vision went dark, and the temperature, though still warm, was much better than when he first woke up. Bearable. So fast. He had been out of touch with the world for too long. Gu Mingting only called Chun Yin to go down with him. He watched as Chun Yin instantly collected several important instruments. Xian Huaxiao, still on Lu Dajiang's back, directed, as Chun Yin followed behind, storing each item one by one. Gu Mingting gave Chun Yin a thoughtful look and said, Chun Yin, that's enough. Judging by Xian Huaxiao's manner, he might want to move the entire lab. Chun Yin immediately stopped as instructed. Xian Huaxiao looked at Gu Mingting in confusion. Captain Gu, there are still many instruments left. We still need to go to the Yuanqing City Hospital. At Gu Mingting's words, Xian Huaxiao understood. Medical equipment was also very important. Well then, at 5 p.m. that afternoon, the convoy set off. Before leaving, Gu Mingting led the team to scavenge the entire area. After a day and night, the zombies outside gradually increased again, all wanderers drifting in. Ordinary zombies were like brittle melons to them. Even mutated zombies, if outnumbered, were still brittle melons, just with thicker skins. On the way to Yuanqing City Hospital, they would pass by a large shopping mall and a supermarket. The large mall was manageable. There weren't many zombies inside. It had 7 floors total, 6 above ground and 1 underground, with a small supermarket. Gu Mingting decided to split the team. Tang Shuo, Su Lun, Lin Jin, Zhang Qi, Mo Fan, Lin Dongliang, Wang Wu, Lu Dajiang, Chen Yin. You come with me. Gu Mingting took half of them to the underground supermarket. Lu Dajiang had essentially become Chun Yin's bodyguard, ready to scoop him up and carry him away at any sign of trouble. Space ability users were too important. They couldn't let anything happen to him. The rest of you go upstairs to find supplies. Qin Feng take care of Mr. Xian. Qin Feng nodded and no one objected. But Lin Jin voiced a different opinion. I want to go upstairs to look for supplies. Gu Mingting knew Lin Jin well enough to know she had her reasons. All right, go with them. Stay safe. Just as he finished speaking, he caught the delighted look in Yu Fenghan's eyes. Yu Fenghan, he Yingying, you come with me. Yu Fenghan frowned. What was this goo guy playing at? He Yingying showed no change in expression, as if it didn't matter where she went. Lin Jin was somewhat surprised by Gu Mingting's arrangement. It felt. The others, unaware of the situation, didn't think much of it. Replacing one combatant with two made sense. The supermarket would certainly have more zombies than upstairs, and the underground market was pitch black, making it far more dangerous. The zombies on the first floor had been mostly cleared by the group earlier, leaving only a few. It was quite safe. Gold and jewelry sat in display cases, but no one felt the urge to take any. As they continued upward, there were still few zombies. Only a minority would climb the stairs. The fifth floor was the most intense. The entire level was filled with restaurants. Yunsheng, a metal-type ability user, opened the door of a barbecue joint, and a foul, nauseating stench hit them. No one dared to step inside. It's too stinky. Everything inside must be rotten. Let's not go in, someone suggested. I agree. A few even vomited from the smell, nodding with tears in their eyes. But barbecue places aren't just meat, there are plenty of packaged goods. We should still check it out, another proposed. Go if you want. You're brave. Everyone argued over whether to enter. The entire floor was full of restaurants, so similar situations would stop arguing. Let's go to the next one first. We'll come back after the stench clears a bit. Zhou Jichen suggested a good plan. That works. No one could bring themselves to go in now. Let's do that. If the smell is strong, we air it out. If it's bearable, we go in first. Qin Feng made, and so the group went from shop to shop, nearly getting knocked out by the stench. But the results were rewarding. They found plenty of intact, unspoiled packaged food. As for meat and produce, forget it. When the team in the underground supermarket reached that area, they'd probably face the same fate. For a moment, everyone felt a sense of balance. The sixth floor was an international cinema with plenty of snacks and drinks. But these items were bulky and not very filling, though they could eat and drink on the spot to improve their meals. The only real danger was the darkness inside the theaters, making ambushes easy. Let's do this, 2 people per screening room, pair up. Fei and Lin Jin will stay outside with Mr. Xin. Okay, Lin Jin agreed. She could take the chance to go downstairs later. The 6 quickly formed 3 teams, each taking flashlights and heading in different directions, leaving Lin Jin and the others behind. The 3 of them grabbed some snacks and drinks from the small shop and sat boldly in the rest area, eating and waiting. After a quarter of an hour, no sounds came from inside, so Lin Jin knew nothing was wrong. Fei, Mr. Xin, can I go downstairs for a bit? Well, Fei hesitated. His strength was among the weakest in the team, and he feared he couldn't protect Xin Huashao alone. It's fine. Go ahead. Xin Huashao didn't mind. Apart from the cinema, the other floors were safe. Lin Jin was a young woman after all. Sticking with the group the whole time would make it hard for her to pick up some personal items. Earlier on the second floor, several people had changed clothes. Girls like to shop. Fei, is it okay? Though, in truth, if Lin Jin really wanted to leave without saying anything, no one could stop her. That would make things even harder. All right, hurry back. Thanks. During the earlier sweep, Lin Jin had already picked her targets. Now she just needed to go and store the items in her space. When Lin Jin said quick, she meant it. By the time the 3 groups came out, she was already back. To avoid suspicion, she had even changed her clothes. Nothing went wrong. The others didn't make a fuss. Each grabbed some snacks and drinks, then headed downstairs. On the way, Ma Kai said he needed to use the restroom and told everyone not to wait. He returned quickly and walked alongside Zhou Jichen, whispering. From time to time, they both glanced at Lin Jin. After waiting on the first floor for half an hour with the other half of their companions still not returning, someone suggested going down to search. Zhou Jichen managed to dissuade them, pointing out that in the pitch black it would be unclear who was searching for whom, and they could easily hurt each other. In the end, everyone sat on the floor to wait. After another half hour or so, Gu Mingting and his group returned, each with bulging bags. Clearly a fruitful haul. However, He Yingying's expression was rather grim. Later, someone recounted their experience in the fresh produce and meat section, revealing that He Yingying had vomited and couldn't recover. Her husband Yu Fenghan had been tending to her ever since, so they had gathered relatively few supplies. In comparison, those in Lin Jin's team felt He Yingying was being overly dramatic, a middle-aged woman acting more delicate than a young girl. During the break, everyone ate and drank heartily. Gu Mingting had his companions grab extra snacks and drinks to serve as the day's rations. They finished everything to save space, and the meal was immensely satisfying. Keep an eye on what I told you. Before setting off, Zhou Jichen pulled Gu Mingting aside for a private word. They returned shortly with Zhou Jichen uttering this final remark. Gu Mingting didn't respond. He got into the vehicle and signaled the convoy to move out, heading toward the supermarket. On the way, they encountered several waves of zombie attacks. Everyone worked together, showcasing their abilities, leaving Xin Huashao wide-eyed in amazement. At this point, he still didn't see anything special about Lin Jin's water-based ability. The entire group entered the supermarket together. The first floor, with its fresh produce, meat, and frozen food section, immediately halted them at the entrance. Many turned pale, haunted by painful memories. Ying kept her distance, terrified of vomiting again. Captain Gu, maybe we should skip this. The other supermarket didn't yield much in this area either. You're right. Gu Mingting surveyed the group's expressions and decided, they'll stay here with Tang Shua and Mo Fan. The rest of you head to the second floor. Those not chosen breathed a sigh of relief. They took the lead and moved toward the staircase to the second floor, with the others following one by one. Gu Mingting and his two companions braved the stench and began their search. The second floor was far more bearable. Though the odor from the first floor still drifted up, it was stocked with rice flour, cooking oil, snacks, and drinks. Though it had been ransacked many times before they had Chun Yen, the thought that all these supplies could be taken back, improving the base's meals and their families' lives, lifted everyone's spirits. While Chun Yen collected the goods, Lin Jin stealthily gathered dried meat. She didn't care for anything else. She was simply craving meat. The work on the first floor was nearly complete, and they were about to leave when Mo Fan suddenly said, burn it all. Commit self-immolation. What? Tang Shua wondered if he had misheard. Mo Fan, why would you say that? Gu Mingting noticed that Mo Fan, though a man of few words, always hit the mark. Since the apocalypse began, have you seen any animals? Many had noticed this, but most were too busy struggling to survive to ponder such matters. Gu Mingting and his team had indeed noticed it, vaguely sensing it was a hidden danger. But with no leads, they eventually let it slide. Any brilliant insights? Nothing brilliant, just that I think those missing animals will eventually reappear, including insects and ants. Gu Mingting's eyes widened. Tang Shua set a fire. Control the power. Only burn this area. Tang Shua didn't understand, but obeyed the order. Yes. He controlled the flames, reducing the decayed matter to ashes, then retracted his ability. When they left the supermarket, others asked what had happened. Gu Mingting offered no explanation, simply instructing everyone to rest in the vehicles and prepare to head to Yuanqing Hospital early the next morning, aiming to return as soon as possible. Given the current weather, he was deeply worried about the ordinary people at the base. Gu Mingting, Lin Jin suddenly spoke. What's wrong? I feel very uneasy. The closer they got to the hospital, the stronger the feeling grew. Gu Mingting's expression turned serious. I feel it too. Having survived countless life-and-death situations, they were particularly sensitive to danger. Especially as his ability grew stronger, he could sense threats earlier. Actually, I feel it too, just faintly hard to describe. Lin Jin didn't say it, and Su Luan didn't bring it up either. Lin Shan, the zombie, felt nothing. Outside were many of her kind, but she didn't get along with them and had no particular sensation. Gu Mingting stopped the vehicle, and the entire convoy halted. Those in the rear didn't know what was happening, but waited for Gu Mingting's orders. Over these days, they had grown accustomed to following his commands. The three in the car fell silent. The hospital was right before them. Giving up would be difficult. They had come so far, and there might not be another chance. After this mission, they would likely leave the base. Gu Mingting called Zhou Jichen and the other two over. The six of them held a discussion and ultimately decided to leave the vehicles here and proceed on foot. Once they confirmed it was safe, they would retrieve the cars. The vehicles were loaded with supplies, and losing them would be a huge waste. Worst of all, if the cars were destroyed, their chances of walking out alive were nearly zero. Everyone stopped the vehicles and proceed on foot. At this point, they were 2,000 meters from Yuanqing. Most complied with the order, though a few grumbled about the heat and why they couldn't drive straight to the hospital entrance. He'll lead the way. Catch up quickly. Gu Mingting took point, the others followed, and Lin Jin brought up the rear. Once the last person was a safe distance away and couldn't see her, Lin Jin opened the car door and let Lin Shan. Mom, remember what I said. Find a safe place and he'll come to you. The feeling was too ominous. She couldn't keep Lin Shan in the vehicle. Huh. Got it. The zombie Lin Shan turned and left quickly, disappearing into the buildings. After sending Lin Shan away, Lin Jin immediately caught up with the team. The front was still engaged in battle with zombies, and Lin Jin silently used her knife to fight them off. Soon they reached the entrance of Yuanqing Hospital, but both the front and back gates were blocked. The doors had been barricaded from the outside. Everyone check your equipment and be ready. Mr. Xian, you must stay close to Chun Yen. Gu Mingting instructed, assigning Lu Dajiang, A Fei, and Tang Gang to protect them. Alright, I'll stay close. Over the past 2 days, he had witnessed the danger of the zombies. Su Luan, Mo Fan, Zhang Qiyu 3 lead the way. Qin Feng, Lin Jin cover the rear. The rest carry the supplies and move in. The debris blocking the path was cleared. The three leading the way, their supernatural powers at the ready, entered with full vigilance, followed by the others filing in. Yet the first-floor lobby of the hospital was eerily empty of any corpses. What's going on? Someone whispered. Bloodstains dotted the floor and walls of the lobby, but there were no zombies, nothing but bloodstains, a deathly silence. Gu Mingting whispered his orders. Let's check the pharmacy first. Stay cautious and avoid making any noise. With the situation unclear, it was unwise for the group to split up or make loud noises. The pharmacy was to the right of the lobby, so they moved quietly toward it. The pharmacy door was open with several shelves toppled over and a noticeable portion of the medicines missing. Chun Yen. At Gu Mingting's call, Chun Yin immediately acted, collecting all the medicines in the room. They proceeded to other areas, encountering the same situation. It was baffling. They had entered every room up to the 3rd floor and collected everything they could, yet it remained the same, as if the place were truly devoid of any corpses. Why had someone blocked the front and back doors from the outside? Based on the blood and traces at the scene, a riot had occurred here with many injured or even dead. So how could there be no zombies? Where had they gone? Such a lovely aroma. Someone suddenly sniffed, catching a scent like grilled meat. I smell it too. It had been a long time since they had eaten meat. So fragrant, so enticing. A few caught the scent, but most smelled nothing even when trying hard. There's no smell. Exactly, you're just craving meat too much. I also smell it, a faint floral fragrance. Gu Mingting and Lin Jin exchanged a glance. They smelled nothing, and those who did perceived different scents. Something was wrong. Before they could devise a plan, those who had smelled the aroma began to drift away from the group, their expressions blissful, resembling addicts under the influence. Everyone hold your breath. That smell might be dangerous. Gu Mingting warned, ordering others to restrain those who had lost their senses. Let me go. Release me. Over there it smells so good, like something delicious. The once united team descended into chaos. Chun Yin distributed medical masks to everyone. Most were dealing with the disoriented few, creating a clamor like a marketplace. Just then the sound of shattering glass came from a room. A tentacle shot out, coiled around one of the group, and began to retract. Mo Fan quickied, and Swift activated his ability. A golden arrow struck the tentacle, failing to pierce it, but slowing its retreat. Zhou Jichin followed up, finding his ability useless on the tentacle. He sealed the entire window with earth-based power, further slowing the tentacle's movement. However, the trapped person was pressed against the earthen wall, unable to be pulled out. Everyone hold your fire. Tang Shua Su Luan rescue him. Gu Mingting feared a chaotic release of abilities that might harm their comrade instead of the tentacle. The two carefully approached the tentacle, controlling their powers, ready to save the captive. Everyone else stay on guard. Lin Jin restrained those who've lost their minds. Even now the disoriented ones remained dazed, persistently trying to move toward the window. The captive too wore a blissful expression, oblivious to the danger. Lin Jin conjured water chains to bind the few together. Chun Yin put masks on them. Though uncertain, protected by Tang Gang and Lu Dajong, Chun Yin struggled to mask them. Initially ineffective, their resistance gradually subsided. Before Tang Shua could free the captive, the reinforced earthen wall began to crack. More glass shattered from adjacent rooms as 2 more tentacles shot out. Most of the group still in the corridor split into 2 teams to confront the tentacles, unleashing a kaleidoscope of powers. To their dismay, the abilities struck the tentacles without causing any damage, only slowing their advance. Gu Mingting compressed his lightning power into a fist-sized orb. Striking a tentacle, it exploded, forcing it back. Eat! A piercing shrill cry came from outside the window. Though Gu Mingting's ability was formidable, it didn't sever the tentacle, only injuring it slightly, and drawing the corridor. Unable to withstand the power's force, was blasted into a large crater, and the floor began to... Lin Jin knew the might of such compressed power. If even Gu Mingting could only slightly wound this creature, while others couldn't breach its defenses, they were in grave trouble. Tang Shua, are you done yet? Lin Jin struggled to restrain several large men, unable to spare energy to... In the corridor, Gu Mingting held off one tentacle, while Qin Feng, Mo Fan, and Zhou Jichin contended with another. Almost. Tang Shua and Su Luan worked in sync, repeatedly striking the same spot on the tentacle with their abilities. It had some effect. The tentacle holding the captive began to loosen. Yu Fanghan, seeing he was useless outside, entered the room to help Lin Jin control the disoriented ones. A Fei followed suit, as he too was of no use outside. He Yingying watched Yu Fanghan go to assist Lin Jin, her nails digging into her palms. She took a deep breath and turned away, refusing to look. The rest of you don't come over. Protect yourselves and guard Chun Yin and Mr. Xin. Lin Jin stopped those who tried to approach. The disoriented few had calmed down, with 1 or 2 showing signs of clarity. Done. Tang Shua and Su Luan finally drove back the tentacle as the earthen wall crumbled. Tang Shua grabbed the captive to prevent him from falling. Damn, what now? Tang Shua's startle made Lin Jin fear another tentacle attack. It's disgusting. A tentacle monster. When rescuing the man, Tang Shua glanced down and saw a massive fleshy mass writhing grotesquely. It had many tentacles, and atop it was a fat head with no eyes but a gaping maw. Su Luan saw it too, his brow furrowed. Lin Jin, hearing Tang Shua's words, took a look and immediately regretted it. Why did she look? Lin Jin said to Yu Fanghan, seal the window. Though he hadn't seen what was outside, he obeyed his daughter's command without hesitation. What happened? One of the disoriented regained clarity, unaware of his actions, only knowing he was bound by water chains. Don't ask. No time to explain. If you're clear-headed, follow on your own. If not, knock them out and carry them. The tentacle monster was a grotesque fusion of corpses hideous beyond words. No wonder the hospital had no zombies. They had all been devoured by it. Even one tentacle was so hard to deal with, and it had many more. With their current strength, they stood no chance. Everyone had witnessed Gu Mingting and Lin Jin's prowess, making them more willing to follow their lead. It was this trust that allowed them to return alive and intact. Gu Mingting lightning. In a moment of lost rationality, Lin Jin stepped out to assist, Gu Mingting directly unleashing her water-based abilities. Gu Mingting immediately cast his lightning abilities towards the direction where Lin Jin had unleashed her powers. The combination of the two abilities was astounding, with the area ahead shimmering with lightning and the tentacles danced as if performing a lightning dance. Continue. Lin Jin directed her powers towards Qin Feng and the others, and Gu Mingting's lightning followed suit, causing the tentacled creature to thrash wildly. Everyone jumped down from the pit, go downstairs, exit the hospital. Lin Jin commanded in place of Gu Mingting. Gu Mingting did not question why he took the lead and jumped down, then stood guard. Hurry up and jump. Zhou Jichan, seal off the side passages, don't let the tentacles come over. Hurry, hurry. It has many tentacles. Zhang Qi actively helped Zhou Jichan seal the earthen wall tightly. Lin Jin, Tang Shua, and Su Luan provided protection, and once everyone had jumped down, the three followed into the pit. Seeing everyone had arrived, Gu Mingting immediately ran downstairs. Tang Shua relayed what he had seen to Gu Mingting. Everyone knew that it was a monster, a tentacled creature with high attack power. High defense. After a hard-fought escape from the tentacles, they reached the first floor, but just as they neared the exit, 3 or 4 tentacles slithered in from the main door, trapping them from behind. The basement. It was Mo Fan's reminder at a critical moment. Although going to the basement would leave them trapped there, at least there were no windows. They only needed to deal with the tentacles coming from one direction, and then everyone ended up trapped in the morgue. The outside passage had been sealed off by the earthen wall, and several earth element ability users were constantly reinforcing it. For a short time, the tentacled creature could not break through. What now? There were no corpses left in the morgue. They had all been consumed by the tentacled creature, but after all, well, it was still quite creepy. Moreover, the temperature was quite stifling with no ventilation, hot and stuffy. Everyone, don't panic, eat something first, take a break, and recover your strength and abilities. At this moment, everyone needed to maintain a good state. Being overly anxious only made everyone uneasy. Without Gu Mingting needing to say anything, Lin Jin and his few subordinates had already started to eat and drink, having encountered such desperate situations more than once or twice. They remained very calm. Their calmness also influenced others, who finally settled down. After all, if the sky were to fall, a tall person would hold it up. Nobody wanted to die, and someone would surely come up with a solution. Lin Jin instructed Chun Yin to bring out 2 buckets filled with water, whether for quenching thirst or cooling down, and also asked Chun Yin to retrieve a few oxygen tanks they had found just in case. Gu Mingting thought of many methods, but none could guarantee everyone's safe return. He was responsible for leading the team, and he had a duty to bring everyone back. Moreover, they had only collected a portion of the medicines and some small medical instruments. They hadn't even found the larger ones. Gu Mingting knew that if they forced their way out among everyone present, only he, Lin Jin, Qin Feng, Zhou Jichan, and Su Luan had a high probability of escaping unscathed. The others would suffer losses to varying degrees, especially the less combat-capable Chun Yin and the completely defenseless Xian Huaxiao. Thinking of forcing through. Now trapped here, there was only one way out, and it wasn't hard to imagine. Do you have any other ideas? None. Lin Jin only thought of this as well. Other methods were unfeasible. But Lin Jin looked around. They had spent 10 days together. Although they weren't familiar, she could name every person. They had worked hard and fought together. Unless absolutely necessary, she still hoped everyone could come out together. Of course, if it came to a desperate situation, she would escape on her own. With her abilities, she should still manage to do so. Gu Mingting knew what she was worried about. He was troubled by the same issue. Mo Fan, do you have any thoughts? This time, Mo Fan also had no good ideas. He shook his head, his thoughts aligned with theirs. I think you should take a few people out first. It would be best to kill that monster. If not severely injuring it would work as well. The others might be able to use this opportunity to escape the hospital. Zhou Jichan proposed a method, but this method also had significant risks. Firstly, those going to confront the tentacled creature would be in great danger. Secondly, apart from a few high-level combatants, the remaining people might also be attacked during the escape, leaving very few able to resist. This method won't work. Gu Mingting had considered this approach before. The group, trying to escape, might perish even faster. I think it's not impossible. Lin Jin interjected, just that the remaining people shouldn't flee. Depending on the situation, if they can kill the tentacled creature, they will be safe. If not, those who go should be able to retreat and think of another plan. In a situation where it was impossible to keep everyone safe, sacrificing a few was a reasonable choice. I think it's feasible. I agree. Several stronger individuals voiced their opinions, while the weaker ones remained silent, merely standing by to cheer. I Tang Shua Su Luan and Zhou Jichin will go kill the monster. The rest can volunteer. Since Ma Kai lacked sufficient strength, Gu Mingting did not point at him. After all, this was a life-and-death situation. He had no right to make decisions for others. Qin Feng, add me to the list. Mo Fan raised his hand. The others either silently looked elsewhere or at the ground, some still considering whether it was due to lack of strength or output. I'll go too. Yu Fenghan saw that Lin Jin was going and quickly said, I'll go too. What are you going for? You're not as strong as them. He Yingying was truly going crazy. During this time, Yu Fenghan had been treating Lin Jin better and better, and he followed her words without question. Now that she was going to seek death, he didn't even think and just followed her. I may not be as strong as them, but I'm not bad either. If you don't go, just stay and wait. At times, Yu Fenghan was still quite masculine. I'm just worried about you. Why are you yelling at me like that? He Yingying felt wronged. You. Don't. Hey, fine, there are so many people. He Yingying's words softened Yu Fenghan's attitude. Lin Jin rolled her eyes. Was there no time or place for this? Damn. Not just Lin Jin, several other men also found this couple rather annoying. But some men thought that a woman like He Yingying deserved to be pampered. Don't go, you'll be a liability. Lin Jin said irritably, her brows furrowing. Xiao Jin, how can you say that about? He Yingying looked at Lin Jin in disbelief, as if she had said something outrageous. Wasn't what you just said the same? And I was just speaking the truth. He Yingying retorted, I didn't know, I was just worried about him. Xiao Jin, your aunt is really just worried about me. Don't overthink it, and I'm worried about you too, so I want to go with you. Although he felt a bit awkward hearing his daughter say that he did fall a little short compared to them. They had always been curious about the relationship between Yu Fenghan and Lin Jin, and now it made sense. The drama was getting more exciting, from a couple showing affection to a family drama just at the wrong time. Lin Jin scoffed and sighed heavily. Fine, I don't need your worry. You'd better stay back to avoid making your wife worry about you. Gu Mingting, are we leaving or not? Lin Jin didn't want to continue the conversation with the couple. She feared she might hit someone, feeling quite frustrated. Let's go. Gu Mingting suddenly felt a twinge of pain for Lin Jin. No wonder she only cared about Lin Shan now. Qin Feng and Mo Fan can come along as well. Yu Fenghan, you stay back. After we leave, the earthen wall will be up to you, and Zhang Qitang Gang and Lu Dazhang, your tasks remain the same. The remaining 3 earth element users would take turns reinforcing, while one preserved strength, fearing a sneak attack from the tentacled creature. After we leave, if any emergencies arise, Ma Kai, you'll make the decisions, and they'll be in your charge. Understood. Ma Kai stood straight, his expression solemn. Yu Fenghan wanted to argue for himself, but was pulled away by He Yingying, who refused to let him go. Thus the 7 set off. Zhou Jichin broke through the earthen wall, clearing the front, while reinforcing the back, leaving no opportunity for the tentacled creature. Soon they engaged the tentacles hidden. Having already devised a strategy, Gu Mingting led with lightning, Zhou Jichin defended with earth, while the other 5 launched attacks in turns. The team was mostly composed of water, lightning, dual fire, and dual metal abilities, as their powers complemented and countered each other in the cycle of 5 elements. Among the 7, Zhou Jichin bore the greatest pressure, single-handedly protecting everyone, which drained his energy significantly. Seeing this, Lin Jin periodically released water shields to ease his burden. They were now advancing toward the tentacle monster's territory, but water and lightning were ineffective there, as they would also block their path forward. They realized that only the tentacles had been moving all along, while the main body remained stationary. Perhaps it was too massive to move, so it had grown tentacles to capture prey, and the fragrant scent was likely meant to lure other creatures into its domain. The tentacle monster was rooted in the open space between the outpatient building and the inpatient ward. Its body, like a small mountain, seemed to have fused all the corpses it had devoured. Shaped like a heap of filth, its base was enormous, tapering upward. The fused surface was uneven and rough, undulating with bumps and hollows, evoking a sense of dread. The limbs were somewhat tolerable, but the most horrifying were the countless twisted, agonized faces contorted in. As the tentacle monster swayed, these faces seemed to shift expressions as if they were still alive. The fused body had no legs, rendering it immobile. Its ever-growing bulk prevented it from leaving this open space, and only its endlessly extending tentacles could capture food. As soon as they arrived, they launched their abilities to attack. Zhou Jichin erected a thick earthen wall behind them to prevent tentacles from sneaking around, and another low, sturdy wall in front. Though it offered little protection, it at least hindered attacks from the lower tentacles. Similarly, Qin Feng and Tang Shua encircled the tentacle monster with rings of fire. While it didn't cause direct damage, perhaps it would roast it slowly. Su Luan and Mo Fan continuously shot with their metal abilities, but to no effect. They couldn't break through its defense. Undeterred, they adjusted their angles and kept firing. Lin Jin didn't attack, instead assisting Zhou Jichin with support and defense for the group. Gu Mingting also held back, searching for the monster's weakness. For a time, neither side could gain the upper hand. Attack the same spot. Gu Mingting led the charge using a lightning orb to wound one tentacle, then followed with metal arrows and flames. They managed to sever that tentacle through sheer persistence. E. The tentacle monster, wincing in pain, lashed its other tentacles wildly. Zhou Jichen and Lin Jin faced immense pressure, and everyone narrowly avoided being struck. This was no joke. A tentacle as thick as an adult's body crashing down could kill or severely injure. The earth wall shattered, the fire rings dispersed, and debris and scattered flames flew everywhere. A careless hit could land on someone, the fire burning their skin painfully. Lin Jin was struck several times, leaving bruises, but the fire was extinguished by her water ability before. Seeing the others in disarray, Lin Jin absorbed a water crystal core with one hand, while casting a water curtain, with the other raising it high to block debris and flames. This move astonished everyone. They hadn't expected water abilities to be both offensive and defensive, and as a group skill at that. Lin Jin rarely used this technique, especially such a massive water curtain, as it drained her greatly. Hurry up and fight, I can't hold on much longer. Not just Lin Jin, but Zhou Jichen was also heavily drained, as the tentacle monster's attacks were mostly absorbed by the two of them. It was like a game. The other 5 used single target skills while they used area effect ones. With a successful tactic, as soon as Lin Jin's water curtain fell, the 5 repeated the method to sever another tentacle. The monster howled in pain and thrashed again, while the 2 defenders continued using their abilities. The cycle repeated, and though the tentacle monster's tentacles dwindled, its struggles grew fiercer. Lin Jin and Zhou Jichen's energy absorption couldn't keep up, leading to gaps in defense. Everyone sustained varying degrees of injury and bleeding. Finally, through relentless effort, they killed the tentacle monster after over 3 hours. Gu Mingting was the least injured, with only his clothes singed and a dozen bruises. Lin Jin was struck by a tentacle. Though her water shield absorbed some force, she suffered internal injuries and several cuts from debris. Tang Shua and Qin Feng were also badly hurt. Their clothes burned, faces bloodied by debris and with several deep wounds. Su Luan and Mo Fan had burns and scrapes as well. Zhou Jichen was the worst off. He had focused on protecting others, neglecting himself, and was nearly impaled by a tentacle. Only Lin Jin's timely water shield prevented a fatal blow, leaving a hole in his abdomen and burns elsewhere. Now, except for Gu Mingting, everyone else was sitting or lying down, unable to stand. Are you okay? Though Zhou Jichen was the most injured, Gu Mingting wasn't too worried. These wounds were superficial and not, but Lin Jin, struck by the tentacle, clearly had internal injuries and coughed up blood. She sat ungracefully on the ground, eyes closed, replying, "I want die. Just let me rest a bit." This level of injury was manageable. At least she hadn't fainted. Tang Shua, find the crystal core. They'll bring the others over. Gu Mingting, eyeing the heap of flesh, unceremoniously tasked Tang Shua. Hey, boss. Before Tang Shua could finish, Gu Mingting strode away briskly. Left staring at the monster's corpse, Tang Shua's mouth twitched. Bro, look, my head hurts. I got hit by a rock. Su Luan lay on the ground, clutching his head. Tang Shua. Qin Feng. Mo Fan. So fake. Tang Shua glanced at Zhou Jichen, who was lying on the ground, clutching his stomach. He wasn't close enough to Qin Feng or Mo Fan to ask for help, and Lin Jin was a girl. So holding his breath, he dove in himself. In the morgue, the group of people waited anxiously. Initially, they were under constant attack from the tentacles, while 2 Earth-type ability users tirelessly reinforced the earthen walls. At some point, however, the attacks ceased. As the air grew thinner, several people began to inhale oxygen. Ma Kai took charge and decided to create a small hole in the earthen wall to allow air to flow in. Once the air circulated, everyone felt considerably better, and they could also sense a slight chill, indicating that night had fallen and temperatures were dropping. However, they still had not returned. The longer they waited, the more worried and anxious they became. Yu Fanghan could hardly contain his urge to go out and check several times, but was persuaded by He Yingying and the others. It's safe outside, you can come out now. The voice of Gu Mingting came from outside. Without a second thought, Yu Fanghan began to dismantle the earthen wall, completely disregarding whether it was truly Gu Mingting. Indeed, it was Gu Mingting. When Yu Fanghan removed the earthen wall and saw only Gu Mingting, he immediately grew anxious. Where is Xiao Jin? Why are you the only one here? Everyone else also began to worry. Could it be that only Captain Gu was left alive? With so many combatants gone, especially without water-type abilities, could they still make it back? Everyone is fine, they just sustained some injuries and are resting in place. Gu Mingting could see that Yu Fanghan was particularly concerned about Lin Jin, but the person he cared about most was not her. Hearing that everyone was safe and that it was safe outside meant that the tentacle monster had been eliminated, and cheers erupted immediately. Alright, the hospital is temporarily safe. Quickly pack the equipment, and let's head back to the vehicle to rest. The anxious feelings dissipated, replaced by a surge of motivation as they consciously split up to gather their things. After seeing the injured, Chen Yin took out saline solution bandages and medication, then joined in collecting the larger equipment. Xiao Jin. Yu Fanghan felt sorry for his daughter. Initially, upon seeing Gu Mingting's injuries, he thought everyone else was okay. But now looking closely, it was evident that they had been through a tough battle and were seriously injured. He had never seen Lin Jin in such a disheveled state. Her entire face was devoid of color, drenched in sweat, with strands of hair sticking to her forehead and cheeks. Her clothes were filthy, and her exposed skin bore many small wounds. There was blood at the corner of her mouth. Had she injured her internal organs? Lin Jin didn't even want to open her eyes. Ignoring Yu Fanghan, she had no strength left. Xiao Jin, where does it hurt? Tell daddy, and I'll get you some medicine. Yu Fanghan stuck close to Lin Jin, while Ying had long since disappeared. She had seen Lin Jin's distressing appearance, and coupled with her previous words, Lin Jin completely dismissed Yu Fanghan. It was just him being overly eager. Gu Mingting approached with bandages and medication, only to see Yu Fanghan squatting beside Lin Jin, incessantly talking to her, while Lin Jin frowned. She needs to rest. Not only was Lin Jin annoyed with Yu Fanghan, but Gu Mingting was also feeling irritated by his ill-timed concern. Yu Fanghan couldn't tell if Lin Jin was ignoring him, or if she simply didn't have the strength to respond. Seeing what Gu Mingting had in his hands, Yu Fanghan wanted to take it, saying, "Let me do it." As a father, Gu Mingting couldn't stop him from helping his daughter, even though he didn't really want to. "Gu Mingting, you do it." Lin Jin didn't even open her eyes, speaking in a flat tone. Yu Fanghan's hand, which was about to take the items, froze, feeling a bit awkward. Xiao Jin, let daddy handle your wounds, alright? Can you stop bothering me? Just let me rest in peace." Lin Jin opened her eyes and glared at Yu Fanghan, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins. She was truly exhausted and in pain, wishing she could just lie down and pass out. Yet in front of others, she pretended. Yu Fanghan felt helpless against Lin Jin's state, feeling both angry and pained. He had no choice but to leave. "Then you rest well, daddy will go for now." Seeing Yu Fanghan leave, Lin Jin intended to treat her own wounds. "Give me the stuff, I'll do it myself. Can you move?" Gu Mingting had no intention of handing over the items. He just asked a question. Lin Jin. A straightforward question. She could move, but it would hurt, and more importantly, she had no strength left. Even opening her eyes was a struggle. Gu Mingting noticed her embarrassment and suddenly felt like laughing, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. "If you don't mind the ground being dirty, just lie down. No need, just help me. Apply the medication." Lin Jin pouted. She wanted to lie down, but with so many people around, she still felt a burden regarding her image. Gu Mingting gently applied the medication to Lin Jin, but she still grimaced in pain. Meanwhile, Ma Kai was applying medication to Zhou Jichen. "With such a large wound, it's best to stitch it up. Isn't this the hospital? Find some anesthesia and someone who can stitch. Let's go," Zhou Jichen said dramatically, his facial muscles twitching in pain. Just as he wanted to divert attention, he saw Gu Mingting treating Lin Jin, and with that expression and technique, he wondered if he was. "Alright then." Ma Kai unexpectedly produced needles and thread along with medication. Zhou Jichen's eyes widened. "Could it be this quick? Make it neat when you stitch. That's my final request." Rest assured. The injured were receiving treatment, and many were examining the dead monster when they saw the pile of flesh writhing. "Damn, it's still alive, Ron." Several people were frightened and scattered in all directions, while others directly approached Gu Mingting. "Captain Gu, that monster is still alive and moving." Gu Mingting and Lin Jin immediately became alert. Logically, it shouldn't be possible. That tentacle monster was definitely dead before. Many people were preparing their abilities, ready to strike the monster if it surged. Suddenly they saw a person perhaps crawling out from that pile of flesh. That's so disgusting. What a freak. It was Tang Shua. He had crawled into the pile of flesh to search for a crystal core. Thankfully, it wasn't in vain. He found a transparent crystal core the size of a baby's fist. "Boss, look." As Tang Shua boasted, he rushed toward Gu Mingting's direction. Everyone in that direction quickly moved aside. "Don't come any closer. Stop right there." Lin Jin shouted, her voice rising in panic, her body shrinking back suddenly, and she winced in pain. "Tang Shua, stand still." Upon hearing this, Tang Shua immediately halted, standing at attention. After a few seconds, he realized he had inadvertently turned himself into a source of discomfort for everyone, and he chuckled. "Sister Lin, wash me up." "Don't call me Sister Lin, I'm older than you." Lin Jin retorted. "What sister? Did he wish for her to—" "Sister Lin, just wash me up," he teased while trying to approach Lin Jin. "Don't move, just stay there." How shameless could he be? "If you wash me, I won't move." Tang Shua had no choice but to cling to Lin Jin. He couldn't stand the smell on him. "Washed." Lin Jin endured the pain, raised her hand to unleash her ability, and a water column as thick as her arm surged toward Tang Shua like a fire hose. It hurt a bit, but it washed well. Tang Shua closed his eyes, slowly spinning around, trying to rinse himself off thoroughly. After the filth was cleaned away, everyone saw the crystal core in his hand. What a big one. What level is this crystal core? At least level 5, right? That tentacle monster was of such high rank, they're amazing. Some were envious, some were amazed, some admired, and some were jealous. Only after Tang Shua was completely clean did they allow him to approach. Boss here. Lin Jin slept in the vehicle bringing Lin Shan back, just as the sky began to lighten. She evaded the watchman's gaze and helped Lin Shan into Gu Mingting's car. At dawn the convoy set off back to the base. In short, their mission had gone smoothly so far. All tasks were completed and no one was lost. Truly excellent. The return journey was faster than the outward trip, but laden with supplies they had to tread carefully, thus taking 5 days to reach the base. The day before Lin Jin had released Lin Shan again. Do you plan to claim the reward and leave? Tang Shua was also in Gu Mingting's car. It's so hot now, where can you go? Why not stay in the base and leave when the temperature cools down? Then what about my mother? Lin Jin posed the soul-searing question. That was the crux of the issue. None of them dared bring Lin Shan into the base, not even Lin Jin. They thought about leaving Lin Shan outside alone for 10 days or half a month, but it seemed impossible given how dearly Lin Jin treasured her. But it's really scorching outside. The temperature was now near 50 degrees Celsius, enough to cook one alive. Don't worry, I have my ways. Boss, please persuade her, or help her think of a plan. Tang Shua felt that once Lin Jin left they would part ways, perhaps never to meet again. What plan could Gu Mingting have? If Lin Shan's identity were exposed, it would only cause more trouble and incite public panic. Yet who could guarantee that no other zombies would become indistinguishable from humans like Lin Shan? Moreover, he had been observing her all this while aware of her secrets. She occasionally produced candy, pickled vegetables, or other odds and ends. Inconspicuous, yet no ordinary person would choose such rations, especially the endless jerky Lin Shan had. How about staying in the base and visiting Andy every night? Stop persuading me. I really have to go. Though she too felt a pang of reluctance. Rare friends, and in this world separation, might mean never crossing paths again. Lin Jin's resolve was firm, and the others could say no more. Tang Shua looked dejected, while Gu Mingting planned to return to the base first, and then find a way to keep her. The group of 20 brimming with joy drove their laden vehicles to the base entrance, but it was not Base Commander Zhao Baogang who came to greet them. Welcome back, everyone. You've all worked hard. I am Lu Zhen, a middle-aged man in his 40s, short and why isn't the base commander here? Lu Zhen was the second-in-command at the base, known to many. They had expected the base commander to welcome them personally upon hearing of their return. The base commander has matters to attend to and is waiting in his office. He sent me to greet you first. You are true heroes. The moment Lu Zhen received word from Zhu Hui that the mission team had returned, he rushed to the base entrance, eager to make a good impression. Regardless of how many tasks were completed, there was bound to be gain, and after such a journey these people's abilities must have improved, making them the base's top combatants. Let's go then. Gu Mingting followed Lu Zhen at the front, while Lin Jin slowed her pace, leaning close to Chen Yin. What you hold in your own hands is true leverage. She spotted Zhu Hui beside Lu Zhen. So the person behind the scenes in the trade district was Lu Zhen. He couldn't be a good man. Moreover, he had just lied. She couldn't be sure if the base commander was in his office, but it was certainly not the base commander who sent him. When he mentioned the base commander, there was clear contempt in his eyes. Chen Yin. Before he could ask, Lin Jin walked away, but he knew she must have a reason for saying that. As for Gu Mingting, Lin Jin had no worries. In the face of absolute power, any scheme was futile. The group was led into the meeting room, and once seated, Lu Zhen got straight to the point. I heard that Captain Gu led this mission. Seeing you all return safely is truly remarkable. How did the task hurt? Gu Mingting's heart tightened, but his face remained calm. All tasks are complete. I wonder when the base commander will come to settle the rewards so everyone can rest. All completed. Lu Zhen had reviewed the mission details in Zhao Baogang's files. If everything was done, he'd be rich. Lin Jin caught the greed in Lu Zhen's eyes and suddenly realized a possibility. The base commander might have been replaced. He has delegated full authority to me. Lu Zhen replied with a smile. To be honest, the base is in dire straits. The abnormal temperatures have claimed many lives, and we've done our best to accommodate everyone. With you gone and the heat unbearable, no one has been out on missions. We're barely scraping by. He was pleading poverty, and everyone could tell a wave of irritation rising. Just tell us how much you can give. Lin Jin cut in, unwilling to waste time. She was here for the reward, and once she had it, she'd leave. Lu Zhen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such bluntness with no regard for the common folk. Young lady, you're quite impatient, huh? Before he could finish his preamble, she interrupted. Well, you must have gathered plenty on this trip. I want to ask you to hand over the spirit cores you've obtained. As for other rewards, the base really can't provide them for now. How about I offer you positions with monthly salaries? Truth be told, letting them keep those spirit cores stung a little. The base residents dared not speak up, knowing Lu Zhen's character, as they still had to survive here. Lin Jin, unburdened by such concerns, laughed in derision. Are you joking? So all the promises made by the previous base commander are void. The previous base commander. That phrase sounded odd. Lu Zhen's heart trembled, but he quickly steadied himself. Even if they knew, what could they do? He had hostages. They wouldn't dare rebel. Young lady, don't be so fixated on immediate gains. A prosperous base benefits everyone, doesn't it? A prosperous base for everyone or for you alone. Not a single truthful word. She had sensed something off about Lu Jun earlier, so she had observed carefully along the way. On the surface, nothing seemed amiss and the heat kept the streets empty. But she noticed splattered bloodstains in several spots and faint traces of battle on some walls. This meant a conflict had occurred in the base. Who could it have been? Lu Jun's smile faltered, his eyes narrowing. Young lady, be careful with your words. Disaster comes from the atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense. I'd like to see the base commander. Could you inform him, Mr. Lu? Gu Mingting knew Lin Jin wouldn't speak without reason. She must have discovered something. You can discuss anything with me. In this base, he was the one in charge now. It seemed Lin Jin was right about the previous base commander. We completed the base's mission, and the base owes us the promised reward. If promises are broken, who would take on tasks? The mission was one thing, the base's situation was another. Two separate matters that couldn't be conflated. With Gu Mingting speaking up, everyone felt reassured. With these two negotiating with Lu Jun, they could wait for the outcome. Lu Jun's smile vanished, his face darkening. So there's no room for negotiation. You insist on getting what we can negotiate, but you're not discussing with us. You're informing us. We risked our lives. You can't let everyone's efforts go to waste. Lu Jun realized the crowd's loyalty had shifted toward Gu Mingting, rendering his earlier smiles useless. Since they wouldn't take the easy way, they'd have to face the hard one. Then let me formally inform you, I, Lu Jun, am now the base commander. Those willing to follow me will be treated well. Those who refuse will have to buy their lives. 1.0 spirit cores per person. Taking advantage of the military's depleted strength and the absence of the top-tier combatants from the outside world, Lu Jun launched a surprise attack on Zhao Baogong, severely crippling his forces. Although Zhao Baogong managed to escape, he could no longer pose any significant threat. By what lives? Before the crowd could even process the news of the base commander's change, Mo Fan seized on a crucial detail. Did this new base commander truly believe he could easily dominate their current strength? Buy your own lives, the lives of your families and friends. After securing the entire base, he had placed the relatives and close friends of those on his list under house arrest. What have you done to them? Many grew agitated. A significant reason for their relentless efforts was to ensure a better life for their families. They're fine for now, well-fed and well-treated. It all depends on your decision. Lu Jun had investigated, most had loved ones in his grasp and would surely capitulate. With that, dealing with the remaining few would be a simple matter. A few with wavering resolve sided with Lu Jun. The others stared at them as if they were traitors, while many remained undecided. Gradually, the sides became evenly matched, half and half. Lu Jun felt a surge of pride. Excluding Gu Mingting and his group of 5, the remaining members were Lin Jin, a water type, Qin Yan, a space type, Lu Dajiang, an agility type, and Xin Huaxiao, who was utterly powerless. Among them, only Mo Fan was still capable of fighting. Yu Fanghan and He Yingying were entangled in a quarrel. As for Gu Mingting and his team, Lu Jun wasn't worried. They were merely passers-by, seemingly a major or something. He dared not offend them and planned to simply let them go. Captain Gu, whatever Zhao Baogong promised you, I can provide. He'll also ensure your safe departure from the base. In exchange, how about you stay out of this? Though Lu Jun's methods were despicable, it was their choice. Gu Mingting had no intention of interfering. This was the base's own affair. Yet he didn't agree to Lu Jun's deal either. He would see how things ultimately unfolded. Captain Gu won't take the deal, but I will. Give me the reward, and he'll leave immediately. Lin Jin rather fancied this bargain. Lu Jun was both amused and annoyed. Little girl, you're quite confident. A brain is a fine thing, but it seems you lack one. A useless water-type waste dared to be so arrogant. Lu Jun had his back to the crowd, so he didn't see the stunned expressions on the faces of those standing behind him. They had all witnessed Lin Jin's combat prowess. The new base commander was certainly brave. Sensing the situation was dire, Yu Fanghan broke free from He Yingying's grip and stepped before Lin Jin. Base commander, the child is ignorant. Please be magnanimous and don't stoop to her level. He Yingying glared at the father and daughter with resentment. Her little Jia was still in Lu Jun's hands, and Lin Jin's constant provocations would only bring suffering upon her daughter. Oh, someone sticking their nose in. What is she, your lover? The age gap was a bit large. The girl was simple-minded and sharp-tongued, but she was pretty. Hearing this, Yu Fanghan was angered, but quickly suppressed it, forcing a smile. You jest, base commander. She's my daughter. I've failed to discipline her properly. He'll teach her a good lesson when we get back. Lu Jun looked questioningly at Zhu Hui. The intelligence was wrong, or wasn't this water type supposed to be just passing through? Zhu Hui was equally baffled. He had no idea what was going on. Nonsense. I don't need your help. Don't claim false relations. Was Yu Fanghan stupid? Did he want to be kicked out of the base? Suddenly, Yu Fanghan realized his good intentions had backfired. Whether it's true or not, I'll take it as true. Lu Jun then noticed they actually bore a resemblance. Lin Jin took a deep breath, resisting the urge to roll her eyes. I have nothing to do with him. If you want, give the reward, fine. I'm just a passerby. Just let me go, all right. She felt Yufenghan's IQ had plummeted over the years fed to the dogs. Do you think he'll believe that? Tapping his fingers on the desk, Lin Jin stood up, her gaze sharpening. So it's come to force. Zhu Hui had mentioned the girl knew some martial arts, but with so many ability users behind him, why fear her? Do you think you can win? You can try. The two were at a standoff. As Lin Jin spoke, Gu Mingting shifted his stance sideways toward her. Chen Yin stood directly behind her, and Lu Dajiang followed Chen Yin's lead. Whoever can defeat her will be granted greater authority. The offer was tempting, but no one stepped forward. Lu Zhan waited a minute, but still no one volunteered. It was rather awkward. Seeing the mocking smile on Lin Jin's face, his anger flared instantly. He turned to see his newly sworn followers staring at the sky, the ground, or their shoes, anywhere but at him. Zhu Hui hadn't expected these people to be so disrespectful to the base commander. Hearing his name called, he immediately stepped forward. Our last sparring match was inconclusive. Let's continue now. Now that he could use his abilities, he would beat her half to death. Lin Jin nonchalantly twirled her hair and even yawned, covering her mouth. Feeling slighted, Zhu Hui immediately threw a punch, using 80% of his strength. He held back, 20% afraid he might kill her outright. As Lin Jin lowered her hand from her mouth, she flicked her wrist, unleashing her water-type ability, and the battle was over. Apart from Zhu Hui himself and Lu Zhan, no one else was surprised. Zhu Hui was tightly bound by chains of water. Due to inertia, his upper body pitched forward, and he fell face first to the ground. What just happened? Could water-type abilities be used like this? Before Lu Zhan could react, a water droplet the size of a glass marble appeared before him. Just as he was about to resist, some covered their eyes, afraid to witness the ensuing bloody scene. I advise you not to move. You'll get your head blown off. Lu Zhan refused to believe it and tried to move, but someone grabbed his shoulder. It was one of the men who had sided with him from the start, shaking his head frantically. If you dare touch me, I'll make all those hostages my burial companions. The hearts of those whose loved ones were held captive clenched in fear. Lin Jin knew he wouldn't. This man feared death. If he died, he'd have nothing. But she couldn't say that aloud in front of everyone, or it would incur their wrath. Fine, I won't touch you. Release the hostages. Seeing Lin Jin yield, Lu Zhan grew cocky. Beg me on your knees. A collective gasp. They had never seen anyone so eager to court death. Seeing Lin Jin was about to act, He Yingying rushed forward and embraced her. Xiao Jin, don't be impulsive. Your little sister, Xiao Jie, is still in his hands. What a useless teammate. Ha, kneel and beg me, and he'll spare your— The hand on Lu Zhan's shoulder moved up to cover his mouth. MMPH. Lu Zhan was utterly bewildered, staring at the man in confusion. What was the meaning of this? The man felt like crying. Base commander, please stop talking. People will really die. They all knew that the relationships among these people were complicated. They were far from a loving family. Lin Jin said coldly, let go. Honey, please talk some sense into her. He Yingying was afraid Lin Jin would attack her. She was no match for her. Xiao Jin, calm down. Your little sister. What little sister? I don't have a little sister. She's your wife's daughter. What does she have to do with me? Whenever it came to these two, mother and daughter, Yufenghan lost all his wits. Tell your wife to let go, or I won't be polite. Before Yufenghan could say a word, He Yingying released her grip, as if burned. Even if you don't acknowledge her, she's— Lin Jin ignored He Yingying and turned back to Lu Zhan. They'll say it one more time. Release the hostages. The water droplet drew a fraction closer. MMPH. Seeing Lin Jin truly intended to act, He Yingying prepared to repeat her tactic. Without even glancing at her, Lin Jin raised a water barrier, trapping both He Yingying and Yufenghan. Lin Jin. MMPH. What kind of water ability was this? So terrifying. Lu Zhan's eyes were nearly popping out of his head. Gu Mingting watched the scene, quietly knowing she wouldn't kill anyone. Hey, you there, let him speak first. All this thing was unintelligible. The man immediately withdrew his hand and stepped aside. Will you release them? Yes. Lu Zhan was filled with regret. If only he had just given the reward and sent them on their way peacefully. Lin Jin retracted her ability. Lu Zhan, whose life had hung by a thread, let out a long sigh of relief. Miss Lin, let me have someone deliver 100, no 300 crystal cores, and a fully fueled car to you. How about that? Everyone was deeply envious, but none of them possessed Lin Jin's capability. From the very beginning, Lin Jin had always been after wealth, so everyone, including Gu Mingting, assumed she would agree. However, Lin Jin casually pulled over a chair, sat down, and crossed her legs. Not good. I've changed my mind. I'm in no hurry to leave. Lu Zhan felt Lin Jin smiled like a little demon. Where's the original base leader? She hadn't wanted to meddle, but since he had stirred up trouble that displeased her, she intended to make him even more uncomfortable. Lu Zhan's eyes darted to the upper right. He had matters to attend to and left the base, so he put me in charge. What matters? Where did he go? Lu Zhan's eyes shifted to the upper right again, then to the left. After a few seconds, he replied. He didn't specify. It seemed he went to find someone. It appeared he was far from honest. A water chain coiled around Lu Xun's neck. Think carefully before you speak again. I'm telling the truth. Little demon. She was outright a devil now. The water chain tightened. Ugh. Those behind Lu Xun stepped back several paces, eager to distance themselves from him. They had thought Lin Jin was only ruthless toward zombies, but now they realized she was equally terrifying toward humans. Except for Tang Shua, Gu Mingting and the others showed little change in expression. Lin Jin wouldn't kill him. There was no murderous intent at all. Tang Shua had been watching with a perpetual smile, his eyes lighting up when he heard she wasn't leaving in a hurry. Lu Xun's face turned red and his neck bulged before Lin Jin loosened the water chain. Cough, cough, cough. Where is he? Lin Jin asked nonchalantly. Lu Xun stared at Lin Jin in terror. He had navigated the underworld for years and dealt with countless people, yet he had fallen to such a young girl, ruthless and sharp enough to discern truth from lies. Just moments ago he had arrogantly claimed she lacked intelligence. How foolish he had been. So from the start she had known everything. Every word she spoke was meant for him. He had simply misinterpreted her intentions. He fled, taking 2 trusted aides and escaping the base. What exactly happened? Lu Xun dared not deceive further and recounted the events truthfully. When Gu Mingting and the others arrived at the base, Lu Xun was out on a mission with his men. 3 days after they departed, Lu Xun returned, and Zhu Hui briefed him on everything. It took Lu Xun 2 days to investigate thoroughly, and he concluded that Zhao Baogang was a complete fool for wasting so many crystals on cultivating others. His subordinates suggested that since the powerful psychics were absent, they were now the strongest and could seize power. Lu Xun had long harbored ambitions to rise, and the idea struck a chord immediately. After 3 more days of plotting, they executed the plan and succeeded. Zhao Baogang was wounded and fled the base with 2 trusted aides, allowing Lu Xun to smoothly ascend as the new base leader. After hearing this, Gu Mingting glanced at Lin Jin. He's telling the truth, she confirmed. How many of your men are still lying in ambush for us outside? Lu Xun's pupils dilated, and he darted a look at Lin Jin. What are you looking at me for? Answer properly. 15. And the hostages? Where are they being held? How many guards? They're all in my villa, guarded by only 3 people. The hostages were mostly ordinary people, the elderly, women, and children. Tang Shua, Su Lun, Zhou Jichen, go deal with the ambushers. Yes. The 3 moved swiftly. In less than 5 minutes they had knocked out all the hidden men, fetched rope from Chun Yin, and bound them. No one had expected such a dramatic turn, anticlimactic and farcical. The arrogant new base leader had schemed meticulously only to be crushed under the heel of the formidable Lin Jin. Lin Jin washed her hands of the rest. She went straight to the villa previously assigned to Gu Mingting and his group, intending to sleep. As for the others, most followed to rescue the hostages. Gu Mingting sent someone to find the original base officials to assess the current situation and also dispatched a team to locate Zhao Baogang. While Lin Jin was busy for days, the zombie Lin Shan was not one to be left in solitude. On the 3rd day after Lin Jin's departure, the zombie Lin Shan grew restless in the silence. It had grown accustomed to their presence. Now alone, with no one to talk to, no one to play with, no one to feed it. So it wandered out for a stroll. Walking down the street, it looked at its fellow zombies clad in tattered, filthy rags, and felt a hint of aimlessly following its instinct to peek through any open door. The zombie Lin Shan roamed freely through the zombie-infested Yuan city. It actually managed to find some dried meat and grinned with delight. It had seen its keeper's food before, so it packed some into a bag, thinking that when its keeper returned, they would be pleased and feed it more meat. As it wandered, another zombie blocked its path. Huh, huh, ha ha, ha ha ha. The 2 zombies exchanged grunts, failed to reach an understanding, and immediately came to blows. Then, zombie Lin Shan lost. It fled, clutching the bag for dear life, its clothes and pants torn to shreds, now indistinguishable from the other zombies on the street. Zombie Lin Shan felt a pang of sorrow. Losing the fight was bad enough, but its clothes were ruined too. Its keeper would scold it. It had just been passing by, not competing for territory or messing with its minions. Among zombies, a small fraction evolve into lore-type zombies capable of commanding lower-level ones. However, most lore-type zombies are not psychic-type, and the nature of their control differs fundamentally. Psychic-type zombies can directly compel others to act, whereas lore-type zombies are more like a boss ordering subordinates around. Strictly speaking, it is not true control. Mom, it's too hot. Jia, dressed in light clothing, furiously fanned herself, sweat trickling down her face as her entire body became drenched and sticky. Ying also felt the heat, but she could bear it. After all, an awakener's constitution differed from an ordinary person's. There's no help for the heat. It was more comfortable during missions. Even if we couldn't eat or rest well, at least we had air conditioning most of the time. Now Zhao Baogang has returned and restored power to everyone, but it's on a limited schedule. There was no choice. With the current state of development, the base couldn't afford to supply electricity to everyone around the clock. They could only let most people use air conditioning during the hottest hours, yet even so those with weak constitutions kept dying. At night the base only provided a basic amount of electricity, just enough to avoid pitch darkness. To cool down one had to fan themselves. It was better when we were under house arrest. Hijia complained a little. In that villa the central air conditioning had been running all the time, and they hadn't been starved or mistreated. He Ying lightly tapped Hijia. Silly girl, have you gotten addicted to being a hostage? Being used to threaten your parents, does that please you? That's not what I meant. She missed the days of constant air-conditioned rooms. Actually, it wasn't so bad when he was in power. You're so formidable now that you could definitely become his right-hand people, and wouldn't our family's life be better? Yeah. Too bad Lin Jin ruined it all. Hijia felt it was better when Lu Jun was the base leader. He took care of his own people. Zhao Baogong, on the other hand, was too impartial. Yu Fanghan and He Ying were so powerful and had even completed his mission, yet he only gave them the promised rewards and nothing more. Their family's life remained exactly as it was before. Where's Dad? He went to queue for water. The base provided water for everyone daily, but with the intense heat, it was far from sufficient. Why does he have to queue for water? Isn't Lin Jin a water-type awakener? Regardless, Yu Fanghan was still her father. Why wouldn't he provide for his own family first? He Ying hadn't told Hijia many things, fearing she would feel resentful. So Hijia only thought Lin Jin was a useless water-type awakener who merely supplied water to the base every day. You know your father, how could he lower himself to ask her for water? Lin Jin was a water-type, but not an ordinary one. True dad cares too much about saving face. It was precisely this that had soured their father-daughter relationship. Where does she live now? She seems to be living near Shouwu Street. This was information Yu Fanghan had gathered. Isn't that the villa district? Hijia grew excited upon hearing this. Her job gave her a good understanding of the base's layout. The villa district was available for rent, but it was exorbitantly expensive. A single month's rent cost more than a year's rent for their current home. That's the villa district. He Ying and her family hadn't been at the base for very long. Hijia's eyes darted around craftily. Mom, talk to Dad. Let me go live with Lin Jin. What scheme are you cooking up now? The villa district has air conditioning running all day. Plus Gu Mingting and his group live there too. Maybe you'll run into them. Are you really serious about him? But they're just passing through, if they might leave soon. Hijia was just an ordinary person, she probably couldn't win over Gu Mingting quickly. And the relationship between those people and Lin Jin. Didn't you say they were soldiers highly skilled, maybe even special forces before the apocalypse? They're definitely heading to the capital. We can go with them. There would be plenty of time to build a connection along the way. They had only been here for less than a month, finally settling down. Mom, think about it. The capital is safer and full of opportunities. And if I really win over Gu Mingting with his abilities, he can surely give us a good life in the capital. Gu Mingting's subordinates all listen to him. Together their group would be incredibly powerful. Are you sure you can do it? She had a clever plan, but He Ying felt Gu Mingting might not be easy to win over. That's where you come in, Mom. Besides, there are 5 men in their group. If I can't get Gu Mingting, he'll switch targets. All right, when your father gets back, he'll talk to him. Lin Jin hadn't left the villa for the past 2 days, spending all her time absorbing crystal cores. Zhao Baogang had come by delivering her rewards and hoping she would continue supplying water to the base in exchange for crystal cores, but Lin Jin refused. She was leaving in a couple of days and didn't want to witness the suffering of the ordinary people in the base, afraid that a moment of weakness would lead her to do something she'd regret. So she chose to turn a blind eye. During the day, the base was deserted. It only came alive when it cooled down at night. But even then, it was only the others. The group that had returned from Yuanqing spent most of their time absorbing crystal cores, except when handling matters or sleeping. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, but no one answered. Maybe they're not home. Let's go back and come again tomorrow. When Yu Fanghan got home, He Ying had pestered and coaxed him until in a moment of impulse he agreed. The lights are on inside. How could no one be home? Having second thoughts. Can you bear to let Xiaojie suffer? He Ying looked at Yu Fanghan with tearful eyes. Dad, it's really too hot. I feel awful. Hijia sweated more than both of them. After walking all the way here, she looked as if she had been pulled from. Yu Fanghan truly felt for Hijia. He had been trying for days to get an electric fan, but none were available. The rent in the villa district was too high, either family could afford it, but they still had to live afterward, and he and Ying needed to absorb crystal cores. Better forget it. Xiaojin doesn't live alone. He had seen Gu Mingting and the others coming and going from this villa. She's sharing the place. Hijia had thought Lin Jin was wealthy. That's fine. We can pay too. Let Xiaojie stay with Xiaojin just for a while until the weather cools down. The sisters can look after each other. Well, we still need to see if Xiaojin's roommate agrees. Forget the roommate, it was highly likely Xiaojin herself wouldn't agree. Honey, it's so hot now. If Xiaojie gets sick from the heat, the current medical conditions might not be able to cure her. Do you want to watch Xiaojie die? He Ying pouted, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, pitiful and delicate. Hijia knew her mother's tactic meant success. Ba, don't talk nonsense. It's not that serious. I think you just found your own daughter and don't care about Xiaojie anymore. He Ying lightly pounded Yu Fanghan's chest. Xiaojia is my daughter too. How could I not care for her? Alright, stop crying. We'll talk to Xiaojin and let Xiaojia share a room with her. We'll pay with crystal cores and supplies. Yu Fanghan held He Ying with a look of deep affection, gently wiping her tears. Gu Mingting and Zhou Jichen returned just then, witnessing the scene. Both couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. A middle-aged couple still being so affectionate was rather nauseating. Captain Gu, what a coincidence. He Jia hadn't expected to turn around and see Gu Mingting. She quickly tidied her hair and wiped away her sweat. Yu Fanghan awkwardly released He Ying, feeling a bit embarrassed to be caught in this scene by a potential future son, pretending to run into each other right at the entrance of their villa. What a bunch of oddballs. No wonder Lin Jin looks down on this family. Are you here to see Lin Jin? Yes, we rang the doorbell, but no one answered. They're probably all in their rooms absorbing spirit cores and didn't hear it. These past 2 days, aside from him and Achin being busy, everyone else had been focused on improving their strength. He Jia and her mother listened to the conversation between the two men, sensing something was off. How did Gu Mingting know? Just then Zhou Jichen opened the villa's main door and was waiting for Gu Mingting. You live here too? So Lin Jin's housemates were Gu Mingting and his team. What a fuss. Didn't they know before coming? After the initial surprise, He Jia felt a secret delight. This was great. If she moved in, she'd have a prime position right next to him. The villa's air conditioning was always on, maintaining a constant 18 degrees, comfortable and pleasant. Can I use the restroom? He Jia wanted to freshen up, as she looked too disheveled now. The restroom is around that corner. They'll go upstairs and call Lin Jin. Zhou Jichen, get them some water. He had a feeling that these three coming to see Lin Jin might not be good news. First the doorbell, now a knock. Why was it so annoying? As soon as she opened the door and saw Gu Mingting standing there, Lin Jin suppressed her irritation. What's up? Yu Fanghan and his family of 3 are here. Gu Mingting didn't miss the momentary furrow of Lin Jin's brow. Yu Fanghan had come before, bringing many water-type spirit cores which Lin Jin had accepted. But all 3 of them together. Were those 2 mother and daughter about to stir up trouble again? Got it. Having delivered the message, Gu Mingting returned to his room. After Lin Jin went downstairs, Zhou Jichen also retreated to his room, leaving the living room to them. What are you here for? Could it be that Yu Fanghan had given her the spirit cores and his wife disagreed, so now they wanted them back? It's like this. The weather is too hot and your sister is an ordinary person, she can't bear it anymore and wants to move in with you. Lin Jin. Are you out of your mind? We want stay for free, we can pay rent, He Ying added. So they were still trying to take advantage, just freeloading off the air conditioning. This house isn't mine. I'm just staying here temporarily. You'll have to ask Gu Mingting if he agrees. Does sister have a good relationship with Captain Gu? The 2 of them live together. Could they already be a couple? Lin Jin looked at He Jia, whose expression was intriguing. It's okay. Just okay. That meant they weren't together yet, so she still had a chance. At this thought, He Jia's lips curled slightly. Was she daydreaming about something? Xiaojin, could you talk to Captain Gu and let Xiao Jia move in? What's it got to do with me? If you want to ask, go ask. Xiaojin, Xiao Jia is your sister after all. It's just a small favor. Please help us out. We can pay rent for Xiao Jia, He Ying coaxed warmly. I don't know what you 2 are thinking, making a young girl live in a villa with 5 grown men. Since you're willing to pay rent, you could find another place. Of course, Gu Mingting and the others were completely trustworthy in character. But just in case something happened, Lin Jin could protect herself. What could He Jia, an ordinary person, do? Lin Jin was quite hypocritical. Her living with 5 men was fine, but when it came to Xiao Jia, it wasn't. Was she afraid her daughter would steal her man? That's where you come in. Yes, I can share a room with sister. 2 girls together can look out for each other. Then she could help with cleaning and cooking, letting Gu Mingting see how virtuous she was. Are you absolutely set on Lin Jin suspected He Jia had ulterior motives. Sister, we've only been at the base for a short time and don't know anyone else. The rent for villas is too expensive, Mom and Dad can't afford it. It's all because of me. As she spoke, He Jia started crying, tears falling one by one. Lin Jin. Putting on an act for her. Seriously, she was a woman, this trick wouldn't work on her, okay? It didn't work on Lin Jin, but it was very effective on Yu Fanghan. Xiao Jia, it's all Daddy's fault for not giving you a good life. It's Mommy's fault, I'm useless, He Ying joined in the crying. Lin Jin. Lin Jin crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and took several deep breaths. The wailing downstairs startled everyone, and they all came out of their rooms. What was going on? A family. That's enough, Lin Jin said through gritted teeth. They were really coming to someone else's home to disgust her. Sister, please take pity on me and take me in. He Jia was about to kneel before Lin Jin, but Yu Fanghan quickly stopped her. Xiaojin, please help out. Many ordinary people have already died at the base. If this continues, I'm afraid Xiao Jia will be in danger too. Lin Jin pursed her lips tightly, clenched her teeth, and turned her head away from the family. Gu Mingting saw Lin Jin's eyes redden and her nose twitch. Being treated like this by her own biological father. How heartbroken must she be? Yu Fanghan kept rambling on, and Lin Jin endured and endured until she finally exploded. Yu Fanghan who is actually your biological child? This question had been weighing on Lin Jin's mind for a long time. Even though she always knew the answer, she couldn't help. Yu Fanghan's train of thought was abruptly interrupted, and he was stunned by the question. He answered instinctively, "What kind of question is that?" "Of course it's you. You're my only biological daughter." "Really? But I've always felt that she's your real daughter. Could it be that you actually fathered a child and forgot?" "Don't talk nonsense and slander me." If others believed Lin Jin's words, she would become the third party who destroyed someone else's family. "Shut up. Do you have any right to speak?" Lin Jin was ready to burn bridges today. All along Lin Shan had been advising her to let it go. What kind of attitude is that? Is that how you talk to your elders? By now He Yingying was no longer gentle and lovely. "Elder? What kind of elder are you? Just because you're older than me that makes you my elder? A disgrace to old age." With a daughter that old, she still acted like a young girl, whining in front of men every day. Utterly disgusting. "I am your father's wife. Strictly speaking, I am your stepmother. I have my own mother." "Stepmother? I don't even have a father, so where would a stepmother come from?" "You're Yu Fanghan's wife. What does that have to do with me? Don't claim kinship randomly. You're just bouncing around all day causing trouble." Ever since they arrived at the base, this family had been constantly making a scene in front of her. He Yingying was furious, but also smug. She had finally forced Lin Jin to speak her true feelings. Lin Jin had never considered Yu Fanghan her father. Yu Fanghan was bewildered. "What do you mean? Can't you understand plain speech? Right? When have you ever listened to anything I've said?" Lin Jin let out a self-deprecating laugh. "It means my father is already dead. In this world, I only have my mother as family." "Then what was he?" "Sister, how can you say that? You're cursing Dad. Even your mother has no right to speak." "What are you?" A thought struck Lin Jin, and she stepped closer to Hejia. "Or is it like before? You mother and daughter can't stand seeing him and me talking nicely, so you have to make yourselves known and steal his attention." To Hejia, Lin Jin looked terrifying at that moment. With every step closer, her legs grew weaker. "Sister." Lin Jin suddenly appeared in front of Hejia, grabbing her chin with one hand. "Why don't you ever learn? Calling me that will get you hit." Hejia had never seen Lin Jin like this. Arrogant, domineering, and wicked. "Mom, save me." Lin Jin sneered. "Tisk, look at that. The first person you think of is your mom. Why don't you call Dad for help? Isn't he good to you? Don't you treat him like your real father? Or is it all fake? What happened to your deep father-daughter bond?" No, it's just that Dad is also your father." "I'm afraid he'd be in a difficult position." Hejia bit back the word sister, afraid of getting hit. "Oh, so considerate of him. So they really were the true family. I'm curious. I remember you were already 18 when your mother married him. How did you manage to call him Dad after only 3 months? From what I know, you don't seem to treat your biological father very well." Because she didn't want it anymore. Lin Jin had never investigated all these years. But today she was determined to tear away every veil of shame and let Yu Fanghan see what kind of people these two really were. No wall is completely impervious to gossip. A friend of Lin Shan's had once been He Yingying's neighbor and had even given birth at the same hospital, giving her insight into He Yingying's marriage back then. When Hejia was 4 or 5 years old, He Yingying divorced her then husband. It seemed the man had been unfaithful, and He Yingying took him to court, forcing him to leave with nothing. Afterward, the man would often visit Hejia, but she treated him with cold indifference. The reason for his infidelity, it was said, was that he couldn't endure his wife's strict control. Yet he had always been good to his daughter. But once the divorce was finalized, Hejia no longer regarded him as her father. My mother married him, so I call him Dad. What's wrong with that? Your mother hadn't married him yet. Calling someone Dad either required a long-standing relationship, a young age, or seeing the good in him. She met none of those criteria. Besides, normal people would call him uncle. Or is it that you're just used to calling men Dad? Lin Jin's disdain was utterly unconcealed. Hejia's eyes widened, her voice rising sharply. "You're lying. Getting emotional. Looks like I guessed right." He Yingying had divorced so young, it was impossible she hadn't sought other relationships over the years. According to Yu Fanghan, when he was pursuing her, 2 other men were also vying for He Yingying's affections, and they were not lacking in means. Yet she chose him, and he was immensely proud of that. "You're lying, I didn't." Hejia couldn't believe it. There was no way she could know. "Don't forget what I studied." Your entire demeanor screams guilt. Yu Fanghan, surprised, shocked. Lin Jin had graduated in psychology and worked as a psychological counselor. Hejia dared not speak another word, fearing every utterance would only incriminate her further. With tearful eyes, she looked toward Gu Mingting and the others. "Captain Gu." She caught a flicker of pain in his eyes and secretly rejoiced. A strong woman earns no man's pity. That was a lesson He Yingying learned only after her divorce. She changed afterward, and she taught Hejia the same principle. Gu Mingting did feel pain, but not for Hejia. It was for Lin Jin. Though she spoke with aggression and forcefulness, he could see that her heart was weeping and bleeding. Tang Shua's eyes sparkled as he looked at Lin Jin. A girl so charmingly domineering was breathtakingly cool. He wanted to cheer wildly for her. Ma Kai and Su Lun were mere spectators, their faces clearly showing an aha So that's how it is expression. Zhou Jichen, however, watched Lin Jin with a thoughtful gaze. Jia had never imagined her little white flower act would fail. What was wrong with these 5 men? Didn't they know how to show a damsel in distress some pity? Even if she wasn't as beautiful as Lin Jin, she was still a pitiful little beauty. How could they just stand there like indifferent bystanders? She turned to look at Yu Fanghan only to find him staring blankly, clearly lost in thought. She wondered how much of what was said had actually sunk in. He Yingying was equally worried. She hadn't expected her daughter to be so useless. She had just managed to pry Lin Jin's true feelings out, and now her own daughter had been skillfully manipulated into revealing secrets. She had indeed been with several men. Jia, relying on her youth and sweet talk, had been doted on by those men. But for various reasons, He Yingying never married any of them. After years of picking and choosing, she finally settled on Yu Fanghan, rich and simple-minded. After marrying him, she did develop some genuine feelings. Yu Fanghan looked at this version of Lin Jin, finding her both foreign and familiar. Little Lin Jin had been like this, confident with a hint of arrogance with a temper to match. If you tried to force her into something she didn't want to do or couldn't stand, she'd flip the table on you. When had she changed? It seemed to be after their divorce. But even then she would still argue with him sometimes. It was after he married, He Yingying, that she gradually stopped visiting him, stopped talking, and became almost invisible at their annual reunion dinners, just eating in silence. Yu Fanghan had always thought Lin Jin had matured into a gentle lady and had thus mellowed. He never imagined that the current rift between them was his own doing. He heard Lin Jin's words now and began to reflect. What had he done to make his own flesh and blood feel that his existence was no different from being dead? When she first met He Yingying, she had said something. Oh right. She advised him to take it slow, even if he wanted to remarry, to spend more time with He Yingying and wait a couple of years before tying the knot. She had also mentioned that He Yingying was too smooth and slippery, that he wouldn't be able to control her. And how had he had completely ignored Lin Jin's advice. He thought He Yingying was just a delicate little woman who clung to him like a bird. How could a big man like him not be able to handle her? Within half a year, they had gotten the marriage certificate. After getting the certificate, fearing Lin Jin's opposition, he tricked her into attending the family banquet. He could tell she was angry, but she said nothing, so he thought everything was settled. Later, his daughter tried a few times to talk to him alone, but various matters and excuses always got in the way. Gradually, she stopped asking altogether. And those matters and excuses, they all seemed to involve He Yingying and her daughter. Yes, an 18-year-old, practically an adult. How could she call another man dad without any resentment? His friends had once advised him, but he never paid attention. Living together with He Yingying calling him husband and Jia calling him dad, he really began to believe they were a family of 3. Coupled with his own daughter's growing distance, he treated Jia better and better, even though he knew in his heart that his true daughter was Lin Jin. What had he done all these years? He finally woke up, but it was too late. His daughter had already given up on him. Is what Xiao Jin said true? Yu Fanghan asked Jia, his eyes vacant. Dad. The words suddenly felt bitterly ironic to Yu Fanghan, as if mocking him. Enough. Don't say another word. From beginning to end, He Yingying had never said he was her only man. Jia had never said she called only him dad, and neither had ever spoken ill of Lin Jin, at least not in his presence. So it was his fault. He was the one who had been wrong. Seeing Yu Fanghan treat her daughter this way, He Yingying's temper flared. Yu Fanghan, what do you mean by this? You believe everything others say. What has Lin Jin ever done for you? Whether you were happy, sad, or even sick, it was the 2 of us who were by your side. Is Xiao Jia not filial? Did she not treat you as her father? Yu Fanghan snapped awake and blurted out. Yes, you were both so good to me. Wasn't it all for the money? He had always thought He Yingying wanted her name on the property deed for security. Later, he didn't like managing finances, so he handed everything over to her. And Jia, whatever she wanted, a simple pout would make him buy it for her. Yu Fanghan has a dog-eaten your conscience. How can you say such a thing? He Yingying looked utterly heartbroken. If I hadn't had money back then, would you have chosen me? After the apocalypse, if I hadn't awakened an ability to, would you have followed me to Qingzhou base? That's how it was. Once a man or woman woke up, they saw everything clearly. The bystander sees more than the player. He Yingying laughed through her tears. Yu Fanghan wasn't wrong, but it wasn't just that. She had genuine feelings for him. So you've made up your mind. Then nothing I say will matter. What do you want? Divorce me and go back to your ex-wife and your biological daughter. A family of 3 all-ability users. Life would be even better. Mom. Yu Fanghan didn't really know what he wanted. He and Lin Shan could never go back, and even Xiao Jin had given up on him. Suddenly it felt like he had nothing left. What is there to consider? Abandoning your wife and daughter again. Have some backbone as a man. Lin Jin spoke with the indifference of an onlooker, though her tone could not conceal its mockery. No one expected Lin Jin to say such words. In truth, her aim had never been to tear apart this family of 3. Over the years, she simply could not swallow her grievance and sought to reclaim her dignity. Now she instead wished this family of 3 would live together forever, irritating each other for a lifetime. a thorn lodged there impossible to spit out or swallow down. Xiao Jin, did she not hate them? Don't shift blame onto others. It has always been your fault. The one I once hated was only you. As for He Yingying and her daughter, she merely disliked them. As long as they didn't meet, all could remain peaceful. But Yu Fenghan. Back then Lin Jin wished he would die in an accident immediately. Yu Fenghan felt as if struck by lightning. His daughter actually hated him. Everyone saw his figure suddenly stoop, swaying precariously. Lin Jin looked at Yu Fenghan like this and felt nothing at all. She understood. She truly no longer cared. Gu Mingting, they want He Jie to move in and are willing to pay rent. Anyway, I'm leaving tomorrow, so the room will be empty. You decide. With that, Lin Jin went upstairs. So, this was the cause of it all. But why did they think he would agree? He Yingying and her daughter hadn't expected Lin Jin to speak for them, and even asked Gu Mingting. Yet what did she mean by leaving tomorrow? Yu Fenghan remained in a daze. It's getting late. You three should head back soon. Gu Mingting directly issued his dismissal. He refused. Right, she had already thrown away her dignity before him. He must think she was not a good girl. He Jia ran out crying. He Yingying was about to chase after her, but was stopped. Take him too. Helpless, she dragged Yu Fenghan away, and he unresisting was pulled along. The villa fell silent. All eyes turned toward Lin Jin's room. Lin Jin is so pitiful. Having such a father, a disgrace to the family. And her mother had turned into a zombie. Truly tragic. All right, get back to your business. Zhou Jichen the more they spoke, the more it pained Mingting. He saw clearly. Gu Mingting had fallen for Lin Jin. After the others left, Zhou Jichen patted Gu Mingting's shoulder. Let her be alone for a while. She'll be fine. Lin Jin was a strong girl. But she's leaving tomorrow, and I haven't said anything to her. These past days he had been busy with base affairs. Let the others handle the errands tomorrow. You stay home and rest for a day. All right. He wanted to keep her to have her by his side. The next day after breakfast, before Lin Jin could speak, Zhou Jichen led everyone away, leaving only Gu Mingting behind, busy with base matters. These days Gu Mingting had been leaving early and returning late. Today Zhou Jichen and the others were already gone. Lu Zhen took charge for a few days and turned the base into chaos. Plus the heat has made many sick and there are new policies to push through. Oh, so you've been quite busy. It seemed getting rid of Lu Zhen was the right call. They'll be leaving soon. Farewell. Take care, all of you. Lin Jin. Gu Mingting was not one to beat around the bush. Come with us to the capital. You know I can't go to the capital. Though their cooperation had been pleasant and parting brought some reluctance, they were ultimately just passers-by. I know it's because of your mother. The capital gathers many talents. Perhaps they could help Aunt recover or even find the key to ending this apocalypse from her. Lin Jin was resolute. I will not let my mother be experimented on. In novels and shows, such plots always turn people into lab rats stripped of humanity. Besides, this apocalypse may not be solvable by human means. If it were a man-made virus leak, it wouldn't affect natural weather patterns. Based on the doomsday posts and reality, it was more likely a biological evolution. Those who evolved successfully became ability users, the unchanged remained ordinary, and those who failed turned into zombie species. Gu Mingting frowned. What have you discovered? Nothing, just my guesses. Without solid evidence, she didn't want to mislead him. Perhaps only that reincarnator could provide answers. Lin Jin was hiding things from him. They hadn't known each other long, but it was normal she wouldn't tell him. What if I could guarantee Aunt's safety? Gu Mingting looked into Lin Jin's eyes. She met his gaze. 1 second, 2 seconds. He was serious. How would you guarantee it? Humans were, after all, social creatures. Before, Lin Jin had been alone with Lin Shan, often feeling lost. Lately, she hadn't felt that way. Being with them brought her peace. Strength and supplies. Strength. Even if Gu Mingting's group weren't the most formidable, they were top tier. She guessed they were special forces, and Gu Mingting held a high rank. Supplies. She had her space, could collect plenty, and had strength too. Was it possible? Do you have a Lin Jin wasn't easily trusting even of Gu Mingting. For Lin Shan's safety, she wouldn't trust lightly. We want return to the capital immediately. First, we'll strengthen ourselves and gather supplies. We have a route mapped out, but local conditions are uncertain, so it may change. Zhao Baogang had offered to fly them to the capital by helicopter. It would take only hours. But returning now, they lacked sufficient capital. Gathering supplies isn't easy. The outer areas are mostly picked clean. To find more, you'd need to go downtown. And what would you use to collect them? The more dangerous the place, the more supplies there were. But more supplies required larger space or vehicles to carry them. Spatial ability. Chunyan. Spatial ability users were extremely rare. Gu Mingting paused for a few seconds, then decided to lay his cards on the table to increase her odds of joining. Ma Kai. What? Dual abilities? Hey, dual abilities. Why had she thought of that? Could it be? Her water ability was certainly real, and she might also have spatial powers. No, Ma Kai only has spatial ability. His strength ability was a fake. That's why everyone's ability levels rose, but his strength didn't change. Because that strength was his limit. So, Ma Kai is your hidden ace. With a spatial ability and their 5-person strength, they could truly accomplish great things. Not an ace, just concealing some strength to catch enemies off guard. Revealing your trump card to me. Aren't you afraid he'll leak it to your enemies? Did he trust her that much? It made her feel a bit uneasy, especially since she was hiding many things herself. Gu Mingting was certain of this. In truth, Lin Jin was a kind, soft-hearted girl, merely masking herself with coldness. The way Gu Mingting looked at her was too. Lin Jin averted her gaze, raising a hand to touch her ear, feeling as though she had been seen through. Gu Mingting extended a formal invitation. What do you think? Are you willing to join us? Lin Jin fell silent, lowering her gaze in contemplation, and after a long pause, she finally spoke. Joining you means it will be quite arduous, doesn't it? Yes, Gu Mingting replied. Lin Jin asked, does that mean we have to go wherever it's dangerous? Gu Mingting affirmed yes. Lin Jin continued, you said you would ensure my mother's safety. As long as I am alive, I will definitely make it happen. Lin Jin responded, all right, I will join. Gu Mingting said, welcome aboard. The two exchanged smiles. From that moment on, they were not just friends, but companions. As a companion, I will provide you with some intelligence, although it's merely my speculation. Gu Mingting trusted her so much that she felt the need to reciprocate. What do you think? Gu Mingting's smile deepened. She was finally willing to truly trust him. The method mentioned earlier to resolve the apocalypse may not exist. It could be the evolution of species by nature this time. Lin Jin mused, evolution of species. Survival of the fittest. Looking back at the history of Blue Star, how many species have gone extinct and how many new species have emerged? This is all part of the natural order. Exactly. Given the condition of her mother Lin Shan, it is certain that intelligent zombies will emerge in the future, and eventually, there might even be a zombie king that retains human memories. Whether the zombie king will stand against the surviving humans is hard to say. Even if it's speculation, it needs to be based on evidence. How did you arrive at this conclusion? Lin Jin said, what I am about to say may sound absurd. If you don't believe it, consider it a joke and just brush it off. The apocalypse has occurred and humans have suddenly turned into zombies. Isn't that absurd enough? Lin Jin remarked, observing his expression. You certainly don't seem to spend much time online. Gu Mingting felt perplexed. Why did they suddenly bring up the internet? A month before the apocalypse, someone posted a message online stating that in April 2025 the apocalypse would arrive, people would develop fevers, and some would gain supernatural abilities while others would turn into zombies. Prophecy. Such things do exist. Throughout history, several major crises have been preceded by prophecies. I suspect there are reincarnators. There are prophecies of disasters, whether true or false. Those prophecies that are said to have come true are far from precise information. Reincarnators. Is that what you mean? You mean that person experienced the apocalypse and then for some reason returned to before the disaster occurred, thus warning everyone? Lin Jin nodded helplessly. This was indeed her thought, and she found it hard to accept at first. If it could have been considered a joke or a prank back then, now that the apocalypse has actually happened, with some becoming superhumans and others turning into zombies, everything aligns. Why didn't that person stop it? Choosing to publicly warn everyone is surely to save more lives, right? There are two possibilities. Either he didn't find a solution before his reincarnation, or there simply is no solution. Evolution of species. Do you think it's the second option? Lin Jin shrugged. I already said this is just my speculation. This information is crucial. He needs to inform the authorities. If that reincarnator truly exists, they must be found. Lin Jin noticed Gu Mingting's serious expression and was about to leave. Where are you going? I have some matters to attend to. There were some things he couldn't share with Lin Jin just yet. Lin Jin raised an eyebrow at Gu Mingting's troubled expression. If you see Zhao base leader, just let him know that after the heat a cold winter will come, and he should prepare in advance. Did she guess it? Gu Mingting felt incredibly lucky to have met Lin Jin. All right. Thank you, Lin Jin. You're welcome. Lin Jin smiled sincerely. If possible, she hoped to help more people. Gu Mingting first found Zhou Jichen and told him about Lin Jin's speculations. After some discussion, they concluded that the matter had a high probability of being true. Though unverified, it is wise to prepare in advance to face any changes that may arise. Su Jifeng asked, where did you get this information? Is the source reliable? Gu Mingting replied, it's from the lifesaver I mentioned last time. Lin Jin, she inferred it from the clues before and after the apocalypse. Is this person trustworthy? Su Jifeng inquired. Gu Mingting assured, absolutely trustworthy, as she has officially joined my team and will be going with us to the capital. Su Jifeng understood Gu Mingting well. If he deemed someone trustworthy, there would certainly be no issues. Su Jifeng said, I've noted everything you've said. I'm already preparing for the cold winter as well. You all must be cautious on your way back to the capital. Understood. Gu Mingting thought the chief seemed to trust them a bit too easily. Perhaps he knew about that prophetic post as well. After reporting the situation to Su Jifeng, Gu Mingting also briefed Zhao Baogang about the impending cold winter. Zhao Baogang expressed his gratitude and assured that he would take it seriously. Once the weather cooled down, he would issue a mission to gather warm items. Zhou Jichen teased Gu Mingting. You're just leaving Lin Jin alone in the villa. Aren't you worried she might leave? Gu Mingting responded, surely not. I didn't think much at that moment. I just rushed out. She agreed to join us. It's true that she agreed, but Lin Shan is still outside. She can't possibly stay at the base forever. Gu Mingting, usually decisive, felt uncertain and insecure when it came to Lin Jin. I'll head back first. He rushed in and rushed out again, causing Zhou Jichen to smirk. He was truly falling for her. When Gu Mingting returned, Lin Jin was preparing food. Because he delayed, they wouldn't be able to leave during the day, so they would have to wait until nightfall. You're back. She had only prepared food for herself. Yes, he replied, drenched in sweat. Seeing her still there, his anxious heart finally settled. You should wash up, or I'll cook some more food. This wasn't Lin Jin's first time cooking, but it was Gu Mingting's first time tasting her cooking. She was truly a treasure of a girl. Gu Mingting finished the noodles Lin Jin cooked, leaving not a drop of soup. When are you planning to set off? We will leave when the weather cools down. Based on the current temperature, it will take at least another half-month. Time is about right. I will leave tonight. Half. Lin Jin interrupted. Are you still planning to leave? Upon hearing that Lin Jin was leaving, Gu Mingting became anxious. Why was he so agitated? Yes, I want to see my mother. Gu Mingting nervously asked, will you come back? What was going on with him? Was he being impersonated by someone else? I will return after half a month. That long? Lin Jin felt a bit worried. What's wrong? Did something happen? This was not the Gu Mingting she knew. It must be a facade. Perhaps Lin Jin's expression was too obvious, causing Gu Mingting to realize he was acting strangely. She had just begun to trust him. He couldn't rush it. They had plenty of time to take things slow. Gu Mingting resumed a serious demeanor. Ahem. It's nothing. You won't take long to see Andy, right? Besides, it's really hot outside. Although she hadn't stepped out of the villa for days, she knew the temperature had risen a few degrees again. She disliked the feeling of being sweaty and sticky. I can manage that. I'll find a cool place to watch over my mother, while also absorbing the crystal cores. This would prevent Lin Shan from harming others, and others from harming Lin Shan. Tang Shua had mentioned to him that Lin Jin had asked for his help in exchanging many water and fire-type crystal cores. Coupled with her own, it would indeed take some time to absorb. Just be careful. If anything happens, come find us immediately. Okay. Thus, by the time Tang Shua and the others returned, Lin Jin had already departed. Tang Shua thought Lin Jin wouldn't be coming back and felt a bit down, only to learn that she had joined their team and would be traveling with them to the capital, making him exceedingly happy, truly a child at heart. After driving to the hotel where Lin Shan was placed, Lin Jin discovered that Lin Shan had gone out, changed clothes, and had an extra bag with her. Lin Shan was now proudly boasting about her accomplishments. Huh. I have food. This is for you. For me, eh? Huh. You went out. The zombie Lin Shan froze for a moment, her whole body stiffening, as if she had dug her own grave. What did I say? Why didn't you listen and go out? Really, she couldn't keep an eye on her for a second before she ran out on her own. It seemed she would have to stay close from now on. Did the owners seem angry? The zombie Lin Shan scratched her head with her sharp nails, looking a bit silly. Where did you steal it, eh? I hope you didn't take someone else's stuff and got beaten up by a superhuman. Huh. No. The zombie Lin Shan danced around, and Lin Jin pieced together the story. Incredible. She even went out shopping by herself. It was no wonder she got into a fight and lost. Lin Shan's strength wasn't particularly strong. Previously, there had been many people in the convoy, and Lin Jin hadn't fed Lin Shan enough fire-type crystal cores, so Lin Shan was still only at the second-level advanced level. From now on, stay in the room. You're not allowed to go anywhere until you absorb all of these. Lin Jin placed a bag of fire-type crystal cores on Lin Shan's bed. As for the heat issue, Lin Jin had solar power generators, so the air conditioning in the room was running. If the power ran out, she could pull a corner of the curtain open during the day to store energy. Thus the girl and the zombie began their retreat. Under the vast starry sky, a sinister shadow drifted aimlessly. How boring. He was alone. The original city, teeming with zombies, was out of reach, and killing zombies on the periphery held little interest. Killing humans was far more entertaining. He fiddled with the instrument in his hand, hoping to find a suitable prey. He wandered forward aimlessly until he suddenly noticed a red dot appear on his instrument. He continued onward, but only this single red dot remained standing out starkly on the device. This direction. It was near Qingzhou base. Bored beyond measure, he decided to investigate. Following the tracker, he arrived at the entrance of a budget hotel. Locked in a room. Shouldn't everything have been cleared out? He had plenty of time. Stepping into the hotel, he searched floor by floor until he finally found it on the top level. Cold wind. Standing at the door, he actually felt a draft of cold air seeping from under the crack. On this sweltering night, it was exceptionally refreshing. The entire hotel had long lost power. Anyone still using an air conditioner could not possibly be a zombie. A human keeping a zombie. Interesting. Daring to openly stay with a zombie this close to the base meant this person's strength was undoubtedly formidable. To be safe, he suppressed his aura and waited for the right moment. Around 3 or 4 in the morning was when a person was most prone to drowsiness and sleeping the soundest. He produced a smoke pellet and slipped it into the room. After waiting silently for several minutes, he manipulated the lock and the door opened without a sound. The room was pitch black, but wearing night vision goggles, he was completely unhindered. The outer room of the suite was empty, the tabletop covered in dust, as if no one had lived there for a long time. He scanned the area and finally fixed his gaze on one of the bedrooms. Cautious by nature, he used another smoke pellet to ensure absolute safety. After a few more minutes, he carefully cracked the door open, revealing a woman sleeping with her back to him. An 18th level zombie. From a blind spot, he couldn't see water droplets suddenly shot out in a barrage. He dodged urgently, also getting a clear look at his opponent. Another woman, one wearing a gas mask. The water droplets missed their target, smashing into the wall and drilling several deep holes. Such high damage. As he focused on dealing with the water-type woman, flames surged from behind. The zombie was launching a sneak attack. Interesting, truly interesting. A water-type human and a fire-type zombie coexisting peacefully in the same room. If Lin Shan hadn't warned her, he would have been caught off guard this time. Who are you? What do you want? Soul Reaper the Hunter. To kill you. An assassin. One of Lu Zhen's men. But how did he discover them? This wasn't the time to ponder that. Dealing with the man before her was the priority. She could interrogate him after subduing him. An assassin. It did sound terrifying, but with her abilities, Lin Jin was not intimidated. But he could turn invisible. What kind of ability was that? Lin Jin and Lin Shan stood back to back. The pitch-black environment only amplified the opponent's advantage. She dared not turn on the light, fearing she would become a target, and even more so that he might have allies. Lin Jin had no idea where the enemy was or when he would strike. She could only stand motionless in passive defense, a small cluster of water droplets swirling in her hand, ready to attack or defend at any moment. Lin Jin couldn't detect the opponent, but the zombie Lin Shan could. Besides the scent of her keeper, there was a strange, unfamiliar odor in the room, a peculiar smell. More importantly, the hostility from that human. She could feel it. Just as the hunter crept up to Lin Jin ready to strike, the zombie Lin Shan shoved Lin Jin aside and launched a stream of flames with pinpoint accuracy at the still invisible hunter's location. He dodged at high speed, but was still singed by the flames. Lin Jin only found Lin Shan's behavior strange, unaware that she could sense the enemy's presence. The hunter's several attacks were all thwarted by the zombie Lin Shan, confirming that it could indeed pinpoint his location. It seemed he would have to eliminate the zombie first. The zombie Lin Shan's repeated actions also made Lin Jin understand the situation, and she proactively took over the defensive role. The hunter was stunned by the sudden appearance of a water shield. Could he have been mistaken? Was the opponent a high-level player? But he had never heard of water-type abilities being this formidable. He enjoyed challenges. Killing those above his level was nothing new to him. Unable to get close for so long, he resorted to using a firearm. Bang, bang, bang. Fortunately, all the bullets were blocked by Lin Jin's water curtain. But she never expected that to kill her, he would dare to throw a grenade inside the room. The grenade exploded as soon as it was thrown, catching Lin Jin completely off guard. The water curtain was shattered, the room collapsed, and both Lin Jin and the zombie Lin Shan were buried under the rubble. Lin Jin was also injured internally by the blast, coughing up blood. Lin Jin didn't know how he managed it, but he emerged from the explosion unscathed, floating like a ghost near the ruins, another grenade in hand. Damn, no honor. Lin Jin channeled her ability, blocking the thrown grenade outside her water curtain. Another explosion rang out, causing the hotel to collapse even further. Fortunately, she was prepared this time. The water curtain trembled violently, but did not disintegrate. Lin Jin knew this couldn't continue. She had no idea how many grenades he had, and if she kept depleting her energy, she wouldn't last much longer. The zombie Lin Shan crawled out of the rubble first, and immediately dug Lin Jin out. Seeing her keeper injured, the zombie Lin Shan was furious. Huh. It roared at Soul Reaper. Tough as nails. Grenades were quite expensive. If he threw too many more, he might not even break even. With the pair working together, he couldn't gain any advantage. Without the zombie that could track him, killing the water type would be a breeze. Lin Jin and the zombie Lin Shan were on high alert when they saw him suddenly produce a tube and open its cap. What dirty trick was this now? Could the gas mask not filter it? Lin Jin felt nothing, but noticed Lin Shan becoming restless. She stared at Soul Reaper, gripping Lin Shan's hand tightly. You've raised this zombie well. It can even resist the inducer. Could zombies actually be tamed? Inducer? Where did this person get all these strange things? The zombie Lin Shan was agitated, wanting to tear something apart, but its reason told it not to harm its keeper. And that thing smelled so good. The inducer's effect wasn't enough. Soul Reaper cut his own palm to add fuel to the fire. The combination of the inducer and the scent of blood instantly overwhelmed the zombie Lin Shan's reason. It broke free from Lin Jin and lunged at Soul Reaper. Mom! Lin Jin immediately released water chains, binding Lin Shan and dragging her back. Soul Reaper was startled. A mother-daughter relationship. and she could pull the zombie back. It seemed he had wasted. Unforgivable. Anyone who tried to harm her mother deserved to die. In the darkness, Soul Reaper didn't see that both the zombie Lin Shan's and Lin Jin's eyes had turned red. Lin Jin bound Lin Shan securely and enveloped her in a water curtain before facing Soul Reaper alone. Watching this, Soul Reaper smirked. All the groundwork hadn't been wasted, the goal was achieved. Seeing Soul Reaper vanish again, Lin Jin used water shields to protect her vital points and waited for his attack. She had been on the defensive all along, but now she needed to find his weakness and kill him. With a whoosh, a gash appeared on her back. The water chain she cast failed to snag him. Again and again more wounds covered her body, but his speed was too great. She couldn't catch him, couldn't strike back. The more blood she lost, the calmer Lin Jin became. She clenched her fists, absorbing crystal cores in her palms. She had thought of a plan, but it would require risking her life. The enemy was elusive. Lin Jin was hit again and fell to one knee. 3, 2, 1. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Jin's eyes as she unleashed her water ability. Dozens of water chains shot out from Lin Jin in all directions, piercing the rapidly approaching Soul Reaper straight through. Lin Jin's injuries were not in vain. During the attacks, she had gradually grasped the timing of his strikes. The water chain pierced his abdomen and the tip curled around, binding him tightly. The other chains dissipated. Lin Jin's face was pale as she gasped for breath. Soul Reaper, who thought he had delivered the final blow, never expected her to mount such a counterattack. He tried to sever the water chain, but found it as hard as iron, pinning him firmly in place. He could only watch helplessly as she approached step by step. Let's both back off. I won't kill you, and you let me go. Soul Reaper produced another grenade, trying to use it. Lin Jin stopped as if considering his proposal. In reality, she was secretly absorbing crystal cores. That last attack had drained all her water-type energy. After their prolonged battle, her energy was low. Combined with that final strike, Soul Reaper estimated she should have no power left and would surely compromise. As the crystal core in her hand was completely absorbed, Lin Jin, gritting through the pain, charged forward. Dream on. Soul Reaper knew he was truly doomed this time. He was also resolute. If he was going to die, he would take someone with him. Soul Reaper ignited the grenade and threw it. Lin Jin's water curtain rose instantly, pushing the grenade towards Soul Reaper. The grenade exploded right between them. With no defense, Soul Reaper was blown to pieces. Though Lin Jin had the water curtain for protection, her energy was low. The curtain only blocked part of the blast, and she was also sent flying. As Lin Jin was thrown back, a white light was also ejected from the explosion, flying in the same direction and crashing straight into Lin Jin's body. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Jin slammed to the ground, coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and then fainted. World Enchantress newbie Little Zombie seeks big shot to carry World Misty Rain Jiangnan Misty Rain Pavilion, recruiting new members, no discrimination, great benefits, World War Samsara high damage warrior agile movement, looking for teammates for dungeons, rookie stay away. World Cold Wind passing. Has anyone tried the new original City Hospital dungeon? Is it hard? World a bit ugly. Enchantress come to the zombie lair. Big bro will take you to catch people and eat brains. System, this server will shut down in 1 minute for maintenance and upgrades. Lin Jin's fingers twitched first, then she slowly opened her eyes. The room was rather dim, barely enough to make out anything. Mom. Huh. The zombie Lin Shan, seeing its caretaker awake, immediately leaned in close. Lin Jin felt reassured only after seeing Lin Shan. It seemed it was just a dream. Everything in the dream felt too real, so real that her entire body ached. In the dream, she had killed someone for the first time. A living person blasted into a bloody mess right before her eyes. The temperature was wrong. The air conditioner had been on in the room, so it should have been comfortably cool, but now this suffocating heat. Lin Jin carefully examined the room. Although it looked somewhat similar to before, it was definitely not the original one. So everything before had been real. As she fully grasped what had happened, she noticed the healing traces of her wounds, and even her clothes were filthy. Mom, did you bring me here? Lin Jin asked in confusion. Huh. Zombie Lin Shan nodded. After its caretaker had suddenly fallen asleep again, it had originally stayed by her side. Gradually the sun came out, making it uncomfortably hot. It thought its caretaker wouldn't want to sleep under the sun, so it moved her to this place. Lin Jin praised Lin Shan for recovering better and better, growing smarter. Then she changed Lin Shan's clothes, took out dried meat and fire-type spirit crystals, and let her play by herself. After cleaning herself and treating her wounds, Lin Jin sat on the sofa, staring blankly at two items before her. One was a transparent, third-level spirit crystal. So it wasn't just zombies that had spirit crystals in their heads. Ability users did too. If this was true, then humans killing humans. Lin Jin's hands trembled unconsciously. After calming her thoughts, she examined the other item, a compass-like device that had belonged to the killer. She didn't know what she pressed, but the dial suddenly lit up with a red dot at the very center. Detector acquired. Such a line of text abruptly appeared in Lin Jin's mind. She instantly threw the object away. What in the world was this thing? Was the red ter? Did it have a tracking function? Did the killer belong to an organization? A cascade of questions flooded Lin Jin's mind. After much deliberation, she couldn't keep this thing by her side. What if someone tracked her through it? Ignoring her lingering discomfort, Lin Jin took Lin Shan out into the scorching sun, determined to toss it into a zombie nest. Just as she entered Yuan City and found a zombie gathering spot, she took the device out of her space. Suddenly it lit up again, emitting a beep 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 alarm in her mind. The dial illuminated, and besides the central red dot, countless more red dots appeared around it, densely packed. What was going on? Were there accomplices of the killer nearby? So many. What kind of organization was this? Lin Jin felt a deep fear of the unknown. To overcome it, she had to face it head-on. She and Lin Shan cautiously approached those red dots. The central dot drew closer and closer to them. Lin Jin hid with Lin Shan in a clothing store on the street, staring at the dense crowd of zombies before her mind full of questions. She glanced at the dial, then at the zombie horde not far away. Could it be? Mom, go out from here, walk to that intersection, and then come back. She needed to test it. Zombie Lin Shan followed its caretaker's orders without question, striding boldly through the zombie crowd. Lin Jin watched as the central red dot on the dial shifted position, moved straight ahead, and then returned to the center. By then, Lin Shan had already made a full circle and come back. So this red dot represented zombies. Lin Jin suddenly understood. Figuring this out, she knew why the killer had found them. That killer couldn't possibly be one of Lu Zhen's people, as she had simply been implicated because of Lin Shan. Lin Jin shot out a water chain, binding a zombie and dragging it over. The central red dot split from 1 into 2. A single fatal strike. 2 turned back into 1. Wow, what a treasure. Detector acquired. Bind. When this message appeared again, Lin Jin chose to bind it this time. Once bound, the detector suddenly extended a strap and locked itself onto Lin Jin's right wrist like a black mechanical sports watch. High-tech stuff. Who could have invented it? This sudden change had thrown Lin Jin's plans into disarray, as she worried she might miss the agreed-upon time. After such an incident, she dared not leave Lin Shan alone in a room anymore, keeping her by her side at all times. Fortunately, unless one looked closely, Lin Shan's current appearance didn't reveal her as a zombie. With a hat, sunglasses, and a veil, she appeared openly before others. Lin Jin had been asking for the time, but several people she approached shook their heads, saying they didn't know. In this world, did the month and date even matter? What difference did the day of the week make? Helpless, Lin Jin had to head to Qingzhou base with Lin Shan. She had Lin Shan wait in the car while she went alone to ask the time. Learning it was only August 17th, with a week left until the agreed date, and under the stunned gaze of the guard, she got in the car and sped away. The following week finally passed without further incidents. They absorbed the spirit crystals in peace, and before returning to the base to find Gu Mingting, Lin Jin first took Lin Shan to Yuanqing and blended her into the zombie horde, instructing her to flee immediately if anything went wrong, and that she would come for her. During this time, she also discovered another use for the detector. It could lock onto a target, alerting her whenever the target appeared within its detection range. After settling Lin Shan, Lin Jin went to find Gu Mingting. Tang Shua spotted her and waved enthusiastically, greeting, "Little sister, long time no see." Gu Mingting scrutinized Lin Jin from head to toe, then stared intently at her face, saying, "Long time no see." Having been apart for a while, Lin Jin felt somewhat distant upon meeting everyone again, so she responded with a polite, yet slightly awkward social grace. Long time no see. Is everyone doing well? Everyone's fine. We've all improved in strength, and nothing major has happened at the base. Yesterday, a mission was posted to gather supplies for winter, and teams should start accepting it in a day or 2. Hearing this news, Lin Jin felt quite relieved. The temperature was dropping, signaling the end of the scorching heat, though she wondered how many survivors had perished during this summer. Zhao Baogong, who was always well-informed, knew of Lin Jin's return as soon as she arrived, and came to visit with Chun Yin and Lu Dajiang. Is Miss Lin's business taken care of? Earlier, when Lin Jin left, Zhao Baogong had asked Gu Mingting about it, and Gu Mingting said she had matters to attend to and would return once done. Lin Jin noticed Gu Mingting give her a slight nod before answering Zhao Baogong. It's all settled. I've come to ask for Miss Lin and Captain Gus' help, Zhao Baogong said bluntly. He had aged considerably recently, burdened by the base's affairs. It wasn't the workload that troubled him, but the constant worry over the severe shortages of everything. Please, base leader, go ahead, Lin Jin said, genuinely admiring Zhao Baogong for his wholehearted dedication to everyone in the base. The first matter is simple for Miss Lin, supplying water to the base. If you're willing, we can negotiate a price. Zhao Baogong was at his wit's end. Even after using crystal cores to boost 2 Tier 3 water-type ability users and relying on several others, they could barely meet the demand. Some water-type users belonged to other factions or were too selfish to be ordered to provide water. Although Zhao Baogong prioritized the base's welfare, he wasn't foolish. He had trained his own people and refused to waste resources by promoting all water-type users indiscriminately, especially since they, unlike Lin Jin, were only useful as human reservoirs. He had even tried having those water-type users attack, but they could only shoot water droplets that stung slightly upon impact. Techniques like water chains or water curtains were out of the question. Those were Lin Jin's unique skills, and he couldn't shamelessly ask for the secret. Lin Jin agreed without hesitation. No problem. They'll charge the same rate as the other water-type users. Excellent. On behalf of the base's people, thank you, Miss Lin, Zhao Baogang said, beaming with relief, as this would both solve the water shortage and save crystal cores. You're welcome. There's one more thing. I'd like Captain Gu to lead a team to the center of Yuancheng to collect supplies. He had already posted the mission, but most teams could only search the outskirts. Knowing Gu Mingting and his group were about to leave, he wanted to borrow their strength one last time. This request aligned perfectly with Gu Mingting's own plans, as he had intended to go to the city center anyway. Ma Kai's spatial ability had been upgraded. During this period, Ma Kai had done nothing but absorb crystal cores to enhance his ability day and night. After reaching Tier 3, he was immediately pushed to continue without a moment's rest. Gu Mingting's approach was brute force, directly stockpiling resources to expand Ma Kai's space as much as possible. We can do it, but time is tight. We won't bring too many people this time. More people would only slow them down. Zhao Baogang pushed Chen Yin and Lu Dazhong forward. I understand. This time I only need Captain Gu to take these two. Captain Gu, Miss Lin, the two said in unison. After base leader Zhao returned, they had officially joined his team, and he valued them greatly, using crystal cores to boost their abilities significantly. Now he was sending only them to accompany Captain Gu, filling them with excitement. Captain Gu and Miss Lin were their idols. Lin Jin had noticed the pair before, but hadn't had a chance to greet them. Chen Yin is now a Tier 4 spatial ability user, and Lu Dazhong is a Tier 4 initial stage agility type. Across the entire base, and perhaps the whole world, there were barely any Tier 4 ability users. These two had been cultivated entirely with crystal cores. One specialized in storage, the other in protection. With a Tier 4 agility ability, carrying someone while fleeing was no problem at all. TSK. These favored ones. While others fought tooth and nail, earning and spending their own gains, they were still stuck at Tier 3 high level. Ma Kai, who had been absorbing day and night, was only at Tier 3. These two, who were originally weaker than them, had now reached Tier 4. Just as she had guessed, Chen Yin was being groomed, but she hadn't expected Lu Dazhong to be included too. Was this a pairing? Prepare 3 vehicles and 5 barrels of gasoline for us, 2 off-road vehicles and 1 7-seat minivan. The minivan needs modifications. You won't need to pay extra compensation, supply our food during the mission, and any crystal cores we collect are ours. Agreed. Gu Mingting stated his terms. Agreed. It was practically free. What modifications does the minivan need? Zhao Baogang guessed it would be their transport to the capital. They'll give you the blueprint later. Just follow it, Gu Mingting said. He had originally planned to find and modify a vehicle himself, but this was much more convenient. When can you deliver it? The off-road vehicles will be here before dawn tomorrow, and the minivan must be modified before we return, within 7 days. All right. They'll deliver everything Captain Gu requested before dawn tomorrow, including the 2 people. Good. With just a few words, the mission was settled, and they set off the next morning. Lin Jin was drafted for a grueling 3-hour shift at the reservoir, releasing water, while staff occasionally fetched it in large buckets. It wasn't exhausting, but her arms ached. Mo Fan, having somehow caught wind of the plan, appeared at the entrance of Gu Mingting's villa just before dawn, carrying a hiking backpack. Can you take me along? He had brought his own food and water and could fend for himself. Gu Mingting, true to form, poured cold water first. This trip is very tight on time. ITLL, just be a few of us, and ITLL be dangerous. I know. Gu Mingting knew Mo Fan was a man of few words, but strong will. Bringing 2 extra was the same as bringing 1, so he relented. Ride in Chen Yin's vehicle. The occupants of Gu Mingting's car remained the same as before, with Ma Kai added. He wasn't required to exert any effort. Even outside the vehicle, he had to keep absorbing, collecting crystal cores. After leaving the base, they planned to pick up Lin Shan, but Lin Jin instructed them to drive straight to Yuancheng. Su Luan drove while Ma Kai sat glumly in the passenger seat, surrounded by transparent crystal cores. They ignored scattered zombies along the way. When encountering groups, even Chen Yin and Lu Dazhong didn't need to act. Others simply got out and went to work. The 2 wanted to help, but were dismissed for being too slow. Mo Fan, self-aware, did his best to keep up, quickly killing zombies, extracting crystal cores, then hopping back into the vehicle to move on. On the first day in Yuancheng, Lin Jin, unnoticed by the other 3, sneaked Lin Shan into the vehicle. The taciturn occupants asked no questions, treating the zombie Lin Shan as if she didn't exist. After some time apart, Gu Mingting noticed Lin Shan was becoming increasingly human-like. Her once pale blue skin had lost its blue hue, leaving only paleness. In fact, aside from her pallid complexion, she was completely indistinguishable from a human. Her nails were neatly trimmed and clean, and her expressions had grown richer. Except for her inability to speak and her diet consisting solely of meat, there was no telling her apart from a person. The following days were like an ascetic retreat: kill zombies, gather supplies, rest, then repeat. Kill zombies, gather supplies, rest. Chen Yin and Lu Dajiang watched in awe. During the previous mission with more people, these few hadn't been this ferocious. They didn't fear large zombie hordes, didn't take detours, and charged straight, in like killing machines, dispatching waves with swift strikes and abilities. Was this their true strength? Back then, Gu Mingting had prioritized everyone's safety, avoiding danger as much as possible. Moreover, their abilities hadn't been as strong at that time. After over 20 days, while the zombies' abilities hadn't changed much due to the weather, they had all grown stronger. Ma Kai gazed longingly out the window, every day watching the boss and the others fight freely with envy. His strength couldn't keep up. He could only handle scattered zombies, not the hordes, so he obediently served as a human storage unit. Though each day was exhausting, it was fulfilling. Lin Jin genuinely enjoyed this kind of life. She had lived this way before with Lin Shan, and now with a group of companions by her side, her heart was content. Only when encountering shopping malls, supermarkets, or farmers markets did Chen Yin have his moment to shine. It was also during these times that Ma Kai was allowed to join the group's activities. Though they found it peculiar, Chen Yin and the others wisely pretended not to notice. Chen Yin collected supplies under Lu Dajiang's protection. Ma Kai gathered resources under Gu Mingting's cover, while Lin Jin stealthily picked up a little here and a little there. The crystal cores from the zombies Mo Fan killed belonged to him alone, and when the group found supplies together, Mo Fan would also take a small share. In just a few days, he felt his ability had significantly improved. Indeed, one must grow stronger through combat. Relying solely on crystal cores for enhancement was insufficient. My spatial storage is full. Chen Yin said, his face filled with reluctance. It was astonishing. Previously, he had lamented the limited space, but after upgrading to level 4, his storage had expanded to 300 square meters, capable of holding an immense amount of goods. Yet in just 4 days, Captain Gu had led him through numerous supermarkets and shopping malls, large and small, completely filling his spatial storage. Then let's head back. During these days, Chen Yin had taken the lion's share, while Ma Kai had collected the smaller portions. Combined with their previous stockpile, it was sufficient. Lin Jin felt a bit puzzled. Chen Yin had arrived with an empty space. She had a rough idea of what he had gathered over the past few days. How could it be full so quickly? After all, his spatial ability was a whole level higher than hers. The group set off on the return journey, though not exactly retracing their original path. Gu Mingting, relentless in his pursuit of opportunities, fought his way back all the way. By the time they returned to the base, other teams that had accepted missions were only just beginning to set out. Zhao Baogang listened in stunned disbelief as Chen Yin and Lu Dajiang recounted their mission's events, suspecting they had exaggerated. But the supplies Chen Yin brought back were tangible proof. Regardless, Gu Mingting and his team were terrifyingly formidable. With such an ally, securing his position would be a certainty. Before leaving the base, Lin Jin went to supply water once more. As she was nearly dozing off while providing water, a message suddenly appeared in her mind. System server upgrade complete. Her drowsiness vanished instantly. What was that? Lin Jin's water-based ability ceased, and she stood frozen in place. But at that moment, she was alone in the reservoir, and no one noticed her peculiar behavior. She suddenly noticed a flickering light that in the lower right corner of her vision. What was that thing? She tried several methods, but couldn't touch the light dot. Perhaps because she was too eager to know what the light dot was, it suddenly expanded, and another message entered her mind. GM, dear player, hello. This server upgrade is complete. Fresh new gameplay awaits. Please enjoy the experience. For specific update details, please visit the official website. Player, server, game, play, a game. Lin Jin herself wasn't much of a gamer, but that didn't mean she was completely ignorant about games. Before the apocalypse, she had a patient who was an internet-addicted youth, and she had learned about various online games at the time. When had she joined a game and become a player? And since when had these strange messages started appearing in her mind? Was everyone a player? Was this zombie? Had everyone been forced to participate in the game? What kind of game could be so insane as to compel an entire world's population to join? Was she going mad? Or was she already mad? Lin Jin couldn't wait to verify with Gu Mingting. Abandoning her water supply task, she rushed off in haste. Miss Lin finished with the supply. As she walked out of the reservoir, there was an iron gate guarded by someone. Lin Jin hastily explained, I have something urgent. Please inform base leader Zhao. Oh, sure. Just as Lin Jin stepped out of the reservoir gate, a new message appeared in her mind. System server is now online. Lin Jin shook her head, bewildered. What on earth was happening? Then she saw countless light dots materialize out of thin air. As the light dots faded, they transformed into people. World, same bed, shared, shock first. World, Su, finally the server is open. Waited a whole day, so long. Can't wait for the new gameplay. World, the strongest under heaven, buying crystal cores offline, trade meetup, scammers stay away. World Misty Rain Jiangnan Misty Rain Guild recruiting new members. No discrimination. Great treatment. A flood of messages exploded in Lin Jean's mind, leaving her momentarily blank. Don't think, don't listen, don't look. Closing her eyes, Lin Jean finally stopped receiving the messages. When she opened them again, light dots continued to appear, eventually turning into oddly dressed people. Server launch. Offline. Meetup. Lin Jean's eyes reddened. She grabbed a staff member coming out of the reservoir. Can you see them? The staff member looked at her with slight confusion. Yes, I can. Isn't it strange? What's strange? Their clothes, their sudden appearance. The staff member's gaze grew even more puzzled. You? Are you seeing things? This young lady couldn't be offended. She was an honored guest of the base leader. Was she seeing things? Lin Jean began to doubt her own sanity, but the white lights, clusters upon clusters, kept appearing, filling the street. Those white lights. Look at that person appearing out of nowhere. The staff member suspected Lin Jean had a mental disorder. What white lights? Hasn't he been here all along? Lin Jean felt as if struck by lightning. She both laughed and cried, scaring the staff member into a swift escape. So it wasn't a hallucination. The people were real, it was just that in others' eyes they seemed perfectly normal. She wasn't a player at all. Those people were. Not everyone was participating in the game, rather everyone was already within the game. The irony was that everyone was struggling desperately to survive, yet in the end they were merely NPCs in the eyes of those players. The entire world was a fabrication. Lin Jean had not returned for a long time, and Gu Mingting grew worried. Just as he was about to go out and look for her, he ran into Zhao Baogong, who was approaching. The staff member whom Lin Jean had grabbed to ask questions sensed that her mental state seemed abnormal. Frightened, he fled and went to find base leader Zhao, recounting the entire incident to him. Uncertain about what was wrong with Lin Jean, Zhao Baogong came to see Gu Mingting. Gu Mingting too had no idea what had happened to Lin Jean and could only ask Zhao Baogong to send more people to find her first. When Gu Mingting and the others found Lin Jean, she was sitting in the central plaza near the south gate, observing the myriad expressions of life. How could it be fake? They were all such vivid, real people, truly living beings. Yet they turned a blind eye to the suddenly appearing players, showing no surprise whether they vanished or materialized, as if it were only natural. Lin Jean. Gu Mingting stopped the others who wanted to approach, slowly walked forward himself, and crouched in front of Lin Jean. Lin Jean, are you alright? Gu Mingting saw that Lin Jean looked dazed and disheartened with obvious tear stains. She was a strong girl. Could something have happened to Lin Shan? Was someone calling her? The voice sounded familiar. Looking up, she saw Gu Mingting crouching before her. Suddenly she felt like crying. Gu Mingting. Gu Mingting spoke softly. I'm here. Gu Mingting, miss. Gu Mingting frowned slightly, unable to hear clearly. What did you say? Lin Jean saw from his expression that he truly hadn't caught her words, not that he was shocked. This world is just a game world. It's fake. So even speaking it is impossible. Lin Jean, with tears in her eyes, was utterly dejected. Gu Mingting could tell Lin Jean wanted to tell him something, but he never clearly heard what she ultimately said. If you can't say it, don't. It's all right. Lin Jean knew Gu Mingting had misunderstood. It wasn't that she didn't want to speak, but that the so-called system would censor her words. It was better that he didn't know. Then he wouldn't end up like her, doubting the meaning of his own existence. Lin Jean, what can I do for you? Seeing Lin Jean on the verge of collapse, Gu Mingting spoke, cautiously afraid of triggering her. I want to see Mom. I want to see her. Really? Is Auntie still in the old place? Shall I take you to her? Lin Jean murmured, okay. Gu Mingting asked Zhao Baogong to send a car. He needed to take Lin Jean out. Boss's sis. You all go back. I'm taking her to see Auntie. He'll come along. I can chat with her on the way, Tang Shua offered, hoping to cheer Lin Jean up. Don't complicate things. It's enough for the boss to accompany her alone. Although Zhou Jichen hadn't heard their conversation, based on his understanding of Lin Jean, she wouldn't want to be disturbed in this state. Otherwise, she wouldn't be sitting here alone. Soon the car arrived. Lin Jean got into the passenger seat like a walking corpse. Gu Mingting quickly got in, started the engine, and drove toward Yuanqing. Throughout the drive, Gu Mingting kept an eye on Lin Jean. She sat slumped, motionless, staring straight ahead, without blinking, expressionless and silent. He was anxious, but dared not show it, only worrying. Suddenly her eyes moved, drawn by something. Gu Mingting, that person, just now. Did you see him? Her gaze remained fixed on that person. He looked over and saw that the man was just an ordinary person. What's like a puppet? Lin Jean slowly turned her head and stared blankly at Gu Mingting. Did you notice when he appeared? This person. Hadn't he always been there? Gu Mingting recalled what the staff member had said. Lin Jean's abnormality might be related to this. Lin Jean didn't wait for Gu Mingting's answer. She gave a bitter smile. Others found everything normal, only she. Only she. Lin Jean. I'm fine. Keep your eyes on the road. Lin Jean fell back into her motionless state. The car stopped. Ahead lay a vast horde of zombies. We can't drive any further. How will we find Auntie? Lin Jean said nothing. Like a ghost, she got out of the car, raised her hand to look at the detector, and her lips twitched. Suddenly she realized that this thing was probably a game item. Gu Mingting saw Lin Jin staring at her watch, lost in thought. Just as he hesitated whether to speak, she suddenly started walking forward. He had no idea how she managed to find Lin Shan amidst the zombie-infested area. All along the way, Gu Mingting had been killing the zombies. Lin Jin looked at the hideous creatures and felt a deep sorrow. Killing zombies had become utterly meaningless. When they found Lin Shan, Lin Jin could no longer hold back. Her lips kept trembling and her face twitched. Gu Mingting led the one human and one zombie into a commercial building, finding them a quiet room to be alone. Gu Mingting heard Lin Jin's heart-wrenching sobs and felt a pang in his heart. Lin Jin clung tightly to Lin Shan, crying loudly, squeezing so hard it could choke the life out of someone. Zombie Lin Shan blinked her eyes, not understanding why her feeder was so upset. How could it be fake? Even though her mother had become a zombie, she could still run and jump. She had lived over 20 years of life, all real and tangible. Everything had happened, been experienced. How could it be fake? Her mother was fake, she was fake, her life was fake, the world was fake. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Mingting heard no more sounds from inside. Worried something had happened, he quietly opened the door and saw that Lin Jin had cried herself to exhaustion and fallen asleep. Zombie Lin Shan was about to speak when Gu Mingting gestured for her to be quiet. She opened her mouth, then closed it again. It wasn't Lin Shan's issue. So what could have driven Lin Jin to such a breakdown? Gu Mingting was baffled. Lin Jin woke up, but kept her eyes closed. She didn't want to face this world. The past replayed like a lantern show before her eyes. Her life had no flaws or loopholes. The only thing she couldn't explain was this zombie apocalypse. When had the players started to exist? She didn't know. Before discovering this world's secret, she must have been like everyone else, automatically rationalizing everything about them. Since this was a game, what attracted players must be the zombie crisis and supernatural abilities. That was the most illogical thing. She had awakened her ability only half a year ago. That prophecy post. Perhaps this was the game's entry point. It wasn't biological evolution as she had thought. There were no reincarnators. This was merely a setting created for the apocalypse game. If not for this catastrophe, without the zombies and abilities, she would have just worked her way through life, met someone suitable to marry, and have children, or perhaps never married at all. But without this catastrophe, this world wouldn't need to exist. Their existence was to make this world feel real. Real. Lin Jin opened her eyes. She understood. They were real. Their existence and the world they lived in were real. It was only for the players that this was a virtual world, a game world. Just like the online games, she knew before any game launched it had to be created, gradually refined, tested by programmers and beta testers. At that point, the game world was already running. By the time players entered, the world was mostly complete, and each character had already experienced their pre-written fate. To programmers, it was just a string of code. To the characters in the game world, it was their lives. Lin Jin looked at her mother, who was staring blankly into space, and then at Gu Mingting, who was leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, resting nearby. They were all alive, real. They weren't NPCs as the players called them. They were her family, her friends with their own lives and thoughts. So what of the players? This was their world. The players had no say in it. Lin Jin did not disturb them. Silently, she closed her eyes to ponder. How she came to realize this was beyond her, but it was undoubtedly connected to the Hunter Soul Reaver from that night. This Hunter Soul Reaver must be a player. After she killed him, he dropped the detector device. For some unknown reason, the GM now mistook her for a player. Was it a bug? Then let her see what kind of world this was in the eyes of a player. When she truly regarded herself as a player, images materialized in her mind like a game interface adorned with various small icons. In the lower left corner, there was a small window scrolling with various messages. This was the chat channel, which she had already experienced. The envelope icon, which would light up when the GM sent her a message, was now gray. Something seemed hidden on the right. Only a sliver of silver edge was visible. Lin Jin used her will to pull out that edge, revealing a stat panel incomplete. What in the world was this? Stat panel incomplete. Name Lin Jin. Level 20. Race human Esper. HP 10001000. MP 10001000. Stamina 100,100. Strength 30. Agility 15. Endurance 30. Physical damage 55. Magic damage 69. Defense 30. Movement speed 15. Esper ability water element level 3, stage 3. Skills storage water ball, water chain, water shield, water curtain. Experience bar 386,575,0000. Attribute points 0. This was her character stats, her attributes clearly recorded. Why wasn't her spatial ability recorded? There were several question marks in the Esper ability column. Was it garbled? Stat panel incomplete. Incomplete. What did the stat panels of other players look like? There was a small house-shaped icon with the word shop written on it. It was the game mall. Lin Jin was astounded. It was a chaotic mess with everything available. So the items that Soul Reaver used were all purchased here exclusively with crystal cores. The first item in the game mall was crystal core exchange at a 1:1 ratio. Lin Jin specifically opened the notes to confirm it included all types of crystal cores. So in the hands of players, earth, wood, and water elements were not useless. This also indirectly indicated that all players were espers. Lin Jin felt this was a good thing. With more espers, they could naturally resist the zombie crisis. Only later did she learn that players could choose not only humans, but also zombies. At that time, she thought those who played the zombie faction were simply perverse, having such a twisted taste. She also thought of the exchange rate at the base. There was profit to be made. She immediately chose to exchange crystal cores, swapping her water type for fire type. A pop-up appeared, sorry, you do not have exchange qualifications. Upon closer inspection, everything in the game mall was grayed out. She tried a few more items stubbornly, but the result was the same. She truly was a bug. Seeing it all, but unable to touch it was infuriating. She closed the vexing game mall interface and clicked on a gear icon. Game settings. Reject trades. Do not receive messages from strangers. Realistic experience level. Hide personal attributes. What did this mean? Could players observe each other's attributes? Lin Jin quietly opened her eyes and looked at Lin Shan. This time she saw Lin Shan's attributes. Name Lin Shan. Level 18. Race zombie. HP 750,750. MP 500,500. Stamina 100,100. Physical damage 70. Magic damage 51. Defense 10. Movement speed 10. Esper ability fire element level 3, stage 1. Her panel was different. She then checked Gu Mingting's. Name Gu Mingting. Level 20. Race human Esper. Esper ability. Garbled. Or had Gu Mingting also hidden his attributes? Lin Jin looked at Lin Shan, then at Gu Mingting. That was it. Lin Shan was unreserved with her, while Gu Mingting was always guarded around others. This stat panel was not only visible to her, but also to other players. After fully accepting this reality, Lin Jin's mindset changed completely. She would become stronger than all the players. She could not purchase game items because she was not a true player. However, by the same token, those players could never access certain quests in the game world, such as the Crystal Core Exchange at the quest hall. When Lin Jin came back to her senses, she found Lin Shan staring intently at her. Lin Jin raised a gentle smile. Mother. Afterward, Lin Jin returned to the base with Gu Mingting. Throughout the journey, Lin Jin said nothing, and Gu Mingting asked nothing. Gu Mingting was unwilling to force Lin Jin, believing she would tell him when she was ready. Lin Jin thought that unspeakable secrets need not be spoken only to add unnecessary worry. They were supposed to set out, but Lin Jin proposed staying 2 more days, thus delaying their departure. Lin Jin wanted to go out, and everyone was somewhat worried. Only Gu Mingting supported her, even personally escorting her to the door. Are you really alright? Gu Mingting carefully observed Lin Jin's demeanor. Is it related to your earlier mood? Though they had not known each other long, Gu Mingting understood Lin Jin's character. She was emotionally stable and would never break down without reason. Lin Jin had not expected Gu Mingting to think of this, especially when everyone else would likely think something was wrong with her. I'm going to confirm some things, and then I'll be back. She wanted to truly understand what the players were doing. Is it dangerous? It won't be dangerous, don't worry. With Lin Jin's assurance, Gu Mingting felt much more at ease. He trusted her unconditionally. With a different perspective, the world looked different. This base now had many buildings she had never noticed before. It wasn't that she hadn't noticed them. Modern buildings were interspersed with bizarrely retro or foreign structures, which were jarringly out of place. She saw players entering these places, but had no idea what they were, so she dared not enter recklessly. Following the flow of players, she arrived at the quest hall. When did a building appear next to the quest hall? A guild. Was it similar to the base's task squads? Since few people were entering or leaving the guild, she decided to go into the quest hall first to see what the players were doing inside. The quest hall was packed with players and natives mixed together. Lin Jin looked up and noticed an additional scrolling screen. The content of both screens was largely the same, except one also displayed extra quests seemingly posted by players themselves. Long-term purchase Machi Fazihua Cheongjia. What were all these things? She had never even heard of them. She read through the entire scrolling screen dedicated to players. Roughly speaking, it wasn't much different from the task squads. Leaving the quest hall, she followed the players and found an NPC, a dungeon guide. The name screamed NPC. Lin Jin couldn't even convince herself he was a real person. As soon as Lin Jin approached him, a message interface popped up. Dungeon guide, greetings player. I am the dungeon guide. Which dungeon would you like to enter? 1. The first appearance of zombies. 2. Rescue at Haishur. 3. Rescue at the capital. Lin Jin felt the scene before her suddenly warp, a slight dizziness washing over her, but it subsided within seconds, and she found herself in an unfamiliar room. She surveyed the ordinary room. A large bed 1 meter 8 in width with neatly arranged blankets, and on the desk beside the bed various books were stacked tidily alongside a television. The entire room was clean and orderly, as if untouched by the apocalypse. Suddenly transported to a strange place, a flutter of panic was inevitable. Lin Jin's survey of the room took only a few seconds. A zombie crisis has suddenly erupted outside. You must find a suitable weapon within this house to ensure your safety. The belated game introduction appeared, and Lin Jin felt considerably more at ease. She had chosen a solo novice dungeon to acclimate herself. The task at hand was find a suitable weapon. Lin Jin cautiously opened the bedroom door and tiptoed into It was a one-bedroom apartment. Oh, everything was in plain sight. No zombies. All that tension for nothing. With no danger present, Lin Jin moved swiftly. She quickly scanned the house and found nothing suitable as a weapon except for a kitchen cleaver. Of course, there were scissors and a small fruit knife in the house, but she felt that only someone irrational would choose those as weapons against zombies. Just as she picked up the cleaver to test its weight, a flash of white light erupted in the living room, materializing a zombie with a face full of rotting flesh and a body covered in bloodstains. Holy crap! Lin Jin still couldn't get used to such sudden appearances. Startled, her instinct was to hurl a water sphere, but she couldn't use her ability. Before she could think further, the zombie shuffled toward her. Is that it? Lin Jin was speechless. This zombie was frankly much slower than any she had encountered on her first day, and its appearance wasn't even that frightening. Not waiting for the zombie to approach, Lin Jin gripped the cleaver and took a few quick steps. The living room was tiny, and they met swiftly. Tip, try not to let the zombie grab you. Lin Jin ignored the prompt. With her current reflexes, even if the zombie's speed were multiplied tenfold, it couldn't touch her. Tip, attacking a zombie's limbs and body causes limited damage. It is recommended to attack the head, which is their weak point. Truly a novice tutorial dungeon, teaching one how to kill zombies. Lin Jin swiftly circled behind the zombie and swung the cleaver down on its neck. The zombie's head fell off without much resistance. That weak. Lin Jin couldn't quite believe it. Due to your level being significantly higher than the current scene's monster level, the experience points you gain will be reduced accordingly. You have gained 1 experience point. Well, she was already a seasoned apocalypse survivor. You have learned how to deal with zombies. Now you must go out to search for supplies and confront more of them. Oh, indeed, she should go out to find supplies. This house was like a mere facade. The kitchen had plenty of utensils, but the refrigerator was empty, the cupboards held nothing, and there wasn't a single grain of rice to be found. Before leaving, Lin Jin remembered to extract the crystal core, but sadly this zombie's head was empty. Lin Jin shouldered her backpack, cleaver in hand, and opened the front door. There was no need to worry about the terrain. There was only one path stretching straight ahead. Lin Jin walked along the path for a while before encountering a fork. Standing at the head of each branch was a zombie standing as still as a fool like a wooden post. Just as Lin Jin was about to continue using the cleaver, a new prompt appeared. You have suddenly awakened an ability. Now try using it to attack the zombie. She had been slightly worried, but this resolved it. With a thought, Lin Jin shot a water droplet, hitting its mark. The post-like zombie fell with its eyes wide open in death. Due to your level being significantly higher than the current scene's monster level, the experience points you gain will be reduced accordingly. You have gained 1 experience point. Still no crystal core. The 2 forks were distinctly different at a glance. The left path had 2 female zombies, the right path 2 male zombies, all with hideous faces and bloodstained clothes. How could she clearly tell their genders? One side wore a dress and high heels, the other wore a suit and carried a bag. Unless they had a cross-dressing fetish, this distinction was easy enough. Lin Jin didn't need to deliberate. Standing at the fork, she tossed a compressed water sphere to each side. With 2 bangs, the 4 zombies were blasted into bloody pulp, not even leaving intact bodies. Due to your level being significantly higher than the current scene's monster level, the experience points you gain will be reduced accordingly. You have gained 1 experience point. A level 20 character bullying NPC monsters in a novice dungeon. Utterly ruthless. Unsurprisingly, still no crystal core. She randomly chose a path and walked to its end where the 2 roads merged back into one. What the hell? Who designed this? Was it a game? This path was wider than the previous ones. If one were fast enough, they could probably sprint straight through, choosing not to engage the zombies in combat. After all, in the early days of the apocalypse, many people avoided conflict whenever possible, and Lin Jin was no exception. She dispatched the zombie with another water droplet. This time, besides the usual experience prompt, there was actually a crystal core. What the heck? Was that a mutant zombie? Beside the mutant zombie's corpse lay a shimmering red bead. You have obtained a level 1 low-grade fire crystal core. No need to dig it out yourself, it just dropped directly. How nice. Further ahead was an iron door. Lin Jin stepped through it, and with another twist and dizziness, she found herself back beside the dungeon guide. So that was it. Lin Jin continued browsing, wanting to learn more. Miss, want to run a dungeon together? Lin Jin was studying intently when someone suddenly spoke to her. She turned to look at the speaker, a male player. Dressed in a tight red outfit, blazingly bright, even his hair dyed red, quite eye-catching. Which dungeon? Yuanqing Hospital. Lin Jin scrolled down the dungeon interface and found Yuanqing Hospital. Yuanqing Hospital Qingzhou Base is in urgent need of medicine and medical equipment requiring capable individuals to ease the base's troubles. Dungeon requirements: player level no lower than 15, party size 10-20. Note: death in this dungeon is permanent. Under the Yuanqing Hospital interface, many teams were listed, some yet to start, others already in progress. Feigning composure while inwardly bewildered, Lin Jin asked, "Which team?" "Mountains and Rivers Not in Dreams. We need one more, miss. Join us, and we can start immediately." Among the teams, Lin Jin spotted the one led by a player named Mountains and Rivers Not in Dreams and clicked to apply. System: you have applied to join Mountains and Rivers Not in Dreams team. Please wait patiently for the team leader to accept. As soon as Lin Jin applied, Mountains and Rivers Not in Dreams received a notification. Opening it, he saw Lin Jin, level 20 water element. Miss is a water element. Seeing she was level 20, he initially thought she was a formidable player given that level 20 was the cap before the latest update. Sensing the disappointment in his tone, Lin Jin asked, "Don't want a water element?" It seemed even among players water element was still undervalued. A level 20 water element shouldn't be too terrible, he mused. "What level is your water element?" "Level 3, stage 3. Lin Jin replied according to her character stats, which in this world was called 3rd grade high order. Without further ado, Mountains and Rivers Not in Dreams accepted Lin Jin. What's wrong with water element? Her level and skills had reached the cap. Maybe she was formidable after all. System: you have been accepted by team leader Mountains and Rivers Not in Dreams and have successfully joined the Yuanqing Hospital dungeon. Please stay tuned for the dungeon start time. Team Mountains and Rivers Not in Dreams, start the dungeon now. Okay. Team Mountains and Rivers Not in Dreams, start the dungeon now. Okay. Team Mountains and Rivers Not in Dreams, start the dungeon now. Okay. Team Wawa go. Team Shi 1. Team Ishir, Xiejuan 1. System: the Yuanqing Hospital dungeon you joined will start in 5 minutes. Please join in time. Lin Jin was examining her team's teammates. Mountains and Rivers Not in Dreams, level 19, fire element. Ishir Xiejuan, level 19, fire element. Shi, level 18, hunter. Li Susu, level 15, healer. Jiong, level 15, spatial element. Warrior. Holy Guard. What kind of class was that? To her surprise, she had the highest level with 2 at level 15 and 3 at level 16. This team seemed a bit underwhelming. Was 5 minutes really this long? System: the Yuanqing Hospital dungeon you joined will start in 3 minutes. Please join in time. Nonsense. She had been standing here for ages. How could only 2 minutes have passed? Did that 5 minutes refer to the player's real-world time? Lin Jin deduced that the two worlds had different time flows. System: the Yuanqing Hospital dungeon you joined will start in 2 minutes. Please join in time. System: the Yuanqing Hospital dungeon you joined will start in 1 minute. Please join in time. System: the Yuanqing Hospital dungeon you joined will start in 0 minutes. Please join in time. A spatial distortion swept over her, bringing a wave of dizziness. In an instant, Lin Jin found herself at the entrance of Yuanqing Hospital, surrounded by over a dozen oddly dressed individuals. The scene was different from the Yuanqing Hospital they had visited before. No hordes of zombies clustered at the entrance, nor was the gate blocked by debris. Unsure how to navigate this dungeon, Lin Jin lowered her profile, silently following the other players. Entering Yuanqing Hospital, the first-floor lobby was as bloodstained as before, yet utterly empty. The players seemed unfazed by this. "The hospital's huge. Let's split into groups for efficiency. A 4-star difficulty dungeon, and you suggest splitting up? Are you asking for death? Look at our setup. If you're so capable, go solo." Arguments erupted the moment they entered. Thankfully, when they had done missions, everyone had followed orders. Enough arguing. Let's stick together. There's no online guide yet, and a 4-star dungeon won't be easy. Slow and steady wins the race. Ultimately, Mountains and Rivers Not in Dreams, as the team leader, settled the plan. The mission required collecting medicine and medical equipment, just like their previous task. But with only one spatial element player, how could everyone gather items? Was there some kind of storage space? The 19 players swept through like a plague of locusts, grabbing everything in sight. Only Lin Jin pretended to participate, while actually taking nothing. Anyone with space left in their backpack? Take this, mine's full. Backpack. None of the players carried physical bags. So there was indeed a system storage space, likely limited in size. After looting the first floor, they moved in unison to the second. Lin Jin watched them wander carelessly into various rooms in small groups. She glanced at her detector, and sure enough, a new red dot had appeared on it. What the hell is that? A sudden tentacle lashed out, striking the player and sending him flying against the wall. His health instantly halved. Heal me. Heal me. I'm dying. Healer, restore HP. MT, hold the aggro. In an instant, the group was caught off guard, thrown into disarray. The Guardian tried to unleash a skill only to realize the target was out of range. Can't pull it, the monster is downstairs. Tentacle. Tentacles again. Brilliant abilities flared, blood splattered in vivid hues, creating a chaotic spectacle. Can you guys handle it? Don't rush in blindly. Oh, we can't keep up with the healing. Healer fall back. Stop healing, it's coming for you. No sooner had Mountain River not entered Dream spoken than a tentacle struck toward the healer Lisusu. Shields. Shields. Don't let the healer die. Several defensive skills were cast upon Lisusu, and a wall of earth rose before her. Lin Jin had been idling all along, merely tossing ordinary water orbs, though her movements were agile enough to avoid any hits. From their conversation, Lin Jin grasped the healer's importance and timely placed a water shield on Lisusu. Having observed thus far, if the players were all of this caliber, they were truly pathetic. Go downstairs. We can't even hit the monster up here, or we're just taking hits passively. I'll bet $10 a warrior with high damage output had to fight up close, yet he hadn't even seen a strand of the monster's fur, and the tentacles were slippery as eels. MT, lead the way downstairs. Support, take care of yourselves. Priority is to protect the healer. Miss, can you cover the rear? Mountain River, not entered Dream, recognized Lin Jin as a top-tier player capable of both offense and defense, with a cunning footwork that made her more than capable of self-preservation. I can. Though these teammates were lackluster, she alone couldn't defeat the monster. Cooperation was still necessary. What Lin Jin didn't know was that the boss monster operated on an aggro mechanic. The higher one's damage output, the greater the monster's hostility, relentlessly targeting that player. Earlier, the healer had been constantly restoring HP, drawing aggro due to surpassing others in output, while Lin Jin's slacking had kept her out of harm's way. As before, tentacles kept harassing them during their advance. What dungeon is this? It's brutal from the start. Is this a minion or a boss? Lin Jin knew there was only this one monster here, but she kept silent. Don't waste skills. Focus on defense, strike only when we're close. Inching forward, everyone finally reached their destination. Damn, that's disgusting. It was the same fused corpse monster with tentacles resembling a colossal meat mountain, its gaping maw still hidden from this angle. Are there any good-looking zombies? Stop griping and start fighting. MT, pull aggro. Warriors, hack it. The MT was a guardian named Salted Fish who want flip. Salted Fish who want flip charged at the tentacle monster, trading blow for blow. He struck the monster, and it lashed him in return. Truly a game. They'd never dare fight zombies like this in real life, no matter how thick their skin, for pain was real. Lin Jin mimicked the other players' casting skills when they did, and occasionally defending against stray tentacles. System Yuanqing Hospital Dungeon has been underway for 60 minutes. An hour already. It felt. Was time flowing at the same rate for her and them in this dungeon? It seemed far easier than their last encounter. Though these players' damage output was low, their coordination was commendable, a redeeming quality. I'll bet $10 kept seeking openings to attack, but the multitude of tentacles constantly interrupted his combos, keeping his damage low. The other warrior faced the same issue. In contrast, the hunter with his mobility skills maintained a steady output. Didn't they know the tentacles could be interrupted? Attacking the monster's body relentlessly would only trigger a berserk state. TSK. MT used taunt. The tentacles are crippling our damage. So early. Aren't you afraid of losing aggro? What's there to fear? The body can't move. Just step out of the tentacle's range. Do it. This grind is too frustrating. The raid leader Mountain River, not entered Dream, agreed. Killing so easily and still frustrated. Which side was truly weaker? Lin Jin was baffled. A faint red glow enveloped Salted Fish who want flip as he performed a series of gestures toward the tentacle monster. The movements were bizarre, almost provoking an urge to strike him. Lin Jin wasn't the only one feeling that urge. The tentacle monster shared it. The once wildly flailing tentacles converged to focus their assault on Salted Fish who want flip. Lin Jin was surprised. Even a mindless zombie fell for the taunt. Seeing the taunt succeed, the other players edged forward, ramping up their damage, while Lisusu concentrated her healing solely on Salted Fish who want flip. Lin Jin manipulated her water-based ability, watching Salted Fish who want flip's health bar. In a flash, it dropped by 2/3, then instantly refilled, then dropped again, then refilled. A tug-of-war between death and survival. 3 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. As the 10-second taunt ended, the tentacle monster's appendages immediately lashed out at the two warriors, but they had already retreated to the edge of its attack range. A few more steps forward, and the creature could no longer reach them. With a sudden twist, a tentacle struck directly at the healer Lisusu. It was only thanks to Lin Jin's quick reflexes, who consecutively cast 2 water shields to protect her, that she escaped unscathed. The warriors could retreat, but the healer could not. If she fell back, the Holy Guard would not receive timely healing and would perish. Thus they shielded the healer, while the Holy Guard seized the opportunity to unleash a relentless assault. Amidst this chaos, Lin Jin still found a moment to pull up the damage meter. In these 10 seconds of full offensive, the total output of everyone had more than doubled compared to before, with one notable exception. Jiang, the spatial ability user, had consistently dealt 0 damage. He lingered on the periphery, like a mere spectator, neither attacking nor being attacked. The spatial class, devoid of any skills at this stage, was truly disheartening. Yet some still chose it for it was a powerhouse in the later stages, gaining abilities only after reaching level 5, and by level 9, capable of dominating space itself, becoming an absolute deity within its domain. It was a profession where one endured humiliation early on only to have others grovel at their feet later. Afterward, the one called Salted Fish who never flips used the taunt skill 2 more times with intervals of over 10 minutes, citing skill cooldown. Lin-Jin believed that if one's defense was formidable enough, taunting might be unnecessary for full force offense. This, however, revealed her lack of gaming knowledge. There were indeed strategies for brute force takedowns. With seamless coordination and overwhelming strength, the team could directly overpower the enemy without needing a tank to hold aggro or worrying about pulling threat, much like their initial 7-member assault on the tentacle monster. After the third taunt, the tentacle monster went berserk. Its 9 tentacles launched indiscriminate attacks, and the damage dealt was doubled. Damn, who can withstand this? Salted Fish who never flips took a hit from a tentacle, his health nearly depleted, forcing him to retreat hastily. If even the Holy Guard couldn't endure the monster's onslaught, what chance did the others have? In an instant, the player's assault fell into disarray. The healer was run off her feet, desperately wishing for a group. Lin-Jin had been with this group for nearly 2 hours. Seeing the tentacle monster's health nearly exhausted, she was determined not to let their efforts go to waste. Moreover, this tentacle monster within the dungeon was far weaker than the real one in Yuanqing Hospital. While others retreated, she stepped forward, raising a water barrier that blocked all the creature's attacks. In truth, it wasn't that the dungeon's tentacle monster was much weaker. It was that she had grown significantly stronger. Wow, awesome. They had never expected this unassuming water ability user to be so formidable. Dressed entirely in black with a peaked cap and sunglasses obscuring her face, she had remained largely unnoticed. What are you staring at? Fight! Lin-Jin realized that among players' abilities did not interfere with one another. Her water barrier did not obstruct her teammates' attacks, unlike in her own world. Snapping back to reality, everyone except the melee fighters unleashed their most potent skills. The already weakened tentacle monster crashed to the ground. The tentacle zombie has been slain. You have gained 1000 experience points. It also dropped 1 piece of equipment and 3 crystals. The party leader, mountains and rivers never enter dreams, announced. As per the usual rules, need before greed, roll for ties. Lin-Jin was unfamiliar with their customs, but was ready to learn. The first item distributed was an armor piece clearly intended for the Holy Guard. Except for Salted Fish who never flips, everyone else passed, and Lin-Jin followed suit. The equipment ultimately went to Salted Fish who never flips. The second item was a level 3 water crystal. As the only water ability user present, the others naturally passed. After careful consideration, Lin-Jin, recognizing her need, selected need, and the crystal materialized. The third item was a level 3 fire crystal. With 3 fire ability users in the team, they rolled dice after others passed, and Ishir Xiejuan emerged victorious. The final item was a level 4 transparent crystal. Seeing it, Lin-Jin thought to herself, indeed this one is weaker. Ours was a level 5 crystal. No one passed on this crystal, and Lin-Jin naturally followed suit as her spatial ability also required crystals. With 20 players rolling dice, several rounds were needed. In the first round, 4 rolled a 6, eliminating the rest, including Lin-Jin. In the second round, a roll of 4 was the highest. Ultimately, Jiang, who had contributed nothing, took the prize. The dice were cast by oneself. Oh, poor luck could not be blamed on others. With the tentacle monster dealt with, the remaining tasks were much easier. Even Jiang, who had been idle, proved useful, bustling about to collect items. Finally, they submitted the quest items and completed the dungeon. System: you have completed the Yuanqing Hospital dungeon and gained 1000 experience points. System: the Yuanqing Hospital dungeon scene will close in 3 minutes. Lin-Jin followed the party through the dungeon guide and returned to Qingzhou base. Unbeknownst to her, Tang Shuo, consumed by worry, stealthily trailed her. Every anomalous action she took fell under his watchful gaze, especially her sudden disappearance into thin air. Tang Shuo scoured the vicinity, but found no trace of her. Hastening back to the villa, he informed Gu Mingting, only to receive a stern reprimand. Gu Mingting trusted Lin-Jin, she would surely return. Meanwhile, Lin-Jin received several friend requests, but accepted none. Miss, let's be friends. We can tackle dungeons together in the future. Lin-Jin stood right beside Shan, Hebu Ru Ming, so he naturally seized the opportunity. No thanks. Having concluded her research, it was time to rejoin Gu Mingting and the others. Being rejected by a top-tier player was nothing unusual, as Shan, Hebu Ru Ming, felt only a flicker of disappointment. Little did they know they would never again encounter such a formidable water element user, for the skill water curtain was beyond the reach of ordinary players. Adding the 2 increments of 1000 experience points, she should have leveled up. Name: Lin-Jin. Level 21. Race: Human Psychic. HP 11001-100. MP 11001-100. Stamina 100,100. When stamina reaches 0, cannot move or attack. Recovers through rest or eating. Strength 30. Agility 15. Endurance 30. Physical damage 58. Magical damage 75. Defense 30. Movement speed 15. Psychic power water element level 3, stage 3. Skills storage water ball water chain water shield water curtain. Experience bar 865770000. Attribute points 0. Aside from slight changes in HP and damage, everything else remained identical. Why were the attribute points still 0? It was precisely because Lin Jean was a pseudo-player that her stats remained unchanged. Normal players received 1 attribute point per level, which could be allocated to strength, agility, or endurance as needed. Upon Lin Jean's return, Gu Mingting made no mention of Tang Shua's surveillance. The next day, they officially departed from Qingzhou base. The initial stretch from the base was peaceful, devoid of zombies. Apart from the beleaguered Ma Kai, everyone else was in high spirits, with Tang Shua incessantly teasing Lin Shan, the two children, frolicking and squabbling. The meals improved as well, no longer needing to be concealed. Only after the vehicle had traveled a considerable distance did they begin to encounter hordes of zombies. Everyone except Ma Kai disembarked to slay them, including Lin Shan, who mimicked the others by using her fire element psychic power against her own kind. Her claws had been trimmed by her keeper, making hand-to-hand combat with her peers disadvantageous. Ma Kai felt the mounting pressure. Until his psychic power advanced, his spatial storage was insufficient. Each day they plunged into the thickest zombie clusters, slaughtering relentlessly like machines designed for annihilation. Finally, on the 4th day after their departure, Ma Kai's psychic power broke through to level 4, clearing half his space. Boss, I've broken through. Overwhelmed with excitement, he believed his ordeal was over. Yet Gu Mingting had no intention of releasing him, tossing another bag of crystals his way. Keep going. Ma Kai was on the verge of tears. A month had passed, and he was going mad. Boss, have mercy. I just leveled up. Breaking through again would require an astronomical number of crystals. Absorbing this pittance now is meaningless. Let me kill some zombies, please. My hands are itching. Lin Jean overheard their exchange and stifled a laugh. Ma Kai's plight was truly pitiful. She had often caught the longing in his eyes as he watched them fight. Balance work and rest. Forcing growth won't work. Fine, Ma Kai. So all his pleading was in vain, but one word from Lin Jean and the boss agreed. Was this what their years of brotherhood amounted to? Afterward, they fought zombies together, searched for supplies, and took turns driving. The rest absorbed crystals in the vehicle. The only contentious point was the distribution of fire element crystals, as both Tang Shua and Lin Shan were fire type. Ultimately, Lin Jean decided that 2/3 would go to Tang Shua and the remainder to Lin Shan. As for the players they encountered on the road, Lin Jean ignored them, completely playing the role of an NPC. The minibus navigated a remote path skirting the mountains near several villages. They had been chased here by a zombie horde. One must stand firm when possible, but retreat strategically when necessary. Stop. Without a second thought, Ma Kai obeyed Gu Mingting's command and halted the vehicle. Everyone out. Ma Kai stowed the car. Gu Mingting alighted first, warily scanning their surroundings. Everyone disembarked, and Ma Kai placed his hand on the minibus, storing it in his spatial dimension. They all followed, Gu Mingting remaining on high alert. Yet 5 minutes passed without incident. Earlier, Lin Jean had been resting with her eyes closed and hadn't noticed anything. What did you detect? No zombies. For about half an hour now, they hadn't encountered a single zombie along the way. Perhaps the zombies here had been summoned elsewhere. They had previously faced a small-scale zombie tide. Though Tang Shua harbored this thought, he kept it to himself. How long has it been? After escaping the zombie tide, there had been a stretch without zombies, followed by sporadic appearances, few but present. About half an hour. Anomalies hinted at lurking danger. Lin Jean glanced at the detector. Aside from the central red, there was indeed not a single monster. Let's check the nearby village. The group of 6 plus 1 zombie proceeded on foot toward the village. Even at the village entrance, nothing occurred. If there was a problem, they would solve it. If not, they would scavenge. Villages often had cellars that might yield pleasant. The zombie Lin Shan, bringing up the rear, suddenly turned around, but saw nothing. She blinked several times, scratching her head with her claws. Lin Shan turned back so often that Lin Jean naturally noticed. Mom, what's wrong? Following Lin Shan's gaze, she looked at the path they had walked, but saw nothing. The zombie Lin Shan stared blankly in that direction, then looked at Lin Jean, tilting her head slightly. Heh. It was a tone she had never heard before, seemingly filled with confusion and doubt. Her mother had never acted like this. Something must be there. Everyone be careful. Something is following us. As soon as Lin Jean spoke, Tang Shua's high-pitched voice rang out. Holy crap. What is that? What did you see? I didn't get a clear look. Just a dark shadow that flashed by, appearing out of nowhere. Scared the hell out of me. Heh. The zombie Lin Shan suddenly let out a roar. Head for the open space. They were unfamiliar with the village terrain surrounded by houses where the enemy could hide, putting them at a disadvantage. Yet Lin Jin's detector still showed no other monsters. Was it broken? Zhou Jichen led the way, Gu Mingting brought up the rear, and the others guarded the flanks. Suddenly, a dark shadow shot out from a single-story house, moving at incredible speed. All they saw was a long, thin shape. The group immediately dodged, and in an instant the team was split in two. The creature attacked Lin Shan first. The others finally got a clear look at it. It was a snake, dark green all over, as thick as a calf, and over 5 meters long. Animals had appeared. There was no time to think. The snake's head struck at the zombie Lin Shan, while its tail thrashed, putting everyone within its attack range. Lin Jin didn't know what the others were thinking, but she felt a chill run down her spine. A snake this massive, with its crimson forked tongue flicking out instinctively, made her hair stand on end. Few women weren't afraid of snakes, let alone one this enormous, and they didn't even know if it was venomous. In truth, Lin Jin was the only one terrified. Lin Shan, now a zombie, fought back fiercely when the snake attacked her. As for Gu Mingting and the others, they had killed countless snakes during missions in the jungle before. Thus, Gu Mingting and his team became the main force, while Lin Jin fell back to the outermost edge, silently acting as support. Initially, the zombie Lin Shan had absorbed most of the snake's attention. Gradually, however, Gu Mingting's fierce attacks made the snake feel threatened, so it turned its focus on him. The zombie Lin Shan's attacks barely harmed it. The snake's entire body was covered in scales, which Lin Shan couldn't even scratch, and her fire-based abilities were blocked by them as well. After all her effort, only she ended up battered. Gu Mingting's abilities were different. His level was high, and his lightning had a spreading effect, seeping into the gaps between the scales and numbing the area. Lin Jin would occasionally sprinkle some water to enhance the lightning's conductivity. The snake writhed in pain, its tail demolishing the nearby houses. Zhou Jichen erected an earthen wall to protect the group. Everyone else focused their attacks on the snake's vital spot, 7 inches from its head. The snake was well aware of its weakness. Realizing these humans were not easy prey, it decided to retreat. It feigned an attack on Tang Shuo and the others, but in the next instant it twisted its body and lunged straight at Lin Jin. Startled, Lin Jin's hand trembled, dispersing her energy, and her mind went blank for a moment. Lin Jin, dodge. Little sis, run. Lin Jin snapped back to reality, just in time. Seeing no way to evade, she lashed a water chain around the snake's body. Using its momentum, she swung herself away from its foul-smelling maw, landed on its back, then rolled off, dragged several meters before she managed to retract her ability. But the slimy, icy-cold sensation made her scalp crawl, and she forgot the pain from the scrapes on her hands and feet. The snake, having failed to get a bite, could only slither away quickly to escape. Gu Mingting immediately rushed over and helped Lin Jin up. Are you alright? I'm fine. Go after it. Don't let it escape. This snake was likely mutated and a man-eater, a dangerous creature that couldn't be left free. Ma Kai, stay and bandage her. The rest of you come with me. Gu Mingting and the others quickly chased in the direction the snake had slithered. The zombie Lin Shan wanted to follow, but Lin Jin called out, Mom, don't go. Ha ha ha. It hurt you, I'm going to kill it. Don't go. I'm injured. Stay and protect me. Truth be told, if she went, it was uncertain who would end up killing whom. Hep. No problem. Ma Kai wanted to disinfect Lin Jin's wounds first, but she asked him to get disposable towels. Once Ma Kai brought them out, Lin Jin rinsed all her exposed skin, dried it with the towels, and then discarded them. Well, it was confirmed. Lin Jin was terrified of snakes. Ma Kai quickly disinfected her wounds, applied medicine, and bandaged them, then produced a wheelchair. Lin Jin didn't stand on ceremony and slowly eased herself into it. Her legs were also injured, and walking was painful. It would be at least a day before she felt better. On the other side, Gu Mingting and his team cornered the serpent at the foot of the mountain. Several of them relentlessly struck its vital spot, the 7th inch, with their abilities shattering the scales and exposing the raw flesh beneath. Despite its desperate thrashing, it was futile. Soon Su Lun's golden arrow pierced through, striking straight into its heart, and the serpent fell motionless to the ground. None of them dared to approach. Gu Mingting released another bolt of lightning, utterly obliterating the serpent's heart. The coiled creature suddenly stiffened, then its tension slackened, and it was truly dead. Where did this snake come from? It's enormous. It resembled a black-striped snake, but an adult of that species was never so large. Gu Mingting gazed up the mountain. The trees and vegetation at the base were withered and dead, but farther off traces of green could still be seen. It's a black-striped snake, Zhou Jichen concluded after flipping the serpent over and examining it closely. A mutated animal. Normal black-striped snakes grow to about 2 meters, weigh 1 to 2 gene, are docile, and do not bite. This one was more than double the length, weighing 7 or 8 gene, and was aggressive toward humans. The absence of zombies nearby might be linked to this serpent. A mutated black-striped snake. Can we eat it? Tang Shuo craved meat. You can try. If the meat of mutated animals was edible, humanity would no longer have to worry about food. Tang Shua's eyes lit up immediately. Brother Lun, help me carry it back. Snake meat. Snake soup. Delicacy. Zhou Jichen watched as Tang Shua and Su Luan hoisted the serpent and walked ahead cheerfully. Is it really edible? Not that Tang Shua was the only one craving meat, none of them had eaten it in a long time. But no one knew if mutated animal meat was truly safe. Let's cook it and see. They had all eaten snake meat before. After boiling it, they could check for any issues. Since it wasn't a zombie animal, it shouldn't kill them. Lin Jin watched as they carried the serpent back and asked her for a large bucket of water. They immediately beheaded and skinned it. Are you planning to eat this? She asked with a look of disgust. Yes, snake meat is delicious. Tang Shua worked with great enthusiasm for the sake of meat. Lin Jin wheeled her chair over to Gu Mingting. In his hand was a transparent crystal core the size of a quail egg taken from the serpent's head. The road ahead won't be peaceful. Indeed, there are mutated animals. Will there be mutated plants? Or zombie plants and animals? Lin Jin had recently shared some concepts from TV shows and novels with Gu Mingting. Probably, given the nature of this game. But are you really going to eat that snake? It hasn't been confirmed whether. Lin Jin had never eaten snake meat and dared not try. Look at those two. She turned her head and covered her eyes. Well, there was no stopping them now. Ma Kai was seasoning the snake meat. Su Luan had already started grilling a portion, and Tang Shua, along with the zombie Lin Shan, crouched by the grill, eyes fixed on the roasting meat, mouths slightly open, seemingly drooling. It wasn't just the two of them craving it, the aroma of the snake meat wafted out, making even the chefs hungry. So fragrant. It was indeed tempting, and Lin Jin could smell it too, but her aversion kept her saliva from flowing. A small portion of snake meat was grilled, and a pot of soup was simmering on the side. Everyone gathered around staring at the meat in their bowls. Tang Shua volunteered, "I'll taste it first. Maybe let my mom try." Huh. Agreed. No, auntie can eat anything. Let me do it. I'm more representative. Tang Shua insisted on being the taster. What if something goes wrong? More fear of death. It won't. I've checked, it's the same as regular snake meat, even the smell is identical. Tang Shua was resolute. Lin Jin couldn't convince him and turned to Gu Mingting for his opinion. You can eat first, but only one bite. Indeed, as Tang Shua said, they had watched the entire process, and the snake seemed fine. Yes, boss. Tang Shua's face lit up. He didn't bother with chopsticks, grabbing a piece of snake meat with his hand and stuffing it into his mouth. It was indeed one bite. A very large one. His cheeks bulged like a hamster's. It was too embarrassing to watch. Su Luan felt ashamed for Tang Shua, who could barely chew but still covered his mouth and tried to eat. Once it was in his mouth, it counted as one bite. Tang Shua chewed vigorously, the savory flavor spreading across his tongue, leaving a lingering fragrance. He squinted in delight. His expression made many swallow saliva, their stomachs growling involuntarily. How is it? Don't just eat without saying anything. Ma Kai grew impatient, watching Tang Shua, the aroma only increasing his saliva. Delicious, Tang Shua mumbled. And oi, yummy. Damn, the kid was doing it on purpose. That single bite took Tang Shua 3 minutes to finish. They waited another 10 minutes, and he showed no ill effects. Eat, but only a little. If nothing happens by tomorrow, well, cook the rest. I don't want any. Lin Jin wasn't particularly craving meat, she could occasionally indulge. Snake meat was too terrifying. Little sister, try it. It's really good, I swear. Tang Shua urged while eating. No thanks. Someone has to stay clear-headed. That reasoning was so sound it left no room for argument. Then well, leave it to you. Lin Jin was right. If something went wrong, there would be someone to save them. Ma Kai, you shouldn't eat either. Ma Kai stared in disbelief. Why was he always the one to suffer? With no choice, he obeyed his boss and joined Lin Jin in eating compressed biscuits, watching with longing eyes as the others feasted on meat and soup. That night they rested where they were, and by morning nothing had happened. It proved that the meat of mutated animals was edible and quite delicious, even more so than before the mutation. Have some soup. Gu Mingting knew Lin Jin was afraid to eat snake meat, so he ladled out a bowl of clear broth with nothing else. Lin Jin shook her head and refused. Food will only become scarcer from now on. To survive, you must learn to eat anything. Lin Jin wanted to tell him she didn't need to. The supply she had stored could sustain her for decades. But then she thought, if everyone else was eating this way and many had nothing at all, wasn't she being too picky? Give it a try. It's not as terrible as you imagine. Just think of it as a bowl of water. Gu Mingting felt the meat of this mutated animal might have other effects. A bowl of water. A bowl of water. A bowl of water. Yes, this was just a bowl of water. Lin Jin took the bowl, looking as if she were facing death, and took a sip. Her eyes widened and her brows lifted slightly. It's actually quite good. It was completely different from what she had imagined, very savory. Gu Mingting couldn't help but chuckle. The girl was truly amusing. How about a piece of meat to try? Lin Jin sipped the soup and hesitated. Try it. He'll try it. Gu Mingting brought her a small piece. After a long mental preparation, she closed her eyes and took a bite. Delicious. It was so good that her eyes sparkled and she finally understood why Tang Shua had that expression. They'll get you a few more pieces. Boss, let's go into the mountains. There are animals in there. Having tasted meat, Tang Shua had become a complete foodie. I think we should check on the animals. That snake was no pushover. An ordinary team would be doomed if they encountered it. Mutated animals were stronger than most zombies from the start, and that crystal core seemed to be at the fore. What do you think? In this team, Gu Mingting, Lin Jin, and Zhou Jichen were the brains. They often discussed matters together. I think we can go, but not too deep. We'll scout a bit and catch some. For research. Oh, it wasn't just for herself. They all wanted to eat meat, and her mother was a big meat eater too. All right, into the mountains. Gu Mingting naturally wouldn't mock Lin Jin. He also loved eating meat. Following this group, Lin Jin discovered a whole new diet and later tasted many things she had never tried before. Most of them were delicious, a feast in this apocalypse. Not long after, someone in the capital base captured a mutated animal. Studies showed its meat was better than the original, more nutritious and more satiating. The base then issued a notice to all bases mutated animals were edible, though some might not be, and each base had to judge for itself. Through her lurking, Lin Jin learned this was a full immersion online game called End of Days. Players could choose the human or zombie faction, each with various quests and dungeons. Only crystal cores were the universal currency used for trading or upgrading abilities and skills. During this time, though she couldn't enter dungeons, only safe bases had dungeon guides. She kept killing zombies and gaining experience. The two worlds had a time difference of about 1/3. Every 23 days, there would be 12 days when few people spoke on the world channel. Lin Jin, guest players were sleeping. There was also a forced logout mechanism. After 24 consecutive hours, online players were forcibly disconnected. Someone once cursed on the world channel all day and got forcibly logged out. When they returned, they were in a monster horde and had to use a sacrificial doll to survive, accusing the game company of scamming. To give players a realistic apocalyptic experience, the graphics were clear and vivid, and in-game characters were run by intelligent AI, making the world seem real. It offered players high freedom and gave Lin Jin more room to maneuver. Shortly after the group emerged from the mountains, rain began to fall, intensifying until it obscured their vision. The muddy rural paths soaked by the downpour became treacherous. A single misstep could trap a wheel in the mire. After much difficulty, they finally found a village, and as luck would have it, this village was inhabited. 7 figures clad in long black raincoats appeared in Zhao family village, immediately drawing attention. Who are you? Where do you come from? We're lost, they shouted back from a distance, and the rain is too heavy. Our vehicle broke down halfway. Could you let us in to take shelter? The man seemed unable to make a decision, merely staring at them from behind a railing. Just then the village chief arrived. Chief. The chief squinted, peering at the group through the curtain of rain, and finally said, come on in, all of you. The rain was truly relentless. Thank you. As they drew closer, it became apparent the group consisted of 5 men and 2 women, all quite handsome and beautiful. Surprise flickered in the chief's eyes, followed by a hint of delight. Lin Jin noticed the chief's expression, and that of several villagers too. She didn't think much of it, assuming that after the scorching summer, the sudden appearance of strangers in such a remote place was simply cause for excitement. I'd find some empty houses for them to change into dry clothes. Despite wearing raincoats, the downpour had soaked them to the bone. Unexpectedly, the village chief proved quite reasonable. They had anticipated being interrogated first. Following, eyeing to the western edge of the village where abandoned houses stood empty, they chose 3 adjoining ones. After shedding their raincoats and offering thanks, they retrieved dry clothes from their backpacks and changed. Upon discovering the village was inhabited, they had stowed their vehicle, each shouldering a pack, and walked only a short distance, yet still ended up drenched. Su Luan, the first to change, struck up a conversation with Aing. This rain is really coming down hard. Yeah, Aing replied, but it's a good thing. We hadn't had a drop all summer. If it kept up, we wouldn't have made it. Since the apocalypse began, there had only been a few light showers. The entire sweltering summer passed without a single raindrop. This downpour was a timely blessing. I thought no one would be living in such a remote place. It's lucky we ran into you folks. Your chief is really kind to let us take shelter. Otherwise, who knows how long would have searched. Ours is the only village around here. Beyond this, you'd have to drive 2 hours to find another. Their village felt almost cut off from the world. We're incredibly fortunate then. Locals, have you all stayed in the village all this time? On their way over, they had even seen children peering at them from windows. Why would we leave? It's safer here than outside. No zombies. That was strange. They hadn't encountered any on their journey here. Could there be some other kind of monster? We killed them all, Aing said. We sent patrols out every day to eliminate any wanderers. With only 1 village in the vicinity, zombies were scarce. An occasional drifter might appear, but never in great numbers. That made sense. But if you never go out, do you have enough food? Aing merely grunted in acknowledgement. When Su Luan pressed further, he responded with vague murmurs, revealing. Later, Gu Mingting went with Aing to see the village chief. He explained that they had encountered a horde of zombies, fled in panic, and gotten lost, and now they were seeking a human settlement to live in. The chief asked few questions, simply stating they could stay in the village but would have to provide their own food, or if they lacked it, pay to buy some from him. They actually have extra food to sell? When I asked that iron guy, he was evasive. I thought they were running low. It's a rural village. Every household has stored grain, said Ma Kai, who had grown up in the countryside. But now that farmland can't be cultivated, even with reserves, they'll eventually run out. Why would they sell to strangers? This defied all logic. Maybe they're just simple, honest folk. It wasn't impossible. Having never left the village, they might remain innocent, unaware of how dark the outside world had become. Enough speculation. We're just passing through. Once the rain stops, we'll leave. Let's not cause any trouble. In the mountains, they had been plagued by mutated animals, unable to rest properly. Exhausted, they each retreated to their rooms. Lin Jin and Lin Shan shared one, Gu Mingting and Su Luan another, with the remaining three in the last. Late at night, candlelight flickered inside the village chief's house, where several men had gathered. Aang says they each carry backpacks bulging full. He also said those two women are stunningly beautiful. Chief, when do we make our move? Yewenai, what's all the fuss? Silence. The chief's command hushed the men. You've grown in stature, but not in wits. Those two women are delicate, but can't you see the 5 men? They're all trained fighters, not so easy to handle. Though the chief had never seen Gu Mingting and his group without their raincoats, he could tell from their stances and gaits while wearing them. What's there to fear? We outnumber them. Let's just tie them up. How do you know they don't have special abilities? Their village now had over 40 people left, 5 of whom possessed special abilities. 1 could control water, another fire, 1 had immense strength, and 2 could dig pits. So what do? Drug them. We're running low on rat poison. It's not that easy. They didn't ask us for anything today. If we just offer it out of the blue, do you think they'll accept? The chief's seemingly murky eyes gleamed with cunning. Let's wait and see. This rain won't stop anytime soon. They're bound to be on guard since they just arrived. Send the village women and children to get close to them. With no immediate solution, everyone returned home to sleep, leaving 2 men to keep watch, patrol, and monitor the newcomers. Falling asleep to the sound of pouring rain, consciousness barely stirred before the ears were once again filled with the crackling patter of raindrops against the window. Rainy days truly dampened the spirit. Lin Jin sat up, groggily staring blankly at the wooden board at the foot of the bed, her mind slowly regaining clarity. She had known someone was peeping through the door crack last night. It was only natural for strangers to be wary. After Lin Jin got up, Lin Shan followed suit. They washed up and stayed in the house, venturing nowhere as the outside was covered in puddles and mud. Everyone had packed necessities and food in their bags, so they ate on their own. That day passed with little to do. Everyone rested in their rooms, absorbing spirit crystals. Occasionally a child would stand outside the door, stealthily peeking in with a look of great curiosity. Sometimes a woman would pass by and take the child away. A few men would also circle the area, claiming to be on patrol, which stirred a hint of suspicion in Lin Jin's heart. When night fell again, the group hadn't even stepped out of their room, let alone interacted with the villagers agitating the locals. Chief, this won't do. They won't even leave their room. The women and children can't get near them. They're too guarded. Maybe we should just tie them up while they're asleep. No. If something goes wrong and someone escapes, we'll be in deep trouble. They had committed too many heinous acts. If discovered, they would be killed. Then what? Once the rain stops, they'll leave. I wanted to keep that woman as my wife. If there's truly no way, let them go. This group was not to be trifled with. No, Chief. My son has been starving for nearly a month. Without food, he might die. Yes, my father hasn't eaten in ages. He's too weak to move. Chief, think of something. Everyone's loved ones can't hold on much longer. The chief fell silent for a long time, then suddenly thought of someone. Is an old lang at the East End dying of illness? The chief knew everyone's situation in the village. This Zhao Alung, over 60, had inexplicably caught a fever during the scorching weather, and it had persisted for over a month without recovery. Chief, he's one of us. The speaker felt a chill in his heart. So what? Even if he dies, hell, just feed them. He's not getting better, and we have no medicine. He's doomed either way. After the apocalypse broke out, only 6 or 7 villagers of Zhao family village turned into zombies. When they bit others, most of the village fell victim. The survivors steeled themselves to kill neighbors and friends, but some secretly hid their zombified relatives in cellars. When discovered, there were quite a few. 8 zombies were being kept. Since they seemed harmless, everyone agreed to continue keeping them, but under unified supervision. At first, they fed the zombies with livestock. When the livestock ran out, they used the dead. Then they resorted to other zombie flesh. Finally, with nothing left to feed them and unwilling to kill the creatures they'd kept for so long, 3 young refugees arrived. Someone harbored evil intentions and things spiraled out of control. They even ambushed and killed an entire rescue team. But he's still alive. Would the chief do the same if any of them fell ill someday? Do as you please. No one related to me is there. But one thing, don't touch those 7. The chief had long regretted agreeing to it all, feeling as though had been bewitched, now stuck in an impossible situation. He washed his hands of the matter and went to rest, leaving the others to decide for themselves. In the end, the zombie Lin Shan, who had been lying on the bed, suddenly sprang up and tugged at Lin Jean. Lin Jean was still half asleep. "What's wrong, Mom?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Lin Jean. Silently, she took out paper and a pen from her spatial storage and handed them to Lin Shan. The zombie language was too complex for her to understand. Same kind. Blood. Zombie Lin Shan, still struggling to organize her thoughts, used the simplest words to express herself. Catching sight of the words on the paper in the dim light, Lin Jean frowned deeply. "You mean there are zombies here and a scent of blood?" "Hep. That's right." Lin Jean switched on the detector, and a single glaring red dot appeared on the screen. Was this thing really broken? Earlier in the mountains, it had failed to register so many mutated animals. The game equipment was unreliable, but she absolutely trusted Lin Shan's judgment. She immediately got out of bed and went to wake Gu Mingting and the others. "My mom says there are zombies here and a smell of blood." "What? Have zombies attacked the village? We need to go help." They unanimously decided to assist the villagers in dealing with the zombies and asked Lin Shan to lead the way. But they had barely taken a few steps outside when they were stopped. "Where are you all going so late?" It was Aying. He had been assigned to keep an eye on these outsiders, as the villagers had important matters to attend to tonight. "Zombies are coming. Someone in the village is injured. We're going to help." Aying looked utterly bewildered. Where would zombies come from nearby? Unless those zombies had rioted. No, that was impossible. The zombies they kept had been bred to be completely non-aggressive. Besides, the village chief had made it clear no outsider could know they were raising zombies. Aying answered firmly. "Where did you get that information? There's no such thing. The village is very safe. There won't be any zombies. Just come with us and see for yourself." The source of the information was indeed hard to explain. Could they tell him it came from a zombie? "Everyone, please go back and rest. It's late. Don't wander around." Aying's intentions were far too obvious. They had barely stepped out before being obstructed, clearly under surveillance. So, Lin Jean directly unleashed a chain of water, binding him tightly. "You have a special ability." He never expected this delicate woman to possess such a formidable power. The village chief was right. These people were not to be trifled with. "Knock him out. Don't let him tip anyone off." Tang Shua, ever obedient to Lin Jean, didn't hesitate. With a swift chop to the neck, he rendered Aying unconscious. After knocking him out, Tang Shua kindly moved him under the eaves. "All right, let's go. The situation has changed. This village might not be as simple as we thought." They had been biased from the start, interpreting the villagers' gazes as the joy of finding survivors. But from another angle, it was indeed the thrill of discovering fresh prey. In their eyes, we might be fat sheep. "You mean they want to rob us?" That would be a terribly unwise move. Zhou Jichin, after hearing Lin Jean's words, suddenly thought of another possibility. "Or perhaps we are the real fat sheep." "What real fat sheep? Are there fake ones?" "You mean feeding human flesh to zombies?" Except for Tang Shua, who was still confused, everyone else understood what Zhou Jichin meant by fat sheep. In hindsight, they should have realized it. But they had a companion who kept a zombie, providing all sorts of meat, and Lin Shan had always lived with them, showing no interest in human flesh. So naturally, this possibility had slipped their minds. Lin Jean was not unaware that such things happened, but cannibalism was a severe test of one's moral boundaries. The apocalypse had only been going on for half a year. While finding food wasn't easy, it shouldn't have come to this. Regardless, even if she hadn't prepared in advance, she would never kill someone to feed her mother human flesh. Using humans to feed zombies. These people were no longer human. "Let Andy lead the way." "Well, go see." Gu Mingting's face turned cold. These people were beyond redemption. All right. Living through the apocalypse meant witnessing all kinds of moral decay. No matter how uncomfortable, one had to adapt. Lin Shan led them to a house with a large courtyard. In the yard, more than a dozen men were standing. Faint, weak growls of zombies could be heard from within. Before they even reached the courtyard, Lin Jean's detector suddenly displayed other red dots. Just a few, but they're raising zombies. They're raising zombies. Brother, is there any need for such astonishment? Everyone looked at him with disdain. The one beside him was precisely a zombie being kept by his teammate. The air was thick with a heavy stench of blood. What are they using to raise them? Such a strong smell of blood. Living creatures. Mutated animals. Lin Jean silently labeled Tang Shua as naive and innocent. Seeing their awkward expressions at a loss for words, Tang Shua finally caught on. Humans. So the fat sheep were them. The group didn't know whether to feel gratified or regretful that such an innocent child had learned the harshness of the world. Really humans? Tang Shua still couldn't believe it. They were actually feeding human flesh to zombies. Hep. It was humans indeed. All right, Tang Shu fell silent. Lin Shan had confirmed it. Boss, we can't let them off. With humanity already struggling to survive, how could fellow humans refuse to help each other and instead treat their own kind as food? Gu Mingting made two hand gestures, and Su Luan and Ma Kai darted out instantly. Before Lin Jin could understand, each had already covered a man's mouth and silently dragged them away. Swift and soundless, soon only 5 or 6 people remained encircled at the center. Only then did they finally sense something amiss. Where are they? Could it be ghosts? The speaker's voice trembled slightly. Quite a few harbored the same thought. After all, they had caused many deaths. What ghosts? If there were any, they'd have come when we killed the first one. It must be humans, said Zhao Wei, the village chief's capable right-hand man. It's the outsiders. They were all locals, only those outsiders had arrived in the village these past 2 days. Right, it must be them. They feared ghosts, but not humans. Zhao Wei shouted toward the open ground. Since you are here, come out. This time it wasn't them provoking. It was these outsiders seeking their own doom. At this point there was no need to hide anymore. They all emerged from their hiding spots. There are paths in heaven you refuse to take, yet you barge into Hell's Gate. We intended to spare you, but such curiosity will get you killed. Zhao Wei let out a whistle, and 5 more people crawled out from the cellar. The dozen or so villagers all appeared robust and strong. In contrast, Gu Mingting's group seemed to have only 5 men capable of fighting. Naturally, the villagers felt no fear. They planned to seize the supplies, keep the women, and feed the men to the zombies below, which would last for months. You and Andy don't need to get involved. I'll leave it to us. Gu Mingting flexed his wrists, his knuckles cracking audibly. It was clear he was furious and ready to beat those men brutally. Lin Jin held Lin Shan's hand and stood in a corner watching the show. This man had truly impressive skills, something you wouldn't notice when killing zombies, since zombies were clumsy and mindlessly lunged forward without any techniques, but fighting humans was a different story. Unexpectedly, the villagers weren't much to speak of either. Though they looked burly, they were no match for Gu Mingting and his men in a fight. Every punch landed solidly on flesh. Once they grabbed someone, they struck straight at the face. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Until the face was unrecognizable. There was even an ability user among the villagers, but his ability level was utterly pathetic, barely below the 2nd tier, as feeble as a child's play. From start to finish, the group didn't even use their abilities, yet still beat those dozen men into submission until they lay on the ground. Afterward, Ma Kai fetched ropes and tied them all up. Now how to deal with these people? That was a troublesome question. Tang Shua went to check the cellar and found 8 zombies locked up, each emaciated to skin and bones. There was also a bucket of fresh flesh and blood, half of it already gone. Rain poured in torrents. Gu Mingting stood in the downpour for several minutes before finally speaking flatly. Throw them down. Feed the zombies. In the apocalypse, there were no laws and crime came without cost, but that didn't mean evil deeds deserved no punishment. Upon hearing this, the still conscious villagers began begging for mercy. No, don't throw me down. I know I was wrong. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Don't feed me to the zombies. Don't feed me to the zombies. You have no right to do this. It's against the law. This is murder. Regardless of what the villagers said, Ma Kai and the others directly carried out Gu Mingting's orders. For those who had ceased to be human, they had brought this upon themselves. The villagers were thrown down bound, and soon the excited roars of zombies and the wails of the villagers echoed through the air. Gu Mingting suddenly turned to face Lin Jin, his expression blank. Will you be afraid of me? Lin Jin saw the tender warmth hidden within this tough man's heart, and suddenly felt an urge to embrace him. Making this decision must have weighed heavily on him. No, what you did was right. Those who commit crimes and kill must face their due punishment. Gu Mingting replied. Gu Mingting had killed before and wasn't particularly averse to it, but throwing living people to the zombies troubled him deeply. Yet simply executing them would have been too merciful. He who kills shall be killed. The villagers were filled with regret. They had killed people to feed the zombies, but they had first killed them, then minced their flesh to feed the zombies. They had never fed them alive. Now they were suffering alive, watching their companions, watching their own flesh being bitten off, their bellies ripped open, intestines and organs dragged out in excruciating pain, yet unable to die instantly. The wails of the villagers and the roars of the zombies drew the other villagers of Zhao family village. Why are there zombie sounds? The women, terrified, stood far away, not daring to approach. The men rushed over angrily, surrounding Gu Mingting and his group. What have you done to them? Village chief, they know our secret. We can't let them leave alive. Yes, kill them. The village chief raised his right hand, and the villagers immediately fell silent. Young man, let's end this here. Leave at dawn, all right. Village chief. Many villagers objected. Shut up. Truly a bunch of fools. Young man, what do you The village chief looked at Gu Mingting. Among this group, this man was the leader. The other 4 men stood behind him, clearly his subordinates, while the 2 women stood far off, seemingly powerless. Village chief, I'm afraid you misjudged the situation. There were only about 20 men on the opposite side. Did they think numbers alone could ensure victory? How about this? We'll give you those beautiful stones and some food. The villagers were about to protest when the 2 men beside the village chief glared at them, and they dared not move. These two were the most formidable in the entire village. A ransom for your lives? How cheap. Seeing their lack of tact, the village chief's face hardened, and he spoke with a hint of threat. Young man, don't be too arrogant. You may be formidable fighters, but what about those two women? In truth, the village chief had already sent 2 men to sneak up on the women from behind. Lin Jin. Hearing the village chief's words, Tang Shua's face lit up with amusement, but he suppressed it. Due to the darkness and heavy rain, neither the village chief nor the villagers noticed. If you want to fight, then fight. Spare the nonsense. The crimes you have committed are unforgivable. The village chief hadn't expected Gu Mingting to disregard Lin Jin's safety, so he had no choice but to order the villagers to attack. In his view, no matter how skilled these men were, they couldn't withstand so many. Those killed earlier had been taken by surprise. If all else failed, they could use the 2 women as hostages. However, he never anticipated that before a fight even broke out among the men, the ones sent to capture the women were instead tied up. The 2 villagers stared in terror at the woman before them. She possessed supernatural abilities and had effortlessly captured them. In truth, from beginning to end, Lin Jin hadn't moved a muscle. While she had twitched a finger, her eyes fixed on Gu Mingting's direction. It was even simpler for Gu Mingting. He decided not to drag things out any longer. He casually raised his right hand palm open, and a flash of blue-violet light shot out, flying straight into the crowd. The villagers charging forward froze in their tracks. The next second, with unwilling eyes, they fell to the ground, dead, their bodies twitching a few times. Oh, heavens. It's lightning. It's divine punishment. It's over. The 2 men guarding the village chief were also ability users of the earth element. They had always believed themselves to be formidable, but compared to the man before them, they were mere grasshoppers in the mud, nearly wetting themselves in fear. They turned to flee, but saw the 2 women behind them binding people as they approached. More people with supernatural abilities. They were doomed, and Zhao family village was finished. As Lin Jin's water chains lashed out, the 2 instinctively used their abilities to resist. So they were earth element ability users. The water chains effortlessly shattered the earthen walls, binding the 2 ability users like dumplings. Seeing the enemy's overwhelming strength, everyone abandoned resistance and began to beg for mercy. Only the village chief remained stubbornly silent. I was forced, I didn't do it willingly. Please spare me. They'll work like a beast of burden for you. One man knelt directly, pleading for mercy. Where there was one, there was a second, and soon a large swath knelt. Many women looked on in confusion, not understanding what had happened, their gazes toward Gu Mingting and the others filled with fear, as if they were the murderers. A woman suddenly burst forth, rushing to Lin Jin's feet, crying for help. Please save me, I am not from this village. They killed my companions and violated me. I beg you, take me away. Lin Jin understood that if not for their formidable strength, her own fate might have been the same as this woman's. Rise first. Once matters here are settled, we will discuss your situation. She could not make this decision on Gu Mingting's behalf. Indeed, a few men had lingered hesitantly, uncertain whether they were truly coerced or merely cowards. Gu Mingting dealt only with those who had instigated trouble, including the village chief and 2 earth element ability users, crippling their limbs. In this scarcity of medicine, recovery was left to fate. As for the remaining women and children, Gu Mingting's heart softened. He wished to take them to a human settlement. Coincidentally, the woman who had rushed out earlier came from a nearby settlement. Gu Mingting dragged the zombie out and killed it. Lin Jin had her reasons. As they brought the zombie from the cellar, she observed the expressions of the remaining people. When they executed the zombie, she continued her surveillance, silently noting a few individuals. After a grueling night, everyone was exhausted. Since the torrential rain made travel impossible, they told the villagers that those who wished to leave could pack their belongings and join them when the weather cleared. The woman Liang Yueqi had left a human settlement 3 months ago with 3 companions to scavenge supplies. They lost their way and stumbled upon this village. The villagers were hospitable, offering food and drink, and the group let down their guard, falling into a trap. Her 3 companions vanished while she was detained here. Disobedience was met with beatings until she complied, yet she never abandoned hope of escape. When the scorching summer arrived, she had no choice but to remain in the village. It was then she discovered these people were raising zombies, realizing her missing companions had likely been fed to them. Rain fell for another 2 days before ceasing, but the ground was deeply flooded, rendering travel impossible. They had to wait longer. During the wait, they helped the departing women find a vehicle, advising them on what to bring and to leave behind non-essential items, as no one would carry their luggage. The village had only one small truck, previously used for trading crops and purchasing supplies from town. It could barely squeeze in about a dozen people. On the day of departure, the women arrived with their children and luggage. Only 10 women and 2 children. 3 or 4 women remained in the village, not all willing to leave. You cannot come with us, and neither can you. Lin Jin pointed directly at 2 women, blocking them from board. Yes, why? It's not your decision. The women clamored. Liang Yueqi jumped down from the driver's seat, watching Lin Jin with concern, fearing something might go wrong and prevent their departure. Lin Jin replied expressionlessly, "It is my decision. I say you cannot, so you cannot." One had mentioned divine punishment, indicating she was complicit. The other had hatred in her eyes, as Gu Mingting killed the zombies, for among them were her kin. Naturally, they could not be taken. "Hey, everyone, judge for yourselves. Didn't you say anyone who wanted to leave could come with you? Now you won't let us. What's the meaning of this?" Rural women could be fiercely belligerent when throwing tantrums. Gu Mingting had absolute trust in Lin Jin's judgment. "She decides. Please return, both of you." The woman continued her outcry, "You break your word. Leaving us here is a death sentence. Would you rather die later or die now?" Lin Jin's gaze turned icy as she fixed on the most vociferous woman. "Why don't we discuss what you've done and how much you've been involved?" The woman fell silent, instantly terrified that Lin Jin knew the truth and might kill her. She turned and fled. The other woman, seeing Lin Jin's unyielding stance, could only glare at her before trudging back to the village. "Let's set off." Everyone climbed into the small truck. Liang Yueqi immediately jumped into the driver's seat, unwilling to spend another second in this vile place. Gu Mingting and the others boarded the business vehicle. The day before, Liang Yueqi had given them a general direction. The settlement was not far, only 2 days' drive away. Sister, are they truly innocent? He didn't know how Lin Jin had identified the two problematic women. What if they are? What if they aren't? Would you slaughter them all, raise the village? In the end, they had spared the villagers' lives. These women were no different. As long as they were not the ringleaders or guilty of heinous crimes, they still had the right to live. "Forget I asked." The sister was right. They just had to bring these people to the settlement. Why overthink it? No one spoke further, each immersed in their own tasks. After this ordeal, everyone's spirits were low. After 2 days of traveling, they finally arrived at the gathering place before nightfall. Aside from a few screams when they first encountered zombies, the journey was relatively smooth. However, this place was completely different from the Qingzhou base. There was no detection system, and all incoming vehicles had to wait outside for 12 hours before being allowed in, with no need to exchange supplies or crystal cores. It was merely a place where survivors gathered spontaneously. Gu Mingting registered the time and received a number plate before finding a spot to park and rest. In the past few days, everyone had been on edge as they were responsible for bringing these ordinary people out and had to ensure their safe arrival. 12 hours quickly passed, and Gu Mingting led everyone into the gathering place. He spent 2 crystal cores to learn about the situation from a 15 or 16-year-old child. This gathering place was built around an air raid shelter, gradually expanding outward. Initially, a few people escaped here and decided to stay, and as more and more people arrived, they moved out of the shelter, using it as an emergency refuge. However, as the number of people increased, management became more difficult and no effective system was established. With the arrival of the hot summer, everyone had to hide in the shelter. Although it was still quite hot, it allowed many to survive. The gathering place had a nominal leader, the strongest ability user among them, but he was not good at management and would only step up during zombie attacks or fights with other ability users. Regarding housing rentals, there were both official and private options. The official ones were managed by people close to the gathering place's leader, and while they were more expensive than private rentals, they ensured that no one would be scammed or evicted. Private rentals were cheaper but lacked safety guarantees. There was also a trading market where various goods were sold, but customers had to choose for themselves. This was the most recent human gathering place. Although the living conditions and security issues were not ideal, it was the best they could do. They were not saviors and had no obligation to continuously protect these people. Everyone had to take responsibility for their own lives. At the housing rental office, they found a suitable house and paid a week's rent, after which they would no longer be responsible. Although some expressed a desire to continue following them, they were directly rejected. Seeing it with their own eyes revealed the chaos of this gathering place. Piles of trash and excrement. Staying here was worse than resting in the vehicle, so everyone decided to take another stroll through the trading market before leaving, with Tang Shua taking Lin Shan outside to wait in the car. There wasn't much of value in the trading market, just useless items like jewelry, branded watches, and designer bags. Even in the midst of fleeing, people still remembered to carry these things. As for food, forget about it. There was barely enough for themselves, let alone to sell. Even if there were surpluses, they wouldn't dare sell them openly for fear of attracting attention. The best business was the stalls selling water, which had long lines. After surveying the area and hearing a jumble of news, they found nothing useful. Such a small gathering place didn't even qualify as a base, lacking NPCs to accept missions and not a single player in sight. Just as they were about to leave, Tang Shua hurriedly returned with Lin Shan, who was acting like a zombie, pulling everyone into a corner to share a secret. Auntie said many zombies are heading towards the gathering place. 10 minutes ago, Tang Shua was playing with Lin Shan, but she suddenly stopped responding to him, facing east and staring intently into the distance. At first, Tang Shua thought Lin Shan was angry and ignoring him, but then she pulled out paper and a pen from her backpack and began writing. After reading what was on the paper, Tang Shua immediately went to find Gu Mingting. How many is many? Even if this place has management issues, they have their own ways to detect zombies in advance. However, there hasn't been any movement in the gathering place, yet perhaps it's not a big issue that they can't handle quickly. I asked, but Annie couldn't explain clearly. She just said there were many more than any time we've encountered before. More than any time they had faced before. When they were in the original city, they had once been surrounded by thousands of zombies at their worst. If there were even more than that, they would be fine, but this gathering place could not possibly escape unscathed. They'll go find that leader and have him assemble a defense team to prepare in advance. As a soldier, Gu Mingting could not turn a blind eye to a disaster. Lin Jin said in a calm tone, they might not believe you. She wasn't trying to dampen spirits, it was just the reality. They could sense the situation in advance because of Lin Shan, but they had no evidence to prove their claims. Unless someone saw it with their own eyes, but by the time the people in the gathering place saw it, it might be too late to prepare. You and Ma Kai go scout. I'll bring the leader over in a bit. Okay. Zhou Jichen and Ma Kai accepted the order and quickly ran off. Scout. Lin Jin didn't understand what they were going to do, but Gu Mingting's confident demeanor gave her assurance. Not knowing where the leader was, they headed directly to the housing rental office as it was official and would surely have contact with the leader. The clerk at the housing rental office, seeing the group that had just left return, assumed they wanted to rent more houses and immediately greeted them with a flattering smile. Though the previous transaction had only paid a week's worth of crystal cores, they had rented many houses. If this group stayed, it would mean a considerable income over time. Do you need to rent more houses? I still have several excellent ones available, the clerk said obsequiously, knowing that with the settlement's leader being inactive, he could earn commissions from every successful rental. Gu Mingting cut off the clerk's ongoing sales pitch, his expression stern as he said, we need to see your leader. There's a critical matter we must inform him of. The clerk was taken aback. Rent a house and need to see the leader. Was this man out of his mind? Since they weren't here to rent, he dropped his smile and became dismissive. You think you can just meet the leader whenever you want? If you're not renting, leave. Don't take up space and affect my business. Lin Jin suddenly interjected, a zombie tide is coming. If you keep delaying, are you sure you can bear the responsibility? Dealing with such a petty person, there was no need to waste words. Responsibility was something they never wanted to shoulder. A zombie tide. The clerk's eyes widened in shock. Do you know that spreading rumors will get you punished? This was no trivial matter. He understood he couldn't bear the consequences. If it were true, he'd be a hero. If false, he'd only be blamed for being too gullible and at most receive a scolding. Reporting it was worth the risk. If you don't believe us, there's nothing we can do. We could leave immediately, but considering the many survivors in this settlement, we felt we should inform you. Lin Jin took over the conversation from Gu Mingting, fearing he might not handle such a petty individual well. Having already made up his mind, the clerk feigned a moment of thought before reluctantly agreeing to take them to the leader. It's only for the sake of the settlement's people that I choose to believe you. Follow me. On the way, the clerk walked briskly, pretending to trust their words. In truth, he planned to lead them there, and then rush back to pack his things, hiding in the bomb shelter. If danger came, he'd be deep inside. If not, he'd simply emerge later. Soon they arrived at the leader's residence. The clerk knocked, and shortly after, a tall, upright man in his 40s opened the door, exuding an air of righteousness. Brother Sun, a zombie tide is coming, the clerk said urgently, feigning panic. Qin Sen's body tensed at the news, his brows furrowing. Where are the patrol members? Previously, reports of zombie attacks always came from the patrol, who had emergency contact methods and wouldn't need to run to his residence. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, the clerk quickly shifted blame. It wasn't the patrol who discovered it, it was them. Qin Sen followed the clerk's gesture to the doorway. The man leading the group stood tall, his aura restrained, yet clearly formidable. Those behind him, with their well-defined arm and leg muscles, were obviously skilled in martial arts. You discovered it. Qin Sen was inclined to believe them. These people didn't seem like rumor mongers, but why hadn't the patrol sent any notification? My comrade has awakened a special ability that allows her to roughly sense the distribution and numbers of nearby zombies. Gu Mingting presented Lin Shan's zombie perception as an ability, greatly enhancing the credibility of their words. An ability to sense zombies. Such a unique power. Words alone aren't proof. I've never heard of such an ability, and I haven't received any notice from my men. He couldn't make a hasty decision. If it were false, it would cause panic among the people. I understand your concerns, which is why we didn't announce it publicly, but came directly to you. Also, I've sent a comrade to scout ahead. If you don't believe us, you can come and see for yourself. You're not planning to kidnap the leader, are you? The clerk grew increasingly suspicious. What kind of zombie sensing ability was this? And why would they want to take Qin Sen to see the zombie tide? Could they be luring him out for some foul play? You're not thinking of kidnapping the leader, are you? How twisted must one's mind be to reach such a conclusion? Lin Jin cast a sidelong glance at the clerk, a sardonic smile curling on her lips. I told you they wouldn't believe us. Let's just go. What do we care about their lives or deaths? Tang Shua couldn't fathom why Lin Jin had suddenly grown so cold. He furrowed his brow slightly, but wisely held his tongue. Su Luan was equally puzzled, yet he said nothing. After all, he was never the team strategist. He didn't need to think, just follow orders. Gu Mingting cast a subtle glance at Lin Jin, understanding she was helping him. I'm willing to trust what you've said, but if a zombie tide is coming, I can't leave the settlement now. If I leave and the news leaks, panic will spread, and no one can predict the consequences. You don't need to leave. We can observe from here. Once we confirm the situation, we'll decide how to arrange the evacuation. They still didn't know the specifics. If the other party kept stalling, he would have to take action. Observe without leaving. Qin-san thought it was worth a try. If what they said was true, they could arrange evacuations in advance. Alright, I'll go with you. Since Qin-san had agreed, the clerk naturally said no more standing silently in the corner like an invisible man preparing to slip away. Gu Mingting had his own way of finding Zhou Jichin and the others. He led the group to a tall building. On the rooftop, they saw two people holding binoculars, observing with grave expressions. What's the situation? Gu Mingting took Zhou Jichin's binoculars and handed them to Qin-san, taking Makai's for himself. A massive horde of zombies moving incredibly fast. They'll be here soon. They were heading straight for the settlement. Through the binoculars, they saw a dense, endless sea of zombies, a pitch-black mass with no end in sight. Strangely, these zombies were all running. Normally, they only sprinted when chasing humans, otherwise they just wandered aimlessly. Qin-san saw it too, confirming the zombie tide. He began discussing countermeasures with Gu Mingting. From Gu Mingting's decisive manner, it was clear he was a leader, and an extra perspective was always helpful. Fight or retreat. Gu Mingting didn't know the settlement's situation well enough to make a rash decision. This place was hard-earned and not to be abandoned lightly. With Qin-san's decision, Gu Mingting knew what to do. He began inquiring about the number of ability users, the condition of the bomb shelter, and so on. Gu Mingting, Qin-san, and Zhou Jichin discussed strategies, while the others took turns observing through binoculars. The dense swarm of zombies made Lin Jin's scalp tingle, almost triggering her trypophobia. Yet she wondered, why were the zombies running? Lin Jin handed the binoculars to Su Luan and fell into thought. She understood human psychology, but not zombie behavior. Though she had raised one, her mother was an anomaly. Logically, zombies only had animalistic instincts, to hunt. Was there something in the settlement attracting them? But why didn't Lin Shan, the anomaly, feel it? Holy shit. Tang Shua suddenly screamed, drawing everyone's attention. Boss, there are rats. Rats chasing the zombies. He felt his heart couldn't take much more of this. It was terrifying, pounding wildly in his chest. Tang Shua had been watching through the binoculars when he noticed something abnormal. The dark mass behind the zombie horde wasn't zombies but rats. Countless rats chasing the zombies, which is why they were running so fast. Gu Mingting immediately took the binoculars Su Luan handed him, while Lin Jin snatched Tang Shua's. With Tang Shua's warning, they looked more carefully and indeed spotted rats mixed within the zombie horde. Varying in size, countless in number, and they were devouring the zombies. Zombies that couldn't run fast enough were caught and brought down by the rats, and soon the swarm swept over them. One could only imagine the zombies' fate. Lin Jin called out, Gu Mingting, 3 o'clock direction. There was an enormous rat several times larger than its kin, as big as a wild boar. The Rat King. Most of the swarm were ordinary rats with a few mutated ones. Under the Rat King's command, they were attacking the human settlement. But why drive the zombies here? First, move the elderly, women, and children into the bomb shelter. The able-bodied who wish to stay and defend the settlement may do so. Alright, I'll send someone to inform them. With Gu Mingting taking charge, Qin-san became a hands-off leader. Before Qin-san could leave, Lin Jin suddenly spoke. Gu Mingting, evacuate everyone except the ability users. Her voice was low and hoarse. Qin-san felt this young girl seemed different from before, as if she had become another person. Earlier, she was a willful girl who cared little for others' lives, but now with her resolute gaze and straight-backed posture, she resembled Gu Mingting. Lin Jin kept watching even as her scalp crawled. Then she saw the rat swarm stir. Suddenly, a group of rats attacked others who immediately fought back, swarming to eliminate them. Then another batch of rats went berserk. She focused on the direction of the commotion and noticed that the rats first ate the zombies before turning frenzied. Rats that ate the frenzied ones would then become frenzied themselves. Zombie rats. Ordinary rats were easy to kill, but zombie rats were different. Once an ordinary person was bitten. Are you sure? Even with binoculars, distinguishing them among such a massive swarm was difficult. Positive. Ordinary rats turn into zombie rats after eating zombies, but mutated rats don't. But most of the swarm were ordinary rats. Soon the entire horde would be infected, leaving only a few mutated rats, while the rest became zombie rats. Zombie rats were numerous, small, and nearly impossible to defend against. Attention! Attention! Everyone enter the bunker in an orderly manner. The zombies are coming. The zombies are coming. Don't push, don't panic, there's enough time. All ability users, please head to the rooftop of Building 10. The broadcast echoed through the settlement, instructing everyone to evacuate. To avoid causing panic, they withheld the full truth, and the ability users came voluntarily. Attention! Attention! Everyone enter the bunker in an orderly manner. The zombies are coming. The zombies are coming. Don't push, don't panic, there's enough time. All ability users please head to the rooftop of Building 10. Attention. Attention. Everyone enter the bunker in an orderly manner. The zombies are coming. The zombies are coming. Don't push, don't panic, there's enough time. All ability users please head to the rooftop of Building 10. The announcement played 3 times in succession to ensure everyone heard and took action. Shin-sun assigned several people to maintain order. When the ability users arrived, he informed them of the truth, allowing those willing to stay to remain, while the rest entered the bunker. Under supervision, everyone queued in an orderly fashion and quickly filed into the bunker. Some wore expressions of familiarity, others of concern, some were frightened, and a few grumbled. Especially the few brought from Zhao family village. They had thought leaving the village would bring a better life, but found it even worse than before. No proper lodging, having to pay for food and drink, and even needing to kill zombies themselves to earn crystal cores. Having just arrived at the settlement, they were immediately hit by a zombie attack and couldn't help but feel that Gu Mingting and his group were harbingers of misfortune. Most of the ability users who were told the truth chose to stay and defend their home. Shin-sun also promised them certain rewards. Just as the evacuation was nearly complete, the patrol team sent an urgent message. The zombie tide is expected to arrive in half an hour. Everyone proceed according to plan. From Lin Shan's discovery of the zombie tide to its arrival, a total of just over an hour had passed. They had to do their utmost to protect this sanctuary for survivors. Shin-sun was deeply grateful to Gu Mingting. He knew that with a vehicle they could have traveled far in an hour. Yet, Gu Mingting not only chose to inform him of the grim situation, but also helped devise a plan. None of his team members objected, all willing to risk their lives for these strangers. Everyone sprang into action. The Earth-type ability users bore the heaviest burden, tasked with digging trenches, setting traps, and reinforcing structures. The Fire-type ability users needed to find combustible materials and toss them into the trenches to ensure that any zombies or rats that fell in would be swiftly incinerated. The Metal-type ability users were to create spikes in the trenches and traps so any rats that fell in would be impaled instantly, or at least skewered like candied hawthorns. Strength-type ability users were instructed to find large rocks and avoid close combat as much as possible. Other ability users whose powers were not immediately needed helped with whatever tasks they could. Ma Kai kept watch through binoculars, reporting the situation at all times. Lin Jin watched everyone bustling about. She stood behind Gu Mingting, listening to their discussions and arrangements, but a sense of unease gnawed at her, as if she had overlooked something. Preparations for battle proceeded in an orderly fashion. With an estimated half-hour until the zombie and rat tides arrived, they could reinforce the bunker's entrance, seal it with an earthen wall, and add a ring of fire as a final measure. Shin-sun felt greatly reassured as he watched the thick earthen wall rise. Brothers behind us are our families. We fight for them. This battle must be won. Victory! 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 Their morale was boosted, emotions running high. Lin Jin understood the necessity of a pre-battle rally, but she was not so optimistic. Every situation had its best and worst outcomes. She tugged at Gu Mingting's sleeve. When he looked, she stood on tiptoe, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, later asked Shin-sun privately if there's an escape route from the bunker. I'm worried something might go wrong inside first. Lin Jin wasn't concerned for their own group. With their abilities, fighting their way out wouldn't be a problem, but they couldn't take so many people with them. Even if the zombies and rats couldn't breach the bunker for now, food supplies and air circulation would become issues. Ideally, if they couldn't hold the line, there should be another way for those inside to escape. Lin Jin had never been inside the bunker, so she didn't know its layout. She worried that with so many people, various problems might arise. However, Gu Mingting knew that most bunkers had ventilation systems and sewer access, as well as multiple exits usually kept closed, but available for timely evacuation if needed. The sewers. Gu Mingting suddenly turned to Shin-sun and asked urgently, is there a sewer in the bunker? Yes, replied Shin-sun, puzzled by Gu Mingting's sudden change in expression. The sewers are dry now and can be used as escape routes. That was why no one wanted to abandon this settlement. Even if the settlement was destroyed, they could take refuge in the bunker and flee through other passages. Sewers. Passages. Rats. Lin Jin was the first to realize, her expression also shifting dramatically. She finally understood the source of her agitation and unease. Gu Mingting lowered his gaze and said in a low, hoarse voice, the rats can enter the bunker through the sewers. Damn it. Everyone had forgotten one thing. They used to guard against zombies, but now there were also rats, creatures adept at burrowing and crawling through sewers. What now? Should we have them escape through other exits immediately? It's too late. Half an hour wouldn't get them far. They'd be caught soon, and once scattered outside, protection would become even harder. Someone suggested, can't Earth-type ability users block the sewers? The Earth-type ability user replied with a grimace, do you think we're gods? The sewers ran throughout the entire settlement, draining all their power wouldn't seal them off. Send 2 Earth-type, 2 Fire-type, and 2 Metal-type ability users into the shelter. Earth-types block the sewers inside the shelter, leaving only one exit. Blocking wasn't better than channeling. If sealed completely, rats would just burrow elsewhere. Leave the rest to Fire and Metal types. Earth-types must monitor the soil for any gaps. That meant 6 fewer fighters outside, and it was uncertain if they could hold the line. Shin-sun selected 6 people and ordered them to take walkie-talkies to the shelter. The inside is yours. Notify us if anything goes wrong, and he'll send reinforcements. The 6 accepted the mission with solemn expressions, vowing to give their all. It was a last resort. Few ability users remained outside, and no more hands could be spared. However, there were ability users in the shelter who would act if their own lives were threatened. Everyone get on rooftops or high ground. Avoid ground combat as much as possible. With so many zombies and rats, exhaustion was inevitable. If support couldn't arrive in time, rescue would be impossible. Everyone obeyed, taking positions on flat rooftops, second-floor platforms, third-floor balconies, or windows. Only Fire and Metal types stayed on the front line, waiting to eliminate the first wave of zombies and rats that fell into the traps before retreating upstairs. Seal the shelter. Tang Shua, after the first wave, take a few Fire types outside and set up a ring of fire. Got it, boss. Watch yourself. Tang Shua grinned and dashed toward the trench. Lin Jin held Lin Shan's hand, standing in a corner. Seeing the zombie and rat tides approaching, she whispered, "Mom, stay close to me. Don't go downstairs, don't scream, only use your abilities to attack, understand?" The zombie tide alone wasn't frightening. It was the rats that were terrifying. Zombie Lin Shan nodded, her eyes darting around. "Something to tell me, eh?" Zombie Lin Shan nodded again. "Then write it down." She told Lin Jin she could make a few zombies keep running forward after passing through. "You can control them?" Lin Jin's voice rose slightly, drawing Gu Mingting's gaze. She shook her head at him, pointed at Lin Shan, and led her to a more secluded corner. Gu Mingting knew Lin Shan must have said something, and Lin Jin needed to clarify. "You're not a psychic-type zombie. How can you control others?" Had she awakened another special skill? Lin Shan wrote 2 words in her notebook: obedient underling. Obedient underling. How to make sense of that? They listen to you like underlings obeying their boss. Obedience was a different concept from control. Zombie Lin Shan nodded. "Can other zombies do this too, besides psychics?" Zombie Lin Shan nodded again. "Many." She hesitated, her eyes shifting left and right, then shook her. "So besides psychic zombies controlling the horde, there were others that could command them. Did that mean some zombies had gained it? Those that could obey must have some wisdom too." Lin Jin called Gu Mingting over and said carefully, "Apart from psychic zombies, there's a lord-type zombie that can command small groups. My mother is one. I suspect the more intelligence they recover, the more likely they become lord types." Lord-type zombie was a term Lin Jin had coined after analysis. Zombies originally fought individually, occasionally controlled by psychic ones to ambush humans, but psychics were rare. Now lord types appearing was like generals leading armies into battle. So there's a lord type in this horde. That would explain why the zombies were running so fast, as if fleeing for— "Yes, my mother can take control of some, but she's not sure how many. She's never tried." Gu Mingting began calculating possibilities, figuring out how to maximize Lin Shan's use. "Take Annie to the 4th floor of the building across. It's empty. Just have her slow down the horde's speed, nothing else. Doing more risk exposure. Once the horde returned to normal speed, the pursuing rats would finish them off first." "Okay, I'll take her there now." The 2 departed, and the others paid little heed, assuming Gu Mingting had assigned them a task. Once in position, the zombie Lin Shan began to act, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on that direction, her face expressionless. Lin Jin did not urge her, for with her own vision, she could discern nothing and could only stand guard for Lin Shan. At first, the zombie Lin Shan was unskilled in her operations, taking a long time to subdue a few. Those few running aimlessly slowed down were soon struck and trampled by the zombies behind, and then swiftly overwhelmed by the tide of rats. Everything happened swiftly, and Ma Kai, who had been observing all along, noticed nothing until later, when a small patch of zombies exhibited the same phenomenon, drawing his attention. "Boss, something's wrong. Some zombies have suddenly slowed down and been devoured by the rat swarm behind." Those zombies seemed as if they had abruptly forgotten what they were supposed to do. Lin Shan had succeeded. Gu Mingting took the binoculars, observed for a moment, then returned them to Ma Kai. As he left, he whispered, "Keep it quiet. It was Andy who did this." The zombie horde and rat swarm would arrive in about half an hour. If all went smoothly, Lin Shan could eliminate a large portion, reducing their pressure. Ma Kai's mouth gaped open, then realizing his mistake, he quickly clamped it shut, though inwardly, he cheered, "Auntie is formidable." In truth, lore-type zombies and psychic-type zombies were similar, both possessing highly developed mental strength. Given Lin Shan's current state as a zombie, if she exerted her full power, she could contend with low-level psychic zombies for control. Roars were the best signals to command the zombie horde. Within the horde, there were indeed lore-type zombies, more than one. They sensed other kin covertly stirring up trouble, but feeling themselves in peril, they paid it no heed. Minions could always be recruited in abundance. Before the horde arrived, Lin Jin's detector vibrated violently. A small patch of red dots appeared at one corner, spreading and creeping toward the center. Half the detector's dial was now a sea of red, the individual dots indistinguishable. The zombie horde reached the first line of defense first. Lured by the scent of living human flesh, most zombies broke free from the influence of the lore-type zombies, yielding to instinct and charging toward the humans, becoming prey in the trenches and fuel for the flames. Though the first wave of defense went smoothly, it only eliminated a small fraction. The zombies, heedless of their comrades, kept falling in. The trenches filled, and the remaining zombies, howling, trampled over their fallen kin to surge forward, only to keep tumbling into traps, which were then leveled, successfully clearing the path for the rat swarm behind. One couldn't help but wonder when rats had grown so clever, learning to employ tactics in warfare. The zombies that breached the settlement scattered in all directions. Some beneath the bungalows craned their necks and reached up, others broke into houses only to find the scent of humans, but no people. Some lingered at the base of buildings, most however advanced toward the air raid shelter. Only a small few, after crossing the defenses, detoured and left from another direction. The entire settlement was in chaos, and no one but the zombie Lin Shan noticed. Along the path to the air raid shelter, ability users were everywhere, each displaying their powers in a desperate effort to annihilate the zombies. Yet the situation was far from optimistic. The zombie tide appeared have, but the rat swarm behind was the true threat. "I am going down. Keep observing and inform me promptly if anything happens." The rat swarm had reached the first line of defense, crossing it, as if on level ground. Aside from the still-burning flames that incinerated some rats and a small number that stopped to gnaw on the zombies in the trenches and traps, the main army of rats pressed forward, occasionally turning on each other. A fine drizzle began to fall from the sky. It seemed not like rain, but a water-type ability user unleashed. As the dense droplets descended, streaks of blue-violet lightning crackled above the rat swarm. The two combined and struck the rats with astonishing effect. With a thunderous boom, the vanguard of the rat swarm was almost entirely wiped out, leaving only a few lucky survivors trembling in fear. The rats behind halted, daring not advance. Only the mindless zombie rats stumbled into the forbidden zone, only to be killed by the residual electricity. Some rats, paralyzed with terror, lay sprawled on the ground, unable to move. Others broke away from the swarm, entirely attempting to flee. Squeak! A cry distinct from the others rang out. Several dozen larger rats darted forth and slaughtered those trying to escape. The agitated rat swarm gradually calmed, obediently standing in place, awaiting the Rat King's command. Ordinary rats and zombie rats could be instantly distinguished. The zombie rats still within the swarm were killed outright, with no other rats bothering to devour them. Those outside the swarm scurried frantically toward the gathering site, squeezing through any available crevice and soon scattering everywhere. Qin Sun now realized that Gu Mingting possessed lightning-based abilities, and judging by their power, his rank was likely even higher than his own. The safety of this gathering site was undoubtedly secured. Brothers, hurry, kill these stragglers. Stay coordinated. Someone, carried away by the thrill of battle, leaped directly from the rooftop to engage the zombies and zombie rats on the ground, only to have joy turn to tragedy. Off. A zombie rat, emerging from an unknown corner, bit a chunk of flesh from his calf. Before he could even cry for help, he collapsed to the ground, where other zombies and zombie rats snapped his neck and devoured him. The number of casualties kept rising. Qin Sun ordered everyone to go upstairs. "I told you not to fight on the ground. Slower kills are fine. Safety is paramount." Gu Mingting's voice was stern. He rarely lost his temper, but when a plan was clearly laid out yet ignored, willfulness that led to one's own death and endangered others, it was unacceptable. Gu Mingting had to restrain the Rat King, so aside from that initial strike, he refrained from intervening, though he kept a close watch on everyone else's situation. "All right, I understand." In truth, even Qin Sun himself had, in the heat of battle, ended up on the ground. "Everyone upstairs. Don't stay on the ground. The zombie rats are too cunning. They'll ambush you." No one had imagined that such easily killable little rodents would force the ability users to retreat. These creatures that could be slain with a single casual use of their powers. The rat swarm halted. Lin Jin also told Lin Shan to stop controlling the zombies, though she noticed that with living humans attracting them, most zombies no longer heeded Lin Shan's commands. Zombie Lin Shan merely hurled fireballs, killing her own kind and exterminating rats. Lin Jin occasionally intervened to help nearby ability users, but most of her attention remained fixed on the rat swarm and Gu Mingting. "Boss, the rat swarm has split. 2 small squads have gone elsewhere. Keep a close watch on their movements." The main rat army remained stationary, leading everyone to believe that Gu Mingting had successfully restrained the Rat King. They thought they only needed to eliminate the zombies and zombie rats. The wounded were treated, the exhausted rested, and victory seemed within their grasp. 2 squads of rats have vanished. There's no trace of them on the surface. Makai realized this Rat King was far from stupid. Its main force hadn't budged while it stealthily dispatched the rearmost rats elsewhere. Was it planning a surprise attack or a flanking maneuver? If there was no trace on the surface, they must have gone underground. Qin Sun warned the ability users in the bomb shelter. The rats have entered the sewers. Okay. Qin Sun, panting heavily while unleashing his abilities, used the walkie-talkie to alert the ability users inside the bomb shelter. This time, only ability users were present, and their burden was immense. But there was no choice. Everyone was giving their all. The dozen or so ability users guarding the bomb shelter entrance faced even greater pressure. Fortunately, the walls of fire and earth provided some protection, incinerating zombie rats on contact and offering exhausted comrades a temporary safe haven. The Rat King knew the zombies would soon be wiped out by the humans, and then all of them would turn on it. It could wait no longer, though it feared that human who could summon lightning from within the house. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Rat King issued a command to its subjects. The rat army stirred and surged forward en masse. Just like that. Given the Rat King's apparent intelligence, this didn't seem right. Gu Mingting and Lin Jin joined forces once more, continuously annihilating the rat swarm. Yet the remaining rats, utterly fearless, circumvented the lightning zones and pressed on, advancing with their very lives. Deploying large-scale abilities was both draining and time-consuming. Soon many rats slipped past the defense line held by Gu Mingting and Lin Jin, surging toward the rear. The two couldn't stop them all. As they absorbed spirit cores, they hurled every ounce of their power at the Rat King. They might not block every rat, but they had to intercept the Rat King itself. The Rat King was at a disadvantage. Its mutation was physique-enhancing. It could only passively endure the incoming abilities, unable to retaliate. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Several thousand mutant rats around the Rat King swarmed toward the building where Lin Jin and Gu Mingting were stationed. Boss, the mutant rats are coming up the building. You and Lin Jin need to be careful. The attacks on others involved only ordinary rats with few mutants, unlike the two of them who were being given special attention. All right, take care of yourself. Find a good hiding spot. Don't worry, boss. Gu Mingting informed Lin Jin that mutant rats were ascending the building to attack them. Lin Jin merely grunted in acknowledgement. She had already seen them and was dealing with them alongside Lin Shan. Individually, the mutant rats weren't strong, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Lin Jin's water barrier repelled the rats' abilities, while zombie Lin Shan's wall of fire kept the rodents at bay. Any that charged would be incinerated. The duo occasionally launched water or fire spheres. For those who had weathered far greater storms, this was manageable. Wiping them out was merely a matter of time. Gu Mingting did not need any defense here. He launched an attack, directly killing the rats before they could even get close, faster than Lin Jin and her companions. Unfortunately, the Rat King wouldn't give them any time. The two of them couldn't spare a hand to deal with the Rat King, who was intent on taking this opportunity to eliminate them. While killing, they suddenly felt the house shaking, they stumbled, and their abilities went awry. What's happening? An earthquake! Ma Kai suddenly shouted, boss. Run, the Rat King is having the rats tear down your building. Gu Mingting could no longer use the walkie-talkie. He shouted directly towards the opposite window. Lin Jin, find a way out. The house is about to collapse. Lin Jin heard Gu Mingting's words and took the chance to glance out the window. It was a mass of rats, all pushing against the wall as if they thought they were in a demolition team, acting like they were huskies. Leave? How to leave? The mutated rats were nearly finished off, but more rats were climbing up. If it weren't for Lin Shan being a fire element user who could burn the rats' corpses, now the corpses could block the door, and outside was swarming with rats. Once they went out, they would be immediately dismembered. We can't leave. Think of something. Suddenly realizing that hiding in the house was a mistake, they found it impossible to escape. Going downstairs was out of the question. They could only go up where there was a slim chance of survival. Upstairs. The two of them desperately eliminated the rats in the room and corridor as they moved upstairs. The house shook continuously, looking as if it could collapse at any moment. Ma Kai also quickly informed Zhou Jichen and Tang Shua of the situation, here, hoping they could spare some hands to rescue people. Zhou Jichen and Tang Shua increased their output of abilities, no longer conserving energy, consuming large amounts of crystal cores until they turned to dust. They began to break away from their original defensive position and headed toward Gu Mingting's direction. What are you guys doing? One comrade asked, struggling to kill zombies. That direction was where the rat army was. Weren't they told someone was temporarily holding the rats back so they could kill zombies with peace of mind? Someone is trapped in the building. The rats are tearing it down. We're going to rescue them. Most of the ability users were in various buildings ahead, and they didn't mention who it was. Tearing down the building. How cunning. Brothers, put in more effort, take down these zombies, and we'll kill our way back. A comrade is trapped in the building. Although they were also struggling, they knew it was because their comrades ahead were doing their best to hold the line. Support. Tang Shua felt somewhat moved. They had their selfish motives, rescuing their own comrades. If they went to the ground, they would face the rat army hidden, and the casualties would be unimaginable. They quickly reached the rooftop of the two six-story buildings where the building was shaking so violently they could barely stand. Stones began to fall. Many of the rats climbing up were crushed by the falling rocks, but even more rats stepped on their comrades' corpses to ascend following the Rat King's orders. The zombie Lin-Shan stood at the door leading to the rooftop, burning all the rats trying to come up, causing them to fall. Lin-Jin grasped the railing at the edge of the rooftop, watching the rat army surrounding below, and saw the Rat King looking up at her. This was a game, but only for the players. For her, it was the world in which she truly lived. Everything they faced was real. None of the items in the game store were available to her. Faced with such a situation, she was as helpless as a regular. Since the other side was willing to sacrifice so many lives to kill her, she naturally wouldn't just sit back and wait. Even if she had to die, she would take someone down with her, and that someone must be the Rat King. Lin-Jin noticed that the rats were not very interested in zombies. The flesh and blood of living people or ability users attracted them more, which meant her mother was temporarily safe. She took out a backpack filled with jerky and a bag of fire element crystal cores from her space, staggering over to Lin-Shan's side, and took over Lin-Shan's task. The zombie Lin-Shan looked at her master with confusion. Mom, put on the backpack and hold this bag of crystal cores. If you run low on abilities, just absorb it. The zombie Lin-Shan was used to this and found nothing wrong with it. Obediently, she put on the backpack, took the crystal cores, and casually grabbed a handful, munching on them. Lin-Jin calmly contacted Gu Mingting through the walkie-talkie. Gu Mingting, I'm preparing to kill the Rat King. Do I need your help? What should I do? Gu Mingting replied immediately. Come to the edge of the rooftop and just cooperate with me. Since Gu Mingting was alone, he could only guard the door to the rooftop, preventing the rats from attacking. After hearing Lin-Jin's words, he enhanced his abilities and blew up the stairs, instantly appearing at the edge of the rooftop. Lin-Jin began to compress the energy ball with all her might. The water sphere expanded and then shrank again, growing larger and more solid. Watching Lin-Jin like this, Gu Mingting suddenly felt anxious but didn't dare to disturb her at this moment, only silently observing. In the distance, the crowd saw a water blue sphere appearing above the shaking residential building, growing larger and larger. What is that? Not only were the humans surprised, but the Rat King also sensed the impending danger. Victory seemed within reach, yet the sphere above signaled a threat of death. Squeak! With another command from the Rat King, the rats quickened their digging speed, and the building began to collapse from the bottom. The Rat King started to retreat, stepping back on its little subordinates. Lin-Jin looked at the fearful Rat King, a wicked smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Congeal thumb. Lin-Jin's mouth filled with the taste of blood. A tightness in her throat suppressed it with sheer will. Her hands trembling, she hurled the water orb downward, while Gu Mingting also dropped the condensed thunderbolt he held. The two spheres struck the ground with a deafening explosion, accelerating the building's collapse. Mom, go! Amidst the swirling dust and obscured vision, Gu Mingting heard Lin-Jin's voice. As he prepared to leap down using leverage, he saw a figure thrown out horizontally, while another shadow agilely vaulted from the rooftop. Lin-Jin. Gu Mingting couldn't see clearly, but instinct told him the one thrown out was Lin-Jin. Gu Mingting forcibly altered his trajectory, kicked off with both feet, and lunged out swiftly, closing in on the figure. Debris and stone slabs rained down from above. He barely managed to reach her, pulling her into his arms. Before he could assess her condition, darkness engulfed them as both were buried under the rubble. The residual force also affected several nearby residential buildings, collapsing them. Most of the rats in the area were killed outright, while those that survived were crushed beneath the fallen structures. After an unknown time, Lin-Jin vaguely heard someone calling her, voice after voice, somewhat annoying yet familiar. Sensing a change in the breathing of the person beneath him, Gu Mingting sighed in relief. She must be awake. Gu Mingting. Her voice was faint as a mosquito's buzz. I'm here. Don't be afraid, he replied. Are you okay? Gu Mingting strained to support his body. Lin-Jin felt weak, but tried to move slightly. Aside from some pain in her limbs, she had no serious injuries. The air was foul and pitch black. I'm fine. Where are we now? She only remembered seeing her mother leap, and then nothing. The building collapsed. We're buried in the ruins. Gu Mingting's voice was also subdued, his warm breath brushing against Lin-Jin's face, making her uncomfortable. They were too close. Wait. Buried, yet she had room to move. Though limited lying down, she could feel the unevenness beneath her back, but there was space above and around. And Gu Mingting was clearly above her. Had he created a space for her? Consciousness rushed back. She struggled to reach up, touching Gu Mingting's hand, his tensed arm, his shoulder. Don't touch around. Gu Mingting stopped her, but Lin-Jin had already felt the stone slab above his shoulder. He had shielded her with his body. Her eyes welled up. Gu Mingting, are you okay? Are you injured? Hearing her tearful voice, Gu Mingting wanted to touch her face, but couldn't. Keeping his body rigid was all he could manage. I'm fine. We'll both be fine. He swallowed with difficulty. They'll come to save us. They fell silent in the cramped space, conserving energy, steadying their breaths to reduce oxygen consumption. Slowly Lin Jin began to recover. She was merely exhausted, but Gu Mingting. Gu Mingting. No response. Gu Mingting. Lin Jin reached for his hand, his arm muscles were taut and rigid. Gu Mingting, don't scare me. Answer me. Moving upward, she touched his face covered in dust. His eyes were closed but warm breath still escaped his nose. She let out a heavy sigh. Gu Mingting, wake up. Don't sleep. Lin Jin wept. She had prepared for mutual destruction, willing to die, but not wanting to drag Gu Mingting down with her. He could have survived. Gu Mingting, wake up. Don't cry. I'm fine, just too tired. I dozed off for a bit. His voice was hoarse and dozed off. Someone so alert wouldn't have been unresponsive. He must have passed out. Are you injured? No. Sensing his labored speech, she said, if you don't tell me, I'll just touch you myself. She pressed her hands against his chest. Gu Mingting frowned, slightly resigned. After a pause, he admitted, I'm a minor injury. Nothing serious. Where? This man was evasive. At that moment, Gu Mingting wished Lin Jin weren't so perceptive. On my waist. He confessed, but Lin Jin still reached down, moving from his chest along his side to his abdomen. The hard muscles, an uneven texture. Sigh. Hiss. Gu Mingting gasped in pain, the sharp intake of breath escaping his lips. A fallen steel rebar had pierced his side. The moment Lin Jin touched its tip, it tugged at his wound, reawakening the agony in the numb area. Her hand felt a wet, sticky sensation. This was no minor injury. Suddenly a flash of light blazed in the darkness, forcing Gu Mingting to squint. But where did the light come from? Gu Mingting. You liar. Lin Jin's voice choked with sobs. Forgetting the risk of exposing her spatial ability, Lin Jin immediately retrieved a flashlight from her space. As the light illuminated the scene, she saw a steel rebar piercing through the side of Gu Mingting's waist, stained crimson with blood that had already coagulated. Beside her, a pool of blood on the ground. All his. Had been there for who knows how long. What can I do to help you? Panic seized Lin Jin as she pulled out saline solution, gauze, and medicine, yet she was at a loss for how to proceed. She dared not touch him. Oh, just a moment ago the slightest contact had made him cry out in pain. Beneath her, his face was a mess streaked with tear lines. Though the wound throbbed with pain, Gu Mingting curled his lips into a faint smile. She still cared about him. Don't worry, it's really nothing. Just lost a bit of blood, but it didn't hit any organs. Lin Jin looked at Gu Mingting in utter speechlessness. Even at a time like this, he could still smile and try to comfort her, as if she were some helpless little flower. Gu Mingting watched Lin Jin's face, a mix of indignation and grievance, and suddenly realized that this girl was barely in her 20s. If not for the apocalypse, she would never have endured such ordeals. She had always been so composed, but deep down she was just an ordinary young woman. Get a large syringe, fill it with saline, and rinse the wound. Leave the rest alone. The bleeding has stopped for now. Just wait for rescue. Lin Jin brought out the items he requested along with wet wipes. She meticulously cleaned her hands before drawing a syringe of saline and pouring it over the wound. She noticed a subtle shift in his expression, knowing he was enduring the pain, so she gentled her movements. After 5 full syringes, he signaled her to stop. The runoff drenched her clothes, but she paid it no mind, retrieving more supplies, an oxygen tank, milk, red dates, and jerky, filling the cramped space to the brim. Lin Jin inserted a straw into the milk and held it to Gu Mingting's lips, but he refused. I want water. His throat was parched. He had no desire for something as thick as milk. Lin Jin stared at him for a few seconds, then pulled out a bottle of mineral water from her space along with another straw. This time Gu Mingting obediently took it, sucking rapidly until he finished the entire bottle in one breath. She then unwrapped a red date, but he balked again. Lin Jin fixed her gaze on him, her hand hovering persistently by his mouth, locked in a silent standoff. Finally Gu Mingting relented resignedly, opening his mouth to accept the date. With the success of the red date, she next fed him jerky, which he was more willing to eat. Lin Jin watched him chew, pouting slightly. She had even sacrificed her mother's food for this. After ensuring Gu Mingting was fed, Lin Jin began to eat herself. Lying awkwardly, she tilted her head slightly to sip milk through a straw. With no immediate threat to life, Lin Jin grew uneasy again. They had never been this close. A slight lift of her upper body would bring her into contact with him. And now that she had revealed her spatial ability, how was she supposed to explain it? Gu Mingting felt a faint vibration from the weight pressing on his back. There are people above. They've come to rescue us. You can rest assured. Tang Shua and the others are professionals. They'll definitely find us. Hours earlier, a thunderous explosion had erupted, reducing an entire cluster of buildings to rubble. The psychics locked in battle against the zombies were so startled that they nearly fell prey to a surprise attack from the undead. Makai, driven by a frantic frenzy, dashed down from his hidden perch atop a tall building, wielding a long blade. He slashed through every zombie and rat that stood in his path, his sole purpose to reach the collapsed zone. Zhou Jichen, Su Luan, and Tang Shua were no different. With the zombies in the area thinning out and the explosion having obliterated most of the rats, they abandoned their defensive posts and rushed toward the epicenter of the blast. The Rat King lay grievously wounded from the explosion. Every ordinary rat within the blast radius had been annihilated, their bodies reduced to mere fragments, leaving no trace behind. With the Rat King severely injured, the common rats bereft of its command and orders scattered in chaos, making them far easier to deal with. Nearby, a group of mutated rats crept closer to the Rat King, eyeing it hungrily, intent on devouring its crystal core. Yet with so many mutated rats vying for the prize, none willing to share, they turned on each other in a fierce brawl. No matter how desperately the Rat King squeaked, no rat heeded its call. It could only lie there watching helplessly. When the mutated rats finally settled their conflict, and one victor prepared to claim the Rat King's crystal core alone, a zombie leaped out. 2 compressed fireballs struck the victorious rat, and the Rat King simultaneously killing them in a single blow. The zombie then began digging out the crystal cores. It had been scavenging nearby all along, observing the rats' internal strife, without interference, waiting until they had nearly wiped each other out before stepping in to claim the spoils. After excavating numerous crystal cores, the zombie Lin-shan stowed them all in the pouch her master had given her. She turned to gaze at the ruins, puzzled as to why her master had not yet come to find her. When Tang Shua and the others fought their way over, they found Lin-shan alone, a solitary zombie, killing the panicked rats that scurried about and digging out the crystal cores of the mutated ones. Auntie, where are the boss and the others? Auntie had always stayed by Lin Jin's side. If Auntie was safe, then Lin Jin must be unharmed too, and the boss would be fine as well. The zombie Lin-shan shook her head. She didn't know either. Her master had told her to leave, so she had. By the time she jumped down, the building had already collapsed, and then her master had vanished. Could they be buried underneath? It had taken them over an hour just to fight their way here. If they had truly escaped, how could they not have shown up by now? Alive, we must see them alive. Dead, we must see their bodies. Zhou Jichen stared at the vast expanse of rubble. Yes, they must still be alive. Ma-kai, do you have a life detector? Ma-kai replied in a grim tone. Where would I get a life detector? How are we supposed to search such a massive area? Tang Shua muttered under his breath. Auntie, do you know roughly where they were? The ruins were so vast that the locations of the 2 buildings were utterly unrecognizable. Zhou Jichen could only hope Lin-shan might remember. The zombie Lin-shan stared at him with wide eyes blinking slowly. Did she understand or not? Among them, Zhou Jichen had the least interaction with Lin-shan. Initially, their relationship could only be described as hostile, and later on the same vehicle, he simply ignored her. Zhou Jichen rubbed his forehead, organizing his thoughts before continuing. When the building collapsed, do you remember where you came out from? As he spoke, he gestured with his hands, mimicking a house, and then tipping it over to indicate a collapse. This time the zombie Lin-shan understood, but she still ignored him. Instead, she looked around, then grabbed Tang Shua and led him to a specific spot. Zhou Jichen didn't mind. As long as she understood, it narrowed down their rescue area. He dared not imagine what might have happened to the 2 of them. With a general area in mind, they began to dig layer by layer, moving slowly. As they cleared the topmost layer, they uncovered numerous rat corpses crushed beyond recognition. Only then did someone think to ask about the Rat King. Where's the Rat King? Probably dead. Judging by the behavior of the other rats, Zhou Jichen concluded the Rat King was likely dead. Without a leader, the swarm had fallen into disarray so quickly. That's a relief. They had been terrified that instead of unearthing their boss, they might end up rescuing that giant rat. The zombie Lin-shan turned around, blocking Zhou Jichen's view. She showed the Rat King's crystal core to Tang Shua, then tucked it away again. It was a massive, translucent crystal core. He also noticed that the pouch was filled with many other colorful ones piled at the top, likely the ones Annie had just dug from the mutated rats. From the looks of it, both the mutated rats and the Rat King were mostly dead. As they continued digging, others, led by Qin's son, rushed over to lend a hand. Su Lun's tone was sharp with urgency. Don't move things carelessly, you'll cause a secondary collapse below. Some people immediately grew disgruntled. They had come to help despite their exhaustion, only to be met with reproach. With the ruins in such a state, the buried might already be dead. Those willing to help, listen to me. Those who aren't, leave. No one is begging you. Zhou Jichen had no time for their nonsense. His comrades' lives hung in the balance. What did you say? We came out of goodwill, and this is how you treat us. What a joke. I'm out of here. A hot-tempered man stormed off on the spot. Others tried to mediate. We've all just been through a fierce battle. Ooh, everyone's in a bad mood. Let's understand each other. Yes, just tell us how to dig quickly. Maybe they're still alive, and we can rescue them faster. Though they didn't know who was buried, they knew these were people who had fought desperately for their home. Everyone held deep respect. Young man, well, follow your lead. Just tell us what to do. Qin's son had known from the moment he arrived that Gu Mingting was buried. He believed that with Gu Mingting's abilities, his chances of survival were high. Zhou Jichen instructed Ma Kai and Su Luan to each lead a few people in excavating a designated area, leaving the specifics to their discretion since they had all experienced such tasks before. He also took a few people with him. As for Tang Shua, he was told to look after Lin-shan and preferably stay on the sidelines, ensuring she did nothing. Show everyone quiet. I think I hear something, Su Lun said, vaguely catching the sound of impacts. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately halted their work, even holding their breath. Thump, thump, thump. The sound was faint but rhythmic. I heard it. I heard it too. Excited people from other directions quickly gathered around. Don't come over. Go back. Don't cause another collapse. They stopped in their tracks, momentarily carried away by excitement. Zhou Jichin and Ma Kai approached, and also heard the rhythmic knocking. Don't use tools. Move them by hand. Those who are stronger handle the large pieces, those who aren't move the smaller ones around. Be as careful as you can when moving. The sound seems to come from a considerable depth. Also, Leader Chin, it would be best to have 2 makeshift stretchers prepared, an empty room readied, and some hot water boiled. He didn't know the condition of the 2, but at least they were alive. A stroke of luck. All right, no problem. He'll see to it immediately. Finding them alive lifted his spirits as well. Ma Kai, stop working here. Go with Leader Chin and prepare whatever might be needed. Zhou Jichin knew Ma Kai's spatial ability could no longer be concealed. Given the intensity of the explosion and collapse, the 2 couldn't have escaped injury. If they were unharmed, they wouldn't have needed rescue. All right, I'll have everything ready. With Gu Mingting and Lin Jin absent, Zhou Jichin had become the pillar of. Ma Kai followed Qin Sun away. The remaining people, without needing direction, formed a single line. The strongest at the front directly lifted heavy stones and passed them back, while those on the periphery, being weaker, worked in pairs or trios to move the rubble to a corner. Occasionally small stones fell from above, requiring an earth element ability user to reinforce the space. Only when all the stones were cleared was the reinforced earth layer removed. The knocking from below grew clearer. Voices from above drifted down faintly. Put everything away. Aside from the initial period when Lin Jin was unconscious, Gu Mingting had found his time underground quite tolerable, with food, drink, and someone to attend to him. Obediently, Lin Jin stored everything, including the trash, into her space. It was only then that it occurred to her she could have simply removed the stones. So stupid, she muttered under her breath. What's wrong? Gu Mingting, I can remove the stones pinning your back. I'm sorry, I only just remembered. Lin Jin reproached herself. Silly girl. If you remove them, everything above would collapse again. This space is unstable as it is. It's better to leave things as they are. That made sense. Lin Jin stored everything, and the rhythmic knocking ceased. Zhou Jichin's heart clenched in fear. He threw himself onto the rubble, peering through the gaps, and shouting down, Mingting. Lin Jin, can you hear me? Answer if you can. I hear. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Jin tried to speak loudly, but dust immediately entered her. Gu Mingting had no time to warn Lin Jin not to shout. First, because loud noises could trigger another collapse, and second, because the air was thick with dust that could be inhaled. Pick up a small stone and knock the same rhythm as before. Over the past few hours, Gu Mingting had witnessed quite a bit of Lin Jin's naivety. Lin Jin shot him a reproachful glance. Why didn't he say so earlier? The coughing brought tears to her eyes. Still coughing, she picked up a stone and began tapping. Zhou Jichin heard the knocking again and thought he caught another sound earlier. At least he knew they were safe, so he can. As they dug deeper, they could see the 2 figures through the gaps. Gu Mingting had his body wrapped protectively around Lin Jin, with heavy debris pressing down on him. Quick, quick, we can see them. Everyone wanted to speed up the removal. No, don't rush. Lin Jin could now clearly hear everyone's conversation. Zhou Jichin, Gu Mingting is injured. A piece of rebar from one of the stones has pierced his side. If someone carelessly moved that stone, the rebar would be pulled out, and the bleeding might become unstoppable. In such a dirty environment, infection and inflammation were also risks. Thank you for your hard work. From now on, the 2 of us will handle this. Just pass the stones along. A penetrating wound, and for so long. He must have lost a lot of blood. Mingting hadn't spoken, which suggested his condition might be poor. What Zhou Jichin didn't know was that Gu Mingting was deliberately staying silent. He wanted to help Lin Jin conceal her spatial ability, so he couldn't appear to be in too good a state. It's fine. It's what we should do. Helping each other, that's right. Is there a doctor or nurse here? Everyone had heard that someone was impaled by rebar. Not sure. Brother Sin probably has it handled. Didn't they go to prepare? Zhou Jichin and Su Lun carefully moved the stones one by one, repeatedly checking. It took another half-hour to free the 2. Gu Mingting lay with his eyes closed, covered in wounds. The most severe was the impalement. Zhou Jichin broke apart the stone attached to the rebar, leaving only a short segment embedded. He laid Gu Mingting on his side on a makeshift stretcher. Lin Jin also had numerous wounds, but fortunately, they were superficial. Though they looked plentiful, they were not serious. Nonetheless, she feigned weakness and was carried on a stretcher to the prepared empty room. Upon arrival, Qin Sun had already found 2 medical personnel, a pre-apocalypse surgeon and a nurse. All surgical instruments were provided by Ma Kai, who promised to gift them to the doctor after the operation. Lin Jin was unaware of the specifics of the surgery. Initially, she only pretended to be weak, closing her eyes in a light doze. Later, she fell asleep for real. When she woke, her clothes had been changed and her wounds had been treated. The peculiarities of the zombie Lin Shan could not be concealed from others. Zhou Jichen simply explained that this companion was mute and had suffered brain damage. On the nearby sofa, the zombie Lin Shan sat upright, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Jin, who was lying in bed, while Tang Shua dozed off. A familiar scene, a familiar routine. Good, she had either fainted or fallen asleep again. The zombie Lin Shan, seeing her feeder open, her eyes leaped up abruptly and shook Tang Shua awake. Tang Shua jolted to his feet, asking, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" The zombie Lin Shan appeared puzzled. Why was he more agitated than it was? Lin Jin opened her eyes to see the two acting startled and couldn't help but chuckle. "It's nothing. Probably just saw me awake and wanted to call you." "Oh, okay." By now Tang Shua's mind had started functioning normally. "Sis, do you feel dizzy or nauseous? Any discomfort inside?" With limited medical resources and no equipment, they could only rely on basic checks from the doctor and nurse. As for concussions or internal bleeding, they had no way to examine or treat them. None at all. Gu Mingting had protected her well. "How is Gu Mingting?" "The surgery was successful. The doctor said there's no major issue, just needs proper rest to recover." The doctor also mentioned that someone had already performed simple wound care to prevent infection. As long as there was no fever with the physique of an ability user, good food and drink would ensure a quick recovery. When the doctor said that, they assumed Lin Jin had used her water ability to clean the wound. That's good. At that moment, Lin Jin finally felt at ease. Gu Mingting was safe. "Sis, do you want to go see the boss?" When the two were rescued, they were covered in dust, but the tear stains on Lin Jin's face were too obvious for anyone present to miss. So was she crying because she was buried or because the boss was injured? "What's the situation outside? Is the Rat King dead? And were all the rats killed?" Lin Jin changed the subject awkwardly. Sis' topic shift was so forced. Auntie took down the Rat King herself. "There are a few stragglers, but they're not a major threat. They can handle it on their own." At the bomb shelter, there was some initial chaos, but with everyone working together, they managed to hold the line. Overall casualties in this double tide were relatively low. Without Gu Mingting and the others arriving and detecting it early, the entire settlement might have been wiped out with few able to escape. Lin Jin felt too embarrassed to face Gu Mingting. She had never cried in front of others before, and thinking back on how she sobbed uncontrollably when she thought he was dying, it was utterly mortifying. What Lin Jin didn't know was that the rescue team had already spread the story far and wide. A hero saving a beauty, the beauty moved to tears, and so on. Some had even written a short piece about it. Now everyone in the settlement knew their tale. The men admired it, and the women were envious. "Sis, do you like my boss?" Tang Shua had heard countless versions of the story in the settlement and was endlessly amazed at how wild human imagination could be. If he hadn't been with them the whole time, he might have believed it himself. But in every version, the two were a couple. He willing, she willing. Cough. Cough. Lin Jin choked on her own saliva. "Which eye of yours sees that I like Gu Mingting?" If he dared say both eyes, she'd gouge them out. "It wasn't me who said it. It's what everyone's saying." Tang Shua wasn't about to take the blame. In the apocalypse, entertainment was scarce. A touching true story like this was something everyone relished. Everyone. Lin Jin wondered if she had been unconscious for days and missed something. "What's going on?" "After you were rescued, your story spread and moved a lot of people. Some even wrote a short piece about what happened under the rubble. Now everyone thinks you and the boss are a couple. Rescuing people was one thing, but spreading gossip was another. Besides, wasn't Gu Mingting saving her just because she was his companion?" Lin Jin's head ached. "I can't control outsiders' mouths, but don't you stir things up. Really nothing. The boss held on for so long just to protect you. Aren't you moved, eh?" One version even had the woman being so moved under the rubble that she agreed to a marriage proposal. "I am moved." When she learned that Gu Mingting had held up the sky for her, she had indeed cried from being moved. Being moved is one thing, but does that mean I have to offer myself in return? That would be gratitude, not love. Offering yourself is great. You should consider our boss, strong, no bad habits, and righteous. He wasn't much for thinking, but over time the group had sensed a bit of the boss feelings for Sis. Yes, your boss is the best. You go offer yourself to him." Lin Jin brushed it off casually. She had never thought of anything between her and Gu Mingting. "Come on, Sis, I'm serious. Miss this chance, and it's gone. Strike first or suffer later." "I'm serious too. I have no feelings for Gu Mingting." In the apocalypse, survival was hard enough without thinking about relationships. Lin Jin had no such plans. Since Lin Jin wouldn't go to Gu Mingting came to her. Just as he reached the door, he heard her say she had no feelings for him. His mood soured instantly. He stood at the doorway for a moment before turning back. Yet the entire settlement still believed they were a couple. Even if some had other ideas, they suppressed them. After all, the bond between them was unbreakable indeed. In the apocalypse, clinging to the strong was human instinct. Another day passed. Su Luan brought over a bag of crystal cores, claiming it was Gu Mingting who had sent them. Lin Jin pretended to ask casually, "Troubling you, how is he doing?" In truth, Lin Jin had no pressing matters herself, But since Gu Mingting still needed to recover from his injuries, they had no choice but to stay temporarily. The others in the settlement were busy with post-disaster reconstruction for the battle against the Rat King, had wrought immense destruction, toppling a row of houses, and the debris had to be cleared away. Yet at the same time, it made many realize that the safety here was only temporary, and quite a few began to harbor different thoughts. He can already get out of bed now. The boss said in a few more days we can set off. Go ask him if there's anything he needs. If so, maybe I can help. Was this some kind of code? Su Luan went back and asked Gu Mingting, who simply shook his head. Su Luan then returned to Lin Jin to report. He didn't say anything. Nothing at all. Suddenly a thought struck Su Luan. Were the two of them having a falling out? Clearly right after the surgery the boss had asked about Lin Jin's condition, but after yesterday, he stopped asking. And Lin Jin, though fully recovered and capable of visiting the boss herself, kept making them relay messages. Lin Jin, you should go see the boss. After all, he was hurt saving you. Having me pass messages all the time feels rather awkward. Su Luan was straightforward, saying whatever came to mind. Shall I go now? She didn't know why she was afraid to see Gu Mingting, it seemed. It wasn't just because of those two reasons. Lin Jin slowly got out of bed and followed Su Luan to see Gu Mingting. The distance was really very short, just next door. When Lin Jin entered, Gu Mingting was resting with his eyes closed while Zhou Jichen absorbed crystal cores and kept an eye on the four-drip. Before Lin Jin could speak, Gu Mingting recognized her footsteps and opened his eyes. That day those words kept surfacing in his mind, plunging his spirits into the depths. He hadn't even confessed his feelings before he was already sentenced to death. The four of them were in the room, but no one spoke, and the atmosphere grew awkward. It was Zhou Jichen who broke the silence. Lin Jin, perfect timing. Could you look after the boss for a while? We want to rest for a bit. These past few days have been exhausting. Last night Zhou Jichen had noticed Gu Mingting's mood was off, but when asked he wouldn't say. It was almost certainly related to Lin Jin. Wait, she had just arrived and they were already leaving. Still seeing Zhou Jichen and Su Luan's haggard faces and the dark circles under their eyes, it was clear they hadn't rested properly since coming out of the mountains and encountering the heavy rain. Go ahead. She had in fact gotten a few days of good rest due to her superficial injuries. Zhou Jichen instructed food and water are in the bag, and keep an eye on the four-drip. Okay. Zhou Jichen and Su Luan left together, leaving Lin Jin and Gu Mingting alone in the room. For a moment they stared at each other until Lin Jin finally relented. Does the wound still hurt? Gu Mingting also averted his gaze, staring down at the blanket. It doesn't hurt anymore. Oh, why stand so far away? Come over and sit. Gu Mingting gestured for Lin Jin to sit on the chair by the bed. Oh. Lin Jin slowly walked over and sat down. She noticed that Gu Mingting's face was still pale. After losing so much blood, she wondered if he had received a transfusion to recover. The doctor had said he needed to rest and recuperate. Rest plus nourishment. She had no idea if Ma Kai had any blood-nourishing items. Oh, probably not. Do you want some red dates? With so many supplies collected, she couldn't quite remember what she had. Maybe perhaps it seemed there were some nutritional products. She'd look for them later. Gu Mingting shook his head. How about some jerky? He had enjoyed it so much that day. Gu Mingting shook his head again. Then what do you want to eat? Gu Mingting continued shaking his head. Lin Jin found him strange. He called her over to sit, then said nothing at all. What was he doing? A silent interrogation. Don't you have anything you want to ask? Lin Jin misinterpreted Gu Mingting's mood, thinking it was about the space matter. Gu Mingting could only sigh inwardly. She hadn't caught on yet. There was still a long road ahead. Oh, as long as she was by his side, that was enough. If I ask, will you tell me? Last time Achin had mentioned it to him. When Ma Kai went to collect the clothes, he found some women's garments missing, and at that time only Lin Jin had gone downstairs. Lin Jin blinked, speaking sincerely. How do you know if I'll tell you unless you ask? Before she might have kept it hidden, but now after sharing life and death experiences, she could be open and honest. Are you a dual ability user? The term dual ability had come from her own mouth. Space and water dual abilities. Gu Mingting noticed the order of her words. You awaken space first, then water. So it wasn't simultaneous awakening. Could one awaken a second time? This man was truly perceptive. He had noticed even before she said much. But some things, unless experienced firsthand, no one could ever imagine. Was there some catalyst? I know what you're thinking, but that opportunity has already passed for everyone. She wasn't sure if there were other dual ability users, or if they were like her. But now most ability users had awakened on the same day. The real catalyst was that day. Those meant to awaken did, while those who failed became zombies. My space ability awakened before the apocalypse began. Water was a normal awakening, just like the rest of you. As for why, she didn't understand either. Before the apocalypse. That prophecy. You wouldn't be that reincarnator, would you? You wouldn't be that reincarnator, would you? Wait, could someone tell her how they jumped to that conclusion? What do you think? Lin Jin felt the urge to roll her eyes. He had spoken impulsively, caught up in the heat of the moment. How could Lin Jin possibly be that reincarnator? If she had known all along and had posted that thread, she would have stockpiled supplies long ago and found a place to hide instead of traversing half of Z country from the south to the west with Lin Shan. Gu Mingting corrected his mistake. It's because of that post, right? Lin Jin had mentioned that she hadn't believed it at first. Perhaps it was the existence of the space that made her trust the doomsday proclamation. Speaking of the reincarnated topic, Lin Jin recalled her earlier confident analysis, insisting on the existence of a reincarnator and even floating theories about species evolution. How embarrassing. But she couldn't tell Gu Mingting about the game, and even if he knew, it wouldn't change anything. Why burden another person with unnecessary worry? Right after I read that post, I immediately came down with a high fever. I spent 3 days in the hospital before the fever broke, and I could go home. Then I discovered I could make things disappear and reappear, and I saw a separate space where the vanished objects were stored. That was why she said the opportunity had already passed. Falling into a high fever after reading the post. This was a sign of awakening. So would others who read the post experience the same? I don't know, but I think so. She remembered seeing comments under that post where someone claimed to believe in the doomsday proclamation. Lin Jin immediately took a tablet from her space, and while flipping through the photo album, glanced at the foredrip. Gu Mingting now knew she had possessed the space before the apocalypse and had naturally prepared in advance, so he wasn't surprised that she could produce items like phones and tablets. Lin Jin had screenshot most of the post content. The entire page was filled with disbelief, though she skipped the mockery and insults. This was a newly registered account, the commenter's name being the system-generated ID, plus a string of numbers. He said he believed it because he had previously run a high fever that nearly killed him. After waking up, he found his strength had greatly increased. That's the awakening of a strength-type ability. It seemed Lin Jin's speculation was correct. People with dual abilities might have awakened prematurely before the apocalypse struck. There were similar claims, but some were obviously fake, like suddenly growing wings and being able to fly or transforming into a werewolf at night. Followed by a flood of comments claiming to be vampires or talking about the holy sea and holy light. There were also some peculiar remarks mixed in, but at the time it was impossible to discern truth from fiction. Even now, looking back at the screenshots, one couldn't accurately judge whether they had awakened early. Gu Mingting also read the main content of the post, April 2025, at the end of the world. All of humanity will fall into a coma with fever. Upon waking, some will gain abilities and others will turn into zombies. The content was concise, suggesting that the posters simply wanted to give everyone a warning. How many would believe it was? Moreover, the post mentioned the entire world, all of humanity. This was probably why Lin Jin speculated it was a matter of human evolution. You've prepared quite thoroughly. Knowing the apocalypse was coming, she still stored tablets and phones in her space. Though they didn't take up much room, they would eventually run out of power, and without internet, these electronic devices could only serve as bricks. I'm the type who thinks a lot and likes to consider every angle. I brought along anything that might be useful. That was indeed Lin Jin's nature. And Annie. Lin Jin must have considered that possibility, so had she. Lin Jin's breathing grew heavier, and she said in a calm tone, I thought about it, and made preparations. Chains, a helmet, boxing gloves. When they first met her, Lin Shan had already recovered somewhat, looking more human, and even started protecting Lin Jin. But when Lin Shan first turned into a zombie, how could she have recognized Lin Jin? That period must have been the toughest for her. Fighting zombies alone, scavenging for supplies alone, facing her loved one who had become a zombie alone. She had to do everything by herself. That was why she had been so guarded back then. Gu Mingting's hand twitched, but then returned to normal. He wanted to hold her, but her words. The 4 bottle is empty. Should I call someone to change it? Lin Jin's words cut off all of Gu Mingting's emotions. He pulled out the needle somewhat petulantly. No, Lin Jin was very sensitive to emotional shifts and couldn't help wondering what's wrong with this man now. I just saw the list you made. Did you buy everything on it? She had glimpsed it while flipping through the photo album, and the items were indeed quite comprehensive. I bought most of it. She planned to check that list later and make a new one, adding in the newly acquired items. Gu Mingting looked puzzled. Can you fit it all? Ma Kai initially thought he was the only one who hadn't awakened an ability, only to later learn that Gu Mingting was also an ability user, though his spatial dimension was rather small. I did fit it. Oh, by the way, I feel like my space is different from others. Lin Jin suddenly recalled something. She had seen Chun Yan's space and Ma Kai's upgraded 4th level space, both of which seemed small to her, even though her own space was a level lower than theirs. What's different? Could early awakening come with additional attributes? For now, she had only noticed one thing. It's bigger than theirs. What level is your space now? How big is it? Level 3, almost 4, about 100 square meters. 100. Ma Kai's space at level 3 was only 50 or 60 square meters. What about the initial space? Lin Jin tried to recall its original size uncertainly. 30. Gu Mingting was stunned. No wonder Lin Jin thought other spaces were small. Ma Kai's initial space was only 10, and now at level 4 it's around 300. Chun Yan's is probably similar. 10. That was indeed tiny. So there really were extra attributes. Was Lin Jin the chosen lucky one? With everything clarified, she no longer had to absorb transparent crystal nuclei in secret. Gu Mingting thought Lin Jin was rather naive. She was wary of strangers, but once she got to know someone, she revealed a kind-hearted nature. With deeper familiarity, she would trust wholeheartedly. Even if her spatial ability was exposed, she didn't have to explain it so thoroughly. Lin Jin. Gu Mingting looked at her intently, deciding to confide in her. Moi. Such a solemn expression. We're special forces under Chief Su Jifeng. I contacted the chief back at Qingzhou base. He told us to delay our return. The capital is unstable. Being able to speak directly to the chief meant Gu Mingting must hold a high rank. The instability was expected. With the apocalypse came a great reshuffling, and ambitious men always sought to stir trouble and seize power. No matter how chaotic the outside world grew, the upper echelons remained unaffected, living as they always had. Moreover, the capital base likely gathered the most players. With high freedom of action, they were bound to cause. You've been out of touch for months. Your families must be worried. Getting in touch would ease their minds. She had never heard them mention their families, assuming soldiers were especially tight-lipped. Yes, their families are in the compound, so they're quite at ease. They trusted the chief to take care of their loved ones. Their families. What about you? I have no family. I'm an orphan. I joined the army at 17, and later the chief promoted me to work under him. Gu Mingting spoke of his background with calm detachment, as if being an orphan didn't bother him at all. Lin Jin was surprised. She had assumed Gu Mingting came from a privileged family, but he was an orphan. Everything he had was earned through his own efforts, which was why the chief valued him. That chief must mean a lot to him. Are you pushing so hard to support your chief back in the capital? Yes, mostly that. And for you. Hearing Gu Mingting's words, Lin Jin's heart fluttered with a strange emotion. For me, eh? What was this sudden, inexplicable feeling? I told you the capital is unstable. Several families are your mother's situation is unique. I believe the chief won't harm her, but others are less trustworthy. Some might try to cultivate zombies as an army. Wei Hong had kept many private soldiers in Yinqing. Oh, her emotions suddenly calmed. So it was about her mother. Why did he have to phrase it so ambiguously? Lin Jin, do you still want to go to the capital with us? Originally, he had worried she would be alone and vulnerable in this apocalypse. But now with her spatial ability and thorough preparations, the capital's waters were too treacherous. What's wrong? I'm afraid you'll be in danger. Her unique combat water ability, coupled with spatial powers, made her a prize every faction sought. If they couldn't have her, they might destroy her. There were rumors that killing a spatial ability user would cause their stored supplies to spill out, though no one knew if it was true. In the capital, the threat wouldn't be zombies, but people, political power struggles. She had only just learned that Gu Mingting was deeply embedded in that circle. Will you protect me? Yes. He swore on his life. Then that's settled. From now on, Gu Mingting was someone she trusted completely. So will you tell them, or should I? Chen and Ma Kai already suspect. Su Luan and Tang Shua don't know yet. You don't need to tell them deliberately. Let it happen naturally. Tacit understanding. What? She thought she had been so careful, but she had been found out long ago. What gave me away and made them suspicious? All this time she had been sneaking around, not daring to eat well, drink well, or use nice things. Gu Mingting smiled faintly. It was at the Golden Hair Mall in Yuanqing. You must have collected quite a few clothes. That early. But no one should have seen her. Ma Kai. Did he also go to collect clothes later? Yes. Lin Jin laughed ruefully, feeling sorry for herself. Then why didn't you ask? We weren't close back then. Having secrets was normal. Ma Kai was hiding his ability too. Spatial ability users were too rare. Gu Mingting thought Lin Jin was lucky, and Lin Jin felt the same. Her case was an exception. Given the low awakening rate, it was remarkable that all 5 of Gu Mingting's team were ability users. Did soldiers have a higher awakening rate? Was it random or related to physical fitness? The two had reconciled. Later, when Zhou Jichen came over, he could sense the change. Since Gu Mingting needed to recover from his injuries, the others stayed indoors, quietly absorbing crystal nuclei. In a couple of days, they could continue their journey. When Gu Mingting was well enough to go out, he took a stroll around the area and noticed that the number of people in the settlement had dwindled. Zhou Jichen told him that those people had left in groups, feeling that the place was no longer safe. There were still many who had their eyes on them, probing their intentions. Several women from the Zhao family village had come to cause trouble, but he had driven them all away. Actually, their concerns aren't unfounded. The zombies are getting stronger and mutant animals are appearing more frequently, shrinking the space for human survival. Without proper infrastructure, this settlement won't last long. Qin's son came to see me yesterday. Zhou Jichen had been handling matters during this time, not wanting to disturb Gu Mingting's recovery. He wants to lead everyone to a base and asked if we could give them a ride. There are only 5 major bases: east, south, west, north, and central. There are a few smaller bases, but we don't know their exact locations. Some smaller bases were converted from existing terrain or buildings, definitely better than this place. This is near Qinghe, not far from the Qingzhou base. Comparatively, heading to a small base of unknown whereabouts wasn't as good as going directly to Qingzhou base. At least Zhao Baogong, the base leader, was a decent person. The distance wasn't too far nor too close. Having wandered through the mountains for a week, it took them about a month, mostly spent killing zombies and absorbing crystals. But with so many people traveling together, the pace would be slow. They'd have to take detours, unlike their own group, which could cut straight through a city. Go tell Qin's son about the situation at Qingzhou base. It's up to him whether to go or not. We won't backtrack, but we can help them plan a route. Along the way, they had killed many zombies, making some areas relatively safer. All right. Zhou Jichen immediately went to inform Qin's son. But Qin's son hesitated. With at least 2,000 people in the settlement, moving together would make them a huge target, slow and resource-intensive. Yet once they reached Qingzhou base, everyone would no longer have to live in constant fear. Qin's son said he needed to think it over. He couldn't decide for everyone, he had to seek their opinions. He used the broadcast to call everyone to the open space, which had been cleared from the earlier ruins. Lin Jin heard the broadcast and asked Gu Mingting what was happening. After he explained Qin Sen's plan, she decided not to join the crowd. The others also stayed back, with only Tang Shuo going to watch the commotion. Some of you have mentioned wanting to live in a base. Our great hero Gu Mingting has provided a solution. Qingzhou base is in Qing City D province, not far from here. The base leader is kind-hearted. The base has walls, infrastructure, a solid system, and plenty of job opportunities. Qin Sen stood on a platform built by an earth element ability user, speaking through a megaphone. The crowd grew increasingly excited. Most of them lacked strength, which was why they hadn't left on their own like others. Going to an unknown place was no better than staying here, where they could at least hide in the bomb shelter. Great, let's go. Yeah, we're in. Such a good place, of course, we'll go. Brother, son, when do we leave? They were eager to set off immediately, as each departing group made those left behind more anxious. Quiet down. Once the crowd settled, Qin's son continued. You need to think carefully. The journey will be perilous. With so many of us, we can't protect everyone. There will be sacrifices. We'll also need plenty of vehicles, gasoline, and food. What's danger when we have our great hero? Help protect us. Yeah, the great hero will protect us. Tang Shuo, standing in a corner, felt like punching someone. Why were they dumping everything on his boss? Had found the term great hero amusing at first, but now it was just ironic. He's not coming with us. They came from Qingzhou base and have their own destination. They've already saved us once. How many times do they have to save us? We're not related. Why should they? Qin's son was also frustrated. Since becoming a leader, had realized how many people believe the strong should take care of the weak. He was determined to go, but he no longer wanted to be the leader. Everyone knew the logic, but traveling on their own was like walking to their deaths. Those who had just shouted their support immediately changed their tune. Forget it, let's just stay here. It's safe enough, isn't it? I'm not going. We can manage now. No need to take risks. They're so strong, why can't they escort us? It wouldn't take much time to go back and forth. If not, well, just follow them. Wherever they go, we go. You don't want to go, fine. Brother, send him with you. Wherever you say, well, follow. We support you. The crowd erupted into chaos, with differing opinions leading to arguments that nearly turned physical. Tang Shuo shot a firework into the air. Tiny sparks rained down, mostly extinguishing before hitting anyone. Those that landed only burned a bit of clothing or singed the skin. Who did that? Crazy. Ouch, it's hot. Help me put it out. My clothes are on fire. The noise turned into utter pandemonium. Tang Shuo took a running start, leaped onto the earthen platform, and snatched the megaphone from Qin's son. With such thick skin, it's a miracle you can still feel the heat. A leader, a decision-maker, should do what benefits everyone, even if it means sacrificing some. And it wasn't A leader, a decision-maker, should do what benefits everyone, even if it means sacrificing some. And it wasn't mandatory, it was voluntary. Qin's son had never seen Tang Shuo like this. Had always been cheerful, a sunny boy, but now his tongue was sharp. So many opinions. Come up here and say them. If you're so capable, go wherever you want. Don't hide in the crowd and spout nonsense. Think you can rule the world with just your mouth. Go on, use your mouths to pray for world peace and an end to the apocalypse. It had been a while since Tang Shuo encountered such obnoxious people, and his itch for a verbal brawl was back. My boss saved you because you're surviving humans. He helped when he could. You're not his parents, his children, or his comrades. Stop with the moral blackmail. Even zombies know to hunt for their own meat. When will you learn to fend for yourselves? Or are you admitting you're useless, lazy good for nothings? Then I suggest you find a place to die early so you don't have to struggle through the apocalypse. You're just wasting air and food. Maybe the food you save could feed someone more useful. A barrage of words poured out without pause. The crowd couldn't get a word in edgewise. By the end, they couldn't even muster a retort. Seriously, was their fighting spirit that weak? Tang Shuo looked at the dead silence below, still waiting for a few people to refute him so he could continue. He hadn't had his fill yet. Only a small fraction of the people below felt ashamed. Most dared not refute. After all, they were just ordinary folks. What if this hot-tempered, superpowered individual decided to strike them? In this apocalypse, everyone has to rely on themselves. Those who want to go follow, those who don't go wherever you please. Don't keep thinking you have to take responsibility for them. Can you even afford to? Let's leave it at that. Those who want to go sign up with him. After saying this, Tang Shua shoved the loudspeaker back into Qin Sen's hands, jumped off the earthen platform, and walked away without looking back. Although Qin Sen had also been scolded, he burst into a wide grin. Really, at his age, he couldn't see things as clearly as a kid. If they themselves had given up and lain flat, what right did he have to take responsibility for their lives? As Xiao Tang just said, those willing to go come sign up, those unwilling feel free to leave. If you have concerns, you can keep thinking it over. We won't be setting off that soon. It was precisely his lack of decisiveness that led him to compromise time and again. He had thought Qin Sen's side wouldn't make a decision quickly, but unexpectedly, they came to Gu Mingting within just an afternoon. They had already tallied the approximate numbers, but for the long journey, they needed vehicles and supplies. The settlement's existing supplies were sufficient, but they lacked vehicles. Only small cars were available. Qin Sen hoped Gu Mingting and his team could help by going to the bus station to procure some coaches. Is the bus station far from here? Do you know the specifics? Helping out was no issue, but this time they needed quite a few vehicles, and even more people would be going. They had to consider everything thoroughly. Not far, just a 5-hour drive. But there are too many zombies inside. The 5-hour estimate was based on post-apocalyptic speeds. They had actually been there once before. It wasn't that Qin Sen and the others hadn't considered the coaches. They had thought about it long ago, but the apocalypse struck suddenly. Many people delayed by sudden comas rushed to travel using various means of transport, causing major transport hubs to be swarming with zombies. How many vehicles do we need? Depends on the size of the coaches. The settlement currently has about 2,000 people, and over 1,000 have already registered. Lin Jin silently calculated the vehicle requirements. The remaining people would inevitably follow in the end. If they didn't, no one would protect them anymore. So they would need at least 30 to 40 coaches. Just thinking about that number made Lin Jin's brow furrow. Gu Mingting considered far more than that. With so many vehicles, the convoy would be stretched out. Each vehicle needed a driver and guards plus personnel arrangements for the fleet travel routes, and so on. Let's cut down. Everyone is trying to survive now, not on a tour. Reduce the number of vehicles as much as possible. Overloading was acceptable given that road conditions wouldn't allow high speeds anyway. Alright. But no matter how they calculated, the required number of vehicles fell between 20 and 30, depending on passenger capacity. So they finally decided the settlement would send 40 people, half superpowered individuals and half ordinary folks, all of whom were skilled zombie killers. There were indeed some superpowered individuals left behind. Some couldn't drive, some weren't suited for killing zombies, and some needed to guard the settlement. They couldn't afford to have their base taken while everyone was at the bus station. First get the vehicles and gasoline back. Then we'll need time to modify and reinforce them before discussing other matters. Gu Mingting rubbed his temples. He had said he wouldn't meddle, but he truly couldn't bear to watch 2,000 people march to their deaths. When do we depart? The sooner the better. Gather your people, have them bring 2 days' worth of food and water, and set off once ready. Qin Sen wouldn't go on this mission. He had to stay at the settlement to keep morale steady. If he left now, chaos would surely erupt, and those with ulterior motives might do something reckless. You shouldn't go either, Zhou Jichen suddenly spoke up. Tang Shua should stay too to look after the boss and auntie. Is that okay? This question was directed at Lin Jin since Lin Shan would also be left behind this time. Sure. With Tang Shua looking after her mother, she had no worries. Gu Mingting's injuries hadn't healed yet, so he indeed wasn't fit for another trip. Then be careful. Gu Mingting knew his teammates' capabilities well and had no concerns. 2 hours later, 9 vehicles drove out of the settlement heading for the bus station. Before departing, Lin Jin visited Gu Mingting and handed him the tablet for route planning. She had downloaded the complete map of Country Z earlier, but without internet searching would be troublesome. When they neared the bus station, everyone got out and walked, killing zombies along the way. Finally, they found a spot with a full view of the station to assess the situation inside. Looking out, the station was packed with zombies, and there were plenty at the entrance too. But if asked, Lin Jin and the others felt it wasn't too bad. They could clear them out in time. Strangely, these zombies seemed a bit dull. The main gate was wide open, yet they all crammed inside the station, barely able to turn around. This was a small-town bus station, not very large. From the surface, the office area, a 3-story building, took up only a small part. The rest was the front parking area filled with vehicles scheduled for that day, now surrounded by zombies, with many damaged or overturned. There was also a rear parking area packed with coaches of various sizes with few zombies. Unfortunately, to drive them out, they had to pass through the main gate and side gate, both blocked by zombies. How many are near the gas station? Gu Mingting wasn't there, so Zhou Jichen was in charge of this mission. 2, both not far. Well, enter through the side gate. Earth-type users seal off the ticket hall and waiting room first. Their goal was the vehicles, not killing zombies. They could ignore the ones inside the buildings for now. Everyone emerged from their hiding spot, advancing quietly. They killed zombies without using abilities, relying on cold weapons to swiftly decapitate and extract cores. Among this group, Lin was the only woman. They didn't actually know her ability was water-based. The last time, they thought Gu Mingting had killed the Rat King. Now seeing Lin kill zombies just as fast as they did, they realized they had underestimated her. No one in the Great Heroes team was weak. They reached the side gate smoothly. First, the Earth-type users sealed all glass doors and windows of the ticket hall and waiting room. The zombies inside, sensing living humans, stirred violently, crashing against the glass. The commotion from these zombies with their howls agitated those at the main gate, sending the entire station into a "what do we do? Will they all come over and surround us?" It wasn't that he was cowardly. He had killed plenty of zombies, but never faced so many at once. Many shared his thoughts, all ordinary folks. The other 20 superpowered individuals remained unfazed, utterly calm. Compared to the rat tide, these zombies were nothing. Keep your heart in your gut. Don't act like you've never seen the world. Even that young lady is calmer than you. Ma Kai heard their words and turned to look at Lin. Didn't these people know how formidable she was? Comparing an ordinary person to her. All of you combined might not have the guts of that girl. Lin heard it, but paid no attention. A few strength types pushed the door open. The rest of you provide cover. Zhou Jichen paid no heed to what others thought or said as long as they followed his orders. 3 strength-type, superpowered individuals exerted their force together, quickly toppling the side door. Several long-range attack-type, superpowered individuals also eliminated the approaching zombies, allowing them to smoothly enter through the side entrance. To the left of the side door was a passage leading to the front square, a place swarming with zombies. Already a number of zombies were charging toward them from that direction. To the right, rows of buses were parked neatly, their doors shut. Further behind were 2 small rooms. The maintenance. They needed to find the bus keys first. Typically, aside from the bus drivers, a designated person would keep them, and that place was the office building. The office building had windows, so they didn't need to enter through the main door facing the front square. However, it was necessary to seal the passage connecting the office building to the front square and kill the zombies behind the building. The 4 of us will handle the zombies near the passage entrance. Earth-type superpowered individuals wait for my command to seal it off. Zhou Jichen assigned the heaviest task to his own team. The rest of you kill the remaining zombies. Since the leader had taken on the most dangerous tasks himself, the others had no objections. They quickly found their opponents and engaged in battle. What was dangerous for them was a piece of cake for Lin and her 3 companions. Facing ordinary zombie hordes, they didn't even need to use their superpowers. They simply plunged in and slaughtered. Only when mutated zombies appeared did they resort to their abilities. Ma Kai was reduced to a tool for digging out crystal cores. The trio killed so swiftly that he had to struggle to. Soon all the zombies that had rushed into the back square from the passage were eliminated. Under the bombardment of superpowers from Lin, Zhou Jichen, and Su Luan, a gap even formed in the zombie ranks. Seal the road. At Zhou Jichen's command, the gap was exploited. Earthen walls rose up, directly blocking the passage. As the Earth-type superpowered individuals released their abilities, they couldn't help but sneak glances at Lin. The beloved of the great hero in this story was also incredibly fierce, and she was a water type. Suddenly, they felt utterly useless. What could they do about it? After dealing with this, they smashed the glass window of a first-floor office and climbed into the office building. Hearing the noise, zombies gathered and began pounding incessantly against the closed office door. Without needing anyone else to open the door, Lin directly whipped out a water chain, looped it around the doorknob, and pulled with force. The door swung open. The 2 zombies at the front, caught off guard, tumbled to the ground from the momentum, while those behind trampled over them and charged in recklessly. The ordinary people watched dumbfounded. Please don't ever compare them to her again. They weren't worthy. Thank you. Superpowers rained down, annihilating the zombies with effortless ease. The 2 that had been trampled somehow survived, pinned under a pile of zombie corpses and unable to move. Lin graciously granted them each a water droplet, sending them on their way. Afterward, everyone worked together to move the zombie corpses blocking the doorway. Once outside, they began searching for the keys. During this process, Lin noticed a patch of dark red bloodstains. Had someone been here recently? When they found the keys and returned to the back square through the window, they saw scratch marks on the bus locks. Lin confirmed that someone had come to the station in the past few days, also wanting the buses. Unable to pry open the doors, they had gone to the office building, probably foolishly through the main entrance, which explained why the horde of zombies was stupidly gathered in the front square. No one had expected the mission to go so smoothly. The drivers took the keys, found their corresponding vehicles boarded, started them, and checked their conditions. Once everything was confirmed, Zhou Jichen led a team to the maintenance workshop and swept it for spare parts. With that, half of their mission was complete. They had secured 20 large buses and 5 mid-sized coaches. Zhou Jichen left the remaining keys in a bus with its door open as a convenience for those who might come later. Lin sat in a nearly brand new large bus, unable to help, sighing with comfort. It was spacious, the seats were roomy, and the first row by the front and rear doors even had small tables. Suddenly their business felt so low class. They drove the buses and coaches back to the original parking spot, found an empty street, parked them one by one, and locked the doors. Finally, they kept only one bus, and everyone boarded it to head to the gas station. Both gas stations had been visited before, but due to the large number of zombies near the bus station, some fuel remained. Everyone worked together finding barrels to fill with gasoline. In the end, they left some behind for others. These were all Zhou Jichen's ideas. What was the point of leaving vehicles for others without fuel? Some still grumbled, but Lin Jin shot back with a chilling remark. So by your logic, we shouldn't have helped you either. We should have just watched you die. Everything had gone so smoothly that they had forgotten they too were recipients of help. Their faces flushed red with embarrassment and shame. Ma Kai and Su Luan secretly gave Lin Jin a thumbs up. No one in this team was a pushover. The ride back was as silent as a tomb. When the bus arrived at the gathering point, the jubilation and excitement of the crowd stood in stark contrast to the mood of those on board, leading Qin Sun to believe that many had been lost in the mission. Qin Sun asked mournfully how many brothers didn't make it back. Those questioned, and those who overheard were baffled. Everyone had returned. Who was missing? Zhou Jichen and his team parked the vehicles and stored the fuel before coming over. Mission accomplished. 20 buses and 5 coaches plus a good amount of gasoline and diesel all left for you in the open space. Oh, we are so grateful to you. You are truly the great heroes of our gathering point. Qin Sun set aside his sorrow and thanked the four. Great hero, great hero, great hero. Following Qin Sun's lead, the crowd began to chant. Humph, Lin Jin had no fondness for that title. The day one truly believed themselves a great hero was the day they'd be morally blackmailed. Brother Zhou, how many didn't make it back this time? Those who sacrificed for the gathering point deserved to be remembered. Zhou Jichen's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. After a pause of 2 or 3 seconds, he answered firmly, everyone came back. Huh, no casualties. None. Qin Sun couldn't help but glare at those who had gotten off the bus first, their mournful faces having led him to believe many had perished. Then he became elated. He had thought there would be injuries if not deaths, but who would have guessed? When he finished celebrating and turned to find them, they were already gone. Tang Shua led Lin Shan into Gu Mingting's room. Hearing the cheers outside, they knew the group had returned. Went smoothly. Gu Mingting saw the relaxed expressions on all four. Mission accomplished perfectly. Ma Kai even collected quite a bit of fuel. After Zhou Jichen finished speaking, Gu Mingting looked at Lin Jin. Seeing her curl her lips and wink at him, he understood that she had also secretly collected a good amount this time. Before they could chat much longer, Qin Sun arrived with a large amount of food: instant noodles, sausages, and canned beef. Such fare was undoubtedly lavish in the current times. Gu Mingting merely thanked him calmly and sent Qin Sun on his way. It was already late at night, and his companions needed to rest. They had a quick bite, then went to wash up and sleep. Though the mission itself had been relatively easy, the dozen or so hours spent traveling back and forth in the vehicle was still quite exhausting. The next morning, when Lin Jin got up to find Gu Mingting, Qin Sun was already there, and their conversation was nearing. Lin Jin silently stood aside looking at the route map drawn by Gu Mingting. Many places were ones they had previously passed, avoiding the city center and commercial districts, mostly taking obscure paths, with even the camping locations marked out. There are no problems, you can arrange it now. Sure, I will have everyone follow this plan right away. Gu Mingting provided the route map, detailing the personnel situation for each vehicle, how to arrange the cars, and more. Essentially, as a leader, he had done everything. Lin Jin suddenly spoke up. I have a question. Go ahead. Although Lin Jin had just entered and hadn't heard much, she wouldn't casually express her opinion. Here. Lin Jin pointed to the highway exit on the map with her fair fingers. Why not go directly onto the highway? From the map, it didn't seem far from the highway exit. Get on the highway. Young lady, the highway is completely blocked, we can't get through. Qin Sun thought Lin Jin, being a girl under 20, was somewhat naive. I know, but don't you have ability users with power over objects? Just move the cars aside. She had come from Jiang City on the highway. Initially, the road conditions were smooth, but later when they encountered impassable areas, they simply parked the cars and walked until they could no longer continue on the highway. Everyone was inspired by a new idea. Gu Mingting and the others initially hadn't found a way to drive, and even when they did find cars, they hadn't gone on the highway. Qin Sun and his group had arrived here early and had many who had traveled on the highway, but they were forced to turn back. Now, however, it was different. They had many people with various ability users and could work together. Exactly. The highway is currently the place with the fewest zombies. We can move cars when we encounter them, and for the damaged roads, Earth-type users can build them up. You're so clever, young lady. Tang Shua looked at Lin Jin as if she were his idol. After hearing Lin Jin's suggestion, Gu Mingting looked at the map. This highway could lead to the original city of D Province. They could drive on the highway. Even if they needed to move cars to repair the road, it wouldn't take much time. Moreover, there were fewer zombies, so they wouldn't be besieged by large numbers of them, making rest periods more secure. They could advance and exit the highway at the original city, which was only about 3 or 4 days' journey from the Qingzhou base. They understood the situation in the original city. They had cleared out a significant number of the major threats. Gu Mingting immediately began redrawing the area of the original city. This should be considered the city center, right? He thought the suggestion to take the highway was quite good, ensuring people's safety, but reaching the original city would mean the original city was a large city and they could face total annihilation. Don't worry, we are familiar with the original city. We've already swept through those areas. Although a month has passed, there shouldn't be too many zombies in that region. At that time, they had truly gone to kill zombies and collect crystal cores. As long as they were given time, exterminating all the zombies in the city wouldn't be a problem. The base leader Zhao from Qingzhou base should send a team of ability users to clean this area to spread inward and collect supplies. You might even run into base personnel if you go from here. According to the current plan, if all goes smoothly, they could reach the Qingzhou base in as little as 10 days or as long as half a month. The term sweep made Qin Sun feel like a lemon. His strength might not be at the top in this apocalyptic world, but he was still among the stronger ones, and he could only dare to claim he could ensure his own safety. Yet while he was trying to ensure his safety, others were out there sweeping. No wonder there was such a significant gap in strength. After leaving Gu Mingting yesterday, he asked a few people who had gone with him about the situation and learned their true capabilities. The most astonishing was that this young girl had such powerful water abilities, truly unheard of. After these days of interaction, he realized that his initial impression of her was completely wrong. These two plans have their pros and cons. The first plan is highly dangerous, but allows for resource collection along the way, gathering crystal cores, so life will be easier when you reach the Qingzhou base. The second plan has a shorter route and is relatively safe, but there might be no resource collection at all. Resources aren't important. As long as we're alive, we should take the highway. If their group had the same strength as Gu Mingting's team, then it would indeed be sensible to go where there were more resources and crystal cores, but most of them were ordinary people. If anyone in the team got infected, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Jin felt somewhat fortunate. So far, most of the people she met were good. Though Qin Sun wasn't suited to be a leader and was somewhat indecisive, he was indeed a kind-hearted person, which made her feel fortunate for everyone who encountered them. On the way here yesterday, I saw several residential areas nearby. We could go search them. We've already searched this. There are bound to be some omissions, and with so many of you on the road at once, you'll need daily necessities and kitchenware. The most critical thing is winter is coming. It had just turned pleasantly cool not long ago. What is this? Lin Jin rarely took the initiative to remind others, especially those she wasn't familiar with, but it seemed Qin Sun had something that impressed her. Gu Mingting took over the conversation. The Qingzhou base was already collecting winter supplies by the time we left. Their source of information was from the Qingzhou base. So this news was reliable. If they went over recklessly, they indeed needed to prepare something for themselves. Thank you for the reminder. She truly underestimated this remarkable young girl. Qin Sun left with new tasks at hand. Before departing, they needed to collect various supplies as much as possible. Although they didn't have space-type ability users, the large bus had luggage compartments that could fit many items. Finally, we don't have anything to do with this anymore, Tang Shua exclaimed. Su Luan looked at him somewhat perplexed and blurted out a factual statement. That was never your business. That stings, my friend. Have you been on the highway? Gu Mingting deduced from Lin Jin's words. Yes, the highway under Xingqing was blocked by a chain collision, and it was a dead end as far as the eye could see. Do you have a car? Gu Mingting raised an eyebrow, impressed by how well the young girl kept secrets. Lin Jin shook her head and nodded with a smile. All right, I see now, Gu Mingting said, smiling slightly. What kind of riddle were these two playing now? Tang Shua and Su Luan looked on in confusion, while Ma Kai pondered something with a frown. Zhou Jichen suddenly seemed to have made a judgment. Oh, was this a hint? The people in the gathering place were bustling with activity, while the few of them began earnestly absorbing crystal cores to enhance their strength. Occasionally, Lin Jin would take out a bag of sunflower seeds and ask if anyone wanted some. When asked where they came from, she would say she didn't know when they ended up in her bag. After 3 whole days, the people in the gathering place were ready to set off. Lin Jin's space ability finally leveled up to level 4, and indeed, it was different from others, having expanded several times, definitely more than 300 square meters. Name Lin Jin. Level 25. Race human ability user. HP 15001-500. MP 15001-500. Stamina 100,100. Strength 50. Agility 18. Endurance 46. Physical damage 88. Magical damage 122. Defense 46. Speed 18. Ability water system level 4. Skills storage water ball, water chain, water shield, water curtain. Experience bar 54734180000. Attribute points 0. No matter how she leveled up, the attribute points section remained 0. What exactly is this used for? She had no one to ask and could only set it aside for now. Farewell, and may your futures be radiant. As long as he lived, he was certain that one day he would hear the names of these few resound across the world. Safe travels. Goodbye. The convoy, comprising over 50 vehicles of various sizes, set off in a grand procession. He hoped they would all reach Qingzhou base smoothly and safely. What about those people? Lin Jin turned to look at those lurking not far away. Not everyone had followed Qin Sun away. There were always some with flawed judgment. A bunch of delusional fools. They think following us means safety and easy pickings, don't they? Watch me teach them a lesson today. Tang Shua cracked his wrists and knuckles in their direction. The moment they saw his stance, they turned tail and fled, keeping their distance. TCH boring. Cowards. Ignore them. We go our way. If they choose to follow, they court death. We won't stop them. Gu Mingting was not one to treat life as worthless, but he would not save those hellbent on dying. So shall we? Let's go. The few dozen left behind watched Gu Mingting and his group board the commercial van and drive away. They promptly emerged, leaped into their own vehicles, and gave chase. They followed at a careful distance. Gu Mingting's group did not drive them off, allowing them to believe their scheme had succeeded, that by latching onto a stronger team their lives would improve. But it never occurred to them that Gu Mingting might abandon them to their fate. Shouldn't he come back to save them? Are we really not going to help? As the group advanced, killing zombies, Lin Jin glanced back at those people, a flicker of reluctance in her heart. Miss, don't mind them. They can still turn back and drive away if they want. Our young lady appears ruthless and cold-hearted, but that's just a facade. She is kind and beautiful, a veritable fairy. True. Lin Jin stopped dwelling on it and kept pace with the others fighting their way through. Turning back to save them now would be like sticky plaster, once on impossible to peel off. If they were determined to die, they couldn't be stopped. A few hours after leaving the gathering point, the roads grew thick with zombies. They found a dense horde, and Ma Kai stored the vehicles. Together, they charged in, killing and collecting crystal cores as they went, focusing only on those surrounding them. In this manner, they shook off their followers, cut through the zombie swarm, picked a direction, and resumed their journey. The days that followed returned to routine, killing zombies, scavenging supplies. The only difference was that Lin Jin occasionally produced snacks, items they hadn't collected together. Over time, everyone understood, though no one asked. Tang Shua, however, would pester Lin Jin for jerky until she relented, handing him a pack to share. Once her spatial ability was fully exposed, Lin Jin let herself go. Whenever she craved something, she simply took it. The abundance of supplies left everyone astonished, and their meals improved dramatically. Yogurt, various instant noodles, even self-heating rice and hot pot. Though Lin Jin was generous, Gu Mingting privately advised Tang Shua to restrain himself. These items would become irreplaceable in the long run. They were Lin Jin's own, and he shouldn't take such liberties. When Lin Jin accidentally learned of this, she confronted Gu Mingting with a laugh, calling him foolish. Time in the dimensional space wasn't static. Things would expire and spoil. Why not enjoy them while they could, improving everyone's meals? With good food, at least the present didn't feel so bleak. It gave them more motivation to kill zombies, enhance their abilities, and seek out more delicacies. A goal to look forward to. It certainly worked on Tang Shua. Gu Mingting realized that Lin Jin had truly accepted his companions as her own. His affection for her grew, his gaze softened, and he unconsciously drew closer when speaking. Everyone noticed, including Lin Jin. Even with her emotional obliviousness, she began to suspect, was Gu Mingting developing feelings for her? Her feelings were complicated. But since Gu Mingting said nothing, Lin Jin feared misunderstanding. They continued their interactions, seemingly ordinary, yet tinged with intimacy. Their commercial van came to an unexpected halt at Anfeng Bridge in Jinzhong City. Nails littered the bridge, roadblocks stood in their path, and behind them lurked several figures, the faint glint of gun barrels visible. Are we being robbed? Fortunately, Ma Kai's quick reflexes prevented the tires from being punctured. Stay down. Don't stick your head out. Gu Mingting reached out and pulled Lin Jin's head back. They have guns. Guns. Okay. Lin Jin sat up straight obediently. To cross this bridge, leave a toll. The robbers, seeing the van escape the nails and unsure of its occupants, dared not act rashly and only shouted from a distance. That line. Unbelievable. Get out of the vehicle, hand over crystals and supplies, and we'll let you pass. You two check it out. Gu Mingting pointed to Zhou Jichen and Su Luan. They got out and walked slowly toward Anfeng Bridge. Raise your hands. Walk slowly. They complied, glancing at the nails as they passed, then stepped forward a few more paces before stopping, now within attack range. What exactly do you want? To cross this bridge, leave a toll. Oh, toll collectors. How do you charge? Zhou Jichen feigned sudden. Lin Jin almost laughed at his words. Calling robbers toll collectors was a serious downgrade. The two gunmen sensed something off about the phrasing, but they were indeed collecting tolls. Per vehicle, per person. There are 7 of us. How much? 100 crystals per person. The van counts as 200, so total. Before the robbers could calculate, Zhou Jichen answered, 900 crystals. So both vehicle and people were charged. 900 crystals wasn't much to them, but why pay? The two robbers thought him agreeable. Right, 900 crystals, and you can go. 900 is a bit much. Can we substitute with something else? Zhou Jichen began subtly probing. Sure, food. 50 gene of food counts as 100 crystals. 450 gene of food, highway robbery. Well, that's exactly what this was. We don't have that much food. Anything else? Hearing they had neither crystals nor supplies, the robbers turned hostile. So you're broke. Get lost. No crossing. Zhou Jichen shrugged nonchalantly, as if this is the only bridge. The robber boasted proudly. All the other bridges are under our control. Want to cross the river? Pay up. This whole territory is ours. You're bluffing. The river's long with many bridges. Zhou Jichen feigned disbelief. Try it then. You'll end up in a zombie horde, losing your lives, and your crystals and supplies will be ours anyway. The robber spoke with feigned sincerity. Really? Of course. Then I'll discuss with my companions to see if we can pool the resources. Zhou Jichen's tone softened. Go ahead. They only wanted payment, not lives. Su Luan stood there like a wooden post, uttering not a single word from start to finish. Once they returned to the car, they began their report. The opposing side has a large number of people and likely has a base nearby. Their guns are standard issue, probably used by the police. They must have quite a few ability users, and their strength is not to be underestimated. After Zhou Jichen finished speaking, Su Luan added, there are 2 people visible behind the roadblock, but several others are hidden in the shadows, likely ability users. Those who pay are probably allowed through. There's no sign of a battle here. Lin Jin felt a surge of admiration. She had always thought only Gu Mingting and Zhou Jichen were sharp, but when it came to real matters, every one of them proved exceptionally capable. What now? Do we really hand over 900 crystals? Based on their analysis, they were outnumbered. What about taking a detour? They didn't necessarily have to cross this bridge. Lin Jin pulled out a tablet and handed it to Gu Mingting. When it came to reading maps, it was better to leave it to them. Gu Mingting examined the map. Taking a detour would cost them nearly an entire day, and they had no idea how far the group's territory extended. According to what they'd said, one wrong move could land them in a horde of zombies, suggesting they had a way to herd the undead into one area. Let's go check out their base and see what's really going on. Standard issue guns. Hand over the crystals. Lin Jin felt a pang of reluctance. No. Gu Mingting saw the pained look on Lin Jin's face and said with a smile, we'll fight our way in. His main reason was that these people seemed to only seek wealth, not lives. He wanted to see the full picture first. Tang Shua, go with the 2 of them. Let me go, Lin Jin volunteered. 3 big men would make them too wary. Gu Mingting said in a gentle tone, be careful then. Lin Jin replied with a soft voice, okay. Everyone else in the car felt a bit overwhelmed, force-fed a big bowl of dog food. Except for Lin Shan the zombie, who felt a little melancholy, sensing she might be losing favor, yet she didn't dislike that man. Lin Jin took out the bag of crystals and hugged it to her chest. Since they were putting on an act, she might as well make it convincing. The 3 of them got out of the car. Lin Jin followed behind Zhou Jichen and Su Luan, putting on a timid expression. The 2 robbers had originally tensed up and gripped their guns when they saw the trio approaching, but upon noticing that one of them was a woman who looked gentle and frail, they relaxed a bit. Brothers, here are the crystals you asked for. We pulled together everything we had. Zhou Jichen pointed to the bag in Lin Jin's arms. Come on, hand me the crystals. Zhou Jichen reached for the bag, but Lin Jin held back. Do we really have to pay? Let's just find another way. Don't be stubborn. Once we cross the river, we'll be close to our destination. It's just a few crystals, we can get more by killing zombies. Zhou Jichen sounded impatient, but helpless. Easy for you to say. Are zombies that easy to kill? These crystals took us over 3 months to gather. Lin Jin's words stumbled as she spoke. Their group killed zombies at a pace completely different from ordinary people. She needed to think about the average person's speed. 3 months. She actually said that. 90 days, saving 10 crystals a day. Who was she kidding? Zhou Jichen looked at Lin Jin with exasperation, feeling her words were about to blow their cover. Realizing her oversight, Lin Jin lowered her head, frowned, and tried to think of a way to salvage the situation. But unexpectedly. Enough. As long as you're alive, can't you earn more crystals? There won't be many zombies along this route for a whole day. The robber's intelligence was truly touching. Did he think they were all weaklings who couldn't kill many zombies? Lin Jin, with her head down and brows furrowed, suddenly pursed her lips and puffed out her cheeks before recovering after a long moment. Zhou Jichen silently shifted his stance to block Lin Jin's body. Ever since she revealed her spatial ability secret to everyone, the aloof girl she used to be had disappeared. Should I bring the crystals over? The robbers still had some caution. Have the girl bring them over. That's not a good idea. She's easily frightened. Zhou Jichen said this in a flat tone. The robbers grew impatient. What's there to be afraid of? We're not going to eat you. Hurry up, hand them over, and be on your way. They were dawdling, not acting like real men at all. No wonder they couldn't kill zombies, all show and no substance. Lin Jin tugged at Zhou Jichen's sleeve from behind and said in a timid voice, "I'll deliver the crystals, but you have to remember what you promised me." "Promised what?" Su Luan looked at Lin Jin in confusion. Their improvisation was completely over his head. "Oh, don't worry. Go ahead." Who knew what Lin Jin was talking about? It was all nonsense anyway. Gu Mingting gazed unabashedly at Lin Jin in the car, his eyes brimming with adoration that could barely be contained. She was indeed a young girl feigning strength and indifference due to a lack of security, though she would occasionally show a playful side. "I want a soft and sweet young lady." Tang Shuo felt that Lin Jin was quite endearing this way, even though he knew it was an act. "Don't even think about it if she's not yours. Even if she were soft and sweet, if she wanted to act coy, it could only be with him." "All right, boss." The boss is jealous. Ma Kai felt a bit overwhelmed by the ever-present display of affection. The zombie Lin Shan looked at her keeper, raised her head to gaze at the car roof, and fell into thought, as if she had seen something like this before. Lin Jin dawdled toward the roadblock where the robbers were hiding, occasionally glancing back. The two robbers thought such a young girl wouldn't cause any trouble, so they let their guard down. Just as they reached out to take the bag of spirit crystals, they were suddenly bound, completely unaware of what had tied them up. As soon as the two robbers hit the ground, the ambush team emerged from nearby. There were 6 of them, unarmed, but all burly and imposing. "What do you think you're doing? Let them go." They hadn't even seen how their 2 companions had been captured. Lin Jin shed her timid facade, curling her lips into a mocking smile. "Let them go. Pay a ransom for them." The robbery had backfired. How utterly humiliating. Why waste words with her? Just take the people and the crystals. A burly man stepped forward, ready to start a fight. Lin Jin lightly kicked the robber on the ground. "Hey, it seems your buddies don't care about you at all." They had thought guarding the bridge would earn them some easy money, but they had run into tough opponents. They could only blame them. Several burly men advanced toward Lin Jin, and she could feel some pressure. But before they got close, they awkwardly... It turned out Gu Mingting and the others had arrived. Ma Kai and Su Luan were holding the guns that belonged to the 2 robbers. "We don't want your crystals. Release the people, and you can go." He wasn't a coward, he just knew when to be pragmatic. So they only dared to bully her. Where was their While Lin Jin and the others were bantering, Ma Kai relayed a piece of news to Gu Mingting. When he first enlisted, there was a particularly skilled soldier in their squad from Jinzhong City who said the place was full of martial arts schools, and everyone regardless of age or gender knew a few moves. Gu Mingting also observed the other side of the river through binoculars. There was a base set up along the riverbank with earth element steps built on the embankment and several boats docked below. Unexpectedly, there was a small base here, but what was with this robbery setup? "Hey, I'm talking to you. Give me some." No one from the opposite side responded, which only made him more uneasy. "Does the base know what you're doing?" Gu Mingting said casually. The burly men stiffened. One of them immediately slapped the back of another's head. "I told you it wouldn't work, but when we proposed it, you all agreed. Why blame me now?" And Meng and his crew did the same. "If they can, why can't we?" They'd tell you the truth. You have a brain like a dog's, even pigs would reject it. The man kept hitting the other's head with considerable force, leaving Lin Jin utterly bewildered. What was going on? What base? Why had they suddenly turned on each other? "Ow, ow. Stop hitting me. I know I was wrong." The burly man fled, covering his head. Lin Jin tugged at the water chain and asked the 2 robbers, "Are they always like this?" She sensed there was no real intent to kill, which was why she played along, otherwise they would have acted directly. The robbers chose to remain silent, staring at the sky in shame. "Stop it. If you hit me again, I'll fight back. Show me. Come on, do it." The hitter struck even harder, and the one being hit yelled louder. The other burly men glared at Lin Jin's group with fierce eyes. They were all such simpletons. Lin Jin moved closer to Gu Mingting and asked, "Are we just going to watch? Enjoy the show and wait." Seeing Gu Mingting's confident demeanor, Lin Jin didn't press further. Watching the drama was fine by her. The commotion here was quite significant, naturally alerting others in the base. A team of individuals dressed in black attire jogged over in an orderly fashion. The leader shouted sternly, "What are you 2 doing?" The 2 burly men immediately straightened up upon seeing the guard, saying, "Nothing, just having some fun." "Fun? Does he think I'm blind?" They have 2 hostages in hand. They can't even stay calm. They were punished to guard the bridge and still managed to cause trouble. "Several of you." Before the leader in black could finish, the burly man interrupted. "We were just passing through and will leave shortly. I didn't ask you, just stay over there." These big fools were definitely causing trouble again. The burly man took a few steps back, standing behind the black-clad individuals, constantly signaling to Lin Jin and the others, shaking his head. "If there has been any offense, please forgive them. They are not the brightest." Ling Tao observed that Gu Mingting and the others had an extraordinary demeanor and showed no hostility, indicating that there should not be a major issue. "Forgiveness is not needed. I just want to ask, what does the bridge toll mean? Are you here to enter the base?" "We were unaware that there was a base here." Seeing that Gu Mingting did not seem to be joking, Ling Tao immediately understood their intent. It must be that Li Hu and his group were aggressively collecting tolls. Fortunately, they encountered someone with a good temperament. The situation is as follows: our base is just ahead, and we have stationed personnel here to prevent wandering zombies from posing a threat. Additionally, we need to check if the passing individuals have been bitten or infected by zombies, as we fear it may bring hidden dangers to the base. While this explains the reason for guarding the bridge, it does not address the issue of collecting tolls. There have been previous complaints about bridge guards discreetly asking passing vehicles for spirit stones and supplies, but since the amounts were small, no major incidents arose. It was merely passing through and no fee is required. This was just a momentary greed on their part, who I apologize on their behalf. He cupped his hands and bowed slightly. It's no trouble, since it is a misunderstanding, it is good to clarify it. As Ling Tao apologized, Lin Jin retracted her ability, and the two individuals on the ground, feeling ashamed, stood up and silently returned to stand behind Ling Tao. As a gesture of apology, how about you accompany me back to the base for some rest? A verbal apology seemed insufficiently sincere. Lin Jin suddenly had a thought: could it be that they wanted to draw them into a trap? But it didn't feel like that. The one speaking in a somewhat refined manner seemed like an upright gentleman. Oh, a base would not risk someone's life over such a small sum of money. Gu Mingting glanced at Lin Jin, who nodded slightly. Then thank you very much. No one mentioned the toll during their journey. This matter was considered resolved. After walking for a while, someone drove over in a sightseeing vehicle. Ling Tao let the other members of the guard continue patrolling and took Gu Mingting and the others into the vehicle to return to the base together. At the entrance of the base stood a wooden sign that read Martial Arts Base. Below the base name, it stated that entry to the base costs 20 spirit stones or 5 pounds of food per person, with exemptions for the elderly, weak women, and children. It was quite a humane base. You needn't pay the spirit stones, but please register. Ling Tao planned to cover the cost himself. No need, since it is a rule, it should be followed. Immediately, Ma Kai counted out 140 spirit stones and handed them to the registration desk. Picking up a pen, he filled out the information, marking yes under the column of whether he was an ability user, but did not specify the type of ability, and everyone followed suit. The registrar looked a bit troubled at Ling Tao, but Ling Tao signaled him to let them through. The group had no intention of staying at the base. They might just rest for a day before leaving. Whether they registered or not was of little consequence, but this group of 7 were all ability users with considerable strength. Upon entering the base, one could see that the environment was very clean, with no chaotic tents around. The people walking along the path appeared to be in good spirits. Most importantly, there were players. Ling Tao led them into the office hall, which was a newly constructed building, simply laid out square-shaped, with each room labeled to represent different departments. Ah Chao, give me 2 keys for the dormitory building, 1 large and 1 small. Xing Chao was in charge of the housing department, and the dormitory was specifically for the guards and single ability users in the base. Taoga, why did you come personally? Xing Chao curiously looked over the several people following Ling Tao. Hurry up, I still need to patrol later. All right. Xing Chao immediately pulled out a bunch of keys from the drawer and quickly selected 2 to hand to Ling Tao. Room 801 and 903. We're off. Ling Tao said no more, took the keys, and led Gu Mingting to the dormitory building. It was actually a business office building. Upon entry, one could see 2 identical buildings behind it. The martial arts base had restored its power system, and the elevators were functioning normally. After I take you to your rooms, I must continue with my duties. The base is not very large. If you're interested, you can explore on your own. Are we allowed to go anywhere? Generally, bases have a hierarchy dividing inner and outer cities. You can go anywhere. Ling Tao was quite proud of the martial arts base. They were open and had no areas that outsiders could not access. The dormitories had been converted from offices featuring simple beds and desks, but nothing else. The conditions are basic. I apologize for the inconvenience. Having a roof over our heads is already quite good. Thank you for your hospitality. The other party was polite, and Gu Mingting naturally reciprocated. Farewell. Ling Tao walked away steadily, needing to deal with those few fools. This base is quite good, Lin Jin said as she walked to the window and looked outside. The environment was clean, and there were benefits for the elderly, weak, and women. The tables were likely original, but the beds and bedding were definitely not. They were probably collected by the base personnel from outside. Suddenly Lin Jin shouted, "Come look quickly." From this window, one could see across the street another residential area. Within it lay several plots of land lush with greenery, though too distant to discern what plants grew there. Crops. Did someone plant them? That's wonderful. Being able to cultivate meant at least there would be no shortage of food. Let's go down and take a look. Having just ascended the stairs, they soon descended, exiting the dormitory building, turning a corner toward another direction, crossing the street, and arriving at a residential area. At its edge lay the planting zone, enclosed by iron fences through which one could see the green stems and leaves on the soil. In some plots, stems and leaves had already spread their leaves a deep green, appearing exceptionally lush. Their stalks were thick and sturdy, as if capable of supporting the entire plant's weight. In others, only tiny sprouts had emerged, just breaking through the soil, their tender green hue exuding a fresh and endearing quality. Some plots seemed overrun with weeds, but upon closer inspection these weeds were also seedlings. Their growth rate might be slower than other crops, but given sufficient time and nutrients they too would thrive. Regardless, what was planted here was undoubtedly food. In the field, an elderly farmer was working. One look at the young newcomers told him they were fresh arrivals. Every time new people came to the base and saw these crops, they would curiously come to observe, filling the farmers with both gratification and pride. Back then, the base leader had overruled all objections, allowing them to till the parched land and granting them precious seeds for cultivation. With the aid of a wood element ability user, they managed to plant 5 types of food: potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, rice, and wheat. Additionally, there were several hydroponically grown, quick-maturing vegetables cultivated in other containers. Under the wood element ability's stimulation, they grew vigorously, finally silencing the dissent. This not only solved the food problem, but also provided job opportunities for more people. Old sir, is it easy to grow? Gu Mingting knew little about farming, but he understood that many plants had growth cycles. The previous summer had been so hot that even concrete roads cracked, making survival impossible, and a harsh winter was yet to come. Could a single season yield a harvest? This young man hits the nail on the head, the old farmer said, stopping his work and walking over from the field. He picked up a water jug nearby, gulped down several mouthfuls, and continued. It's not easy to grow. The soil's fertility is poor, all dried out. We spent half a month nurturing it and tried several methods before getting results. And we owe much to the wood element ability user. Without him, the seedlings wouldn't have even sprouted. Although several farmers tended these hard-won plants daily, it was primarily the wood element ability user who infused them with energy. The wood element ability user was said to be, aside from water element, another rather useless ability. Early-stage wooden vines were so brittle they snapped at a touch, too weak even for bundling luggage. Now, however, it had found its place in agriculture, poised for a resurgence. How wonderful! Never before had plants seemed so adorable. They were symbols of hope. If the leader of a small base dared to experiment, then the capital would surely also discover the uses of wood element ability users. Uncle, you've worked hard. Let me add some water for you. Lin Jin noticed the water jug was nearly empty and offered proactively. Seeing them empty-handed, the old man wondered if this young lady might be a water element ability user. Sure. He handed the jug over the fence. Lin Jin took it and filled it to the brim. Uncle, here you go. Thank you, young lady. We should be the ones thanking you. What use were high technology or abilities without farming experience? Only through large-scale cultivation could they produce the rations to sustain people's survival. After resting a while, the old farmer returned to the fields, and the group, after another look, departed. Back at the dormitory building, they spotted a sign not far off indicating the trading zone ahead. With nothing else to do, they decided to go together. Seeing that cultivation was possible, Gu Mingting resolved to collect more seeds in the future, though in the Marshall base seeds were precious and never sold. Sellers included men, women, and even children, with neighbors helping the little ones. Truly a wonderful base. In truth, their group lacked nothing, so naturally nothing caught their interest. You all go back first. They'll set up a stall to sell water. Lin Jin wanted to do some good within her means. They'll stay with you, Gu Mingting promptly declared. All right, you can. Lin Jin didn't bother with how water was sold in the base. Her price was 1 crystal core per 1,000 milliliters. As she set up her stall, the others went their separate ways, feeling superfluous with the two together. The first to notice were nearby stallholders, some of whom immediately packed up and rushed home to fetch buckets. Gradually, the queue grew longer. Lin Jin did nothing but release water with both hands while Gu Mingting calculated prices and collected crystal cores. They sold until evening, when suddenly a gong sounded. People in the trading zone began hurriedly packing up and leaving. What's happening? Many in the queue for water also departed, but a few remained. Newcomers, huh? That's the dinner bell at the canteen. Every evening our base's canteen opens to everyone. For just 5 crystal cores you can have a full meal. 5 crystal cores for a full meal. A bargain, considering a pack of instant noodles cost that much. Wanna go? Gu Mingting asked with a slight smile, looking at Lin Jin. Let's check it out. She had already recouped the fees they paid today and had some surplus, so she was curious about the food. Lin Jin announced to those behind. We're closing up, no more sales. Don't go, miss, just a few of us left. Have a heart. We've been queuing for 2 hours. Someone called out, echoed by a few others. Lin Jin looked at the line. Only about a dozen people remained. But, miss, heading to the canteen. Have your boyfriend save you a spot. Right, let your boyfriend go ahead, someone chimed in teasingly. He's not. Lin Jin started to deny, but Gu Mingting spoke up. He'll go save you a spot. Hurry. Before leaving, he even patted Lin Jin's head. Once he was gone, Lin Jin's face flushed silently. Letting out a breath, she resumed selling water under the urging of the remaining customers. Just a dozen people. It would be quick. Meanwhile, Gu Mingting hadn't gone far when he ran into Zhou Jichen leading the others downstairs. Learning it was dinner time, they decided to join in. Knowing Lin Jin would come soon, they queued up first. The line was visibly long, sparking anticipation for the meal. After 5 minutes, Lin Jin finished her task and was about to leave collecting the crystal core when she saw a child rushing over in panic. Sister, can you help me? My mother fell. Pulled abruptly by a strange child, Lin Jin was bewildered. Looking around, she realized no one was nearby. Where is your mother? Over there. The child pointed in a direction opposite the cafeteria. Lin Jin glanced toward the cafeteria, then back at the direction the child indicated. Sister, please, my mother has a baby in her belly. She fell and is bleeding. Sensing Lin Jin's hesitation, the child clung tightly to her clothes, weeping and pleading. A pregnant woman. In all this time, Lin Jin had never seen a single pregnant woman. Hearing that the pregnant woman had fallen and was bleeding, Lin Jin grew anxious. Where? Take me there quickly. The child immediately grabbed her hand and hurried forward, saying, Follow me, sister. The moment the child took her hand, a flicker of doubt crossed Lin Jin's mind. Why were the child's hands so rough? Could it be the hardship of surviving the apocalypse? This doubt was soon dispelled by the child's repeated cries of sister and save my mother. But as they walked, another question arose. Why would a pregnant woman bring her child to such a remote place? The child pulled Lin Jin along swiftly, then suddenly found it impossible to move, stumbling instead. Too suspicious. Everything felt wrong. This child, seemingly only 5 or 6, spoke clearly and with flawless logic, not the reaction of a normal child in distress. The timing and location were all off. The child urged, Sister, hurry. Mom is right ahead. You? Ah. A woman's pained moan interrupted Lin Jin's words. Mom, that's my mom. The child released Lin Jin's hand and ran ahead. Despite the suspicious circumstances, concern for a pregnant woman compelled Lin Jin to follow cautiously. Indeed, just a few steps away around a corner lay a woman. Her hair obscured her face, but her protruding belly suggested she was 6 or 7 months pregnant. Blood stained her pant legs as she struggled, crawling forward. Mom, I brought someone to save you. Tears streaming, the child ran to crouch beside the pregnant woman, trying in vain to pull her up. Seeing this, all of Lin Jin's caution vanished. She rushed over, half crouching, to lift the woman. Hold on, I'll take you to find a doctor. Though unsure if a hospital existed, surely someone in the large base knew medicine. As long as they reached a crowded area. Belly. The pregnant woman lying on the ground was difficult to move, her voice growing fainter. What did you say? To hear her clearly, Lin Jin had to crouch down and lean closer. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck her neck. Something had pierced it. Lin Jin tried to use her ability to resist, but the supposedly fallen woman sprang up and pressed a pungent cloth over Lin Jin's mouth and nose. Under the dual effects of the drugs, her water-based ability dissipated. As she collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness, she vaguely saw the person pulling out the syringe. It was the child. Once Lin Jin was completely unconscious, the pregnant woman stood up. She's an ability user. Are you insane? She whispered accusingly. What's there to fear? Just a water type. The child's voice remained the same, but its tone had changed, now sounding old and steady. The pregnant woman frowned in dissatisfaction. A water type is still an ability user. The previous ones already drew attention. Don't let this one bring trouble. The child replied calmly. She just arrived today. I've been watching her for a while. There are only 2 of them, and the other man went to the cafeteria. Stop wasting time. Where's Qian Cheng? Speak of the devil. Coming. A man with a simple, honest face ran over carrying a bucket. Had Lin Jin been awake, she would have recognized him as someone who bought water from her. Hurry up, take her away. Fei, clean up the scene. It turned out the child was the ringleader of this trio. As Qian Cheng drew closer, he was startled. Isn't this the water seller? Take a look at her face. That was exactly why he had taken the risk. He had been wondering how to get his hands on her when the opportunity presented itself. The man accompanying her had left her alone. He knew her appearance. When he bought water earlier, he had noticed she was indeed beautiful and fair. But what that man caused trouble. People caused trouble over the missing ones before, didn't they? And then, no one knows it was us, the child said dismissively. The 2 hesitated, but the child taunted, scared now. You were happy enough taking the money. Besides, in 2 months your son will be born. Don't you want him to come into the world safely? The couple was indeed husband and wife, and the pregnant woman was truly expecting. Finish this job, and well, leave. That way your wife can rest before giving birth. Their gang specialized in trafficking attractive girls. The prettier they were, the higher the price. Today's catch would fetch a good number of crystal cores, enough for them to live comfortably for a while. The pregnant woman touched her belly, gritted her teeth, and said resolutely, Honey, let's do it. This girl has seen our faces. Keeping her would only be trouble. Better to sell her for money and have a better life once the baby was born. Qian Cheng thought it over one last time and nodded. All right. Qian Cheng handed the half-full bucket to his wife Lu Fei, then hoisted Lin Jin onto his shoulder and walked away. The child followed, trotting along with steady steps that belied its youthful appearance. Lu Fei splashed water on the blood-stained ground to clean it, then quickly left. The red pigment was water-soluble and dissolved instantly. Gu Mingting, almost at the front of the line, still hadn't seen Lin Jin. A sudden unease gripped him. You guys keep the place. I'm going to look for Lin Jin. Boss will come too. Food didn't matter, the young lady was the priority. Alright, let's go together. They hurriedly left the line, drawing curious looks. Why leave when they were almost at the front? Back at the trading area, there was no one in sight. They scattered to search, but found nothing. Boss, only this place looked suspicious. Su Luan had followed this direction and found no one, only a puddle of water on the ground. In such a remote spot at this hour, could this water be from Lin Jin? Guard this spot. Ma Kai and Zhou Jichen, keep searching elsewhere. We're going to find Ling Tao. Gu Mingting knew something had happened to Lin Jin and was suddenly filled with regret for leaving her alone. What? Lin Tao exclaimed in agitation upon hearing Gu Mingting say that Lin Jin was missing, momentarily losing his composure. Have you searched for her? Are you certain she is missing? Certainly. Gu Mingting was now burning with anxiety, but still needed to maintain his composure while conversing with Lin Tao. Lin Tao stood at the office door and shouted, Liaozi, gather everyone except the 2 teams currently on patrol into the meeting room. Everyone please remain calm. I will send someone to search immediately. Lin Tao's brows furrowed, his tone heavy. The guards had yet to arrive, but another person had come, their voice heard before their appearance. Lin Tao, I heard you called everyone to the meeting room. What has happened now? It was a bright and clear female voice. A woman approximately 1.7 meters tall, dressed in a tight black outfit that accentuated her figure, entered the office. Senior sister, Lin Tao greeted the woman as she entered. Another girl has gone missing. Another one. The woman addressed as senior sister punched the wall with a fist, exclaiming, damn it. Who reported this? How long has she been missing? Senior sister's imposing brows lifted slightly, radiating an innate authority without her needing to raise her voice. It was this friend here, his companion, has been missing for no more than an hour. Senior sister followed Lin Tao's gesture and looked over, her bright eyes lighting up. The first thing she noticed was the man's tall stature, then his well-defined chest, followed by his thinly pressed lips, sharp features, and strikingly handsome nose. His deep-set eyes held a captivating aura. While he might not fit the conventional handsome archetype, he exuded a strong masculine charm, which was exactly her type. I am Ainli, what is your name? Ainli smiled softly, her voice gentle. A flicker of disdain crossed Gu Mingting's eyes. He was familiar with such looks. However, since he needed her assistance, he could only endure it. Miss Ainli, hello, I am Gu Mingting. I like the sound of your voice as well as your name, Gu Mingting. Although Ainli was quite interested in Gu Mingting, she did not let her attraction interfere with the matter at hand. Please tell me the details. My companion and I separated in the trading area. I was in line at the cafeteria while she continued selling water. There were about 10 people left in line, and given her speed, she should have been done in around 5 minutes. However, after nearly half an hour, she still hadn't appeared. We went to look for her, but found nothing except for a suspicious puddle in a secluded corner. A water-type ability user. Ainli asked, surprised. Yes, Gu Mingting replied. Ainli and Lin Tao exchanged odd looks. You mentioned that another girl went missing. Does this happen often in your base? To be honest, yes. In the past 3 months, over 10 girls have gone missing. We are quite troubled and frustrated. We want to capture the culprit and have even tracked and protected potential targets, but unexpectedly this time the target has changed. His companion is an ability user. Could it be that multiple people are involved? Ainli found it odd when Gu Mingting mentioned that his companion was an ability user. Were the previous victims not ability users? Gu Mingting asked. They were all ordinary people with no significant backgrounds or friends. Ainli noted that this detail made her think it may not be the same perpetrator. Lin Tao pondered Ainli's insights and shook his head. Senior sister, I still believe it is the same culprit. The appearance of his companion matches the descriptions of the missing girls we know. He may very well take risks. The most beautiful. Gu Mingting's companion is that stunning. What could their relationship be? According to Lin Tao, all the missing girls are attractive. What fates awaited these girls were easy to imagine. Gu Mingting clenched his fists, feeling that it was all his fault. Yet even in self-reproach, he managed to calm himself. The perpetrators must be working in a group. The suspects must have children or older women and adult males. I was going to say women, but considering Lin Jin's vigilance, that doesn't make much sense. Children, older women. Why do you say that? They had primarily focused their investigation on adult males. My companion is perceptive and wary of strangers. She wouldn't easily trust others. Moreover, even though she is a water-type ability user and seems delicate, her strength is not to be underestimated. It would be impossible for her to be forcibly kidnapped. It must have been a deception. Only children and elderly women could evoke sympathy in Lin Jin. There aren't many young children in the entire base. Thank you for the information you provided. It has greatly narrowed down our search. Lin Tao couldn't wait for the guards any longer and left the office himself to search for her. Take me to that suspicious place. Perhaps we can find some clues. If we could uncover this criminal organization through his companion, that would be fantastic. For Lin Jin, the entire martial arts base was ablaze with lights late at night. Lin Tao instructed the team to find the last person who had contact with Lin Jin and send another group to visit households with young children, investigating each one and eliminating suspects, ultimately locking in on a few individuals. However, without solid evidence, they couldn't act rashly. Meanwhile, Lin Jin had no idea what was happening outside. As her consciousness slowly became clearer, she was startled to find herself in complete darkness, unable to see anything before her. She tried to open her eyes, but felt something covering them, preventing her from seeing her surroundings. At the same time, she realized that her hands and feet were tightly bound, restricting her freedom of movement. Worse still, her mouth was taped over with a thick layer of tape, rendering her unable to make any sounds or call for help. Lin Jin attempted to struggle to sit up, hoping to better understand her situation. However, as soon as she moved, she suddenly lost her balance and fell heavily back to the ground. The impact left her feeling dizzy, as if the world were spinning around her. She had to readjust her breathing, waiting for the dizziness to subside. It was truly a case of misfortune, as she had been careless. Lin Jin lay on the ground, eyes closed, thinking to herself. Once she felt a bit better, she retrieved the military knife given to her by Gu Mingting from her space. With her hands bound behind her, she couldn't see well at first, and the knife grazed her wrist slightly before she finally found the rope and began to work on it slowly. As Lin Jin cut through the rope, she recalled the events leading up to this moment, connecting all the clues together, and all her doubts were resolved. What children? They were nothing but dwarfs. The pregnant woman must be a real one, and there was at least one man involved. Although she was slim, she still weighed over 90 pounds. It was impossible for a dwarf and a pregnant woman to carry her away quietly. But why did they kidnap her? With the rope cut, Lin Jin switched from lying on her side to lying flat. It took a while for her to recover, remove the blindfold, and open her eyes, only to find complete darkness. She raised her hand to tear off the tape from her mouth, and even in the darkness the sound was especially audible. Woo-woo. Not only was there a sound of whimpering, but also the rustling of clothes. Were there others in this place? Who's there? Lin Jin rose swiftly, cutting the rope from her feet, kneeling on one knee with the military knife held horizontally before her chest, holding her breath and waiting. Hearing Lin Jin's voice, the other person seemed to move more frantically, yet only muffled whimpers and the rustle of fabric could be heard. Lin Jin recalled her own awakening and wondered if everyone here had been abducted like her. She couldn't be certain, nor did she dare to take out any lighting tools that might reveal her spatial ability. Were you also brought here by force? If so, make one sound, if not two. Lin Jin rose slowly, moving as silently as possible, and began to approach the source of the other sound. Mm. Fully focused, Lin Jin heard clearly. It seemed there were two voices distinct from each other. Two people. This time, as if they had conferred, only one person answered. Lin Jin drew near to the two individuals, one hand gripping the military knife, while the other groped forward cautiously. First, she touched someone's foot, causing them to flinch in fear, then she found the rope. Only then did she speak. It's me, don't be afraid. Lin Jin stored the military knife in her spatial ability and whispered, turn around and reach out your... They complied, and the rustling of clothes was followed by a warm touch against Lin Jin's body. She immediately set to work locating the knots and beginning to untie them. The ropes were tightly bound, taking considerable time. After freeing one person's hands, Lin Jin groped her way to the other and untied theirs as well. Once done, she quickly stepped back a few paces, listening to them tear off the tape. Lin Jin continued her inquiry. Do you know where this is? No. They were terrified. Although the woman who had freed them was also a captive unlike them, they felt she might be their salvation and answered every question willingly. Then do you know who kidnapped you? I was just sleeping at home at night and woke up here. At the thought of this, one of them began to weep. Lin Jin snapped sternly, shut up. What's there to cry about? Crying was utterly useless. Startled by Lin Jin's reprimand, the crying ceased instantly. The other girl, calmer than the first, spoke up. I was lured to a remote place by a child then. A pain in my neck, and I knew nothing after that. Again a child. Clearly the work of the same group. From their voices, both girls seemed young. How long have you... The calmer girl replied, not sure. There's no light here, but every so often someone opens the door to give us water and food. But I think it's been no more than 3 days. Oh, I arrived before her, as she came after I'd been fed once. 3 days. How long have I been in here? Time spent in darkness distorts one's perception. How much longer until your next feeding? Should be soon. Yes, about that time. This time they gave the same answer, confirming that someone would indeed arrive shortly. Do you know why you were kidnapped? Lin Jin was utterly baffled by this question. She wanted to know too. The more timid girl whispered, I might know why. Speak, she said shyly. Good luck. Can you speak plainly? She had seen narcissism, but never such blatant self-admiration. The calmer girl suddenly recalled something. Are you talking about that rumor in the base? Could they say something she could understand? As if hearing Lin Jin's thoughts, the calmer girl explained, there's a rumor at the base that many young women have gone missing. No bodies found, no trace. They're all single young and pretty with no connections. Single young pretty. Missing one thing, powerless. That fit the criminal's target profile. Though harsh, it was true. They seemed to be ordinary people. Ordinary people. No ability users. What terrible luck had she stumbled into? Seems not. Single young female ability users were either powerful or had companions making them harder to target. So she was underestimated again. Humph. Silence fell in the darkness. The two young women didn't know why their savior had stopped talking, but felt it best to remain quiet. Lin Jin took several deep breaths, suppressing her anger to keep her mind clear. She knew Gu Mingting was surely trying to rescue her, but she was no one to wait idly. She had the strength to save herself. No matter what sounds you hear later, don't make a peep. They'll get you out of here. In that brief moment, Lin Jin had already— What are you going to do? Lin Jin replied coldly, you don't need to know. Just stay quiet. Lin Jin moved, beginning to explore the dark space. The floor she already knew was compacted earth. The walls felt the same, a space created by an earth ability user. Continuing, she reached a corner, changed direction, and finally touched what seemed to be a door. It was cold to the touch, metal. A smooth metal surface, but there was no door handle. At about her height, there was a hole 2 fingers wide, possibly an air vent. Lin Jin leaned in, trying to see outside through the opening, but all she saw was darkness. How cautious. Leaning against the earthen wall by the door, Lin Jin closed her eyes, piecing together the clues. At least 3 people. A dwarf, a pregnant woman, and an adult male. She couldn't be sure if there was a real child in the apocalypse. Hearts were unpredictable. Moreover, they had at least an earth ability user and a metal ability user. And that rumor suggested this group had been active for a long time without being caught. Either they were skilled at disguise, or they had backing within the base. Either way, she needed a decisive blow and avoid causing a commotion. No one spoke in the darkness. The 2 young women could only huddle together, waiting silently, trusting that the woman would save them. Yet in truth, they were deeply uneasy, unsure if she was even still there, but remembering her warning and daring not to call out. Lin Jin appeared to be resting with her eyes closed, leaning against the wall, but in truth, she gripped a military knife, listening intently to every sound, missing not a single detail. Like now when someone approached. It's all your fault for insisting on messing with that ability user. Now look what you've done. Caused such a commotion, Qiansheng complained. Enough chatter. I wonder how we were exposed for someone to suspect us. The entire base was in chaos all night. Someone even knocked on their door to question them, making them realize they might have been discovered. Are you sure it's fine leaving Lu Feifei alone at home? What's there to worry about? She's pregnant. Well, I low for a few days until the heat dies down, then leave immediately. For now, they only suspected they were exposed, or maybe it was just their guilty conscience. In any case, if anyone asked later, Lu Feifei would say her man had taken the kids out to scavenge for supplies. Once things calmed down, she would come to notify them. All right, keep your voice down. Don't let them hear. Go feed them first, then stay by the door. Though muffled, Lin Jin still caught their conversation, and a faint smile crept across her face. It must be Gu Mingting searching for her. Footsteps approached, and the 2 young girls were so terrified they nearly screamed, quickly covering their mouths with one hand while gripping each other's with the other for comfort. They silently prayed, may that girl succeed. A faint beam of light seeped through a small hole, and then the footsteps halted at the door. Lin Jin, with a military knife in one hand and her ability at the ready, held her breath. With a creak, the door swung open. Someone stood at the entrance holding a flashlight. By the silhouette, it was a tall— Even with the light glaring in her eyes, Lin Jin didn't hesitate. Before the beam could illuminate the space, her water chains coiled around the man, and her knife lashed out, plunging into the hand holding the flashlight. Qiansheng gasped in pain, his hand loosening, and the flashlight fell. Just as he was about to cry out, something stuffed his mouth, and his body was bound tight, immobile. The object was icy cold and damp. What are you doing? A childish voice asked discontentedly. Everything happened so fast. Sunbo, being short, had his view blocked by Qiansheng and didn't see what occurred. He only noticed the flashlight's beam descending as if Qiansheng had dropped it. Before the flashlight hit the ground, a hand caught it, and the light vanished. Sun Bo's childish voice lowered to a whisper, what's going on? The water chain leveled parallel to the ground, bypassing the adult male and extending backward. His 2 utterances helped Lin Jin pinpoint his location. Something touched Sun Bo's foot. What's that? The water chain spiraled upward, rapidly tightening, binding. The sensory feedback from both chains confirmed to Lin Jin that she had captured them both. Unsure if there was a third person, she deliberated and decided to turn on the flashlight. But she didn't redirect the beam. Instead, she slowly raised it. To Sun Bo, it seemed eerie. Qiansheng stood rigidly ahead, yet the light crept upward from below. But Qiansheng in front saw clearly. It was the water ability user. She had somehow freed herself and bound him like a mummy. Lin Jin condensed 5 water droplets in her left hand, while swiftly redirecting the flashlight with her right, shining it behind the adult male. Only one person. the dwarf. Only then did Lin Jin exhale the breath she had been holding. When the light had nearly fallen on the two girls earlier, they had clung to each other in terror. The moment the light went out, they were too frightened even to breathe. When the light flickered back on the two on the verge of screaming, saw that the person holding the flashlight was a girl, a very pretty one. As she turned the flashlight, they saw something strange. Chains of aqua blue coiled around a figure. Was it a person? Wrapping it like a mummy. What kind of ability was that? Only when they noticed the water droplets in her hand did they realize it was water manipulation. So she was an ability user, a water type. Suddenly they understood why she was being hunted, yet they wondered, had water ability users become this formidable now? Though relieved, Lin Jin remained silent, walking out with the flashlight to assess the situation. As she passed the two, she kicked each one to the ground, especially the little mummy, shoving him against the wall as if he were in her way. Against the wall behind the dwarf lay various items, food, water, and 2 blankets. Lin Jin glanced at them briefly and continued forward. It was a long earthen corridor. She walked for nearly 5 minutes before reaching the end, where it turned into an upward staircase, all made of earth. Shining the flashlight upward, she could see little, only an expanse of darkness. Frowning in thought, she turned back, returned to the dwarf, took the supplies, and went back to the previous space. Lin Jin handed the food and water to the 2 girls whom she had noticed earlier were indeed pretty. I don't know how far it is to the outside. I'm going to check. You 2 eat something first. Will you come back? What about them? Both girls asked simultaneously. Don't worry about them. They can't break free. Lin Jin answered one, then turned her gaze to the other. Will I come back? What do you think? Truth be told, she didn't want to meddle now. It was precisely because of meddling that she had landed in this disaster. If they had used poison instead of sedatives, or simply killed her outright, or what would she have done? What? She shouldn't have let her guard down. Lin Jin walked away again with the flashlight, reaching the end of the earthen corridor and climbing upward step by step. After another 3 to 5 minutes, she found no exit, just a solid earthen wall sealing the way. Lin Jin closed her eyes in frustration, lowering her head with a long sigh, and a curse slipped from her lips. Then suddenly her eyes snapped open as she scrutinized the earthen wall before her. If it was sealed tight, then this entire space, including below, was airtight. The ventilation holes in the metal door would be pointless. Even with enough space under multiple people breathing, the oxygen would soon deplete. She shone the light at the joint between the steps and the earthen wall, then upward to the connection between the wall and the ceiling, all intact. She then turned her gaze to the top, and indeed spotted a gap. What a crafty bastard, Lin Jin muttered through clenched teeth. This height was just beyond Lin Jin's reach, clearly designed for a man's stature, but that was no issue. Lin Jin had her spatial ability. Fumbling through her space, she found a few baseball bats, items that had been tossed aside after proving ineffective against zombies in the early days. Lin Jin took out 2 bats and shoved them upward with force. One of the blocks above loosened and gave way. She persisted until she had cleared the entire layer of earth, revealing the space above, still pitch black. How much longer until she saw light? Confronted with the elevated space, Lin Jin devised a way to climb up, only to find herself in a sewer. With no domestic wastewater flowing, the sewer had long dried up, becoming a passable tunnel. Surveying the sewer stretching in both directions, Lin Jin crouched down, illuminating her surroundings with a flashlight. There were footprints to the left. Having confirmed the direction, Lin Jin rose and headed left with her flashlight. Soon she reached a 3-way fork. Using the same method, she found the correct path. As she walked, she heard footsteps not far ahead. She instantly switched off her light and pressed herself against the wall. Judging by the footsteps, many people. Were there still that many gangs around? Lin Jin hesitated. Should she hide or fight? In the end, Lin Jin chose to retreat. She returned to the previous fork and took another path, but didn't go far, only to where the flashlight's beam couldn't reach, concealing herself. The footsteps grew closer, and then light appeared. Several people, all carrying flashlights. Footprints in 2 directions. The voice was faint, barely audible, likely someone muttering to themselves. The same footprints as before go this way, but there are footprints on the other path, 2 smaller ones, a woman's. Damn, she had been discovered. Lin Jin was about to bolt when she heard a familiar male voice. Leave it for now, move forward. On second thought, that earlier voice had also seemed familiar. Gu Mingting. Lin Jin tentatively called out his name, but her feet were already positioned to flee at the first sign of trouble. The moment Gu Mingting heard her voice, he immediately turned toward the other passage and called inside, Lin Jin. He was excited, afraid it might be an auditory hallucination. Lin Jin, is that you? It's me, Gu Mingting. Everyone had indeed heard a woman's voice, but among those who followed Gu Mingting down, only Ma Kai knew Lin Jin. The rest were from the martial arts base. Footsteps echoed through the tunnel, and a light source appeared. A short petite figure slowly approached. Gu Mingting immediately rushed over. Seeing that Lin Jin's hair was only slightly disheveled with dirt on her head, face, clothes, and pants. Looking somewhat disheveled, but relieved at the sight of him, the heavy stone in his heart finally lifted. Gu Mingting stepped forward and pulled Lin Jin into his arms. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. His embrace was warm and tight. Her eyes suddenly grew moist, and an inexplicable sense of grievance welled up. I'm sorry. Gu Mingting's repeated apologies made Lin Jin want to hug him back, but in the end, she didn't raise her arms. Burying her face in Gu Mingting's chest, Lin Jin said, It's okay. It's not your fault. I was too careless. Hearing her speak, Gu Mingting finally released her, his gaze locked on her, filled with apology. Lin Jin had already held back her tears before Gu Mingting let go. She looked at him with a smile, allowing his scrutiny. Are you injured? It was then that Gu Mingting noticed the blood spots on Lin Jin's neck and the bloodstains on her hands. He reached out to touch her neck, but she dodged. Lin Jin turned slightly, covering her neck with her hand. It hurt a little, probably from the needle. She lowered her hand and said with a faint smile, It's nothing. Suddenly a female voice interjected. Is this your companion? Lin Jin looked toward the voice and was met with a pair of long legs. To see her fully, she had to look up slightly. She was a valiant and elegant woman. Yes, this is my companion Lin Jin, Gu Mingting introduced. Lin Jin, this is Ainli. Ainli extended her hand with a smile. Miss Lin, hello. Lin Jin gave her hand a brief shake. Hello. Since we found her, let's talk outside. Although the sewer had no sewage, the odor was still unpleasant. All right. No. Gu Mingting and Lin Jin held opposing views. What's wrong? Gu Mingting looked at Lin Jin with concern. There are 4 more people there. 2 kidnappers, 2 hostages. 2 more hostages. Ainli's voice rose. She hadn't received any news of more missing persons. Judging by her expression, she seemed completely unaware. After observing everyone's faces, Lin Jin said calmly, They'll take you there. Gu Mingting walked beside Lin Jin, his eyes fixed on her profile. She was off. Why? Miss Lin, did you Yes. How did you manage it? Ainli was curious. This girl seemed small and frail, yet she had escaped on her own, and according to her, even subdued the kidnappers. And Gu Mingting's attitude toward her. Lin Jin deflected the question. How did you find this place? Gu Mingting understood. Lin Jin didn't trust the base personnel. What had happened during this time? Your captain is very smart. He found clues and deduced the location. We identified the target and got the information out of that pregnant woman. Ainli spoke while looking at Gu Mingting's back. Lin Jin's steps faltered for a moment before she continued. She gave it up that easily. You'll have to ask your captain about that. Ainli was also curious about this. They had interrogated the pregnant woman for a long time with no results, yet Gu Mingting had only spent 5 minutes alone with her, and she talked. How had he done it? Lin Jin turned to look at Gu Mingting, meeting his gaze. After a few seconds, she averted her eyes and felt. Gu Mingting felt as if Lin Jin had reverted to how she was when they first met. He clenched his fists at his sides. We're here. Lin Jin had replaced the earth blocks when she left. Now, without close inspection, the secret was invisible. Everyone shone their flashlights on the wall, finding nothing. Gu Mingting wasn't observing his surroundings. He was watching Lin Jin. She had been testing them all along. Was there something wrong with the base personnel? One of the team members asked, Did you remember the wrong place? There's nothing here. Was no one really aware? Lin Jin directed her flashlight beam to her feet. Ainli was also standing on the earth layer. Upon hearing this, she shone her light on the ground and noticed the difference. Lin Jin stepped aside, and Gu Mingting followed. Ainli looked for a moment, then also moved away. Following the senior sister's orders, Liaozi examined the earth layer and then dug it up, revealing a downward. Everyone's eyes widened. These human traffickers were surprisingly sophisticated. Even after repeated probing, Lin Jin still couldn't fully trust these people. Even if they were unaware, could everyone truly be ignorant of the truth? Gu Mingting took the lead and jumped down. After landing, he extended his hand toward Lin Jin. Lin Jin hesitated for a moment as she looked at Gu Mingting's hand. Taking it, she also jumped down. Before she could fully steady herself, Gu Mingting's arm slid around her waist. The moment she regained her balance, she stepped forward. Gu Mingting's hand lingered awkwardly in the air for a few seconds before he withdrew it and clenched it behind his back. Let's go. If we block the way here, they won't be able to come down. All right, I'll go first. Gu Mingting descended with a flashlight. Lin Jin followed closely behind, and the others jumped down from above as well. Soon the steps ended, leading into an earthen tunnel. As they continued forward, they spotted 2 strange writhing figures. What kind of monsters are these? They seemed harmless at first glance. The base personnel couldn't identify them, but Gu Mingting and Ma Kai recognized them immediately. These were Lin Jin's water chains. So these 2 were the kidnappers. Kidnappers? Ainli looked at Gu Mingting with confusion. How did he know these things were people, let alone kidnappers? Lin Jin ignored them and continued deeper inside, where she saw 2 girls cowering in the farthest corner, their faces etched with terror. Don't worry, the base personnel are here. You're safe now. Lin Jin's voice carried a hint of hoarseness. The 2 girls wept tears of joy. During Lin Jin's absence, darkness had enveloped them. At first, they had managed to eat and drink in relative peace, but as time dragged on, their hearts grew heavy with anxiety. fearing she might never return, dreading that she had encountered danger once more. Thank you. You saved us. Thank you so much. I was only saving myself. Seeing others entering, Lin Jin stepped back into the earthen tunnel. Watch out. I'm about to retract my ability. One of them is a metal type ability user, the other an earth type. Li was genuinely curious. How had Lin Jin, relying solely on her water type ability, managed to subdue two ability users single-handedly? Sun Bo and Qian Qing overheard everything and knew they had no escape. It was better to surrender quietly and endure less suffering. When Lin Jin dispersed her ability, the two made no unnecessary moves, resignedly letting the guards restrain them. So he's really a dwarf. This information had come from a pregnant woman named Lu Feifei. Gu Mingting also studied Sun Bo. He truly looked like a child. No wonder Lin Jin had been deceived. Though Li was surprised by the dwarf's appearance, she had said it deliberately to gauge Lin Jin's reaction. Yet she saw Lin Jin's face remain utterly calm. Had she known all along? Aren't you surprised? Could this woman have a facial nerve disorder? No, I'm not surprised. I already knew. How did you find out? Lin Jin glanced at Li, but offered no reply. Li twitched the corner of her mouth, sensing a hint of threat. Beautiful, clever, and capable. Miss Yin, since we've reached the destination, I'll take Lin Jin back now. Gu Mingting noticed the fatigue etched on Lin Jin's face and felt a pang of sympathy. The priority now was to let her rest, everything else could wait. Alright, you two head back. Li wasn't foolish. If she insisted on tagging along now, she might provoke Gu Mingting's displeasure. Hearing that she could return, Lin Jin took the lead and stepped forward. But as she passed Gu Mingting, he grabbed her wrist. Before she could react, he bent down, hooked one arm under her knees, released her wrist, and wrapped his other arm around her back, effortlessly lifting her into his arms. Gu Mingting, put me down. Lin Jin, who had been drowsy, was jolted wide awake. Gu Mingting said domineeringly, don't move. Put me down. I can walk on my own. Lin Jin continued to struggle. Gu Mingting threatened, if you don't like being carried, then I'll haul you over my shoulder. Lin Jin sensed that Gu Mingting meant what he said. Compared to being slung over his shoulder, being carried was the lesser evil, so she reluctantly gave in, thinking that once they reached the exit, he would have to set her down anyway. Gu Mingting strode away with Lin Jin in his arms, Ma Kai following closely behind. Li pursed her lips as she watched his retreating figure. Lin Jin's plan was sound, but she had underestimated Gu Mingting's strength. The hand supporting her upper body released her for less than a second as he propped himself against the edge of the opening, lifting both himself and Lin Jin out in one smooth motion. Lin Jin's mouth fell open in astonishment. Gu, want to be carried over my shoulder? No. Good. Behave. Gu Mingting's sudden assertiveness left Lin Jin at a loss, unsure how to respond. What she didn't know was that Gu Mingting acted this way out of concern. He sensed the change in Lin Jin and could only find peace of mind by holding her close in his arms. In Gu Mingting's embrace, Lin Jin felt a sense of security. Her eyes fixed on his profile slowly closed. Noticing her breathing grow steady and deep, he knew she had fallen asleep and softened his steps. As they emerged from the sewer, the light suddenly brightened. The moment Gu Mingting saw Lin Jin's brow furrow slightly, he immediately raised his hand higher, tilting her body so her head nestled into his chest, shielding her from the sunlight. Watching her brow smooth out, Gu Mingting gestured for Ma Kai to scout ahead and find a quieter path. Due to the commotion the previous night, everyone in the base was gathered in clusters, buzzing with discussion. Following Ma Kai's lead, Gu Mingting avoided the crowds and returned to the dormitory building. They took the elevator to the 9th floor, where Ma Kai knocked softly. Tang Shua quickly opened the door. The moment he saw Lin Jin, he lunged forward only to be grabbed by Ma Kai. Ma Kai clamped one hand around Tang Shua and covered his mouth with the other to keep him quiet. He then pulled the boy into a corner, clearing the way for his leader. Gu Mingting carried Lin Jin into the room and carefully laid her on the simple cot. Throughout it all, she slept peacefully, never stirring. Someone tapped Gu Mingting on the back. It was Lin Shan, and to his surprise, there was a look of concern on her face. Gu Mingting said softly to the zombie, Annie, she's fine. Just tired and asleep. Hearing that her caretaker was merely asleep, the zombie Lin Shan relaxed. The expression on her face returned to its usual state, and she remained standing at the foot of the bed, watching over her caretaker without moving. After confirming that Lin Shan wouldn't wake Lin Jin and was simply standing guard by the bed, Gu Mingting asked Ma Kai for some supplies. Gently, he wiped Lin Jin's face and hands, then carefully applied medicine to her wounds. Ma Kai witnessed the entire scene. His leader's attitude toward Lin Jin. He had initially thought his leader merely liked her, but now it was clear it wasn't just fondness, it was love. Once Ma Kai released him, Tang Shua, knowing Lin Jin was asleep, stood beside Ma Kai without asking any questions. For him, the only thing that mattered was that his sister had returned safely. Nothing else was important. Gu Mingting gazed at Lin Jin for a moment longer before turning to leave. He spoke to Ma Kai. Where are they? They should still be in the main office hall. Stay here. Don't wake her. Worried Lin Jin might suddenly startle awake, Gu Mingting instructed Tang Shuo were going to the main office hall. With Lin Jin settled, there were scores to settle. Tang Shuo remained utterly silent watching the two leave. Only when they entered the elevator and he saw it descending did he let out a heavy sigh. The boss was angry and the consequences would be severe. When Gu Mingting brought the three over, Ling Tao was already interrogating Sun Bo and Xian Cheng, but the two were tight-lipped, yielding nothing useful. The guard team informed Ling Tao of Gu Mingting's arrival. Leaving the interrogation room, Ling Tao went to meet him. Brother Gu, I have an impertinent request, Captain Ling. I hope you'll grant it. Brother Gu, speak freely. I wish to confront those inside and vent for my companion. Gu Mingting's voice was cold, laced with a killing intent. Sensing Gu Mingting's murderous aura, Ling Tao hesitated. As the captain of the victim's team, he didn't oppose seeking revenge, but the men couldn't die yet. The missing girls were still unaccounted for. Gu Mingting perceived Ling Tao's concern and assured him, Captain Ling, rest assured. No one will die. Only suffer a fate worse than death. Recalling Gu Mingting's earlier question about Lu Feifei's ability, Ling Tao had an idea. Brother Gu, why not help us ask about the other girls' whereabouts? Since they'd face torment anyway, it might as well serve a purpose. Agreed. He too wanted to know where these men intended to send Lin Jin and to whom. Brother Gu, please proceed. I'll ensure no interruptions, just don't kill them. Ling Tao planned to make a public example of the three. Rest assured, Ling Tao's men exited the interrogation room. Gu Mingting and Zhou Jichen entered while Su Luan and Ma Kai stood guard at the door. Moments later, heart-wrenching screams echoed from within. Su Luan and Ma Kai remained impassive, staring ahead. Several of Ling Tao's men nearly buckled, swallowing hard. Half an hour later, Ling Tao held a freshly obtained confession as he watched Gu Mingting and his group depart. That man was terrifying. Sun Bo and Xian Cheng bore no visible injuries, yet they lay sprawled like dead dogs, pale, frothing at the mouth, utterly drained. After leaving the office hall, Gu Mingting returned to the dormitory, but stopped at the 8th floor instead of the 9th. His body reeked of brutality, and he didn't want to frighten Lin Jin. The Dark Empire. He would annihilate it himself. Lin Jin's sleep was brief, only 2 hours. Waking, she found herself in bed, her mother beside her, and felt momentarily disoriented. Sis, you're awake. Tang Shuo noticed her first. Tang Shuo, why are you here? Lin Jin sat. The boss told me to watch over you. For 2 hours, Tang Shuo, like Lin Shan, had kept his eyes fixed on Lin Jin, afraid she'd vanish if he blinked. Gu Mingting. TSK, she'd actually fallen asleep. Lin Jin slapped her forehead in frustration. She'd made up her mind yet. Tang Shuo tensed at her action. Headache. Lin Jin shook her head. No. Looking down, she noticed the gauze wrapped around her wrist. Tang Shuo explained the boss bandaged that. Had never seen the boss so anxious over anyone. Where is he? Out on business. I'll be— Oh, a flicker of disappointment. I'm hungry. I'm going to make a self-heating hot pot. Want some? Lin Jin changed the subject, but speaking of hunger made it real. She hadn't realized she'd gone nearly a day without food. Tang Shuo's eyes lit up at the mention of food. Yes, they'll have a self-heating rice, braised beef. Since Lin Jin's disappearance, none of them had eaten. Had taken Annie back to the room for a brief rest, but the boss and the others had stayed up all night. The zombie Lin Shan hadn't spoken. No matter, meat was paramount. Seeing her mother also needed to eat, Lin Jin let out a bitter laugh, her eyes reddening. She'd almost lost her forever. Shaking off her melancholy, Lin Jin pulled out plenty of food from her space to treat herself. Gu Mingting and the others arrived just as she'd set up the steaming, self-heating hot pot and rice on the table. Gu Mingting's gaze found Lin Jin first. Seeing her casually arranging the food, his mood lifted. Everyone's here. Eaten yet? As he asked, Ma Kai and Su Lun's stomachs growled audibly. Lin Jin immediately produced more food, inviting them to choose. The three noticed nothing unusual about Lin Jin. She was the same as before. Each took what they wanted except Gu Mingting, who remained still. Seeing everyone else had moved, but Gu Mingting hadn't, Lin Jin turned. Aren't you eating? I'm not hungry. At his claim, the others paused mid-bite, uncertain whether to continue. Judging by their expressions, they, like her, hadn't eaten for a long time. Gu Mingting wouldn't have eaten alone. How could he not be hungry? Food is the foundation of life. Why fight your own body? Have the same as me, okay? Had seemed to enjoy it before. All right. With the boss' consent, the four resumed eating. The 2 boxes Lin Jin had prepared earlier were now fragrant, making their stomachs growl louder. Lin Jin stood by the table assembling the self-heating hot pot, opening the package, adding water ingredients. Do you blame me? Gu Mingting had somehow come up behind her. Her hands paused for a moment before resuming. No, this has nothing to do with you. Don't overthink it. But why did it feel like she wasn't entirely indifferent? Lin Jin covered the hot pot and turned to face him, speaking earnestly. You don't need to blame yourself. I've never blamed you. Gu Mingting studied her for a long moment before replying, all right. The others focused on their food. Only Zhou Jichen sensed something amiss between them. After the meal, Zhou Jichen led the other 3 away, leaving Gu Mingting alone. Lin Shan, a glutton, stayed. Her presence wouldn't hinder their conversation. Gu Mingting helped clear the table and Lin Jin stored the trash in her space. Zhou Jichen's maneuver was too obvious for Lin Jin to miss. Something to tell me, eh? Gu Mingting glanced at Lin Shan, still munching on jerky, then pulled 2 chairs to sit facing her. You don't trust the people in the base? Yes. I can't be sure if they're involved in this. Besides Gu Mingting's group, she trusted no one. The base isn't involved. They acted on their own, luring victims with sympathy to secluded spots, then kidnapping them. Once they had 3 or 4, they'd send them off. She already knew this. Sent where? A place called the Dark Empire. Sun Bo said the dwarf told him it's not far from the capital base. Before the apocalypse, it was a black market hub. Now, using supplies and crystal cores, they've hired many ability users to continue their trades. Arms dealing, information, food. Women. There were other details Gu Mingting chose not to share. He intended to destroy this place himself without involving beautiful young women. A pleasure den. Yes. As expected, even in the apocalypse, the powerful and wealthy lived as they pleased. Did they tell you this, or did you extract it yourself? I interrogated them. Lin Jin trusted Gu Mingting. If he confirmed it, she believed the martial arts base had no connection to but the Dark Empire. She thought it over. She couldn't afford to provoke them. Perhaps she should just let this grievance go. Want revenge? Gu Mingting saw through her. Maybe another time. I can't touch the Dark Empire for now, but we can shake their forward outpost. Forward outpost. Sun Bo confessed there's a relay point nearby. Every time they kidnapped someone they sent, he was determined to hit that outpost to gather more intel on the Dark Empire. Dark Empire, a pleasure den. It sounded like a formidable force. She didn't want Gu Mingting to risk himself for her. Are there many of them? Is it dangerous? Sun Bo hadn't revealed much. He was a low-level operative only allowed into the outermost perimeter when delivering people. But according to him, the outpost had about 20 to 30 people. They'd need to scout before acting. It won't be dangerous. Well, raid the den and maybe rescue some girls. Lin Jin's fingers traced the bandage on her other wrist. All right, let's destroy it. At 2 in the afternoon, the training ground of the martial arts base was packed with people. The guards escorted 3 individuals through the crowd. Someone in the crowd recognized them. Isn't that the family from Building 3? That's right, it's them, no doubt about it. There were hardly any pregnant women in the entire base. Didn't they say the culprit behind the missing girls case was caught? Is it them? The crowd erupted in an uproar. No one believed these 3 could be responsible. A pregnant woman and a child. What could they possibly do? Don't tell me they couldn't find the real culprit and are making them take the fall. The 3 overheard the murmurs. Their eyes darted around, and they put on pitiful expressions on the verge of tears. Gu Mingting brought Lin Jin along as well, and Ling Tao arranged front row seats for them. The 3 were led onto the platform, still trying to feign innocence. But as their gaze swept across the crowd, they spotted Gu Mingting and Lin Jin. Instinctively, they shrank back, not daring to pull any tricks. What had Gu Mingting done? These 3 seemed terrified of him. Lin Jin stared at Gu Mingting's resolute profile, unable to figure it out, when another stir rippled through the crowd. The base leader is here. Senior sister is here too. Senior sister. Look at me. Senior sister. Senior sister. Ainley. The man who appeared to be the base leader ascended the platform, with Ainley waiting at his side. Even Ling Tao treated him with great deference. Everyone. In recent months, young girls have occasionally gone missing from our martial arts base. Now we have apprehended the criminals. These 3. The base leader did not use a loudspeaker, but his voice boomed across the grounds. I know many of you may have doubts. These 3 may appear harmless, but they are vicious at heart. They exploited people's compassion to lure, kidnap, and sell others for profit. The child you see is actually a 37-year-old dwarf who uses his childish appearance to win your sympathy. As for this pregnant woman, she harmed others to obtain what she needed for her own child's safe birth. Her child is a child, but aren't the kidnapped girls someone else's children too? He had a daughter himself. Especially considering where those girls were sold. If his daughter were sold to such a place, he would tear those people limb from limb. Our martial arts base is meant to provide a safe and prosperous home for the people, not a breeding ground for evil. All crimes within this base will never be tolerated. As martial artists, they use their skills to uphold righteousness, protect the nation, and defend the weak. Never tolerated. Never tolerated. Never tolerated. The guards echoed in unison, and soon voices from the crowd joined in. They too wished for their home to be free of crime and bathed only in light. Lin Jin watched the scene thoughtfully. After the base leader finished speaking, Ling Tao took over. Now I will announce the punishments for these 3. The mastermind Sun Bo, male 37, an earth element ability user guilty of using a child's appearance to lure the innocent, administering drugs, kidnapping, and trafficking. Sentenced to 100 strokes of the staff, expulsion from the base, and a permanent ban from re-entry. The accomplice, Qian Cheng, male 30, a metal element ability user guilty of aiding Sun Bo in kidnapping and trafficking. Sentenced to 100 lashes, expulsion from the base, and a permanent ban from re-entry. The accomplice Lu Feifei, female, 26, guilty of using her pregnancy to aid Sun Bo in luring the innocent, administering drugs, kidnapping, and trafficking. Sentenced to 50 strokes of the staff expulsion from the base and a permanent ban from re-entry. Given that she is over 7 months pregnant, the punishment is postponed until after she gives birth. The public execution was meant to serve as a deterrent. Whether ordinary people or ability users, all were treated equally. Those who committed crimes would face justice and their deaths would not be simple. The staff and whip were ancient punishments. The wooden clubs in the executioner's hands were unlike those in TV dramas. They were simple monk staffs. 100 strokes might not kill, but being expelled from the base without medical treatment would soon lead to death. That was what most people thought. But they were wrong. The executioners were all trained martial artists, each blow precise and powerful. Sun Bo, who had struggled at first while pinned to the bench, gradually weakened, his breaths growing shallow. Qian Cheng, under the whip, suffered a similar fate. As for Lu Feifei, 2 guards simply held her in place, forcing her to watch the execution. Every stroke and every lash seemed to strike the hearts of the onlookers. Some couldn't bear to watch, others were terrified, some applauded, and still others remained expressionless. Lin Jin had initially thought they would die from lack of medicine. Will they die, eh? The 3 had their mouths gagged, unable to even scream. Yes, they will die after the final blow. Are they all so skilled in martial arts? The entire city of Jinzhong practices martial arts, many have trained since childhood. Every guard in black is a trained fighter. Lin Jin nodded. This explained how the base could thrive within the city and provide a decent life for its people. It seemed this matter truly had nothing to do with the base. Sun Bo and Qian Cheng both breathed their last with the final blow. Many in the crowd gasped. To endure such physical torment and then die in agony. Ling Tao ordered the 2 bodies taken out of the base and disposed of somewhere. As for Lu Feifei, she had fainted from terror and was carried away. The crowd dispersed, leaving a few guards to clean up the bloodstains. As Lin Jin and Gu Mingting were about to leave, a woman's voice called out, "Mr. Gu." It was Ainli. Gu Mingting gave a slight nod. "Miss Ain, the base leader would like to invite your team to dinner to thank you for rooting out the scourge." Ainli spoke only to Gu Mingting, her gaze intense. Gu Mingting replied impassively, "We accept your gratitude, but there's no need for dinner. Captain Gu, won't you do us the honor?" Ainli shifted her gaze from Gu Mingting to Lin Jin. "This dinner is not just a token of thanks, but also compensation for Miss Lin. What do you think, Miss Lin?" Ainli's eyes held a challenge, as if the dinner was a declaration of war. Lin Jin had sensed Ainli's interest in Gu Mingting from their first meeting. Lin Jin replied coolly, "If you want to compensate, something more substantial would be better." So she wouldn't take the bait. And she wanted practical compensation. How mercenary. Ainli's smile froze for a moment before she recovered. "That can be discussed. After all, you've done us a great service. As long as those 3 were at large, more innocent girls would have gone missing. In that case, we really did you a huge favor. A meal seems a bit insufficient." Ainli was speechless. Tang Shua, seeing his sister gaining the upper hand and leaving Ainli tongue-tied, shook with suppressed laughter. Ainli's smile faded and her gaze at Lin Jin sharpened. Miss Lin certainly knows no bounds. Lin Jin narrowed her eyes slightly. Was she trying to intimidate with presence? Miss Ain insisted on inviting us. Isn't it reasonable to make a request? Lin Jin said nonchalantly. This woman was indeed no simpleton. It's not unreasonable. We can discuss it over dinner. Even though she was clearly irritated, Ainli still wanted them to come to dinner. What scheme was she plotting? Oh, I can't decide that. They'll have to follow our captain's lead. Lin Jin suddenly backed down, passing the decision to Gu Mingting. Fine, just fine. Ainli clenched her teeth, forcing a stiff smile as she glared at Lin Jin. When she turned to Gu Mingting, her smile was natural, generous, and charming. Mr. Gu. Gu Mingting replied solemnly. I've already made my position clear. Ainli's smile was barely holding. Since Mr. Gu insists on declining, I won't force the issue. I have other matters to attend to, so he'll take my leave. Just one word. It infuriated her. The moment Ainli turned, her face darkened. That man, she would have him. They had entered the base unintentionally, and Lin Jin had suffered through this undeserved ordeal. Now with Ainli in the picture, Gu Mingting decided to leave at dawn to avoid further complications.